Hokage start with a Thunder Fruit, Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 Thunder Fruit. In the 54th year of Konoha, in a civilian residence in Konoha village. Hey, it's been 6 years since I traveled to this world. In this dangerous world, I just traveled to a commoner's house. Did I live until Kagaya appeared and then fell into the infinite moon reading? Muyun looked at his tender hands, his brows were full of sorrow. That's right, Muyun has crossed, and he has also crossed into the world of Naruto, this world where life is like a mustard. The most important thing is that Muyun did not travel to the Chinsho family nor the Uchiha family, but an ordinary civilian identity. Muyun, who is familiar with Naruto's plot, is very clear that this world is a world of blood, and the entire plot is almost revolving around the love-hate relationship of the Otsutsuki family, and everyone else is just ants. It's still a small matter, the most important thing is that my talent doesn't seem to be very good. Muyun looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Muyun is not a soul wearer, but travels through with his own body, and Muyun's cheap parents are Chunin who have died in Konoha village, so although there are no advanced ninjutsu scrolls, but the basic investigation extraction scrolls and scrolls of the three-body technique are still available. Muyun has been trying to extract chakra since he was 5 years old, trying to change his destiny, but the reality is always cruel. Over the past year, Muyun's efforts have not received even the slightest return, and there is still a trace of chakra in his body so far. Nothing. Ding! The infinite strengthening system is activated, it is binding with the host, please wait. Ding! The system is successfully bound, congratulations to the host, get a novice gift package. Close black lens bracket. Muyun was refreshed, listening to the voice that appeared in his mind, the previous worries were swept away, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Muyun quickly asked, System, briefly explain your function. This infinite strengthening system is the key to Muyun changing his destiny, and even the hope of reaching the pinnacle of life. Muyun can't wait to understand the function of the system. Ding! The infinite strengthening system, as the name suggests, is everything that can strengthen the host. As long as there are enough strengthening points, the host will become extremely powerful. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's answer, Muyun's mood became extremely excited. As long as he could help him gain a strong strength, he might not be able to stand at the peak of this world. By the way, how do I get reinforcement points? In a split second, Muyun forced himself to calm down. The key to the system making him stronger lies in this reinforcement point. If there is no reinforcement point, then nothing will be discussed. Ding! There are 2 ways to get reinforcement points. The first is by completing system tasks, and the second is by killing enemies. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Muyun breathed a sigh of relief, it seems that it is not difficult to obtain reinforcement points. Ding! Does the host open the novice gift package? Close black lens bracket. Muyun's eyes lit up and said, open it now. After finishing speaking, Muyun's face showed a look of anticipation, and now he has no point of strengthening, and he can turn over to see if this novice gift package is powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining a flawless thunder fruit, God-level cultivation physique. Close black lens bracket. Flawless thunder fruit. No longer afraid of sea water and sea towers, it is a new version of the ship you have never seen. Close black lens bracket. God-level cultivation physique. Every time the host cultivates, no matter how the body is damaged, he will fully recover the next day without leaving a trace of sequelae. It is a super cheat on the road of cultivation. Close black lens bracket. After checking the information in his mind, Muyun let out a long sigh of relief. Now, Muyun, with only these 2 things, has the confidence to become the top powerhouse in this world, not to mention the help of the system, which is very helpful for the future. Muyun will no longer be confused. The flawless version of the thunder fruit was taken out from the system space, and after peeling off the peel, Muyun took a bite without hesitation. I'm going, it's really unpalatable. Although I don't know what shit tastes like, This devil fruit is definitely more unpalatable than shit. Resisting the urge to vomit, Muyun ate the sound of thunder and said to the system, integrate God-level cultivation physique. As Muyun's voice fell, a warm current rose from Muyun's limbs, transforming Muyun's body. After about half an hour, the warm current receded, and Muyun felt extremely comfortable all over his body, as if all pores are open. Muyun stretched out his finger, and saw a trace of lightning wrapped around his finger. Although it was very weak, it really existed. Soon, a trace of thunder and lightning disappeared in the air. You must know that the third generation of Hokage is a voyeur. For the sake of safety, Muyun did not want to reveal his abilities. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Muyun became vigilant in an instant, and asked in a condensed voice, "Who is it?" Chapter 2 Enroll in Ninja School. Who is it? Muyun had to be vigilant. Just after getting the capital to settle down in this world, Muyun's nerves were always tense. Is this Muyun's home? I'm a teacher at the ninja school. I was ordered by the 3 generations of Hokage to send the admission notice. Hearing this gentle voice, Muyun breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't let go of all his vigilance and walked towards the door slowly. Ding! Release system task. Pass the ninja school entrance test in 3 days and successfully enter the ninja school. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward, 20 strengthening points. Close black lens bracket. There is no penalty for mission failure. Close black lens bracket. Muyun's footsteps paused slightly, and then he opened the door, only to see the teacher of the ninja school, Iruka Uno, standing outside. Iruka looked at the slightly vigilant child in front of him, showed a kind smile and said, "Muyun, right. Your parents are both heroes of Konoha village and made contributions to the village, so the 3 generations of Hokage decided to give it to you. An opportunity to enter the ninja school, I hope you can take advantage of it." Quote. Muyun nodded expressionlessly and said softly, "I see." Iruka sighed slightly. He could understand Muyun's character, and he left after handing an envelope to Muyun. Watching Iruka leave, Muyun's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Originally, Muyun thought that if the system task could not be completed, there would definitely be a punishment, even if it wasn't to obliterate it, but he didn't expect that there would be no punishment. Ninja school. I'm going. In an instant, Muyun made a decision. Although he had the system, he didn't need to go to the ninja school, but it was still necessary to learn the knowledge of ninjas. You must know that although the thunder fruit is very powerful, the ninja's methods are endless. Just asking for the jade makes Muyun a little jealous, so chakra still needs to be mastered, and Muyun also has some ideas about yin and yang escape. 3 days passed leisurely. During these 3 days, Muyun was not idle, but practiced hard. The God-level cultivation physique brought Muyun not only the complete recovery ability after cultivation, but also the improvement of Muyun's talent is very terrifying, but because it is not as strong as the recovery ability, the system does not introduce it. The 3-body technique has been basically mastered, and chakra is approaching the next level. The level of forbearance, the current me, it is easy to pass the entrance test of the ninja school. With a lot of confidence, Muyun walked towards the ninja school. Along the way, he met many parents who brought their children to the ninja school to sign up. This made Muyun feel emotional for a moment. Before crossing, he went to college. It's been 7 years since they graduated. At the gate of the ninja school, Muyun saw many parents taking their children to participate in the test. Among them, Muyun found Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hinata, Oil Girl Shino, Inuzuka Tooth and 9 of Konoha's 12 heroes, including a new generation of pigs and deer butterflies. The so-called entrance test is just a simple test of physical fitness, but if you want to enter the elite class, you still have to refine chakra. This is also the privilege of those family children, and civilians should not think about it. But this time, there was an accident of Muyun. Of course, Muyun was also assigned to the so-called elite class. I'm afraid Naruto is the only one who entered the elite class through the back door, right? Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who was rejected by everyone not far away, Muyun shook his head, and did not have any idea of going up to him. As the pillar force of the nine-tailed person, there must be a lot of Anbu surveillance around Naruto. The most important thing is that the old Yin force in Danzo must also have someone to monitor. There is no need for Muyun to get in trouble at this time. After that, it came naturally. After the entrance test is completed, it will take 5 days before he can enter the school, so Muyun turned around and left the ninja school without hesitation. He needs to practice, and 10 years later will be the 4th ninja war. He must seize every opportunity to change himself. Be stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the system task, reward 20 reinforcement points. Close black lens bracket. With the sound of the system, Muyun's mouth also evoked a smile. System, use 20 strengthening points to strengthen my body. For a moment, Muyun felt a warm current slowly flowing in his body, and at the same time his body was obviously strengthened, and soon, this warm current disappeared without a trace. Clenching his fist, Muyun could clearly feel that his strength had increased by about 20%. Try the speed. Muyun's legs were charged, and he sprinted abruptly. In 3 seconds, he came to 10 meters away, which was much faster than before. This time, Muyun has more confidence in his future. This simple and rude way to become stronger is simply exhilarating. Third chapter: Endure Strength. In the Konoha training ground, Muyun was sweating to his heart's content. After integrating the god-level cultivation physique, Muyun started the devil-style cultivation. Of course, the effect of the harvest is also very significant. If I continue to practice at this pace, it won't take long for my strength to reach the level of Jonin, and... Muyun's eyes narrowed, and with the mobilization of chakra in his body, a trace of lightning also appeared on Muyun's left finger, and it disappeared in a flash. After successfully extracting chakra, Muyun found that chakra can also activate the fruit ability, that is to say, whether Muyun uses physical strength or chakra, he can activate the thunder fruit. Although the body will become weak after the chakra is exhausted, it is much better than pure physical strength, and can support Muyun to fight for a longer time. System, open my properties panel. In Muyun's mind. Host, Muyun. Age, 6 years old. Physique, 10-1 for ordinary people. Strength, 10-1 for ordinary people. Speed, 10-1 for ordinary people. Spirit, 10-1 for ordinary people. Chakra, 80-9 for ordinary people. Strength assessment, I'm about to become a rookie of Jonin. Close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun nodded with satisfaction. The only thing that made Muyun a little speechless was the system's assessment of his strength. Was he still a rookie? However, he didn't care about this Muyun. In the entire ninja world, Sha Ninja was a rookie, not even a rookie, just cannon fodder. The system's evaluation was not bad. In fact, except for chakra, Muyun's other attributes are already at the level of tolerance, and because the attributes are very balanced, Muyun has almost no shortcomings, but the evaluation method of the system is very strict. It must be each attribute meets the standard to be rated. While Muyun was cultivating, inside the Hokage office. As Muyun, his identity is innocent, his parents were both killed in battle, and he seems to be a civilian genius again. Sandai listened to Anbu's report, took a puff of cigarette with a bong in his hand, and his eyes became misty. Soon, the third generation said again, since his identity is innocent and he has shown good talent, let him be assigned to Naruto's class. As the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage fell down, Anbu, who was on one knee, responded with a yes, and disappeared into the Hokage office in an instant. I hope you won't let me down, Konoha. It's already showing a trend of inexorability. As long as you have talent, how about training with all your strength? Looking up at the picture of Minato Namikaze hanging on the wall, Sandai fell into thought. 5 days have passed, and after Muyun's painstaking training, his strength rating has finally reached the level of Jonin. After eating breakfast, Muyun walked towards the ninja school. Along the way, when he met familiar villagers, Muyun greeted them in a friendly way, and soon came to the ninja school. With the arrival of the new students, the opening ceremony also started on time, and the 3 generations of Hokage were standing on the high platform giving a passionate speech. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. As the voices of the 3 generations fell, the little kids in the audience showed their yearning, and they all felt their blood boiled. I have to say that the 3 generations really have the talent of a speaker, and their ability to agitate emotions is really not weak. Thinking so in his heart, Muyun also tried his best to pretend to be enthusiastic, because Muyun also had some ideas about the position of Hokage. The reason is very simple. First, Muyun didn't want to defect, and the life of the ninja was not easy. Second, with Muyun's growth rate, sooner or later, he will meet that old yin force from Danzang. At that time, Muyun will definitely solve him, and it can be regarded as indirectly helping Konoha to get rid of the tumor. There's always a benefit, right? It would be better to directly occupy the position of Hokage, or else make wedding dresses for others. Muyun's expression was completely seen by the 3 generations of Hokage, and the eyes of the 3 generations flashed, and the impression of Muyun was a little better. The 3 generations of Hokage just left after talking for a few minutes. After all, as Hokage, he is very busy. Muyun was not surprised that he and Naruto Uzumaki were assigned the same class, which was to be expected. Hello everyone, I'm your instructor, and my name is Iruka Ueno. Iruka stood on the podium with a warm smile on his face. He nodded as he glanced at Muyun. Iruka was also very fond of this vigilant child. After introducing himself, Iruka asked everyone to start introducing themselves. When it was Naruto's turn, he saw this guy arrogantly walked up to the podium and said loudly, "This uncle is called Uzumaki Naruto, and he likes to eat ramen. It is to become a Hokage that surpasses the past Hokage." Chapter 4 Muyun's Dream. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, the entire classroom could be heard dropping needles, and a moment later, a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha ha, did I hear it right? How dare this guy say such a big thing? This monster is just dreaming. Just relying on him, he still wants to be Hokage. It's so funny. Listening to these unscrupulous remarks, Naruto blushed and shouted, "Look at it, this uncle will definitely become Hokage, and will definitely be recognized by everyone." Said, Naruto's eyes swept across the faces of everyone, and almost everyone had a deep ridicule on their faces, which made Naruto's heart very uncomfortable. But at this moment, he found that Muyun looked at him calmly, and there was no mocking expression on his face, which made Naruto feel a lot better. "Hey, why don't you want them to laugh at me?" After returning to his seat and sitting down, Naruto couldn't help turning his head and asked Muyun. Muyun said with a blank face, "Why should I laugh at you? Since this is your dream, I have no right to laugh at it. If you can't do it, it will only be you who will be embarrassed." Naruto showed an excited expression on his face and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do it." Although Muyun's attitude is not friendly, Naruto still gave his promise, although Muyun doesn't care about this promise. "My name is Muyun, I like many things, and my dream is to become Hokage." Muyun walked to the podium and said these words indifferently, then walked directly to his seat and sat down, ignoring the whispers of a little brat. "The position of Hokage must be mine, and I will definitely defeat you." To Naruto's words, Muyun didn't say anything, just nodded lightly as a response. The little girls in the class looked at Muyun's reaction, and their eyes suddenly became obsessed. "So handsome, so handsome. Jun Muyun's dream is so great, you will definitely make it happen." Hearing these voices coming from his ears, Muyun shook his head. The little girls in this world are too precocious. Although Muyun didn't care about their evaluation, he still showed a warm smile. "If you want to become a Hokage, the most important thing is reputation. Besides, this is an elite class, and it will definitely be the mainstay of Konoha in the future. There are only advantages and no disadvantages for yourself. Besides, Muyun is among these little girls. After discovering Yamanaka Ino, as long as the relationship with her can be handled well, Zuludi will definitely stand on his side. Mr. Muyun, hello, my name is Yamanaka Ino, can we be friends? After class, Yamanaka Ino timidly walked to Muyun's side and asked softly. Of course you can. Hello, Ino classmate, my name is Muyun, please take care of me. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face, and he nodded to Yamanaka Ino. After getting Muyun's answer, Ino's little face suddenly showed an excited expression, and ran away like a smoke. In response, Muyun just smiled and shook his head. She was a little girl, she was too shy, but she was much better than Hinata. Thinking of Hinata, Muyun's eyes immediately turned to Hinata, who was not far away. Muyun had a good impression of Hinata, and he was a favorite character in his previous life, but if it was about feelings, it was definitely not there. Compared with Hinata, Muyun prefers Yamanaka Ino, who is too shy. A week passed by. During this week, Muyun was practicing every day, and even in class, he was using the power of lightning to stimulate his cells and strengthen his body. Because Muyun is very clear, in this dangerous world, there can be no slack in the slightest, otherwise, until the fourth ninja war comes, he may be finished. The effect of cultivation is also very significant, and Muyun's strength has improved a lot, it's almost like a hang-up. Of course, within a week, the relationship between Muyun and Ino has also progressed by leaps and bounds. From the third day, the little girl Ino has been sticking to Muyun, and brings lunch to Muyun every noon. For this situation, Muyun also happy to see it happen. After class this day, Muyun rushed to the Konoha training ground from school as usual to practice 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 sit-ups, and 2,000 squats. This is almost a compulsory course for Muyun every day. Because Muyun knows that the strength of the body is the foundation, and everything else is empty. If he can reach the physical strength of Garp among the pirates, it is estimated that when he cooperates with his Thunder Fruit, he can achieve the ninja world. Invincible, right? Muyun didn't know that after he left the school, the curious Ino also followed quietly. Since Muyun was only doing physical training, he was not very vigilant, and he was not afraid of being discovered by others, so for Ino, who was quietly following, Muyun didn't find it at all. Chapter 5 Peeping Ino. Mr. Muyun, it turns out that he has been cultivating here all the time. It turns out that he has been working so hard. Ino hid behind a stone and quietly looked at Muyun, who was sweating to his heart's content. With a splendid look in her eyes, she only felt that Muyun was extremely handsome at this moment. Ino, who was intoxicated, accidentally stepped on a branch. Oops, I'm going to be discovered. When Muyun, who was cultivating, heard the movement, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Who is there? Come out." The embarrassment on Ino's face disappeared in a flash, and he slowly walked out from behind the stone. "Sorry, Muyunjin, I didn't mean to peep, but you look really handsome when you practice seriously." Saying that, a blush appeared on Ino's face, looking extremely cute. Seeing that it was Ino, Muyun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed softly. "What? Are you fascinated by my handsome figure?" After a week of contact, Muyun's affection for Ino also skyrocketed. During this time, Ino brought him lunch boxes every day. How could he not be clear about his affection for Ino? Ino bowed his head and said, "I hate it, Mew. Lord Muyun, don't make fun of me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Kiss Ino. Close black lens bracket. Task completion reward. 10 reinforcement points. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. None. Close black lens bracket. Muyun shook his head speechlessly. He really didn't expect the system to issue such a task, but it was exactly what he wanted. Ino. Huh. Hearing Muyun's voice, Ino looked up suspiciously, and at this moment, Muyun's Juni's face instantly enlarged in her pupils, and then, a warm feeling accompanied by a soft touch from Ino's zest from the lips. Feeling Muyun's temperature, Ino's eyes widened and his body trembled slightly. When he came back to his senses, Muyun had already stepped aside. "Mr. Muyun, it's too much." Although he said that, there was no angry expression on Ino's face, only a hint of shyness and happiness. After Muyun finished his cultivation, the strange feeling in Jingyi's heart had also receded, and he said, "That, Muyun-jun, can I treat you to a roasted roux?" Facing Ino's expectant gaze, Muyun said, "Roasted roux is too expensive and the portion is small. My appetite is very large, why don't we make it ourselves?" Ino asked suspiciously, "Make it yourself? What about the ingredients?" Muyun smiled confidently and said, "You wait here, I'll be right back." After that, Muyun rushed into the forest like a cheetah, and soon disappeared. Ino's eyes were full of worry, and he waited anxiously. Fortunately, Muyun came back soon, but he was dragging a huge black bear in his hand. Ino grew up in shock. The size of the black bear was at least 2 meters above Ino's visual inspection, and Muyun's small figure formed a huge contrast with it, not to mention Muyun at this time. "Drag the black bear forward." Muyun-jun, what's going on?" After approaching, Ino discovered that the black bear's mouth was charred black, and the black hair was curled up, exuding a faint burnt smell. Muyun replied, "Of course I hunted it. The price of the roasted roux shop is expensive, the portion is small, and it's not worth it. It's better to make it yourself, and I'm very confident in my craftsmanship." Looking at the charred wound on the black bear Shang's mouth, Ino asked in shock, "Mr. Muyun, have you already extracted chakra?" No wonder Ino was so shocked. You must know that they are only 6 years old now. As the eldest lady of the Yamanaka family, she began to contact chakra at the age of 4. Although she has refined a lot of chakra in 2 years, she wants to use it. Ninjutsu is still very difficult. But looking at the black bear's wound, it is clearly caused by ninjutsu, and Ino still has this vision. Muyun didn't want to hide it either, and said, "Yes, but this is a secret between me and Ino, and I can't mention it to anyone, you know." Hearing Muyun say that this is the secret between them, Jingyi was filled with joy and nodded fiercely, "Don't worry, this is the secret between me and Muyun-jun." Although Ino was very precocious, he was still a child after all. Being surrounded by Muyun, the shock and doubts in his heart were instantly thrown into the clouds, and he was determined to keep the secret between the two. Muyun skillfully skinned and deboned the black bear, divided it into several portions, and then started to bake it after cleaning. During this period of time cultivating at the training ground, Muyun hunted by himself every night. As he cultivated, his appetite became larger and larger. Those pensions alone were not enough to maintain his expenses. When Muyun sprinkled the seasoning, a moment later, a strong fragrance was transmitted, making Ino swallow his saliva, his eyes shining brightly at the roasted roux in Muyun's hands. Chapter 6: The First Practical Test. "What? Want to eat?" Seeing Ino's eyes glowing, Muyun couldn't help but laugh. Ino subconsciously replied, "Well, I want to eat." After finishing speaking, Ino realized something was wrong, stomped his feet in embarrassment, and said angrily, "I hate it, I won't talk to you anymore." Muyun cut off a large piece of roasted golden roast meat and handed it to Ino Dao. "Here, try my craftsmanship." "Oh." Ino took the barbecue handed by Muyun, took a light bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. "It's so delicious, I didn't expect Muyunjin's craftsmanship to be so good. It's even more delicious than Dingqi's barbecue restaurant." Muyun flipped the barbecue with both hands and said, "Of course, my appetite is too large, and if I go to the barbecue shop, I will not be able to eat enough. I am not a ninja yet, and I have no source of income, so I can only hunt by myself every day, but this is not bad. Yes, every time I eat to the fullest." Quote. Muyun's life is already very good. Look at Naruto, drinking expired milk and eating expired instant noodles since childhood, that's a miserable. Although Muyun said it lightly, he could hear Jingyi's bitterness. He really could not have imagined that Muyun was under so much pressure at such a young age, unlike her, who had no worries about food and clothing. She really wanted to tell Muyun not to work so hard. She came to be responsible for Muyun's 3 meals, but she still didn't say it because of Muyun's self-esteem. Muyun had already guessed what Jingyi was thinking about, but he didn't open his mouth either, just enjoying this faint warmth. 2 months have passed, and today is the day of the ninja school's first actual combat assessment. Early in the morning, Iruka brought everyone to the training ground. What a hassle. Shikamaru yawned and said lazily. It's very troublesome, but it's unavoidable, or do you think I like taking part in this kind of boring assessment? Gently glanced at Shikamaru. From the beginning of the year to the present, Muyun and Ino's relationship not only improved by leaps and bounds, the most important thing is that he and Shikamaru have also become good friends. Befriending Luan, Muyun naturally has his own considerations. When he becomes Hokage in the future, he will definitely not be as busy as the 3rd generation. He will not care about trivial matters, and Luan is undoubtedly a very good person. Candidate. For you, this assessment should be a piece of cake, right? Don't think I don't know your usual efforts. I'm afraid you are the first place in this assessment, right? There was a rare dignified look in Shikamaru's eyes. With Shikamaru's IQ, he could naturally guess Muyun's actions. Yes, and he also confirmed that he admires Muyun's willpower very much. Muyun didn't speak, but said silently in his heart, System, open my attribute panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 6 years old. Physique, 17. Strength, 15. Speed, 17. Spirit, 20. Chakra, 107. Strength assessment, elite underbend. Close black lens bracket. Muyun is very satisfied with his current attributes, knowing that he is only 6 years old now. His strength is terrifying at this age. System, use 10 strengthening points to strengthen my body. As Muyun's voice fell, the familiar warm current quickly appeared in his body and wandered around. After the warm current disappeared, Muyun's 4 basic attributes had all reached 20. Except for chakra, my attributes have reached the level of Chunin, but the system's strength assessment has not changed. It seems that the standards of this system are very strict. Muyun didn't care about this. Anyway, sooner or later his chakra would break through 300 and reach the level of Chunin. It must be known that the stronger the body is, the more it will affect the chakra. Today is your first actual combat test since you entered school. I hope you can perform well. The first test is the throwing of shuriken and kunai. Uzumaki Naruto. As Iruka's voice fell, Naruto walked to the assessment venue with arrogant steps. Let you see the true strength of this uncle, don't blink. Naruto held the shuriken and threw it out neatly at the target not far away. He looked very handsome. All the 3 shuriken accurately avoided the target and flew into the distance. Then the kunai throws are the same, all miss the target, none of the kunai hit the target. Ha ha ha, you still want to be Hokage like this. It's ridiculous. You can't even pass such a simple kunai shuriken throwing test. I'm afraid it will be difficult to become a genin. It seems that this guy is the tail of our crane this year, not to mention Hokage, the lower end is enough to hang. If it were someone else who was mocked like this, he would definitely have been blown away, but Naruto was in a good mood, not angry, but loudly said, when the battle assessment is over, this uncle will let you all see me. Strength. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Muyun nodded. With this kind of mentality, it's no wonder that he has never been blackened. Muyun asked himself, if it were himself, he would definitely not be able to stand this kind of life where he suffers from cold eyes everywhere. Chapter 7 Angry Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. With Sasuke's appearance, some of the girls present suddenly screamed. Although most of the girls became Muyun's little fans, there were quite a few of Sasuke. Hey, boring assessment is meaningless. Looking at the screaming girls, Sasuke snorted coldly, with a disdainful expression on his face, then raised his hands, and the six-handed Lysian shot out directly, towards the target not far away. With the dull crashing sound, all the 6 shuriken stabbed on the target. The 5 shuriken were in the center of the bullseye, and only 1 shuriken appeared on the periphery of the bullseye. The next kunai throwing was the same, and this scene naturally attracted everyone's amazement. Even Haruka showed a look of surprise in his eyes, and announced, "Sasuke Uchiha, full marks in the throwing test." As Haruka's voice fell, there was a sudden gasp of breath in the field. "Hey, full marks, and it looks like Sasuke Uchiha hasn't done his best, as expected of the Uchiha family. The Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke just now are like the sky and the ground. You must know that guy has 0 points. HMPH, comparing Sasuke to the tail of the crane is an insult to Sasuke." A whispering voice came, Muyun's face sank, and he said, "Shut up, instead of caring about other people's affairs, it is better to think about how to pass the assessment." During the period of time after entering school, Muyun deservedly became the strongest in the class, so when he heard Muyun's words, a group of little kids suddenly quieted down. And what Muyun said was right, they also wanted to pass the assessment. Next, Muyun. When it was Muyun's turn, Muyun walked over indifferently, picked up the shuriken, and threw it out without even looking at it. With the violent sound of breaking wind, the shuriken roared out and swept towards the target. "Go. Muyun is too arrogant. You don't even bother to aim. Well, I'll see how he'll make a fool of himself later. I can guarantee that his grades will not be much different from Naruto Uzumaki." Most of the boys have deep hostility towards Muyun, who is very popular with the girls in the class, especially Inazukaya, who hates it so much. But at the next moment, they were stunned, and saw that all the shuriken thrown by Muyun hit the bullseye, and even half of the entire shuriken was submerged in the tree trunk. Showing the mighty power of Muyun. How is this possible? Not only the little kids in the class were shocked, but even Haruka's eyes revealed solemnity, even he couldn't be more perfect than Muyun. The next kunai throwing also had the same result. Muyun had been practicing the throwing of the ninja equipment, and the sweat he had put in was not a lot at all. If it weren't for the combination of a god-level cultivation physique, even after cultivating for 2 months, it would be difficult for Muyun to be so perfect, and even Muyun didn't use all his strength just now. Not surprisingly, Muyun also got full marks in this throwing test, but everyone knows that Sasuke got full marks because he could only get full marks, and Muyun got full marks because there was no higher score. Which one was stronger? Weak, at a glance. Damn, I'll definitely beat you when the battle comes later. Sasuke Uchiha's face was gloomy like water. He originally thought that he was the first place in this assessment, but he didn't expect to kill a Muyun halfway, which made him extremely angry. You must know that his older brother Uchiha Itachi used to be the number 1 in school. What he usually hears the most is his parents' praise for his brother. Yun was ruined, so he didn't have the slightest affection for Muyun. Ino also got a score of 90 points. Under the influence of Muyun, Ino's current strength can also be ranked in the top 3 in the class, not even weaker than Sasuke. The next step is the battle assessment. In a pair of battles, the assessment will not stop until one side admits defeat. Start now. The first game, Muyun vs. Uchiha Sasuke. There was a smile on Sasuke's mouth. He felt that he had won this battle. The reason is very simple. Muyun is just a commoner, and he is the second young master of the Uchiha family, both in terms of resources and talents. He is the top. There is no reason to lose to Muyun as a commoner. Muyun, admit defeat. You are not my opponent. This year's chief student is definitely in my bag. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, who was full of confidence, Muyun pouted and said, "Confidence is a good thing, but conceit is not a good thing. You should admit defeat. You are not my opponent." Listening to Muyun's slightly disdainful tone, Sasuke Uchiha became angry in an instant. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, and he was very confident in his own strength. Muyun's words were hitting him in the face. Can you not get angry? Chapter 8 versus Uchiha Sasuke. I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth. With a livid face, Uchiha Sasuke rushed towards Muyun like an arrow from the string, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Come on, Sasuke. Sasuke, you will definitely be able to defeat Muyun. You are the chief student of this session. Sasuke Uchiha didn't show anything on the voice coming from his ears, but he was still a little proud in his heart, and he also thought that he was the most powerful among the students in this class. Humph. Muyun, teach me a hard lesson about this Uchiha Sasuke. I think he's been upset for a long time. Naruto snorted coldly and shouted at Muyun. He didn't have the slightest liking for this stinky boy, and for some reason, when he saw him, he felt a sense of disgust. What Naruto didn't know was that this in fact, the fateful entanglement between Indra and Asura officially kicked off. And Ino shouted loudly from the side, although she knew that Muyun would definitely win, but she couldn't help but be a little worried. Iruka clenched his fists nervously. Whether it was Muyun or Sasuke, they were all students he was optimistic about. The duel between the two made Iruka nervous. You're lost. After coming to Muyun, Sasuke's fist hit Muyun's face with a strong wind. Seeing Muyun standing on the spot without any reaction, Sasuke's eyes flashed a trace of disdain, and whispered softly, HMPH, are you scared? Then give me a loss. Just when Sasuke's fist was about to land on Muyun's face, Muyun's palm blocked directly in front of Sasuke's fist and grabbed Sasuke's fist. What? It's impossible. Sasuke's face changed. Muyun's movements were very fast just now. He only felt a flower in front of him, and his fist was caught by Muyun. Nothing is impossible, you are too arrogant. Muyun's physical attributes are very balanced, which is also one of the advantages of system strengthening. When using strengthening points to strengthen his body, the system will distribute the energy evenly, so that Muyun's physical attributes are always balanced, and there is almost no shortcoming. Plate. Muyun kicked it out. Sasuke only felt a flower in front of him, and then his body flew towards the rear like a rag sack. A sharp pain came from his chest, and Sasuke couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. I was actually defeated by one move. Muttering in shock, Sasuke's face changed for a while, from blue to white for a while, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. Muyun ignored Sasuke's murmur, turned around and returned to the team, looking extremely calm and indifferent. I won't be dazzled, right? Sasuke Uchiha lost without even holding on to a single move. I thought there would be a battle between dragons and tigers, but I didn't expect it to end so soon. Muyun is too strong, right? This year's chief student is definitely Muyun. I thought that the chief student would be born between the two of them, but I didn't expect Sasuke to be so much weaker than Muyun. These words were extremely harsh in Sasuke's ears, struggling to stand up, enduring the pain and returning to the team. In this game, Muyun is the winner. Iruka recovered from the shock and hurriedly announced the result. He didn't expect this result. He also thought that there would be a fierce battle between the two, but he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Sasuke Uchiha, and reward 50 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Muyun asked suspiciously. System, isn't it possible to obtain reinforcement points only by completing tasks or killing enemies? What's going on now? Ding! You can also get reinforcement points by defeating the enemy, but you don't get as many reinforcement points by killing the enemy. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Muyun's eyes flashed, and he quickly asked, if I kill Sasuke Uchiha now, how many enhancement points can I get? Ding! By killing Sasuke Uchiha, the host can get 1000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Fuck. Muyun burst into a foul language, looking at Sasuke's eyes almost shining. This is the strengthening point of walking. But soon, Muyun suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Now it is unrealistic for him to do something with Sasuke. You must know that Uchiha Itachi, the ultimate brother control, is very strong. Muyun self-confessed that the current self does not have the confidence to oppose Uchiha Itachi. And killing Sasuke can certainly get 1,000 enhancement points, but from a long-term perspective, it is not cost-effective. Only by keeping Sasuke, can I be regarded as an enhancement point extractor. Sasuke, who felt Muyun's eyes, shuddered, and glanced at Muyun with some fear. He was a child after all, and his emotions were very straightforward. Fortunately, Muyun's eyes flashed away, otherwise Sasuke would have been scared and cried directly. Chapter 9 Navy 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for resisting the temptation in your heart and making the right choice. Rewarding a gift pack of will, is it enabled? Close black lens bracket. Listening to the voice of the system, Muyun showed a trace of doubt in his eyes, and asked, System, what's going on? Ding! Killing Uchiha Sasuke rewarded 1,000 enhancement points as a huge temptation, and the host resisted this temptation. It can be regarded as amazing willpower, and now killing Uchiha Sasuke can only get 1,000 enhancement points, but after the opponent has fully grown up and killed, you will get 100,000 reinforcement points, so the host has made the right choice. Close black lens bracket. Therefore, the system will only reward the host with a gift pack of will. Does the host open it? Close black lens bracket. Muyun said without hesitation. Open it immediately. Ding! The host opened the will package. Congratulations to the host, and obtained the 6 naval styles. Close black lens bracket. A look of ecstasy appeared on Muyun's face. You must know that the 6th naval style is a powerful physical technique of the Navy in the world of One Piece. If you practice it to the extreme, you can definitely become a monster. The next moment, Muyun felt an unfamiliar and huge memory rushed into his mind instantly, and soon, the cultivation methods of the 6 naval styles and some insights clearly appeared in Muyun's mind. As long as Muyun was well, cultivation will definitely be able to cultivate the 6th form of the Navy to the peak. Among the 6 naval stances, the most important thing for Muyun is shaving and moon steps. Needless to say, moon steps can make people walk in the air. As long as their physical strength can keep up, it is not a problem to walk for 3 days and 3 nights. The most important thing is to shave. Although Muyun has been able to get the speed of thunder and lightning by elementalizing his whole body since he ate the thunder fruit, but this is his trump card, he will not reveal it until the last minute, and Muyun always believes in it. Only the strength of the body is fundamental. And the appearance of the 6th type of the Navy is indeed a solution to Muyun's urgent needs. The current method of Muyun's physical training is limited to the most primitive methods such as push-ups, sit-ups, running, etc. The improvement that can be obtained is very limited, and the final effect is smaller, but after obtaining the 6th form of the Navy, all these problems are solved. As for the Naruto world's physical skills, in the final analysis, it is still dependent on chakra. His own physical fitness is not very scary. Matekai is a good example. The 8 doors can be fully opened and even 6 spots can be seriously injured, but his own physical fitness not particularly outstanding. It's easy to infer that, without the need for the 8-door Dunjia, Matekai's strength is at most only elite, which shows how much he relies on the 8-door Dunjia. Of course, Muyun didn't despise the 8-sect Dunjia, but he liked his own strength more. After digesting the memory in his mind, Muyun looked towards the field. At this time, the assessment was halfway through, and now it was Ino and Chunye Sakura who were fighting. Although Haruno Sakura's talent is not bad, how can she be Ino's opponent from a commoner? 5 minutes later, it was defeated by Ino. Mr. Muyun, how was my performance just now? As soon as he won the test, Ino came to Muyun's side as if taking credit, and asked expectantly. Well, yes, the strength is not bad. With this strength at this age, it is very strong. Hee hee. After listening to Muyun's words, a charming smile bloomed on Ino's face, and getting Muyun's praise was of great significance to her. After the assessment was over, Muyun and Ino greasy for a while, and after lunch, they came to the Konoha training ground alone. System, use 50 strengthening points to strengthen the 6th naval style. As Muyun's words fell, a sense of the 6 types of the Navy instantly appeared in Muyun's mind, as if Muyun had practiced the 6 types of the Navy for several years. He already had a certain understanding of the 6 types of the Navy, and he was able to initial use. Shave. With a low voice, Muyun's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared 10 meters away. The whole process only took 1 second. This is only the case of initially mastering the 6 naval styles. Land feet. A faint half-moon-shaped vacuum wave kicked out from Muyun's right leg, leaving a deep ravine on a tree not far away that the two of them were hugging together. Muyun stepped forward and gently pushed it with his index finger, and the big tree that the two embraced fell straight down. Yes, this power is already comparable to ordinary C-rank ninjutsu, and it will definitely get stronger in the future. Try the finger gun again. Muyun found a stone, and then stabbed his index finger against the stone with astonishing force. There was almost no sense of hindrance, and Muyun's entire index finger sank directly into the stone. If it hits people, who can stand it? Muyun is also very satisfied with the power of the pointing spear. It may be nothing in the world of One Piece's abnormal physical fitness, but the ninja's body is generally not strong. The only strong one is ninjutsu. Of course, the ninja's methods are endless, and the premise is to hit the talent, but Muyun is confident that with his speed, as long as his strength continues to grow stronger, no one in the ninja world can escape his attack. Chapter 10 Hitaki Kakashi. Muyun then tried the other 3 styles, and the results were all very good. Muyun estimated that his combat power had reached the level of Chunin at this moment, and even ordinary Chunin was no match for him. At this time, Iruka, who had finished the actual combat assessment, came to the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, this is the situation. Muyun is really a genius. Iruka said to the 3rd Hokage with excitement on his face. Defeat Uchiha Sasuke with 1 move. I know, Iruka, teach Muyun well, don't waste his talent, understand? The 3 generations of Hokage smoked a bong, spit out a smoke ring, and said slowly. I see, but Lord Hokage, I'm afraid it will delay Muyun's talent. According to my estimation, I am afraid that Muyun's talent is not inferior to Kakashi's predecessors. There was a trace of anxiety on Iruka's face. He was just a Chunin himself, and he didn't know much ninjutsu, but he didn't have the confidence to teach Muyun. Oh, this evaluation is a bit high. Is Muyun's talent really so terrifying? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. He was still clear about Iruka's character. It was impossible and dared not to make up lies to deceive him, but to say that Muyun's talent was comparable to that of Kakashi, the 3 generations of Hokage didn't quite believe it. There was a hint of hesitation on Iruka's face, and then he said firmly, I'm sure, you must know that Muyun is just a commoner, and Senior Kakashi is from the Hitaki family. I believe that if you give Muyun the same resources, even can be more terrifying than Kakashi-senpai. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded and said, I see, Iruka, you go back first. As for how to arrange Muyun, I will carefully consider it. After Iruka left, the 3 generations of Hokage murmured, Uchiha Sasuke. Although the talent is not as terrifying as his brother, but as a Uchiha family, it is not much worse. It seems that this Muyun needs to be observed. Now. But he seems to have said that his dream is to become a Hokage. For Muyun, the 3 generations of Hokage still have some impressions. When the school started, Muyun was also excited because of the will of fire he told. If you can really take on the will to fire, it's not a bad idea to train you to become a Hokage. I hope you can be like Minato, don't let me down. At this moment, Danzo pushed open the door of Hokage's office and walked in, saying, Tsurufei, this Muyun is a good seedling, why don't you leave it to me to train it? Don't worry, I will definitely train him to be a firm Konoha ninja and give everything to protect Konoha. Danzo looked calm, but his heart was already full of anger. Although the 3 generations of Hokage spoke in a low voice just now, he still heard it. This guy Sarutobi Hizen actually had the idea of training Muyun to become Hokage. Originally from the death of Minato Namikaze, he thought he would fulfill his long-cherished wish to become Hokage, but he did not expect Hiruzen Sarutobi to take over as Hokage. However, after all, Sarutobi Hizen has a great prestige. Although he is dissatisfied, he can still accept it, but now Sarutobi, the old immortal, actually wants to train a kid to become Hokage. Isn't this another wave of wind and water? No, the position of Hokage is mine, and no one can take it away. Danzo roared in his heart, but the expression on his face was still very dull. Danzo, you better manage your roots, let's talk about it. Your roots are already huge, don't challenge my bottom line. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage sank. The strength of the roots is getting stronger and stronger, and the development is getting bigger and bigger. Looking at the old relationship with Danzo, he has always been patient, but this does not mean that he has no temper. You know, now the Hokage of Konoha village is him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo took a deep look at the 3 generations of Hokage, and left the Hokage office without saying a word. Come on. Watching Danzo leave without a word, Sandai Hokage narrowed his eyes and shouted. With a whoosh sound, Anbu's figure instantly appeared in front of Sandai Hokage and knelt down on one knee. Go and call Kakashi, I have something to tell you. As soon as the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage fell, the Anbu disappeared in the Hokage office. 10 minutes later, Kakashi's figure appeared in front of the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama, do you have any mission? Kakashi was very puzzled. As the leader of the elite Jonin in the village, his news was very well informed, but he was also a little confused about the call of the 3 generations of Hokage this time. You must know that the elite Jonin usually accepts tasks by himself, and is rarely called directly unless there is a war, but in the event of a war, he will also get news, right? Is it? What is the urgent task? Kakashi couldn't help but guess in his heart. Chapter 11 Sasuke who was shot while lying down. Kakashi, I called you here this time because I want you to protect someone. Looking at Kakashi, a gentle smile appeared on the face of the 3rd Hokage. For Kakashi's capable subordinate, the 3rd Hokage was undoubtedly very satisfied, so his attitude towards him was also very gentle. Kakashi's heart froze. Secret thought really. I just don't know what big man to protect. In short, the mission level must not be low, otherwise he will not be allowed to go out. Thinking of this, Kakashi said, please ask Mr. Hokage. Hee, don't be nervous. Seeing Kakashi's stern appearance, the 3rd Hokage smiled and said, actually, it's not a big deal, I just want you to secretly protect a student named Muyun in the ninja school. Kakashi's expression froze. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. He called his elite Junin just to protect a kid. Looking at Kakashi's face, the face of the 3rd Hokage became rare and serious, and said, Kakashi, don't underestimate this task. If you are not well protected, I will ask you, understand? Kakashi nodded quickly, and then exited the Hokage office. Danzo, I hope you don't really like what I think. Looking out of the window, looking at the huge Hokage rock, the face of the 3rd Hokage became gloomy and uncertain. The face of Danzang who returned to the root base became very ugly. He didn't expect that this time he actually heard the inner thoughts of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the 3 generations never thought of making him a Hokage. At the same time, for Muyun, who has not met yet, the killing intent in Danzang's heart has also swelled to the extreme. Lord Danzo, do we really just forget about it? A root member knelt in front of Danzo and asked bitterly. Danzang's expression changed, and he said with a murderous aura, forget it. How is that possible? Crow, you take the team to kill this little devil called Muyun. Remember, do it cleanly, don't let people find flaws, otherwise, you don't have to come back. The crow left the base immediately after receiving the order, and Danzo muttered viciously, Sarutobi, after I kill this kid, let's see how you can train him. For all this, Muyun was naturally unaware of it. Early the next morning, Muyun came to the classroom. Since she won the first place in the actual combat assessment, Muyun's little fans have become more and more. As soon as she entered the classroom, the love letters she received in Muyun's hands were already thick. Mr. Muyun. It seems you are very popular too. At this time, Ino came to Muyun's side with a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and said in a strange tone. Muyun smiled and said, "Hee hee, what's wrong? Jealous?" Ino hummed and said, "No way, someone is so popular, it's too late for me to be happy." After speaking, Ino went straight back to his seat and sat down, still a little gloomy. Muyun shook his head and laughed, and threw the pile of love letters in his hand into the trash can in front of Ino's face, and the corner of Ino's mouth, who caught sight of this scene, showed a smile. In fact, even without Ino, Muyun wouldn't keep these love letters. Muyun's vision is not low. Those girls who sent him love letters are indeed a little beyond his aesthetics. Of course, there are beautiful ones, but Muyun has no feelings for them. Rude guy. At this moment, Inuzuka, who was sitting on the other side of the classroom, pouted and said disdainfully. For Muyun, who is very popular with girls, Inuzuka is very jealous, and he also thinks that Muyun is not very powerful. As for being able to defeat Sasuke, it can only show one problem: Sasuke is too weak. Muyun glanced at Inuzuka lightly, but did not speak. Hey, what are you pretending to be cool? You really think you are so powerful, right? Akamaru. Touching Akamaru, who was lying on his head, Inuzuka said with disdain. And Akamaru also called out very tacitly. Although Muyun didn't care about Inuzuka's provocation, Ino couldn't help it and said loudly, "Yeah, what are you talking about? Muyun-jun is the strongest in the class, and even Sasuke is not Muyun-jun's opponent. Isn't this not so powerful?" Sasuke, who was sitting on the side pretending not to hear, twitched the corners of his mouth, a little speechless. He sat here well, who provoke who? He was actually shot while lying down. Inuzuka shouted without winking. He defeated Sasuke, not because of how powerful he is, but because of Sasuke's weakness. If it were me, I believe I can do it too. As soon as these words came out, the entire classroom became audible, and Sasuke, who had always been calm for a long time, also changed his face at this time, and stood up with a base. Feeling Sasuke's murderous gaze, Inuzuka just reacted. His face changed on the spot, and his secret path was bad. Although he is a member of the Inuzuka clan and has been cultivating since childhood, he is not weak, but he does not believe that the second young master of the Uchiha clan will be any worse than himself. I just blurted out just now, but I didn't expect to offend Sasuke Uchiha to death. Chapter 12 By People's Hearts. You mean I'm weak? Are you provoking Uchiha's glory? After a long time, Sasuke opened his mouth slowly, his eyes glowing with the light of choosing someone, and the temperature of the entire classroom seemed to drop a few degrees. Inuzuka's face changed, blushing and said, I just think your strength is not very good, but I didn't target the entire Uchiha. At this moment, Inuzuka's sanity finally returned to his mind. Although the Inuzuka family is considered a big family in Konoha, how can it be compared with Uchiha? Since the decline of the Senju family, although the Uchiha family has been severely suppressed, they are still the number one wealthy family in Konoha, but they are not the ones who can offend the Inuzuka family. Sasuke said lightly, since you think my strength is not good, let's have a match, and I will let you know that Uchiha cannot be tainted. Inuzuka looked at Muyun, then at Sasuke, and said, it's okay to have a game with you, but I have to teach this guy a lesson first. Pointing at Muyun, Inuzuka had a trace of anger on his face. Compared with Sasuke, he was still more upset with Muyun. Sasuke nodded and said, don't forget what you said, don't run away when your business is over. Seeing that Sasuke's emotions were soothed, Inuzuka breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Muyun and said, due to the practice field after school, dare you? Listening to Inuzuka's words, Muyun had a sense of sight that he didn't leave after school, but he nodded and agreed. Inuzuka's nature is not bad, and the Inuzuka family is the mainstay of Konoha no matter what, if the relationship between the two can be brought closer, it will be beneficial to Muyun. Of course, before that, you still have to frustrate this guy's spirit. What happened here quickly reached the ears of Sandai Hokage, who frowned and muttered, as Inazukaya. Because Muyun is involved in this, the 3 generations of Hokage are also rarely focused on this duel. A day passed quickly, and the exercise field at this moment was already crowded with people, all of whom were watching the duel between Inazukaya and Muyun. This news was passed very quickly, which is why this scene is caused. The 3rd Hokage, who was far away in Hokage's office, also observed the situation of the exercise field with the technique of binoculars. And in a corner not far away, Hitaki Kakashi was rambling with the intimacy paradise. He watched intently, but his attention was on Muyun. Is that the kid? It doesn't look anything special, but... Kakashi looked away from the intimacy heaven, and looked in a vague direction, Anbu. No, this gloomy aura should be the root. This should be the purpose of the 3 generations sending me here, right? The root ninja sent by Danzo to assassinate Muyun is the strongest, but he is only a special shinobi. In front of Kakashi, an elite shinobi, there is nothing to hide. In Danzang's view, no matter how defiant Muyun is, at most it is the strength of Chunin. It's not worth him to send Shangren at all. To be able to make a special Shangren shot is considered to be worthy of Muyun, but Danzang didn't expect that the 3rd generation would actually let him go. Kakashi to protect Muyun. The root ninja not far away is also discussing, Crow, what should I do? Should I take action now? The crow shook his head and said, not now, so many people here are still in the ninja school. Once the shot is taken, even Danzo-sama will be implicated, adapt to the situation, and wait for the opportunity. All the root ninjas have been cursed by Danzo. Life and death are only between Danzo's thoughts. If Danzo is implicated because of their recklessness, with the crow's understanding of Danzo, they will definitely die miserably. Muyun, you should shoot first, otherwise I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to shoot. I have been refining chakra since I was 4 years old, and the starting point is much higher than yours. Inazukaya has a faint sense of superiority on his face. The gap between commoners and families is too big. For example, commoners can only contact chakra after entering the ninja school, but these family ninjas can contact chakra as long as they are old enough. This is the difference. It is precisely because of this that there are few geniuses among the commoners, such as Minato Namikaze is just an exception. Muyun said lightly, no, I will let you know that a high starting point does not mean strong strength, and the commoners will not be any worse than your family ninjas. This is of course false. If Muyun didn't have a system, he would be a weak chicken now. Maybe Naruto is no longer the tail of the crane, but he can't bear it. Most of the people who are watching the battle at the training ground are civilians. When they hear this, their blood boils. Although they know this sentence is just an illusion, they still force themselves to believe it, because they also want to change this unfair destiny. It can be said that Muyun's simple words have bought a large number of people's hearts and won the approval of most commoners. Chapter 13 Muji Thunder Escape. You brought it on yourself, don't blame me. Inazukaya's eyes flashed, and he quickly rushed to Muyun. All the meager chakras in his body concentrated on his arm and hit Muyun fiercely. On the other hand, Muyun didn't move at all, he was still standing there, and he didn't seem to be flustered at all. Mr. Muyun, be careful. Ino's heart was directly mentioned in his throat. Although he had full confidence in Muyun, he couldn't help but worry at the critical moment. Uruka, who was standing outside the exercise field, also clenched his fists. He is also a civilian ninja. Muyun's words can be said to have entered his heart. In his eyes, this battle is not only a battle between Muyun and Inazukaya, but also a collision between civilians and the family. Therefore, he desperately hopes that Muyun can win this battle, which is also the result of most of the civilians present. Inner thoughts. Clap. Inazukaya's full-strength punch was blocked by less than 1 centimeter of Muyun's face, and Muyun's palm was also tightly holding Inazukaya's wrist. Have you seen it? What about family ninjas? People are high and low, and I can be compared to you as a commoner, and I haven't used chakra yet. Do you still think you are superior now? Speaking of these words, Muyun was very clear that he might offend some clan forces, but Muyun still said it. The reason is very simple. The family ninja has a strong sense of honor, and it is basically impossible to conquer, but the civilian ninja is not so troublesome, so how to choose? Muyun is very clear in his heart. Well said. Yes, there is no distinction between high and low, and commoners are also human, and they can also become excellent ninjas. Yes, whether it is one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya-sama or the fourth Naruto-sama, they are all civilians, and they are also very good ninjas. I have to say that these commoners are not low in IQ. If they directly admit Muyun's statement, they will definitely be suppressed by the family ninjas, but if Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage are moved out, no one will dare to gossip. Although the fourth generation was killed, Jiraiya is still alive, although he has been missing. Inazukaya's face turned the color of pig liver, and he shouted, "Shut up, I will definitely defeat you." Inazukaya frantically squeezed the chakra in his body, trying to break free from Muyun's iron pincer-like palm, but even though he had exerted his strength to suckle, he could not do it. As for Akamaru, I just came anxiously from the side. Wandering back and forth, the current Akamaru is just a little milk dog, without half the fighting power, can't help much at all. It's time for this farce to end, so let's try my new move with you. With a flick of Muyun's wrist, Inazukaya was thrown out, and after a dozen steps back, he finally sat on the ground. Razor. With a low voice, a trace of thunder and lightning gushed out from Muyun's palm, and quickly rushed to the ground, forming a small snake to attack Inujanya. In fact, if Muyun wanted to, it would not be difficult to release a razor that was several times larger, but Muyun didn't want to kill Inazukaya, so there was no need to get it out. What? Uruka's eyes widened. Muyun is actually able to use ninjutsu. And it's still a ninjutsu without a seal. Is it self-created? At this moment, Uruka was very shocked in his heart. He created his own ninjutsu, or Muji ninjutsu. This kind of talent is terrifying. Yes, Uruka has already determined that this ninjutsu was created by Muyun himself. You must know that there is no Mayan thunder ninjutsu in the entire Konoha village. How does Uruka know that this is not ninjutsu, but the ability of the thunder fruit? The speed of the razor was extremely fast, and it came to Inuzuka almost instantly, and Uruka did not stop it. He could see that the power of this move was not very big, and it did not threaten his life. It's okay for Tsukaya to suffer. As the self-created Mayan lay done, no wonder the third generation attaches so much importance to him. Kakashi squinted his eyes, and finally understood the intention of the three generations of Hokage. At the same time, he was secretly vigilant to prevent the root ninja from suddenly attacking. Razor landed directly on Inazukaya without any hindrance, and suddenly, Inazukaya's screams sounded. After a while, Inazukaya's clothes have turned into rags, his hair has become messy, and even his skin has become as black as the bottom of a pot, and there is even a trace of smoke wafting out of his mouth. Damn, this guy didn't do his best in the actual combat assessment. Do you think I'm not qualified? Sasuke clenched his fists, his expression was gloomy, he felt that Muyun was looking down on him. If Muyun knew what Sasuke was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say, Urzuzi, you think too much. Unfortunately, Muyun didn't know. I declare that the winner of this battle is Muyun. Uruka looked at Muyun with admiration and announced the result. At this moment, the mutation protruded. Chapter 14 Kakashi out. Just after Uruka announced the results, when Muyun was about to leave the training ground, he saw three figures galloping from not far away. The animal mask on his face made people shudder, and the naked killing intent also made him. Muyun and everyone present stared at it. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind escape, big breakthrough. 2 done, earth stone gun. Three voices full of killing intent sounded, and a large fireball with a scale of several meters was instantly formed. With the help of the power of Feng Dun, its power was even more terrifying. Muyun, who was more than 10 meters away, could even feel the terrifying effect. The heat wave is blowing, not to mention the ferocious earth and stone spears. And there is only one target of these attacks, and that is Muyun standing in place. Not good. Kakashi's expression condensed, and the instant body technique was used in an instant, and his figure disappeared in a flash, rushing towards Muyun's side. Although Muyun didn't know why these ninjas who looked like Anbu were attacking him, he still subconsciously tightened his nerves. Just when he was about to evade this attack by elementalizing his entire body, he saw a flash of white light galloping from the corner of his eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Muyun gave up the idea of elementalization, and looked at the three root ninjas so indifferently, with a hint of banter in his eyes. What kind of expression does this kid have? Is it weird? Never mind, such a good opportunity can't be let go, anyway, he's going to die soon. Although the three root ninjas felt that something was wrong, they didn't think about it, and they looked at Muyun as if they were looking at a dead man. Mr. Muyun, be careful. Ino's delicate face turned extremely pale in an instant. In his perception, although Muyun was powerful, it was only limited to his peers. With this level of attack, Muyun would definitely die. And Iruka wanted to make a move, but it was too late. After all, he was just a Chunin. Just at this critical moment, a steady voice entered the ears of everyone present. Too done, too luby. A huge wall instantly rose in front of Muyun, and those ninjutsu bombarded the wall fiercely. All of a sudden, the flames splashed and the dust flew, blocking everyone's sight and making the hearts of Ino and Iruka come to their throats. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and I saw that although the wall was a little damaged, it was not beaten after all. Break. Seeing this, Ino and Iruka Chichi breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared nervously behind the wall. The ninja at the root, shot the students of the ninja school in the village, and the move is a surefire move. Do you want to betray Konoha? Kakashi's figure slowly walked out from behind the wall, first looking back at Muyun with deep meaning, and then asking indifferently to the three root ninjas. Hearing Kakashi's words, a clear look appeared on Muyun's face. In fact, he also guessed the identities of these three ninjas. This kind of dress was either Anbu or a root, but obviously, Anbu had no reason to shoot at him. Then it can only be the root of that old yin in Danzo. The expression on the face of the crow hidden under the mask changed, and he shouted fiercely. Muyun had a murderous intention in the competition, which caused Inuzuka-ya's serious injury to life and death. This kind of cruel and unscrupulous kid must be severely punished. Kakashi's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was alive or dead. As a ninja, he can naturally see that Inuzuka-ya just looks miserable, but the injury is only a flesh wound, and it will be fine after a few days of rest. He doesn't believe that these three root ninjas can't see it. But Kakashi didn't talk nonsense, and said in a deep voice, how about not telling the truth? Even if Muyun is at fault, it should be handed over to Lord Hokage. If you kill people directly, are you overstepping your authority? The three root ninjas were speechless. They couldn't say it was Danzo's order, right? The end, the crow said, since that's the case, Muyun will be handed over to you, let's go. The crow knew that with Hatake Kakashi, they couldn't kill Muyun, and the current situation was obvious. Kakashi was clearly sent to protect Muyun, so the assassination was even less likely to succeed. Let's go. Don't you think you should go with me to see Lord Hokage and explain the ins and outs of the matter? Kakashi snorted coldly. If he hadn't happened to be by Muyun's side, I'm afraid that Muyun is now a corpse. Then the task given to him by the three generations will naturally fail. How could he let these three people go? Root Ninja. Kakashi, do you want to stop us? Do you want to oppose the whole route? Aren't you afraid of Danzo-sama's wrath? The crow knew that he was not Kakashi's opponent, so he could only pull the banner and use Danzo to try to get Kakashi to make concessions. You'd better explain this to Hokage-sama. Kakashi said without giving up. Chapter 15 Root Ninja, die. If that's the case, don't blame us. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Water escape, water whip. Wind escape, big breakthrough. In an instant, the crow made a decision. Once he and the others are brought to the 3 generations of Hokage, then Danzo will definitely use the power of the curse to kill them. It is better to fight now, and there is still a chance. Kakashi, who had been prepared for a long time, did not panic at the sudden attack of the 3. Too done, too luby. Chidori. Kakashi first released the earth flow wall to protect Muyun from harm, and then raised his right hand, dazzling tears suddenly entrenched in the palm of his hand, and at the same time, the sound of thousands of birds chirping at the same time resounded throughout the audience. I saw Kakashi's body moving quickly, and in Muyun's sight, he only saw a flash of lightning flashing away, and then, the ninjutsu of the 3 root ninjas was directly broken. The next moment, in addition to the crow, the other 2 root ninjas were directly pierced through the heart, and they were dying with a deep disbelief. Even if the crow avoided the key point, the left shoulder was directly pierced. If it wasn't for Kakashi's intention to save his life, he would not be able to escape the end of his death. Come with me to see Hokage-sama, maybe I'll even get a life. The thunder light in Kakashi's hand flickered, and he looked down at the half-kneeling crow and said in a deep voice. As soon as the crow wanted to speak, he felt a sharp pain from all over his body, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Is he dead? It seems to be Danzo's handwriting. Kakashi saw that the crow fell straight to the ground, his eyes lost all vigor. He stepped forward to check, and found that the curse on the crow had been triggered. Murder and silence is Danzo's long-standing style. Kakashi curled his lips and said to Muyun, "Little devil, are you alright? If you're alright, go to Hokage-sama with me." This time, he can no longer handle the matter. Although he has killed the root ninja, who can guarantee that the same assassination will not happen again? Therefore, it takes 3 generations to come forward. I'm fine, let's go, Kakashi-senpai, and, thank you for your timely action, or I'll be in danger. Muyun waved his hand and thanked Kakashi at the same time. Although he could solve this matter without Kakashi's shot, Kakashi helped him, and he had already guessed that it should be the 3rd generation of Hokage. Kakashi came to protect himself. It seems that the 3 generations of Hokage take themselves very seriously. Sighing in his heart, Muyun followed Kakashi's pace and walked towards Hokage's office. For Muyun's thanks, Kakashi just nodded as a response. However, at this moment, the shadowy root base. Humph. You trash, you can't even handle this trivial thing. Danzo's face was ugly, but Kakashi actually shot. It seems that Sarutobi really values this kid. Kakashi's action caught Danzo by surprise. He knew that he had underestimated Muyun's position in the hearts of the 3 generations. If this assassination failed, it would be difficult to have a second chance. Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage summons. Anbu instantly appeared beside Danzo and said. I see, you go down first. For the arrival of this Anbu, Danzo had long expected, otherwise, do you really think that his root base is so good? After sorting out his thoughts, Danzo walked towards Hokage's office on crutches. 10 minutes later, Danzo pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Sarutobi, do you have anything to do with me? Danzo walked to the sofa generously and sat down, and then asked the 3 generations of Hokage calmly, ignoring Kakashi and Muyun standing next to him and the 3 corpses lying flat on the ground. Danzo, don't play tricks with me, the 3 corpses on the ground are ninjas from your roots, right? The 3 generations of Hokage looked directly at Danzo with sharp eyes, and asked in a deep voice. Danzo pretended to look at the corpse, and then said, yes, this is the ninja from my roots. What happened? How can the ninjas in my roots die? They are the pillars of Konoha. 3 generations of Hokage narrowed their eyes and said, you just admit it, these 3 pillars of Konoha appeared in the ninja school to assassinate the current chief Shang Muyun, and obliterate the current genius of Konoha, the future powerhouse. You think you should explain it? Danzo said with a shocked expression. What? Could it be that these three are spies of another country? That must be the case. Sarutobi, I know that my usual methods are a bit aggressive, but my heart is still towards Konoha. I won't do this kind of thing that hurts Konoha. The three generations of Hokage had long expected that Danzo would deny it, so they did not bother about this issue, but said, even if what you said is true, you can't get rid of this matter, and you don't think you should make up for it. Muyun. After all, even if these three are spies from other countries, it's because you don't know who you are. Chapter 16 Asking for Benefits, Tuanzang bleeds. As soon as Muyun heard this, a burst of light burst out in his eyes, and the three generations were righteous Shang Tuanzang to give him a favor. Danzang also understood the meaning of the three generations, so he said to Muyun, tell me, what do you want as compensation? Now Danzo just wants to turn this matter over, so he can only bleed. Muyun pondered, although there are a lot of good things in Danzang's hands, whether it is the intercolumn cells or the writing wheel eyes, Muyun's eyes are very hot, but these things are invisible, so naturally it is impossible to compensate them. Come over. After thinking for a while, Muyun said, I want 100 million taels of silver notes and the technique of multiple shadow clones. Now Muyun is not short of food and clothing, but because he doesn't have much money, he can't afford too much training equipment. Although the training method of the Navy's sixth form is very effective, if it can be matched with training equipment, it can definitely improve his training efficiency by a lot. Coupled with the multi-shadow clone, a training cheater, it can definitely make his strength ride a rocket. General boost. Tuanzang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, okay, I'll give you 100 million taels of silver notes and the technique of multiple shadow clones. Hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage said, okay, you just agree, go back. By the way, take half of your root ninjas and incorporate them into Anbu. Also, if half of the root ninjas incorporated into Anbu die due to the use of the tongue scourge technique, I will go to your root base and kill them. Alone, I do what I say. A terrifying aura erupted from the aged body of the three generations of Hokage, as if the shinobi of those years had returned again. Fortunately, this momentum came and went quickly, and after a while, the three generations returned to their old appearance. Sarutobi, you know it's impossible. Danzo's face finally changed. All the ninjas in my roots are elites, and the number is not large, so it's impossible to divide half into Anbu. The three generations of Hokage said lightly, you have no choice, either the root is dissolved, or do as I say, you choose. Danzo's face changed again and again, and then he said, at most 1/3, this is my bottom line. The three generations of Hokage nodded. He also knew that Danzo could not agree to separate half of the root ninjas. It is not bad to be able to separate 1/3. Even if it is 1/3, the root will be greatly damaged. The purpose of the three generations of Hokage is also achieved. After Danzo left, the third Hokage also asked Kakashi to leave the office, and then asked Muyun, are you satisfied with this result? Muyun said, I am very satisfied that Lord Hokage can ask for an explanation for me. The third generation nodded and suddenly asked, Muyun, I wonder what you think of the position of Hokage. Muyun's expression froze, and he said, Hokage is actually the soul of the village. In my opinion, if you want to become a qualified Hokage, the most important thing is to put the village in the first place. Of course this wasn't Muyun's true thoughts, but in front of the three generations of Hokage, he naturally couldn't tell the truth. Sandai was satisfied with this answer, and then asked, what do you think of the village? Muyun pretended to think for a while, and then said, isn't the village home? Can you have any opinions? At this moment, Muyun gave full play to the advantage of his age, and showed his ignorant expression to the fullest. The three generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with more and more satisfaction. The village is home, is there a better answer than this? As for whether Muyun is lying, the three generations have never doubted, because this answer is the most realistic and the answer he most wants to hear. At this moment, an Anbu appeared in the office, holding a silver note and a scroll in his hand, and said to the third Hokage, "Lord Naruto, this is the silver note and ninjutsu scroll sent by Danzo-sama." Quote. The third generation nodded, took the silver note and the scroll from Anbu's hand, and then handed the two things to Muyun. "Muyun, this is what you want, practice hard, don't let me down." Muyun took the silver note and scroll, and then left the Hokage office. 3 generations of eyes flashed and said, "Feng, what do you think?" Feng was silent for a while, and then said, "Mr. Hokage, my subordinates don't have any opinions, but my subordinates think that he is a villager of Konoha, and he is a genius villager." Feng knows that although he is highly valued by the 3 generations of Hokage, his subordinates are subordinates, and the 3 generations of Hokage have asked, but he can't really give a finger-pointing answer, but his words can be regarded as an indirect expression of his own view. 3 generations of Hokage smiled and said, "Feng, you are still the same, but you are right, this kid is worth training, I see the shadow of Minato from him." Saying that, Sandai Hokage couldn't help but look at the picture of Minato Namikaze hanging on the wall. For flowers, for evaluation tickets, all kinds of requests, readers, Barba, please support me, thank you very much. Chapter 17 Practice. At this moment, the root base. At this time, Danzo's face had long since lost his calm expression. Instead, his face had become hideous, and he roared, "Damn Sarutobi, damn it." With that said, Danzo slammed a punch on the deep wall, directly smashing a deep pit, and only then did he feel that the anger in his heart subsided a little. The technique of multiple shadow clones is nothing, it's just a ninjutsu, and he can take it out casually, but 100 million taels of silver notes are not easy. Roots have always existed in the dark, so their ability to accumulate wealth is limited. 100 million taels, which is equivalent to a year's income of roots. How can Danzang not feel distressed? The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hizen actually took advantage of the fire and poached 1/3 of the ninja directly from the root, which was equivalent to directly weakening the strength of the root by 30%, and Danzo was about to collapse. After a long time, Danzo's mood calmed down. Although he was very unwilling, things had already happened. This time, the public shot at the ninja school had already made the 3rd generation very angry. He could not spend it as safely as before. If the assassination is successful, it's nothing. As long as the ninja at the root retreats, he won't admit it to death, and Sarutobi Hizen can't do anything about himself. Unfortunately, what he didn't expect was the variable Kakashi. In the end, he was still planted in the hands of 3 generations. Sarutobi, it's great, it's a good idea, but I won't admit defeat. Hokage's position must be mine. ... After leaving Naruto's office, Muyun simply ate dinner and went to the ninja shop with the silver ticket. He wanted to make a lot of purchases. Muyun bought a lot of shuriken and kunai from the ninja shop, as well as the weights needed for cultivation, from 100 jin, 200 jin, 300 jin to 1000 jin, and bought a set of them. It cost more than 10 million taels, which is simply extravagant to the extreme. When he came out, Muyun was carrying a ninja bag on his back, which contained a lot of shuriken and kunai. As for the other things, he was sent to his home by the ninja shop, so many things, he can't take it alone. When he came to the Konoha training ground, Muyun began to practice tonight again. This time, instead of practicing his body, he sat cross-legged and took out a ninjutsu scroll. After trying for a while, Muyun successfully learned the technique of multiple shadow avatars, but the current Muyun can only create 3 avatars at most, which is the limit. You must know that the technique of multiple shadow clones is A-level ninjutsu, and it is the most chakra-consuming existence in A-level ninjutsu. Muyun is not Naruto that pervert. It seems that refining chakra will also be added to the training schedule. For a long time, Muyun didn't pay much attention to the practice of chakra, because now he doesn't use too much chakra, but now it's different. If you want to make full use of the cheating device of multiple shadow clones, chakra must be few. After releasing the shadow clone, Muyun took out a lot of shuriken and kunai again and started throwing training. Maybe many people think that the role of the ninja equipment in the Battle of the Strong is very limited, but Muyun does not think so. After attaching chakra to the shuriken and kunai, the damage of the ninja equipment should not be underestimated. The most important thing is that Muyun also has ideas about the technique of Flying Thunder God, so the use of ninja tools must be superior, even though he has not yet obtained the technique of Flying Thunder God. With the throwing of Muyun, it can be clearly found that all the shuriken and kunai are almost stabbed at the same point on the big tree not far away, and Muyun's target is actually that big tree. A pinhole-sized spot on a tree. An hour later, Muyun finished the training of the ninja equipment and began to cultivate his physique. Muyun put a stone several meters high on his back, then completed 5,000 push-ups, and then finished 5,000 with this stone. Sit-ups, followed by 2,000 squats with a rock. After doing all this, Muyun was already sweating profusely, breathing heavily. The sound of heavy breathing was like the low roar of a beast. Originally, Muyun planned to use the ability of the thunder fruit to stimulate his muscles and cells to become stronger, but because he was too young and his body was too immature, he couldn't bear the violent power of the thunder and lightning. Even if he could make the lightning strength is minimized, but lightning is lightning, and it is impossible to become completely docile. I remember when he used lightning to stimulate his body for the first time, he fainted with pain, and he couldn't achieve the effect of cultivation at all. If it was just pain, he would be able to persevere. But if you faint, you will not be able to achieve the effect of cultivation. After recovering a certain amount of physical strength, Muyun dragged his tired body towards his house. It was already late at night, and it was hard to see a person on the street, and Muyun went home at this time every day without interruption. Pass. If there is no god-level cultivation physique, with Muyun's cultivation method, I am afraid that he will die in his own hands before he becomes stronger. For flowers, for evaluation tickets, for all kinds of requests, all readers, Barbara, have a lot of support, thank you very much. Chapter 18 The Name of Genius. After returning home, Muyun began to refine his chakra, because all the attributes of his body have reached the level of Chunin, and the attributes are very balanced, so Muyun is very relaxed when extracting chakra, and the effect is also very significant. Chakra is growing almost all the time. According to my current progress in refining chakra, it is estimated that I will be able to reach the level of Chunin in a week, right? Muyun is very satisfied with the growth of his chakra, and maybe his chakra attributes can surpass physical attributes. Early the next morning, Muyun got up and had breakfast and went to the ninja school. Have you heard? A freshman named Muyun who just entered the school is already able to use ninjutsu, and it seems that he created his own Mayan lightning escape ninjutsu. Of course I heard it. It is estimated that this Muyun will probably become the strongest genius in our session, right? That's not necessarily the case. The senior Neji Hyuga is also a rare genius, and he is also from the Hyuga clan. The two should be equally divided. Look, is that Muyun? Yes, I saw him fighting yesterday, so I recognized it. Mr. Muyun, you are so handsome. As soon as he entered the school gate, these voices suddenly came to Muyun's ears, causing Muyun to shake his head involuntarily. Yesterday's battle was held in a large audience, so many people were watching, and the 3 generations of Hokage deliberately promoted and did not suppress it, so Muyun had expected this result. It's a hassle to be talked about behind your back by so many people. Lu Wan came from behind Muyun, and said with a hint of impatience on his face. Muyun pouted and said, "They are talking about me and not you, what's the trouble with you?" Shikamaru spread out his hands and said, "Although I'm not talking about me, but there will inevitably be someone to bother you in the future. Wouldn't annoy you be annoyed me indirectly? Are you saying trouble or trouble?" Muyun nodded. What Shikamaru said was somewhat reasonable. He and Shikamaru were in the same class. If someone came to him, with Shikamaru's character, he would indeed find it very troublesome. Then, "Excuse me, are you Muyun-jun? Can you sign your name for me?" At this moment, a cute little loli who looked a little cowardly came to Muyun's side and asked Nuo. Before Muyun could speak, Lu Wan said, "Look. Trouble is coming, really, I'll go first." After speaking, Shikamaru turned around and left, leaving behind Muyun, who was crying and laughing. After being speechless for a while, Muyun said to little Loli, "I am Muyun, as for. Even if you sign, you should hurry to class, you will be late." Muyun kindly reminded that class is about to start, and his classroom is not far away. As for this little Loli, if she doesn't leave, she will be late. The cute little Loli first blushed, then screamed, and disappeared without a trace. Watching the little Loli leave, Muyun muttered, "Signature. It's the same as the treatment of the big stars in the previous life. I'm enjoying it now." He shook his head and threw this thought out of his mind. It felt good to be worshipped, but the most important thing was strength. Without strength, it was just an ant after all. As soon as Muyun entered the classroom, he saw Ino looking at him with a half smile. "Mr. Muyun is very popular now, the girl just now was very cute." Hearing this sentence, Muyun turned his head to look at Lu Wan in an instant, and happened to see the other party turned his head to avoid his gaze, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Muyun knew the ins and outs of the matter in an instant. It must be the guy Shikamaru who told Ino, but he didn't expect this guy to be a sulky player. Looking at Ino, Muyun said, "It's pretty cute, but compared to you, Ino is far worse, and Ino is the cutest." After all, she was a little girl. When her sweetheart praised her like this, her face immediately turned red, and she stammered and said, "Where is it?" "Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Muyun." Seeing Ino's performance, Muyun shook his head and laughed, and sat down in his seat. As time passed, Muyun's reputation in the ninja school became louder and louder, and he already had the title of the first genius. For this false name, Muyun didn't care, but Ino was very happy, as if he got this he is the same as the famous one, and he even took Muyun to celebrate. In this way, a week passed quietly, and Muyun's strength finally got the system's Chunin evaluation, which can be said to be a great increase in strength. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 35. Strength, 37. Speed, 40. Spirit, 35. Chakra, 500. Strength assessment, Chunin leader. Close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun was very satisfied. Chakra, who was originally behind other attributes, has come to the top, reaching 500, which has exceeded the normal Chunin standard. However, when it comes to combat effectiveness, Muyun even has the confidence to wrestle with the special Shengrin. Chapter 19 Chakra Surge. Muyun has already learned from the system that a certain attribute reaches 10 points for lower tolerance, 20 points for middle tolerance, 50 points for upper tolerance, 100 points for shadow level, 300 points for super shadow, and 1000 points for super shadow. 6th grade. As for chakra, reaching 100 points is the lower ninja, 300 points is the Chunin, 1000 points is the upper ninja, 5000 points is the shadow level, 20,000 points is the super shadow, and 100,000 points is the 6th level. That is to say, as long as any of Muyun's attributes reaches 20 points, and chakra reaches 300 points, it is the strength of Chunin, but because Muyun's attributes are very balanced, there is no obvious shortcoming, so he has confidence arms wrestling with special Jonin. With my current chakra, I can almost divide 5 shadow clones. According to the system, it takes 20 chakra points to perform C-rank ninjutsu, 100 chakra points for B-rank ninjutsu, 300 chakra points for A-rank ninjutsu, and S-rank ninjutsu. It needs to spend a full 500 points of chakra, which is extremely terrifying. Of course, this is just the minimum chakra requirement for the corresponding ninjutsu to exert its due power. If you have to use 100 chakra to use A-level ninjutsu, it is not impossible, but the power is only B-level or even lower, or wasted chakra and can't use ninjutsu. However, due to the particularity of the technique of multiple shadow clones, although it ranks among the A-level ninjutsu, as long as Muyun controls the chakra needed by each shadow clone, 5 clones can be separated. Of course, shadow clones of this level don't have much combat power, but Muyun doesn't need them to fight, as long as they can cultivate. With the cheating device of shadow clone, Muyun's current cultivation progress has increased sharply again, and he is more handy with the development of the thunder fruit, and his understanding of the 6 naval styles has become more and more profound. Muyun even has some thanks to Tuanzang. The only fly in the ointment is that although the shadow clone is against the sky, it cannot cultivate the body. Of course, compared to the magic of the shadow clone, this shortcoming is insignificant, and Muyun is already very satisfied. All the students are gathered at the exercise field now. Today is the second actual combat assessment of the school. After Iruka stood on the podium and finished speaking, he turned around and left the classroom, and the entire classroom suddenly burst into an uproar. What? It's only been a week, and there's another actual combat assessment. That is, how much can the strength change in a week? It's just unnecessary. No way, just test it. Most students expressed dissatisfaction, none of them liked the test. Even in Naruto world. Humph. Muyun, I will definitely defeat you this time, and I will let you know that Uchiha is not for provocation. Sasuke snorted coldly, turned and walked out of the classroom, making Muyun puzzled. When did he provoke Uchiha? Simply inexplicable. Hey, it's really troublesome. Let's go. You defeated Sasuke Uchiha last time. In his opinion, you are provoking Uchiha. The Uchiha family has always been like this, don't be too confused. Shikamaru came over impatiently, reached out and patted Muyun's shoulder, then walked out of the classroom. Looking at Shikamaru's back, Muyun's heart warmed. Shikamaru's words were explaining the reason to him, and his words had already revealed his disdain for the Uchiha family. Maybe it's nothing for other families, but for Uchi it is different for the Bo family. Maybe Shikamaru's response was that he was avenged by the Uchiha family for this sentence, and this was just to remind himself, even though he didn't need it. For this favor, Muyun kept it in his heart. When I came to the training ground, the assessment started as scheduled. Like the last time, the first was the ninja throwing assessment. Muyun sometimes won the first place without any suspense, leaving Sasuke Uchiha on the side with a gloomy expression. Next is the battle assessment, the first group, Muyun vs Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka took a deep look at Muyun and announced his opponent. Muyun and Sasuke came to the training ground to stand opposite each other. Sasuke said, Muyun, I lost to you last time, this time I will definitely win back. Since he was defeated by Muyun in the last test, he was reprimanded by his father, which made him very shameless. Therefore, he has been pestering his brother all this time to know that he is cultivating, and now he is not the one from a week ago. He is. Muyun spread his hands, and said with some disapproval, really? I remember you said the same last time. Sasuke's face froze, and after Iruka announced the start, he rushed towards Muyun like crazy, and swept out a whip at Muyun. Muyun raised his left hand, blocked Sasuke's whip leg, and said lightly, if you only have this level, then you are sure to lose. Grabbing Sasuke's calf, Muyun waved his hand, and Sasuke's body flew upside down uncontrollably. In the process of flying upside down, Sasuke quickly formed a seal with his hands, and then shouted, Fire Escape, the Art of Fireball. Chapter 23 Generations of Big Money. Fire Escape, the Art of Fireball. I saw that from Sasuke's mouth, a fireball with a scale of about 1 meter roared out, and instantly swept away towards Muyun. Seeing how fireball getting closer and closer to Muyun, Sasuke showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to see Muyun's fiasco after being swallowed by the fireball. Although he suffered a lot when he was cultivating the skill of the fireball, he even burned his mouth for the first time, but as long as he could defeat Muyun, it was all worth it. In the eyes of Sasuke's expectation, Muyun's whole body was directly swallowed by the fireball, and even a black pit appeared on the ground. Humph. This time, it's me who wins. It's impossible. Just when Sasuke wanted to declare his victory, he saw that after the fireball dissipated, there was no Muyun at all, only a scorched broken tree lying quietly on the ground. Muyun actually used the avatar technique to hide at the critical moment. You lost, Sasuke. It's too naive for you to let your guard down easily without confirming with your own eyes that the enemy is dead. When Sasuke was still immersed in shock, Muyun's cold voice came from behind him, and at the same time a finger flashing with lightning stopped less than 1 centimeter behind his head. Sasuke swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not in the slightest doubt that the finger could penetrate his head, and asked dryly, "How did you do it?" Muyun withdrew his fingers, shook the dust that didn't exist on his body, and said, "Didn't you see it? I used the avatar technique to escape your arrogant fireball, and then came behind you when you let go of your vigilance." Sasuke's eyes widened. "Impossible, even if you use the avatar technique to escape my fireball, but in such a short period of time, you can't appear behind me." Muyun turned around and shook his head, and said, "Nothing is impossible, and, Sasuke, let me tell you a truth today, when you think you've won, you've already lost. Don't let your guard down at any time, at least, be completely sure of your victory." Muyun walked out of the field, leaving Sasuke with a bewildered face mumbling in place, "When I think I won, I've already lost." Looking at the result, Iruka said without the slightest surprise, "The winner, Muyun." At this time, Iruka was shocked to the extreme. Although he knew that this would be the result, he did not expect that Muyun's strength would be so strong, and even he didn't see Muyun's actions clearly just now. The moving trajectory just captured a touch of afterimage. This shows that Muyun's speed has reached the level of Chunin, or even faster. If it is paired with Muyun's unmarked thunderbolt, it will be a Chunin level with proper strength. Iruka sighed a little. How long has it been? The kid who didn't know anything about ninjas has already reached his level, and even surpassed it. This kind of talent makes Iruka envious and full of shock at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, defeating Sasuke Uchiha and rewarding 100 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. After getting the prompt from the system, Muyun was only excited for a moment and then calmed down. At this time, his mentality was no longer comparable to when he had just crossed over, and this emotion could still be controlled. After returning home from school, Muyun received a summons from the 3 generations of Hokage, and Muyun also had some guesses about the reason. After following Anbu Ninja to the Hokage office, I saw Iruka standing in the office. There is no doubt that Iruka has told all 3 generations of Hokage about his performance today. Therefore, there will be this summons. What surprised Muyun was that there was another person in the office who surprised Muyun, Shimura Danzo. "Muyun, Iruka has reported to me your performance in school today. You did a good job." The old face of the 3rd Hokage smiled and turned into a chrysanthemum, and looked at Muyun with admiration in his eyes. Muyun said, "Lord Hokage, if you have something to do, just give it your order, and you don't need to say anything about praising me." The 3 generations of Hokage coughed and turned to Danzang. "Duanzang, you have seen Muyun's talent. It is definitely not inferior to Hitaki Kakashi, or even stronger, so I want to open A level and below to Muyun. All the ninjutsu, what do you think?" As soon as the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage fell, the entire office instantly became silent. Everyone's face was full of disbelief, and even Muyun himself was stunned. Muyun knew that he had gained a lot of favorability in the 3 generations of Hokage, but the words of the 3 generations of Hokage still shocked him. Open all ninjutsu below a level, what does this mean? Muyun can't be clearer. But after thinking about it carefully, Muyun was relieved. Even if he learned all the ninjutsu below a rank, it would not pose any threat. Hokage start with a thunder fruit, chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 Practice Illusions. My talent is here, and sooner or later, I will become a strong man. The 3 generations intend to cultivate themselves, so they will make this decision. Danzo's face changed first, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't agree, Sarutobi, do you know what you are doing? This decision is too hasty, not to mention this kid's loyalty to Konoha, it was only caused by the leakage of ninjutsu. None of us can afford the consequences. Quote. He was very smart. He didn't have a strong objection, but said the possible consequences, trying to get the 3 generations of Hokage to take back this decision. For Danzo's remarks, even Iruka felt that there was some truth to it. He did not doubt Muyun's loyalty, but the consequences of ninjutsu leaking were too great, and he had to guard against it. Just when Danzo and Iruka thought that the 3rd generation would take back their fate, they heard the 3rd generation say in a deep voice, "If something goes wrong, I will take all the responsibility alone." Danzo's eyes widened. He didn't expect the 3rd generation to say such a thing at all. This is completely different from the 3rd generation in his impression, but it is a bit like Shinobu who disappeared for many years. A deep look at Sandai, Danzo said, "Since you have already decided, I won't say much. I hope this kid will not betray your trust." 3 generations stared and said, "If Muyun really betrayed Konoha, I don't need you to worry about it, I will kill him myself." Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Sarutobi, I hope you do what you say. Of course, I also hope that day will never come." 3rd generation looked at Muyun and said, "Muyun, you have heard what I said. Whatever ninjutsu you need in the future, as long as it is below a rank, you can directly ask Iruka to come to me." Muyun said, "I don't need too much ninjutsu at the moment, but I want some illusion." As for pure attack methods, Muyun with Thunder Fruit is not lacking. Even if he can learn it, he will have to wait for his spare time, but illusion is the only thing that Muyun lacks. The 3rd generation took out 4 scrolls and handed them to Muyun, and then let Muyun leave the Hokage office. What Muyun didn't realize was that when he walked out of Hokage's office, besides Kakashi, there were 2 more Anbu people to protect him. Muyun didn't find it. It doesn't mean Kakashi didn't find it. 2 Anbu with the strength of Shangnin, plus I am an elite Shainjin, the 3 generations value this kid so much. Kakashi sighed with emotion and put away the affectionate heaven in his hand. He also knew that these 2 Anbu probably not only protected Muyun, but also meant to monitor, right? Of course, this is not difficult to understand, almost all geniuses. He has all experienced surveillance, that's how he is, not to mention Muyun, who is even more talented than him. After dinner, Muyun came to the river not far from the training ground, and took out the 4 ninjutsu scrolls he got from Sandai. After understanding, these 4 illusions are all very practical illusions, namely, the technique of seeing Naraku, the technique of Sha Servant, the technique of the fox's heart, and the technique of Nirvana Jingshi. Naraku's art of seeing can make the opponent see the image of fear in the heart, and carry out a psychological blow. Fox's inner magic can make the opponent feel like walking into a maze. The magician will linger in the same place unconsciously, just like being confused by a fox. Before cracking the illusion, it will consume a lot of physical strength, and it can be used on multiple people at the same time. The art of the Sha Servant can let the opponent see an illusion that has one, disturbing the opponent's mind. The technique of Nirvana can drop phantom feathers and put the opponent into a sleep state, and it can also be used on multiple people. Muyun simply looked at the 4 illusions and began to practice. He had never practiced ninjutsu well before, but now, as soon as he practiced, Muyun found his problem: the speed of forming seals was too slow. He thought of this. Muyun said directly, "System, use 100 strengthening points to strengthen my seal speed." As Muyun's voice fell, he suddenly felt that his hands had changed a little bit. He tried to make seals again, and found that he could do 6 seals in 1 second. Compared with before, it was an earth-shaking change. Before, I was a little reluctant to use 3 seals in 1 second, but now I have risen to the top level of ninjas in an instant. A man with a system is awesome. Sighing about the power of the system, Muyun divided 5 shadow clones to assist him in his cultivation. The cultivation of illusions is not so easy. Even with the blessing of a god-level cultivation physique, it is difficult for Muyun to learn these 4 illusions without half a month's time. Are you Muyun? Just when Muyun forgot his self-cultivation, a gentle voice came into Muyun's ears. Muyun opened his eyes instantly and looked at the owner of the voice. It turned out to be Uchiha Itachi. Muyun recognized the other party at a glance. After all, the decree pattern on the other party's face was too unique, and coupled with the fan kimono of the Uchiha family, it was difficult for Muyun not to recognize it. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, Muyun said lightly, "The famous Uchiha Itachi, why, are you here to avenge your brother?" Chapter 22 Uchiha Itachi's Teaching. Of course not, I'm just curious about what kind of person Muyun is who beat my brother twice. Since the first actual combat assessment of the ninja school, Sasuke has pestered him to guide him in his cultivation, and he has mentioned Muyun in his ear more than once, so Uchiha Itachi is just a little curious. Now that you see it, how do you feel? Muyun put away the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and said, "I have a very special feeling for you. There seems to be a layer of mist around you, and I can't see through you. But I've seen you practice hard more than once, can you tell me why?" From Uchiha Itachi's point of view, Muyun's age is the time when he wants to play, and no child will force him to practice intensively, even he didn't work so hard at the beginning. Muyun stood up, looked directly at Uchiha Itachi and said, "I think you should understand that life is too fragile. If you want to continue your life, strong strength is essential. Although the village looks very peaceful now, the past few ninja wars have all shown that this kind of peace is only in vain, and it will be broken at a touch. As long as there are entanglements of interests, the war will never end. If you want to protect yourself in the war, you can't do it without strength." Uchiha Itachi had a look of astonishment on his face and said, "Your thoughts are so shocking, I can't believe what a child said." Looking at Muyun up and down, Uchiha Itachi felt a turbulent wave in his heart. Even at this age, Muyun could see so thoroughly. Even he had to admire it. Muyun shook his head and said, "Be with each other, by the way, why are you here?" Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly, although Muyun used a questioning tone, but his eyes were very sure, which showed that Muyun was very strange to appear here. It seems that this Muyun knows a lot. As a member of Anbu, it is indeed a bit unreasonable to appear here. Uchiha Itachi said, "It's just passing by, I've seen you many times. By the way, are you practicing illusion?" Although Muyun put away the ninjutsu scroll, Uchiha Itachi saw the name of the ninjutsu on the scroll with his amazing eyesight. Muyun raised his brows and said, "Yes, I am more interested in illusion." Uchi. Bo Itachi said to himself. Illusionism refers to the use of chakra's special trajectory to disrupt the opponent's spirit, thus causing the opponent to fall into the operation, lose some or all of the five senses, and let the caster slaughter. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the illusions used, and the stronger the immunity to illusions. Your mental power is the strongest I've ever seen, except for the Uchiha clansmen who have opened Sharingan, so you have a strong talent for illusions, even stronger than Konoha illusions, Shinobu Yuhika. The only thing you lack now is the control of chakra. As long as the control of chakra meets the standard, learning illusion will be more effective. As for the control of chakra, I recommend you to climb trees and tread water to complete it. I hope it will help you, and at the same time remember this feeling, it will have a very good effect on your illusion skills. Listening to Uchiha Itachi's words, Muyun instantly felt a sense of empowerment, and some things he didn't understand before suddenly became clear, and his understanding of illusions also rose. At the same time, Muyun was also a little regretful in his heart. He actually forgot about climbing trees and treading water, which were excellent ways to practice controlling chakra, and he would cry stupidly by himself. Just hearing Uchiha Itachi's last sentence, Muyun froze in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your teaching, and I hope that one day, there will be a war between you and me." As soon as Muyun finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Itachi in front of him turned into crows and disappeared without a trace. Is it really an illusion? Muyun's face showed a trace of solemnity, as expected of the strongest illusion ninja other than Uchiha Shisui. It's terrifying. A mere ordinary illusion has such a terrifying effect, it's really hard to imagine how powerful Yudu is. That's right, just now, Muyun fell into the illusion created by Uchiha Itachi and didn't realize it. If Uchiha Itachi was malicious to him, I'm afraid he is a corpse now. I am still very weak now. At this moment, Muyun finally clearly realized the gap between himself and the real powerhouses, and Muyun's desire for strength became more and more urgent. However, for Uchiha Itachi, Muyun has added a bit of goodwill. Muyun's impression of him is as gentle as water and approachable. As for what he will become in the future, Muyun doesn't care much, it has nothing to do with him anyway. Chapter 23 Soaring Strength. Let's start the training of climbing trees and treading water first. Muyun put away the ninjutsu scroll and put it in the ninja kit, and started the training of treading water. After Uchiha Itachi's teaching, he already knows where his problem is, and the chakra control ability is too poor. In Muyun's view, to use illusions well, you need extremely fine control over chakra, and even this fine standard is much higher than that of medical ninjas. Although medical ninjas are rare in the ninja world, excellent illusion ninjas are even rarer. The famous illusion ninjas are almost all of the Uchiha family, which can be seen from here. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi, who was hiding in the distance, frowned. Uchiha Itachi. I don't know what purpose he had in contacting Muyun, but he finally left. Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief, even he was a little jealous of Uchiha Itachi, a rising star. This guy is too perverted. Even he himself felt that once the two of them fought, the outcome would only be 5-5. Would you like to report Uchiha Itachi's contact with Muyun to the third Hokage? Turning his head to look at the other two Anbu ninjas who found nothing, and after carefully weighing the pros and cons, Kakashi decided to hide it. Once this matter is reported, let's not talk about the attitude of the 3 generations of Hokage. That guy from Danzo will definitely use the topic to get rid of Muyun. Kakashi doesn't have the slightest favor for Danzo. Fortunately, the 2 Anbu ninjas didn't see through Uchiha Itachi's illusion, otherwise Kakashi would have no way to hide it. Kakashi doesn't know if Uchiha Itachi discovered him, but it is certain that these 2 Anbu ninjas were definitely discovered, otherwise these 2 Anbu ninjas would never be so calm. Did you silently use illusion to block the perception of the 2 Anbu Jonin? What a pervert. With a sigh, Kakashi took out the intimacy paradise from his arms again and read it, and after a while, he showed an intoxicated look. Uchiha Itachi, who had just walked a short distance away, heard Muyun's last words to him, and the corner of his mouth showed a slight arc. What an interesting child. Sasuke loses to you, and it's not wrong to lose. Hope you can grow up as soon as possible. I look forward to the day when we fight. For Muyun, Uchiha Itachi is more interested. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed quietly. System, open my properties panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 49. Strength, 49. Speed, 49. Spirit, 49. Chakra, 999. Strength evaluation, the strongest in the elite Chunin. Close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun sighed. Jonin is really a watershed. This attribute has not changed for 5 days, which means that Muyun's strength is stuck here. According to the system, Shangnan is a watershed, and it is many times more difficult to break through than Shangran. Otherwise, Shangran would not be the mainstay of every village. However, once a breakthrough is made, the strength will be improved qualitatively, and it is not at the same level as Chunin. Moreover, Muyun also learned that there is no special Shangnan in the system's rating, and there is no quasi-shadow. In the system, Shangnan is Shangnan, and the shadow level is the shadow level. A special rating. So if it is divided according to the strength of the ninja world, his combat power has definitely reached the upper end, and it is not comparable to the ordinary upper ninja, because he has no shortcomings. The only illusion that he lacked was also supplemented by him in this month. Now he has 8 illusions, even if it is called an illusion ninja. The development of the ringing thunder fruit has also made great progress, and now he even dares to be as tough as the general Jonin. At the same time, with a spiritual attribute as high as 49 points, Muyun also noticed Kakashi and the 2 Anbu ninjas who were secretly protecting him, but he still pretended not to notice. System, scan Kakashi's attributes. Ding, scanning is successful. Close black lens bracket. Name, Hitaki Kakashi. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 75. Strength, 45. Speed, 60. Spirit, 45. Chakra, 2000. Close black lens bracket. Looking at this attribute panel, Muyun fell into contemplation. According to the attributes of Hitaki Kakashi, the elite shinobi in the ninja world should have 2 or more attributes to reach the level of the shinobi, and the chakra can reach the rank of the shinobi. And Hitaki Kakashi, as a relatively powerful existence among the elite Shangnin, has the reputation of Hitaki 55 Kai. This attribute does not seem to be enough to see. Muyun estimates that what really gave Hitaki Kakashi the title of 55 should be the surge of spirit brought about by the opening of the kaleidoscope shaker. Moreover, the current Kakashi has not reached the peak, so Muyun is relieved. Chapter 24 Not interested in. Today is the day of the ninja school's actual combat assessment, so Muyun came to the school immediately after the morning exercise. Muyun remembered that there was no actual school-wide assessment in the original book, but Muyun didn't care too much. He had already crossed into this world, so it's not surprising that something happened beyond the original book. Muyun, I heard that the assessment this time is different from the previous one. All the students of the ninja school can play against each other, even if the junior grades challenge the senior grades, there is no problem. With your strength, you should be able to get a good ranking in this assessment, right? Unfortunately, it's impossible for me, I'm afraid I'll be at the bottom again. Uzumaki Naruto came to Muyun's side excitedly. Since entering school, the relationship between Muyun and Naruto has become a very good friend. Of course, Muyun usually doesn't take the initiative to approach Naruto, but Naruto comes to find Muyun. After all, as the pillar force of the nine-tailed person, if he contacts frequently, it will definitely be troublesome. The main reason is that Muyun never looked at Naruto in a different way, which made Naruto always follow Muyun's side. Muyun glanced at Naruto and said, the lower grades challenge the upper grades. It's kind of interesting, but I'm not interested. But Naruto, you don't have to be too discouraged. An excellent ninja will experience many setbacks. The current setbacks do not mean anything. I believe that you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. It is absolutely impossible for Naruto to say such depressing words, but because he is familiar with Muyun, he will reveal his true thoughts. In the final analysis, Naruto is still very fragile and has a little inferiority complex. His usual optimism is just pretending, but it is true that this guy has a strong heart. After so much pain, he can still maintain a normal 3 views. It is invaluable. Naruto's eyes brightened and he said excitedly, Muyun, do you recognize me? You definitely recognize me, right? Ha ha ha, I will definitely become an excellent ninja, and I will not disappoint you. Seeing Naruto's excited look, Muyun was a little speechless. He was just telling the truth. Does he need to be so excited? Hey, Muyun, do you really care about this assessment? After the lower grades challenge the upper grades, they will get a C rank ninjutsu. Shikamaru frowned and looked at Muyun. He knew that with Muyun's usual strength, no one in the ninja school would be his opponent. Muyun was born as a commoner, so he definitely didn't have much ninjutsu. Although C-rank ninjutsu is not particularly powerful, it should be quite tempting for Muyun, right? Naruto also said at this time, yes, Muyun, that is C-level ninjutsu. If this uncle gets C-level ninjutsu, he will definitely become an excellent ninja. During this period of time, apart from Muyun, Luan was one of the very few people who did not look at Naruto in a strange way, so although the relationship between the two was not as good as that between Muyun and Muyun, they were still ordinary friends. Not interested. Muyun pouted. It's just C-rank ninjutsu. He still doesn't like it. If he really wants to, he can come up with a lot of B-rank ninjutsu, but he doesn't need it. Because the 3 generations of Hokage's opening of ninjutsu to Muyun is strictly confidential, and Muyun has not promoted it everywhere, so neither Shikamaru nor Naruto know that Muyun is so rich, he doesn't look down on ordinary ninjutsu at all. The assessment will begin soon, and the process is still the same as before. First, the ninja throwing, and then 2-to-2 battles, but the difference from before is that the battle mode has been changed to a ring competition. In the battle, the loser will be eliminated directly, the winner will continue to fight, and the one who persists to the end is the first place, and will be able to get the reward of C-level ninjutsu. It doesn't look like an assessment, it's more like a ring, and in Muyun's view, this method is unfair. For example, the first person to come on stage defeated all the opponents in front, and was defeated by the last person when he was in the worst state, so wouldn't the last person just pick up a bargain in vain? But doubts turned into doubts, and Muyun didn't wonder which idiot came up with it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't change it. In the ninja throwing test, Muyun took part in the test with some lack of interest, and he casually threw out the first grade in the whole school, without any hesitation in his heart. Nonsense, his current strength is almost at the level of Shangnin, won't he still be excited to win these little kids in school? It's amazing, Muyun, how did you do it? After Muyun finished the assessment, Naruto Whirlpool approached excitedly and asked Muyun with a bluster. Muyun said calmly, pick up the shuriken, aim at the target, throw it out, and you're done. Naruto Uzumaki. Nara Shikamaru. This is forcing you to pretend, to put it lightly, and to put it back and forth freely. Chapter 25 I abstain. The next step is the battle. Students are asked to choose their opponents, and the assessment will begin immediately. The Invigilator was a ninja that Muyun had never seen before, but looking at the vest that symbolized the identity of the person, it was not difficult to see that it was a Shangnin. Muyun, this time you must get the first place. A trace of untraceable loss flashed in Naruto's eyes, and then said to Muyun. Muyun didn't answer, but said to the Invigilator Shangnin, I abstain. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Muyun's words made everyone present full of astonishment. Naruto's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Muyun, you abstained from voting. Why? You must know that the reward for the first place this time is C-rank ninjutsu. And Ino grabbed Muyun's arm and said, Muyun, why? It shouldn't be difficult to get the first place with your strength. Shikamaru shook his head and said, I also abstained, it's too troublesome, the first place or something, whoever you love should be whoever. As soon as Shikamaru said this, Ino immediately turned his head and glared at Shikamaru, roaring, Shikamaru, shut up for me, you are lazy, don't infect Muyun with this laziness. The more he talked, the weirder Ino's eyes became. He looked at Shikamaru dangerously and said, could it be that Mr. Muyun walked too close to you and was influenced by you? Facing Ino's dangerous gaze, Shikamaru shuddered and said quickly, I'm not, I don't talk nonsense. The more Shikamaru was like this, the more suspicious Ino became, and he couldn't help but say, it must be you. What a diligent person Muyunjin was before, since he came into contact with you, he has become like this, and you still say it's not you. Muyun shook his head speechlessly and said, Ino, you are thinking too much. This has nothing to do with Shikamaru. I just don't think it is necessary to participate in this assessment. You have to give others a chance, right? Ino nodded and said, Mr. Muyun is right. With your strength, you really don't need to pass the test to prove yourself. It's someone who is afraid of losing face in the test, right? Saying that, Ino also glanced at Shikamaru provocatively, making Shikamaru quite speechless. Co-authoring his explanation was worthless in Ino's eyes, and what Muyun said was the truth, which was too heartbreaking. The invigilator Shangren glanced at Muyun, and then reported the situation to the third Hokage. After receiving the instructions of the third Hokage, he said, "I agree with you to abstain." Hearing that the invigilator agreed to Muyun's request, Shikamaru also hurriedly said, "I also abstain." But facing him, the invigilator said firmly, "No, this test is very important. You can't just abstain, you must participate, even if you admit defeat as soon as you play." Hearing this answer, Shikamaru was dumbfounded. He looked at Muyun, who had an indifferent face, and then at the serious invigilator, as if he was saying that you are kidding me. It is okay for Muyun to abstain, but not for him. This is obviously a differential treatment. At this moment, Shikamaru felt the deep malice from the world. But speechless, the assessment still has to continue. Shikamaru walked to the examination room with a look of helplessness, and when the opponent appeared before he could stand still, Shikamaru conceded defeat. Shikamaru's manipulation of Wang Jisao simply blinded the opponent's eyes, but he could win without fighting, and he had nothing to say. He was just an ordinary student, and his strength was not that great. The matter of the genius Muyun's abstention was like a gust of wind through the entire school, and some family members just dismissed it with disdain, but the attitude of the commoners was different. Why did Muyun abstain? That's right, he's a genius. As long as he participates in the assessment, the first place shouldn't be a problem, right? Just when most of the civilian students were discussing, a different voice entered everyone's ears. I think that Muyunjin abstained because he wanted to give us a chance to perform. Think about it, the reward for the first place is C-level ninjutsu. Once Muyun participates, is there any suspense? Muyun-jun obviously gave the opportunity to us. Listening to the words of this cute little loli, everyone felt that it made sense, so they accepted this statement. And this cute little loli who has been obsessed with color is the little loli who came to sign with Muyun that day. Hearing this news, Muyun was a little dumbfounded. He had to believe what he said. Is he really so great? But this is not a bad thing. The better his reputation among the common people, the greater the benefits to him in the future. This little loli helped him indirectly once. Ino said with a mocking expression, "I didn't expect Muyunjin to be so great, I'm so touched." Facing Ino's ridicule, Muyun said quietly, "I have always been so great, but you just didn't notice it." Cut. Ino looked away disdainfully and did not speak. At this time, Shikamaru said quietly, "Why didn't anyone say that I gave in to give others a chance?" Chapter 26 vs. Hyuga Neji. Ino curled his lips in disdain and said, "Then you have to have that strength too." Hearing this sentence, Shikamaru spread his hands and said, "Women are really troublesome, hey." Ino stared, "What did you say? Say it again." Shikamaru closed his mouth immediately. He didn't want to be beaten by Ino, besides, he couldn't beat a girl, right? Although Muyun abstained, the assessment continued. In the end, it was Hyuga Neji who won the first place and was awarded the C-rank ninjutsu, although Hyuga Neji didn't care much. First of all, let's not say that the Hinata clan is not short of ninjutsu. Although he is separated, the Hinata clan is not good at ninjutsu and can't even use it, so to him it is no different from garbage. It's just that Hyuga Ninji is in a bad mood right now, and she has no joy in becoming the first place at all. The reason is very simple. Most of the students actually said that he was able to get the first place because of Muyun's abstention. It was as if Muyun gave him the first place charity. How could his mood be improved? Coupled with his childhood experience, he has a narrow-mindedness, so he was staring at Muyun in an instant. "You're that Muyun. It doesn't seem like it's a big deal, a little brat." Hyuga Neji found Muyun who was chatting with Ino and the others, and was mocked as soon as they met. He absolutely didn't believe how strong this kid who had just entered school could be. He was very confident in himself. As long as he made his move, he would definitely be able to defeat Muyun. As long as he defeats Muyun in an open and fair manner, then all the rumors will be self-defeating. Muyun frowned and glanced at Hyuga Neji, and said, you are Hyuga Neji of the Hyuga clan, aren't you? I remember that there seems to be no festival between us. For Hyuga Neji, Muyun has no bad feelings, but also no good feelings. Instead, he has some sympathy. After all, this guy's fate was not good when he was a child, and the ending was tragic. Hyuga Neji said, some people say that my first place was given to me by you, and I want them to know that I am stronger than you. The meaning in his words is obvious. He wants to fight Muyun and defeat Muyun. Muyun frowned and said in a deep voice, I'm not interested, so go back to where you came from. Hyuga Neji raised his brows. What? Are you afraid? As long as you admit defeat now, I can let you go. Seeing Neji's proud face, Muyun said, listen clearly, what I said is that I am not interested, and your strength alone can't arouse my desire to shoot. I have said enough this time. Is that clear? Muyun's expression turned cold, although he didn't have any ill feelings towards Nixiang Ningqi, but the other party's repeated aggressiveness also made Muyun a little angry. I want to see if your strength is as good as your words. Blind eyes. Hearing Muyun's words, Rixiang Ningqi was immediately angry. He had never been looked down upon like this before. The blue veins in the corners of his eyes swept straight towards Muyun, and he had already opened his eyes. The movement here was quickly noticed, and soon many students gathered around and whispered. What's the matter? How did Ningji Hyuga get into a fight with Muyun? Are you stupid? Hyuga Neji must be jealous that Muyun is stronger than him, so he can't stand it anymore. Who is more powerful? I'm really looking forward to the result. Seeing that Neji Hyuga made a bold move without saying a word, a group of students from the ninja school suddenly became excited. For a long time, there have been two theories about who is stronger between Hyuga Ningqi and Muyun. One is that Muyun is strong, and the other is that Hyuga Ningqi is strong, but most of them support Muyun. That's all, and most of the supporters of Hyuga Neji are some family members. Ignoring the crowd who came to watch, Muyun's expression turned completely cold at the moment when Nixiang Ningqi made his move. Looking at the fist that Hyuga Neji punched in the face, there was still a trace of chakra attached to it, which brought a whirring sound. When Muyun was about to hit him with Hyuga's fist, Muyun dodged in an instant, and then kicked Hyuga's belly. Boom! Hyuga Neji's body flew out instantly, slammed into the wall behind him fiercely, and then slowly slipped down along the wall. A trace of blood slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. Hyuga Neji only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his stomach felt as uncomfortable as a river overturned. But how can physical pain compare to the hurt of those scornful glances? Looking at the disdain, ridicule, and sympathy around him, Hyuga Neji's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, the originally white eyeballs have actually turned into a hint of red, which looks very ferocious and terrifying. I'm going to kill you. With an angry roar, Hyuga Ningqi rushed towards Muyun again regardless of the pain in her body. Chapter 27 Abuse Sunshang Ningji. Hey, Nixiang Ningqi is not Muyun's opponent at all, he still dares to rush to death. Haha, if you don't have enough strength to talk big, do you think you can save face like this? It seems that he was able to get the first place in today's battle assessment is really because of Muyun's abstention. He didn't want to thank Muyun, but went to trouble Muyun. It's really despicable. Most of the students surrounding him were from commoner families, so of course they supported Muyun at this time, and the few family members had nothing to say at this time. After all, Hyuga Ningqi was kicked away by Muyun. What can they say? Hearing the chatter coming from his ears, Hyuga Neji's expression became a little bit more hideous, and even with chakra, he was a little bit furious. Seeing Neji Hyuga, who was in a state of madness, Muyun shook his head. At this time, Neji Hyuga was just at the stage of opening his eyes, and his strength was barely able to reach the limit, but how could he be Muyun's opponent? Not to mention other things, I'm afraid he hasn't even developed Huishin now, right? The 8 trigrams 32 palms. The bloodshot white eyes stared at Muyun tightly. Hyuga Neji directly used the strongest move he has mastered so far, hoping to instantly make Muyun lose his combat effectiveness. 32 palms. You think too much, but you don't have one palm. Instantly grabbing the palm of Hyuga Neji's call, Muyun pulled Hyuga Neji's body into his arms, and his elbow directly pressed against Hyuga Neji's chest with a heavy force. Bang! After a dull blow, Hyuga Neji's body flew upside down again like a rag sack, this time directly knocking down the wall behind him, and was buried in the rubble. This was also the reason why Muyun had regained 80% of his strength, otherwise Rishongninki would have been punched in the chest by Muyun's elbow in an instant. Muyun just wanted to teach Hyuga Neji a lesson. This guy is also quite pitiful. He came from a separate family, was controlled by others, and lived a miserable life. To a certain extent, he was even more miserable than himself. Of course, there is another reason. Killing Neji Hyuga is very simple, but after all, they belong to the Hyuga clan. Although they are only separated, according to the urination of the Hyuga clan, he will definitely face endless troubles. Maybe, just hurting Hyuga Neji now will cause a lot of trouble. Brother Neji. At this moment, a small figure emerged from the crowd and ran towards Neji Hyuga, who was buried in the gravel. Hearing this worried voice, Muyun turned his head subconsciously and found that it was Hinata. Is it Hinata? Muyun whispered. In fact, Muyun once privately asked Naruto about saving Hinata when he was a child, but Naruto's answer made Muyun stunned for a while. Naruto actually said that there is no such thing at all. Muyun knew at the time that this was another shift in the plot, but fortunately, the problem was not a big deal, and it had almost no impact on Muyun. Brother Neji, are you alright? Muyun retracted his thoughts, and saw Hinata half knelt on the ground, removed the broken wall, and helped Ninki Hyuga up. Seeing this, Muyun shook his head. Hinata's kind personality really made people speechless. Neji's attitude towards Hinata is definitely not good, even very bad. He often mocks Hinata in words, and he also denies Hinata's talent for becoming a ninja. Even so, Hinata still cares about Neji Hyuga, which makes people speechless and pity at the same time. For Hinata, Muyun also has a good impression of him, but because the other party is too shy and he is busy cultivating himself, he doesn't have much contact with him. Go away. At this moment, Hinata Neji, who was lifted up by Hinata, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pushed Hinata to the ground. A trace of blood immediately appeared on Hinata's fair hand that was pushed to the ground. Hinata Neji looked at Hinata in disgust, and said in disgust, "You don't have to pretend, you should be your eldest lady. Ninja is not a game of family, this path is not suitable for you, Miss Hinata." Brother Neji. Looking at Neji Hyuga's disgusted eyes, a trace of water mist appeared in Hinata's eyes. Feeling very aggrieved, he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Humph. Look how cowardly you are. A ninja is not something a crybaby like you can become. Seeing Hinata's aggrieved appearance, Hinata Neji was obviously more disgusted. Just when Hyuga Neji wanted to say something, Muyun's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and just one punch knocked him out, and he didn't react until he flew in midair. Here, bandage the wound first. After punching Fei Rixiongningqi, Muyun decisively tore off a piece of cloth from his sleeve and handed it to Hinata. Hinata looked at Muyun blankly, and foolishly took the cloth that Muyun handed over, and said in a low voice, Thank you, Muyun-jun. Chapter 28 One Move to Break the Sky. You're welcome. Returning to Hinata with a smile, Muyun slowly walked towards Hyuga Ninki with a gloomy face. When you deny the talent of others to become ninjas, have you ever thought that it is impossible for a rubbish like you to become a ninja? Muyun grabbed Hyuga Ninki's collar, and lifted Hyuga Ninki, who was slumped to the ground, abruptly. Hyuga Ninki looked at Muyun and said with difficulty, Am I wrong? With a character like her, it is destined to be impossible to become a ninja. People's destiny has been doomed from the beginning, it cannot be changed, no matter how hard you try, it will be of no avail. Hyuga Neji's voice was almost inaudible, but the meaning expressed in it was extremely firm. Muyun punched him in the stomach and said, I never believed in destiny or something, no matter what you have experienced, but I believe it is absolutely impossible to be worse than Naruto Uzumaki. But Naruto was able to keep his original intention unchanged. Look at how ugly you are now, it's just disgusting. Hyuga Neji spit out another mouthful of blood, and said in a voice like a mosquito, I believe that fate cannot be changed, you will not understand this feeling, and Hinata just needs to be his eldest lady at ease. Quote. Seeing that Hyuga Neji still didn't realize his mistake, Muyun stretched out his hand and threw him into the air, then whispered, Razor. I saw a trace of lightning flickering around Muyun's body, and a ferocious snake of lightning bounced off the ground and attacked Hyuga Neji. The onlookers watched this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Hey, doesn't Muyun plan to kill Hyuga Neji? Today, Shangninki is too rude. He is not Muyun's opponent at all. He was directly hanged and beaten. There is absolutely no power to fight back, but if Muyun kills Hyuga Neji, the Hyuga family will not let him go, right? Muyun's performance was completely beyond their expectations. Originally, they thought that Neji Hyuga would be able to break arms with Muyun, but they didn't expect to be suppressed directly. It's just that now looking at Muyun's powerful strength and that hideous thunder snake, an absurd thought popped up in their hearts, Muyun is going to kill Hyuga Neji. Just when Razor was about to devour Hyuga Neji, a figure wearing a Chunin vest appeared between Hyuga Neji and Razor. Bagwazong, Huishin. With a deep drink, I saw the blue chakra from the Hyuga Chunin. The body rushed out, instantly forming a circular defensive sphere. The strongest defense of the Hyuga family, Bagua Zhang, Huishin. Let me just say, Hyuga Neji is a genius of the Hyuga family. How could the Hyuga family watch him die? Now Muyun is in danger. That's right, although Muyun's strength is very strong, compared to the Chunin of the Hyuga family, I'm afraid there is a big gap. Damn, the Hyuga clan is really going too far. It's too much to send out strong people if they are not as skilled. Shish, keep your voice down, you don't want your life. If someone hears you, your life is hard to save. It's just a pity Muyun, a genius, is about to perish. The conspicuous Zongnin vest on Hyuga Ninja let everyone know the strength of the other party for the first time, and immediately everyone expressed their disapproval of Muyun. Even though Muyun's strength seems to them to be very strong, he is definitely not an opponent compared to Chunin. I saw the ferocious thunder snake slammed into the Huishin instantly, and the lightning spread instantly, covering the entire Huishin. The next moment, the so-called absolute defense ninjutsu of the Hyuga family collapsed directly, and the scattered thunder and lightning also converged into a razor again in an instant, and fell on the body of Hyuga Neji before the Hyuga Chunin could react. After a crackling sound, Hyuga Neji rolled her eyes and fainted. Her body still smelled of flesh, and her exposed skin had turned black. How is that possible? Muyun is actually so powerful. Even Chunin can't resist his attack. What a powerful lei dun. This is the sealess lei dun that Muyun used during the first actual combat assessment, right? It's just that the power is even stronger. Shouldn't Hyuga Neji be dead? There was a burst of unbelievable discussion in the crowd. Originally, in their opinion, it should have been the Zongnin of the Hyuga family who blocked Muyun's attack and then gave Muyun a severe lesson or killed him. But what did they see now? Muyun's attack directly broke through the strongest defense of the Hyuga family, Huishin, and then under the eyes of the Hyuga Chunin, he beat the life and death of Hyuga Neji. This simply subverts their worldview. Does this mean that Muyun's strength has reached the level of Chunin? Maybe it's not as good as fighting, but from a certain point of view, Muyun definitely already has the strength of Chunin. Chapter 29 Abandoned Chunin. Fine, you're fine. Hyuga Chunin looked back at Hyuga Neji, who didn't know whether to live or die, and instantly became angry. His task was to protect Hyuga Neji. Although Hyuga Neji was only separated, his talent was very powerful. But now, Hyuga Neji was beaten right under his nose and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. The other party was a student who had just entered the ninja school, which made this Hyuga Chunin's face hot. Seeing the surrounding crowd praising and worshipping Muyun, Hyuga Chunin went crazy. Little devil, die for me. 64 palms of gossip. The angry Sunshang Chunin shot at Muyun. The surging chakra condensed on his hands and slapped the big holes all over Muyun's body fiercely. The Bagua palm of the Hyuga family is designed to seal off the enemy's chakra and make the enemy lose their combat effectiveness, but looking at the strength of this Hyuga Chunin's hand, this is not the case at all. He wants to kill Muyun on the spot. It's over, it's over. The Zongnan of the Sunshang family looks completely angry. I wonder if Muyun can't stand it. I think it's very hanging. This is Chunin. Hope Muyun is safe and sound. There are too few civilian geniuses. Muyun can't die. The civilian students in the crowd have a haze on their faces. It is difficult for a poor family to produce a noble child. Since the establishment of Konoha, there are only a few civilian geniuses, and each one is extremely precious. In the same way, if civilian geniuses grow up, that is the hope of all civilian ninjas. Unfortunately, there are too many civilian geniuses who die in the middle, and the reasons can be clearly figured out with one's ass. Where are there so many accidents? Stop, don't hurt Muyun. Seeing that Hyuga Chunin's attack was about to land on Muyun's body, Hinata, who was stunned in place, reacted and immediately said loudly. Unfortunately, after hearing Hinata's words, the Hyuga Chunin not only did not have any intention of holding back, but the strength in his hand was even stronger. From the reaction of this Hyuga Chunin, you can see Hinata's embarrassing position in the Hyuga family. Because of her weakness and kindness, she was disliked by Hyuga Hazu. Even a mere Chunin dared to ignore the eldest lady's order. Muyun looked at the helpless expression on Hina Tien's face, and his eyes suddenly became cold. I have no respect, damn it. Razor. A thunder snake that was bigger than before was instantly surrounded by Muyun, and then quickly attacked Hyuga Chunin. Almost instantly, Hyuga Chunin was hit by Razor. After a crackling sound, Hyuga Chunin's body flew out directly, and his body smashed next to Hyuga Neji. The power of the Thunder Fruit is simply not something that a mere Chunin can resist. I'm not mistaken, right? Muyun actually killed a Chunin in 1 second. My goodness, isn't this a dream? It's too strong, it's really too strong. I didn't expect Chunin to be the enemy of Muyun. There was a burst of cheers from the crowd, and the eyes of worship fell on Muyun. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Muyun walked towards Hyuga Chunin step by step, his eyes filled with killing intent. This was the first time that Muyun had such a strong killing intent towards a person. When he was provoked, he just passively counterattacked. The Chunin of the Hyuga clan actually attacked him with a sure kill attack. If it wasn't for his strength, he would probably already be a corpse. Just imagine, how can an ordinary ninja school student survive under the attack of a Chunin kill? Thinking of this, Muyun's heart boiled with killing intent. Hyuga Chunin listened to Muyun's footsteps, and his heart was full of fear. Muyun's footsteps seemed to be stepping on his heart, making him almost breathless. Who would have thought that a student of a ninja school would actually have the strength to kill him in seconds? This is simply Arabian Nights. Even if he is just an ordinary Chunin. Walking to Hyuga Chunin's side, Muyun raised his arm, and a trace of lightning gathered on his palm. Just when Muyun was about to shoot, a palm grabbed his wrist. Muyun, forget it, he's already obsolete, it's not worth it to put your future on for him. With Kakashi's eyes, it is natural to see at a glance that this Hyuga Chunin's meridians have been completely destroyed by lightning, and even his muscles have been scorched by lightning. It's even worse to die. Kakashi believes that it is obviously not worthwhile to take advantage of Muyun's future for a useless person. During this period of time, Kakashi was probably the one who knew the most about Muyun's terrifying talent, so he didn't show up when Hyuga Chunin made his move. Because Kakashi is very clear, this Hyuga Chunin shot, but it is just a dead end. Hearing Kakashi's words, Muyun took a closer look at Hyuga Chunin, felt his physical condition, and found that it was indeed as Kakashi said, it was already abolished. Chapter 30 Fame is out. Since you have come to intercede, this time is fine, if there is another time, then I will never show mercy again. Muyun knew that he had completely offended the Hyuga clan this time, and the other party would definitely think of a way to deal with him. Muyun said that he had taken a precaution in advance. After all, if the Hyuga clan really did something to themselves, as long as they had these words, there would be no pressure to do it on their own. Soon, the seriously injured Neji Hyuga and another Hyuga Chunin were taken away by the medical ninja for treatment. Although the injury on Hinata's hand was not a big problem, he had to follow him. Before leaving, Hinata walked up to Muyun's side awkwardly and said, "Mr. Muyun, thank you, I'll give this back to you." Because the medical ninja had arrived, the wounds of Hinata were cleaned again and bandaged with gauze, so the strips of cloth that Muyun tore from his clothes also completed his mission. Muyun smiled and took the cloth strip in Hinata's hand. The palms of the two were in contact for an instant. Feeling the temperature of Muyun's palm, Hinata's face instantly turned red, and even white mist began to rise above his head. Seeing this situation, Muyun hurriedly said, "Xiao Tian, you should hurry up and deal with the wound, otherwise it may leave scars." Although Hinata Neji didn't shoot at Hinata just now, she used a lot of force in the push. Hinata's wound is not small. If it is not treated in time, it is estimated that there is a real possibility of scarring. Hinata obviously understood this, so he reluctantly said, "Then, goodbye, Muyun-jun, thank you today." After that, he left here directly with the medical ninja. "Muyun, shouldn't you tell me you like Hina Tien?" Lu Wan looked at Muyun with a serious face and said, "From what happened just now, it is not difficult to see that even if Muyun has no relationship between a man and a woman towards Hinata, he still has a good impression of him, which is not good news. The Hyuga family is one of Konoha's top giants. Even if Hinata is not valued by Hyuga Hazu, not everyone can like it." Looking at Shikamaru's serious face, and then looking at Ino's cannibalistic eyes, Muyun waved his hand and said, "It's too early to talk about this now, let's talk about it later." Although Ino was very dissatisfied with this answer, there was nothing he could do. He could only cheer up secretly in his heart and try not to let Hinata take away her Muyunjin. Time flies so fast, wait till the afternoon. At that time, Muyun defeated Neji Hyuga with one move, and the deeds of killing Hyuga Chunin in seconds had spread throughout the school, and had even begun to spread to the village. I really didn't expect that Muyun could already kill Chunin in seconds. It's terrifying. Muyun should be the strongest student in our ninja school now, right? The school's strongest genius is indeed well deserved. Which school is the strongest genius? Muyun is definitely the strongest genius in Konoha. After this battle, Muyun's reputation was completely wiped out, and it was considered a reputation. Even people in the village gradually knew about this number one person. All this can be seen from the attitude of the villagers towards him. The treatment of a genius is very good no matter which village he is in. It's just that the old Yin Danzo is there, and most of Konoha's geniuses are compelled by him. Just killed it. However, the current Muyun has no such concerns. Danzang has already attacked him once, and was suppressed by the 3 generations of Hokage. If he dares to shoot again, the 3 generations of Hokage will not continue to hold back. After all, he had already paid a great price for his attack on Danzo last time. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke him, Danzo would not come to trouble him. But although Danzo won't trouble himself, the Hyuga family probably won't give up so easily, right? The Hyuga family is definitely not a big one. They say that the Uchiha family is extremely protective, but the Hyuga family is not far behind. It's just that Muyun doesn't care much. Now, even if he is facing Shangnin, he can handle it with ease. He is no longer a little sheep to be slaughtered. There are no shadow-level powerhouses in the Hyuga clan, and even Hyuga Hazu is just an elite Jonin. Even if Hyuga Hazu personally tries to find trouble for himself, Muyun is not afraid. What's more, there is Kakashi, a gold medal bodyguard, so don't worry, after all, there are bodyguards that can't be used, right? If Kakashi knew what Muyun was thinking, he would probably fight hard with Muyun. He is a dignified elite, and he has been reduced to protecting a child. He is also called a bodyguard. It's no wonder that he is not angry. It's a pity that Kakashi didn't know Muyun's inner thoughts. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking an old smoking gun, with a faint glint in his eyes. Have you been able to kill Chunin in seconds? Even Minato is just like that at that age, right? Maybe only Uchiha Itachi can compare to you, Muyun. What an amazing talent. Chapter 31 Boiling Killing Intent. Hyuga family. What's the matter? Looking at Hinata Chunin, who had been reduced to a cripple, and Hinata Neji, who was seriously injured and unconscious, he suppressed his anger and asked. Soon, the ins and outs of the matter were explained clearly. After knowing the reason, Hyuga Rizu's face was ashen, and his heart was full of anger. The elder Hyuga on the side even said directly, "You bastard, you dare to humiliate my Hyuga family like this Muyun must die." The most important thing for family ninjas is their own family glory, and whether it is Hyuga Hazu or Hyuga Great Elder, Muyun's move is to humiliate the face of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hazu pondered for a while, and said, "It's not difficult to kill that kid, but now he's the first genius of the ninja school on the bright side, and even the whole Konoha passed on his name of genius. We rashly started, the third generation. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Hokage to explain." Although Sun Shang Sun Tzu also wanted to kill Muyun, he was the head of the family after all, and he had to think about the whole family. Elder Hyuga said gloomily, Hee, Konoha is very peaceful, but it's not that the death of one or two people hasn't happened. Even if the last 3 generations are traced and there is no evidence, we have no way to do it. The dead person will be dead by then, and the 3 generations will not turn against us because of a dead person. Hyuga's eyes lit up, and he looked at Great Elder Hyuga and said, Hyuga Yuchung, you lead the 2 Chunin of the family to do this. Remember, don't reveal your identity. Hyuga Yuchung is a special Shangnin who belongs to the branch family, and his strength is not bad. Although Muyun has been able to defeat Chunin, Hyuga Rizu still does not think that Muyun can survive in the hands of Hyuga Yuchung. In addition, with the assistance of 2 Zongnin, Muyun is sure to die. Even if the last thing is revealed, Hyuga Hazu is not worried at all. The caged birds of the Hyuga clan are so overbearing, so domineering that Hyuga Hazu doesn't worry about things beyond their control. On the way home, Muyun was very vigilant. After coming out of the ninja school, Muyun felt that someone was following him. The revenge of the Hyuga family. It's coming so fast. With his toes, Muyun knew that it must be the fault of the Hyuga clan. He had just offended the Hyuga clan, and revenge was coming, and the reaction was really quick enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Close black lens bracket. Task name, Konoha's fame. Close black lens bracket. Task introduction. The Hyuga family was very angry at the host's behavior, and sent family ninjas to assassinate the host. Please. The host kills the Hinata ninja. Close black lens bracket. Task reward, 1000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure, none. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the mission released by the system, Muyun's mouth twitched with a hint of coldness, and murmured, "This mission comes at the right time, it is exactly what I want." Now Muyun has initially possessed the strength to protect himself. There is no need to endure everywhere. Let the Hyuga family become the stepping stone to his fame. After coming to a remote place, Muyun said behind him, "Come out." Clap clap clap. Hyuga Yuchung walked out of the shadows while clapping his hands, and praised, as expected of a character who can defeat Chunin, his insight is indeed very strong. But the last thing you should do is to provoke the Hyuga family. If you have any last words, just say it. Hyuga Yuchung had an aloof look, looking at Muyun with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He was not just a child, even if he could defeat Chunin, he would already be a dead person in his eyes. You talk too much, I'll send you on your way. A trace of coldness crossed the corner of Muyun's mouth, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. What? A flash of shock flashed in Haishang Yucheng's eyes. He didn't even see how Muyun disappeared just now. Whoosh! The next moment, Muyun appeared directly behind a Hyuga Chunin, punching his chest with one punch. Hot blood splattered on Muyun's face, and the look in the eyes of that Hyuga Chunin quickly faded away. Before the other Chunin could react, a bolt of lightning fell directly on the opponent's body, accompanied by a burning smell. The Hyuga Chunin suddenly fell to the ground without a sound. All this happened in less than 5 seconds, and the two Chunin were killed directly. Hyuga Yucheng's eyes widened, and he forgot his words for a while. I didn't want to confront the Hyuga clan at first, but unfortunately, you guys are moving too fast. Since that's the case, I have to follow your wishes. To be honest, the reason why Muyun didn't kill Hyuga Ningji was because he didn't want to have a conflict with the Hyuga family so soon, but since the Hyuga family had come to the door, Muyun had to fight back. Impossible, it's impossible, you will never be so strong, I don't believe it. Hyuga Yucheng's face changed many colors in an instant, and finally turned to ashen, looking at Muyun's incredible and remorse. He killed two Chunin in an instant, where is this so-called comparable to Chunin? This is clearly far beyond the fighting power of Chunin. Chapter 32 I have given you face. Is this your last word? Unfortunately, you didn't say anything meaningful. The figure flashed. Muyun came directly to the front of Yucheng Hyuga, and punched the opponent's face with a powerful punch. Hyuga Yucheng's expression changed, and he said, "Don't underestimate me, kid, I'm very ninja." Bagwazong, Huishan. The surging chakra quickly spewed out of the acupuncture points of Hyuga Yucheng's body, forming a blue ball of light, protecting Hyuga Yucheng's body in it. Although it is the same trick, but under the display of Yucheng Hyuga, the power is several times stronger than today's Hyuga Chunin. However, that's it for now. The thunder and lightning on Muyun's fist became even more surging, and it slammed directly into the sky. Muyun's full-strength shot is extremely terrifying, and he will be defeated with a single punch, but at this moment, Haishang Yucheng's body has also withdrawn a distance of several meters towards the rear. Bagua empty palm. Just as the footsteps landed, Haishang Yucheng called Muyun with a gossip empty palm, with a ferocious smile on his face. Want to kill me? It's not that easy, kid, prepare to die. At this moment, Yucheng Hyuga, who had a premonition of the crisis, had already started desperately. Razor. Muyun's hands were entwined with thunder and lightning, and he waved at the incoming Bagua palm, and a thunder snake shot out instantly, and after defeating the Bagua palm, it continued to neigh towards Yucheng. The violent thunder and lightning made the air filled with a trace of scorching smell. Hyuga Yucheng's pupils shrank. The speed of the thunder and lightning was not something he could dodge at all. He could only watch the thunder snake fall on his body. Ah! I have to say that the special Shangnin is much stronger than the Zongnin, at least not directly killed by Muyun. However, Hyuga Yucheng still screamed and fell to the ground, her body twitching constantly, and a flash of lightning flashed from time to time. Muyun walked to the twitching Shang Yucheng and said softly, "You shouldn't have shot at me. In the next life, remember to be a good person." Finger gun. Muyun stretched out his index finger and dropped it directly on the forehead of Hyuga Yucheng. If this is done, Hyuga Yucheng will definitely die. At this moment, Muyun felt that his wrist was caught again, and at the same time Kakashi's voice sounded. "Muyun, stop, you've already killed two Chunin. If things get bigger, it won't end well. The Hyuga clan is not as simple as you think." Kakashi's face is serious, Hinata is. The clan died of two Chunin. Things weren't too bad, but if the Junin in particular died, the situation would be out of control. Muyun turned to look at Kakashi, and withdrew his index finger. "Okay, since you said so. I want to see how the Hyuga clan can handle me." Before Muyun finished speaking, a lightning bolt formed in an instant, directly piercing the head of Yucheng Hyuga, who was lying on the ground still screaming. Muyun, you. Kakashi's face changed. He didn't expect that he had already analyzed the pros and cons, and Muyun still shot without any scruples. This decisive killing made Kakashi, the battle-hardened elite Jonin, shudder. Kakashi, I have given you face once, but unfortunately, your face is valuable to me, but in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, farts are not. Muyun's words made Kakashi look stiff. He knew what Muyun meant. Muyun looked at his face and let go of Hyuga Neji, but the Hyuga family did not stop because of Kakashi's face. It stands to reason that since Kakashi has come forward to prevent the deterioration of the situation, then the Hyuga clan will naturally thank Kakashi, and no matter how bad it is, they have to look at Kakashi's face and no longer pursue it, but unfortunately this is not the case. Even so, you shouldn't kill Hyuga Yuchung directly. Today, Hyuga Yuchung is the grandson of the great elder Hyuga. Even if the family is separated, but with the way of the Hyuga family, you will definitely not let it go. Kakashi knew Yuchung Hyuga. After all, Yuchung Hyuga reached the strength of Jonin at the age of 19, and he is also a famous genius. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing the system task. You will be rewarded with 1000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Close black lens bracket. Task name, Shock Xiao Xiao. Close black lens bracket. Task introduction. The host killed the grandson of the great elder Hyuga, and the great elder Hyuga will definitely seek revenge for the host in anger. Please go to the Hyuga family in person to resolve the grievances. Close black lens bracket. Quest completion reward. Flying Thunder God technique. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. None. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the mission released by the system, Muyun smiled coldly and said to Kakashi, they won't let it go. Then how can I be easy to mess with? I don't need them to come to me, and I won't give up on their assassination of me. Muyun's cold voice fell, and he turned around and walked towards the Hyuga family's residence. Kakashi asked in a deep voice, Muyun, where are you going? Kakashi already has some guesses in his heart, but he is not sure. Chapter 33 I'm going to kill. Muyun, where are you going? Listening to Kakashi's voice, Muyun said coldly, killing. Just extracted the system's quest rewards. Muyun is very confident. Kakashi wanted to stop it, but after seeing Muyun's firm steps, he gave up the idea. Obviously, Muyun was really angry this time. He was provoked over and over again, especially when he was assassinated. If it were him, he would definitely be furious. What's more, Muyun has already swallowed his voice once for his own sake. This time, if he stops him again, Muyun will definitely do it with himself. Thinking of this, Kakashi turned around and quickly rushed towards the Naruto office. Although the two Anbu ninjas who protected Muyun had already gone to the Naruto office, how could he be faster? 5 minutes later, Kakashi was already standing in Naruto's office. Boom. After listening to the ins and outs of what Kakashi told, the 3 generations of Hokage slapped the desk in front of him fiercely. Bastard! What is the Hyuga clan trying to do? Do you want to rebel? The super genius who dared to assassinate Konoha, did they want the village to lose its future? The face of the 3 generations of Hokage was ashen. He did not expect that the Hyuga clan would dare to be so rebellious and blatantly assassinate the genius of Konoha. In the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, the current Muyun is the hope for the rise of Konoha village. Konoha has begun to turn from prosperity to decline, and the green and yellow are not connected. It is already the name of the strongest forbearance village, and there is no reality of the strongest forbearance village. Since the death of the 4th generation, he had to carry the main beam again, and neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade had any interest in the position of Hokage. As long as Konoha has a ninja who can carry the beam, he will not take the position again. As for Danzo, it can be hidden in the dark, but it must not appear on the bright side. Muyun, whom he now regards as his hope, was almost assassinated. How can he not be angry? Kakashi looked at the angry third-generation Hokage, felt the aura that was inadvertently revealed, and said in shock, "Lord Hokage, now is not the time to say this. Muyun goes to the Hyuga clan alone. I am afraid there will be a lot of danger." Hearing this, the violent momentum of the 3 generations of Hokage stagnated for a moment, and said, "Kakashi, take the Shofeng team with me to the Hyuga station." Kakashi looked horrified. He used to be a ninja in Anbu, and he naturally knew something about the so-called Shofeng squad. Hokage's personal guard Anbu has a total of 5, namely, guarding the wind, guarding the fire, guarding the water, guarding the earth, and guarding the thunder. All 5 are elite Shainjin, and the guarding team is one of the guards of the Anbu team directly under Hokage. The whole team is good at wind escape, the minimum is special. The strength of the ninja. Although Kakashi was horrified, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage who had walked out of the office, he followed with 7 Anbu ninjas. On the other side, on the way to the Hyuga family residence, Muyun said to the system, use 1,000 strengthening points to strengthen my body. The reason why Muyun dared to go to the Hyuga clan alone is precisely because of these 1,000 reinforcement points. As a warm current rose in Muyun's body was also quickly strengthened, and after a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Muyun's mouth. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 55. Strength, 55. Speed, 55. Spirit, 55. Chakra, 2,000 points. Strength assessment, Shainnin, close black lens bracket. With the use of 1,000 strengthening points, Muyun's strength has achieved his wish, and because of the strong physical and mental attributes, the amount of chakra far exceeds that of the general Jonin who has just broken through. More importantly, after his strength reached Shainnin, Muyun clearly felt that because of the strong and balanced basic attributes, his chakra recovery ability was very fast. As long as he was not drained of chakra in an instant, he would be able to recover within a short period of time. Recover in time. That's great, the Hyuga family, just wait, let's take this account slowly. Muyun, whose confidence increased greatly, finally came to the door of the Hyuga station. Stop, this is the resident of the Hyuga family, idlers are not allowed to enter. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Muyun was stopped by the gatekeeper ninja of the Hyuga family. Hello, I'm here to visit Chief Hyuga. Muyun raised his head and said with a kind smile to the Hinata ninja. To visit the patriarch. What is the purpose of visiting the patriarch? Hinata ninja glanced at Muyun strangely. Just a little boy, came to visit the patriarch. Hinata ninja shook his head, not believing it at all. That's right, what can you do as a brat to find the patriarch? Be careful we beat you. Go away. Another gatekeeper ninja also said with a look of disdain. The kind smile on Muyun's face brightened a bit, and he said kindly, I'm here to kill. Gatekeeper ninja was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly, murder. Kid, this joke is not funny at all. For the sake of your youth, spare your life and get out. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Chapter 34 Bravely Shot. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The gatekeeper ninja had a trace of killing intent on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't do anything in the village, he would have killed this brazen brat long ago. Are you done? Muyun's face turned cold at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, since it's over, let's die. Shave. Under the unbelievable gaze of the gatekeeper ninja, Muyun's body disappeared directly from his sight, and then he lost consciousness. Muyun stood behind the gatekeeper ninja, and slowly retracted his finger with a trace of blood. What a lot of nonsense. You actually killed when? Another gatekeeper ninja's face changed dramatically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Ri Shangwen's strength was a little stronger than him, and he was killed in an instant. Isn't he dead? Before he could react, a bolt of lightning directly penetrated his heart, and his consciousness slowly plunged into darkness. When he was about to die, he didn't even see how Muyun made his move. After killing the two gatekeeper ninjas, Muyun kicked open the door of the Hyuga family. The loud bang made the ninjas in the entire Hyuga family station stunned, and the next moment, it was boiling. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the house of the Hyuga family? Are you impatient? Who is it? He dared to break the door of my Hyuga family, unforgivable. Whoever you are, you will definitely die here today. Ignoring the noise in his ears, Muyun slowly walked into the Hyuga family's residence, and was soon surrounded by a group of Hinata ninjas. It's actually a kid. How did Ri Xiongwen do things? He even let a kid make such a big noise. What? Just a kid? Kill him. Where did that guy Hyuga Wen go? To let a kid kick the door of our Hyuga family, he's a fool. At this time, a Shanjin from the Hyuga family finally arrived at the scene and asked Muyun in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you trespass on our Hyuga family? Also, what about Sun Xiongwen?" Listening to the question from this Hai Xiong Nin, Muyun said indifferently, "Your Hai Xiong family assassinated me, and now you are asking me why I trespassed on the Hai Xiong family. It's ridiculous. As for what you said about Ri Xiongwen, he is already dead." Just as Muyun's voice fell, a Hyuga Chunin walked in from the door and shouted in horror. "Master Wei, Ri Xiongwen is already dead, this kid is right." One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the expressions of the Hinata ninjas present instantly became extremely wonderful. What this kid said is actually true. You must know that Hai Xiongwen is an elite Chunin. This kid must have a helper, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to kill Hai Xiongwen with him. Catch this kid and let him be buried with Hai Xiongwen. Hyuga guard raised his palm, stopped the discussion of the Hinata ninjas, and said, "No matter what your reasons are, since you dare to break into our Hyuga family, you can stay here today. But before that, we'll find out the person behind you and accompany Ri Xiongwen." Muyun said impatiently, "If you want to do it, do it. I'm here to kill, not to listen to your coercion. There's so much nonsense." Razor. A trace of lightning flew out from Muyun's body, and a snake of thunder and lightning roared out, directly sweeping all the Hyuga ninjas in the audience. Bagwazong, Huishan. Seeing Muyun's disagreement, he acted directly. Hyuga face changed, and then he directly used Huishan, blocking the front of a group of Hyuga ninjas. Because Hyuga Wei has already seen the strength of Muyun, it is definitely not something that these ninjas present can resist. But how can Muyun's attack be so easy to resist? When Hyuga return to the sky dissipated, almost half of the ninjas present fell to the ground, with traces of thunder and lightning walking around, accompanied by bouts of convulsions, and it seemed that they could not survive. Muyun actually killed more than a dozen ninjas in one move, and one of them was a special ninja, and the rest were Chunin. These people are all from the Hinata family. Others were also injured to varying degrees. In short, all the ninjas present had lost their combat effectiveness except for Hyuga. Beast, you be damned. Hyuga Wei's eyes are on the verge of splitting. These ninjas are the backbone of the Hyuga family. He lost more than a dozen at this moment, and his heart is bleeding. Although the Hyuga family is a top-level Konoha family, there are not many Chunin, and there are even fewer special ninjas. If it is a war period, this loss is certainly acceptable, but now they are all dead at the hands of a kid. Little beast, I'm going to make you cramp and skin you, make your life worse than death, and pay the price for what you do. Bagu 128 palms. The blue veins in the corners of Sun Xiongwei's eyes burst out, and he instantly opened his white eyes and rushed towards Muyun. Chapter 35 Hyuga Hazu, get out of here. Sun Xiongwei waved his palms and hit Muyun in an airtight manner, covering all the acupuncture points on Muyun's body. Shave. The next moment, Muyun, who was still within the attack range of Hyuga guard, disappeared all of a sudden, and he reappeared behind Hyuga guard. Thunder Fist. Muyun's face was calm, and the fist wrapped in thunder and lightning landed heavily on the back of Sun Xiongwei, and the thunder and lightning went down Muyun's arm directly and wreaked havoc on Sun Xiongwei's body. With a puff, in a burst of smoke, Hyuga's body turned into a piece of wood. Die, kid. Bagua empty palm. At the same time, Hyuga's body appeared from behind Muyun. His palms slammed against Muyun's back, and 2 chakra shock waves roared out of Hyuga's palm. It seemed that he saw Muyun being beaten to death by himself, and Hyuga showed a cold smile in the corner. Iron block. Muyun let out a low voice and let the 2 chakra shock waves hit him on the back. His body was directly knocked into the air uncontrollably, smashed through a wall and fell to the ground. Slowly getting up, Muyun has almost no injuries except for the pain in his back. This should be due to his strong physique, right? As for elementalization, just a mere Shang-nin, it won't let Muyun show his trump card. Ha ha ha, kid, this is what will happen when you provoke the Hyuga family. The wild laughter of Sun Xiangwei came from outside. Muyun heard the footsteps of Sun Xiangwei walking towards him, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Thunderbugs. With a low voice, one after another thunder and lightning formed small insects and appeared around Muyun. There were dozens of them. When the figure of Sun Xiangwei appeared in Muyun's line of sight, the thunderbugs swept towards Sun Xiangwei in an instant. Hyuga's face changed, but it was too late to react. The speed of thunder and lightning was not something he could react to, so he could only watch the thunderbugs fall on him one after another. In just an instant, Hyuga felt paralyzed and weak, and even the meridians in his body were damaged to varying degrees. In short, he is already a cripple, and his body can no longer store chakra. Little devil, you will regret it. Lord Sunzu will definitely kill you to avenge me. Feeling his own condition, Hyuga looked at Muyun with a resentful look on his face. His meridians were destroyed, and he had lost his qualification to live. In this life is like grass. Rude to be slaughtered. Who knows that kind of thing? But unfortunately, you can't see it. A bolt of lightning fell, instantly piercing Hyuga's heart. So far, a Shangnin from the Hyuga family died in Muyun's hands, and he was also the first Shangnin to die in Muyun's hands. You are the first, but definitely not the last. A cold voice echoed around. Muyun walked out of this room. Muyun, who walked out of the room, found that another group of ninjas from the Hyuga clan had gathered around them. This time, all the ninjas from the Hyuga family were all special, and there were 7 or 8. Where's Hyuga-sama? That's right, kid, where's Lord Hyuga? As soon as these special Shangnin appeared, they questioned Muyun. In fact, they already have some guesses in their hearts, but they are not sure. Muyun grinned and said, Rixiangwei, go ask him yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Muyun's body had disappeared from the place, and instantly appeared beside a special Jonin, with a violent thunderbolt punch that landed on the opponent's head. Boom! With a sound of explosion, the head of this special Jonin exploded directly, blood and brains splashed everywhere, very bloody. Muyun's figure flashed, but was not splashed. He picked up a short sword from the ground, and a trace of lightning covered it. Muyun's body began to shuttle among the people. The daggers flickering with lightning flew up and down in Muyun's hands, and for a while, the heads of the people rose into the sky, and the broken arms kept falling to the ground. Ding! Muyun's falling short sword was blocked by a kuwu. Damn, stop me. This special Shangrin looked at his companion who had killed and injured most of them in a short period of time. His eyes were red, and the kuwu in his hand came towards Muyunwei as if he was dying. Laugh. Swords penetrating Ru sounded, and the special Junin looked at the hideous wound that appeared in front of Shang in disbelief, and could even see the beating heart in it. Okay, so fast. After uttering 2 words with difficulty, this special kami fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the open space in front of me is already full of blood, broken arms, heads scattered on the ground, and the air is filled with a strong smell of blood. Muyun threw the short sword in his hand aside, and jumped to the roof. Hyuga Hazu, get out of here. Chapter 36 Rivers of Blood, Fighting the Sun. Hyuga Hazu, get out of here. Muyun's voice resounded throughout the entire Hyuga family's residence, clearly audible. Countless Hinata ninjas ran out of the station, including the Hinata Hazu, whom Muyun was looking for. What's going on here? All are dead. Where's Hyuga? Didn't he come out to control the situation? Is this what he calls control? These ninjas are the backbone of my Hyuga family, so they're all gone. Seeing the scene outside, all the senior members of the Hyuga family took a deep breath. It's too miserable, it's really too miserable. The ground is all stained red with blood, the air is full of blood, and the bright red blood flowing like a small stream stimulates everyone's brain cells. Rixiang Rizu looked up at Muyun standing on the roof, and said in a deep voice, "You did all this." He had already recognized Muyun, but he still couldn't believe it. A child he regarded as no threat actually killed them directly at their station. This was simply a fantasy. But now that the facts are in front of us, I can't help but believe it. Looking at the slightly trembling Sunshang Rizu, Muyun spread out his hands and said, "Is there anyone else here besides me?" Hyuga Hazu's expression changed, and he said with a stern killing intent, "So, Hyuga Wei was also killed by you. And when you appear here, I'm afraid that fellow Hyuga Yucheng has already died in your hands, right?" Muyun said, "You're not too stupid, you shouldn't mess with me." After getting Muyun's answer, Hyuga's eyes were all red. This loss was a huge blow to the Hyuga family. He never thought that their Hyuga family would suffer such a big loss in Konoha. "You bastard, damn you. You are so ruthless at a young age, can I keep you growing up? Since you have admitted your actions, then you stay here today." All the ninjas of the Hyuga family looked at Muyun, the culprit of this whole incident, with their eyes of choice. Hyuga Hazu's face was extremely ugly. "Little bastard, die for me. Gossip breaks the mountain." Rixiang Rizu shot with anger, and directly attacked Muyun with a gossip. The majestic chakra spewed out, and the house under Muyun's feet fell apart in an instant, and was beaten to pieces by a palm. Shave. Muyun's figure flashed, directly avoiding the attack of Bagua's mountain-breaking attack, and appeared in Hyuga. In front of the sun. Finger gun, empty stab. Muyun stretched out his index finger and pointed it at the chest of the sun, and a powerful finger burst shot away. Rixiang Rizu's expression changed, and he shouted, "Baguazong, Huishin." The same move was used from the elite Jonin, Hyuga Hazu. The power was incomparable. While erasing Muyun's fingering, the blue chakra light ball quickly pressed towards Muyun. Muyun narrowed his eyes. Although Huishin is a defensive ninjutsu, it is also capable of attacking. It has the same effect as Helix Pill, but its power is weaker than that of Helix Pill. Thunderbugs. Muyun didn't dare to be careless. Hundreds of thunder insects instantly appeared beside him, and the next moment they shot out, directly attached to Huishin. After a flash of thunder and lightning, the return of the sun to the sun completely collapsed, and at this time, the sun and the sun also came to 1 meter in front of Muyun. "Die, kid." Bagua empty palm. Sunshang Rizu had a ferocious smile on his face, and his palms used the 8 trigrams empty palm at a distance of less than half a meter in front of Muyun's chest. The surging chakras are all concentrated in this palm, and the terrifying chakra shock waves burst out instantly. Muyun's body was directly blasted into the air. "Little beast, I'm going to blow your bones to ashes." Sunshang Rizu gritted his teeth and watched Muyun's body fly into the air. Under this level of attack, Muyun would definitely die. It's just that under the unbelievable gaze of Sunshang Rizu, Muyun's body turned into a piece of wood in midair. "It's a substitute. One bite, one little beast, old bastard, do you think you are very powerful?" Lanjiao, chaos. Muyun stood in the air with a moon step, his feet continuously raised, and waves of vacuum slashing shot out, swept away towards the sun and sun feet. Hyuga Hazu's pupils shrank, constantly dodging the vacuum slashing waves. As he dodged, the surrounding houses would suffer. Under the attack of the vacuum wave, the houses collapsed suddenly, and for a time, the whole Hyuga station jumped, and the rumbling sound was endless. Such movement was clearly transmitted to the outside world. At this moment, both ninjas and villagers turned their attention to the dusty Hyuga station. The ninjas in particular thought that an enemy had entered the village, and they all rushed towards the Hinata station. 3 generations of Hokage, who had arrived not far from the Hyuga station, changed his face. What's the sound? No, the voice came from the Hyuga station. Chapter 37. The day is defeated, and the 3 generations arrive. The 3 generations of Hokage instantly identified the source of the sound, and then ordered, Kakashi, go and appease the ninjas in the village, and you must not let them arrive at the Hyuga station. Shofeng, the situation is urgent, I will go first, you will follow. The voice fell, and the figure of the 3 generations of Hokage had disappeared from the place. Kakashi did not dare to delay, and immediately started to appease the ninjas in the village. What happened today must not be known to the outside world. Otherwise, it will have a very bad influence on both the Hyuga clan and Muyun. If it is really spread out, even the 3 generations of Hokage will not be able to keep Muyun. A big family like Hyuga values their own face very much. If a child comes to provoke this kind of thing, it will be endless. This is not something that can be described by losing face. At this time, Hyuga Sunzu looked quite embarrassed, with a gray face all over her body, like a refugee fleeing from the famine. Dodging for a long time made Hyuga Hazu's physical strength sharply exhausted, and he was breathing heavily, making an unpleasant sound like an old blower. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? At this moment, a faint voice came into the ears of Hyuga Hazu, making him froze all over. Looking back in a hurry, Hyuga Sunzu only saw a dazzling thunder light blooming in her eyes. Bang! With a dull sound, Hyuga Hazu only felt his head stunned, and his body flew out uncontrollably, smashing through 7 or 8 walls one after another, and then smashed to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was spit out, and the face of Sun Shangrizu became extremely pale, and a bright red footprint with a trace of charred black clearly appeared on his face. Stop me all! At this moment, the 3 generations of Hokage finally arrived. Worrying about Muyun's safety, he stood at the door and shouted loudly. Then I saw the dazzling thunder and lightning flashing on Muyun's legs, and the scene where he kicked the elite Jonin of Hyuga Hazu. The 3 generations of Hokage looked stiff, and he was a little confused about the situation, but when he saw the corpses and stumps all over the ground, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. What's going on? The scene in front of him is really tragic. Even if he has experienced the Ninja World War, he still feels this way. Taking a deep breath, the 3 generations of Hokage forced himself to calm down. Looking at the corpses of the Hinata ninjas in front of him, he already had a guess in his heart. Lord Hokage is here, why don't you stop the little beast? Seeing the 3 generations of Hokage appearing at the door, the senior members of the Hyuga family breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted loudly. It was Muyun's performance that made their hearts go cold. The strength of Hyuga's foot is the strongest in the Hyuga family. Seeing that the strongest Sunshang and Sunfoot were hammered by Muyun, they knew that there was no one present who could stop Muyun, who was in full swing. Fortunately, now the 3 generations of Hokage have appeared, and the 3 generations of Hokage should be able to stop this killing god. It should be okay. Hearing the movement behind him, Muyun stopped, turned around and found the 3 generations of Hokage standing at the door, staring at himself in astonishment. A warm smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face, and he said, Lord Hokage, you are here. This smile fell in the eyes of the senior members of the Hyuga clan who were present. It was like a devil's smile, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Muyun, are you all right? The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun, who was covered in blood, and asked in shock. I'm fine. Muyun shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. The high-level Hyuga present all rolled their eyes. Now it's them who have something to do, right? If the 3 generations of Hokage come later, Konoha is afraid that there will be no Hyuga family. Hyuga's son limped over from a distance and said in a deep voice, "Lord Hokage, you also saw that Muyun killed so many ninjas in our Hyuga family. He must give us an explanation for the Hyuga family." Hyuga Hazu's words gave the 3 generations of Hokage a headache, and could not help but ask helplessly, "These are really all made by Muyun?" Although the facts are in front of us, the 3 generations of Hokage still can't believe it. His previous evaluation of Muyun was nothing more than an elite Chunin. Who would have thought that Muyun would have the ability to face the Hyuga family alone? Hyuga Hazu's face was a little unsightly, and he pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "Lord Naruto, the fact is in front of you, these ninjas in Hexiang's house can't be killed by themselves, right? As of now, I hope you can make a correct decision, otherwise, our Hyuga family will never agree. Muyun has such a heavy killing intent at such a young age. Once he is allowed to grow up, it will definitely be a disaster for Konoha." Third Hokage rubbed his head and said, "What do you want to explain?" When Hyuga Hazu heard the words, there was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Immediately execute Muyun to comfort these excellent ninjas who died Konoha." Chapter 38 Elder Hyuga, Die. The 3 generations of Hokage heard the words, their faces changed constantly, and they weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. At his current age, Muyun can run amok in the Hyuga family, and he can even defeat Hyuga Hazu, who is an elite Jonin. Naturally, his talent does not need to be said much. As the Konoha family, the Hyuga family is powerful and the backbone of Konoha, but no matter how you look at it, the value of Muyun is much higher than that of the Hyuga family. The 3rd generation believes that with Muyun's talent, becoming a shadow-level powerhouse is almost a certainty, and it may even reach the height of the 1st generation Hokage. In such a comparison, which is more important and which is less important, the 3 generations naturally have a decision in their hearts. Thinking of this, the 3 generations said with a heavy voice, "Rizzy, I understand your feelings. Muyun did something wrong, but you are still at fault for this matter. Don't think that I don't know about your assassination of Muyun, so in the final analysis, the cause of the matter is still you. In my opinion, let's just forget about it." Hyuga Hazu immediately said, 3 generations, this is impossible. This time, our Hyuga family has suffered heavy losses, and it is absolutely impossible to expose it. Muyun must pay the price. Elder Hyuga also echoed at this time, "Yes, the 3 generations of Hokage, Muyun killed so many ninjas from our Hyuga family, and even Shinjin was among them, things must not end so lightly. You must know that Hyuga Yucheng is his grandson. Although he has already been carved into a caged bird to become a family, it is a last resort. He has a lot of affection for this gifted grandson." As everyone knows, his words made Muyun's weight a little heavier in the hearts of the 3 generations. Defeating Jonin and killing Jonin are 2 completely different concepts. At this moment, Muyun, who was the protagonist of this incident, said, "What? You are only allowed to kill me, and I have to stand there and let you kill. What kind of nonsense is this? If you want to kill me, I will fight back. This is a normal thing." Muyun's plain face was awe-inspiring with a bit of killing intent, which made Elder Hyuga's heart shudder. The figure of Muyun in his sight and the one in his memory gradually overlapped, Uchiha Madara. The Elder Hyuga is over 70 years old, and he has been fortunate enough to see Madara Uchiha from a distance several times. The Muyun at this moment is no different from Madara Uchiha at that time. And the 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun, and a figure also appeared in his mind, his teacher, Chinsho Tobarama. Third Hokage said, "Since your Hyuga clan is unwilling to. If you are willing to accept my suggestion, then I will not intervene in this matter. You, the Hyuga family, can solve it yourself. Don't worry, Muyun has killed so many of you ninjas, and he will die. Even if you kill him now, I won't bother." The corner of Hyuga Hazu's mouth twitched. If he could kill Muyun, would he still be able to wait for the 3 generations of Hokage to come? From the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, the son has already heard from the son, he is going to protect Muyun. That's right, Muyun has such a strong strength at such a young age, and his value is indeed far more than their Hyuga clan. If he stood on the stand of 3 generations, he would probably make such a choice. At the end of the day, leaders only care about value. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Hyuga Hazu's mouth, and he said with difficulty, "Okay, our Hyuga family. Accept the advice of Hokage-sama." After receiving the answer from Hyuga Hazu, the 3 generations of Hokage turned their attention to Muyun, and asked with some headache, "Muyun, what's your opinion?" Muyun said with a smile, "I can just forget about it, but..." Whoosh! Muyun's body instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of the great elder Hyuga. "I want his life." The pupils of the 3 generations shrank, and it was too late to stop them, so they could only watch Muyun's fist fall on the chest of the elder Hyuga. The fist with the violent thunder and lightning pierced the chest of the elder Hyuga, and the eyes of the elder Hyuga stared wide, which were full of disbelief. He didn't believe that Muyun dared to attack him under the eyes of the 3rd generation. With a strong sense of unwillingness, elder Hyuga swallowed his last breath. Muyun's face did not waver. After all, he was the grandfather of Yucheng Hyuga, so he had to die, and Muyun still understood the truth of cutting grass without eradicating the roots and rebirth in the spring breeze. "Big Elder. You bastard, you dare to kill the Great Elder. Let's go together, even if we die, we must kill this bastard." The eyes of Hyuga Ninja, who belonged to the Great Elder's lineage, turned red in an instant. Their lineage was all supported by the Great Elder, and they usually had a lot of grievances with the Patriarch's lineage. Now that the Great Elder is dead, who knows what their fate will be? Maybe it will be carved into a caged bird and become a branch. Stop me all. When the old man doesn't exist. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the 3 generations of Hokage, directly sweeping the audience. Chapter 39 Hyuga Hazu Compromise. The momentum of the shadow-level powerhouse erupted with all its strength, centered on the 3 generations of Hokage, and rolled away fiercely towards the surroundings. The huge chakra made the air thicker. The originally furious Hinata ninjas stopped in an instant, and drops of cold sweat fell from their foreheads, as if they were being stared at by some abyss beast. The terrifying murderous aura made them not dare to move. Hyuga's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, giving him a whole new understanding of the strength of the 3 generations of Hokage. A shadow-level powerhouse is a shadow-level powerhouse, and the 3 generations are usually amiable, which makes many people subconsciously ignore his strength. At this moment, Hyuga Hazu really understood that although the 3 generations had been weak for a long time, the thin dead camel was bigger than the horse, and Shinobu was still the same Shinobu, but his edge was restrained. 3 generations of Hokage watched the scene under control, and snorted coldly, "Humph. This is the end of the matter, and the village will compensate the Hyuga family accordingly. Do you have any opinions?" In the face of the tough 3 generations, Hyuga Hazu said weakly, "Everything is subject to Hokage-sama's arrangement." Seeing the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage fall on him, Muyun also said, "It's not impossible until now, but for the assassination of me, the Hyuga family must make compensation. I don't want much, 1 billion taels of silver bills, and the grievances will be cleared from now on." Hyuga Hazu immediately wanted to refuse, but facing the warning gaze of the 3rd generation, he still compromised, "No problem. Compared with the background of the Hyuga family, 1 billion taels is nothing, and Hyuga Sunzu also knows that what Muyun wants is not money, but face. Although it is the Hyuga family who suffers now, who told them to take Muyun no way?" After getting the silver ticket, Muyun turned around and left with the 3 generations of Hokage. Before leaving, he turned back to Hyuga Hazu and said, "By the way, I don't want Hinata to know about this matter, and at the same time, I hope that the next member of the Hyuga family will know. The head of the house will be Hinata. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will visit the Hyuga family again." After leaving these words, Muyun's figure disappeared from the sight of Hyuga Hazu. Hyuga Hazu stood on the spot, fingernails deeply embedded in the palm of his hand, and he did not pay attention to the drop of blood. This time, the Hyuga family really became a joke, not only suffered heavy losses, but also had no way to take Muyun. More importantly, in the end, Muyun was asked to decide the candidate for the patriarch of the Hyuga family. Even if Hinata was his daughter, his heart was full of humiliation. But what can he do? In a word, weakness is the original sin. Lord Hazu, this kid is going too far. It is an unforgivable sin to even think about the choice of the patriarch of our Hyuga clan. Master Rizu, are we really going to do this? Hazu shouted. Shut me down. From now on, no one is allowed to mention this matter, let alone let Miss Hinata know that if anyone says something is missing, I'll take him on the road with my own hands. Now clean up here, count the losses, and report back to me. After forcing his anger to finish speaking, Hyuga Hazu directly turned and left. The damage to the station this time is not small, and it needs to be renovated. It will be busy in the next period of time. As for the Hyuga ninja talk, Sunshang Rizu shook his head. He didn't want to forget it, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. If there is a shadow-level powerhouse in the family, why do you have to be so embarrassed? To suffer such a big humiliation. On the other side, the Hokage office. Muyun, you really gave me a problem. You kid, you can cause trouble too much. The third generation looked at Muyun helplessly and asked, what kind of strength do you have now, kid? Muyun said, I don't know either. Anyway, it's like a sunflower, I can pack as much as I come. 3 Hokage. Ignoring Muyun's words, the third generation turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, you take my direct subordinate Anbu to block the news with all your strength, and you must not let this matter get out. It is said to the outside world that the elder Hyuga had a military conflict with the clan leader in order to compete for power, and he eventually failed and was killed. Today's commotion is so big, and the Hinata family has killed so many ninjas again. Maybe they can hide the commoners, but they definitely can't hide the clan and ninjas, so someone must come out and take the blame. This is also the reason why the 3 generations did not stop Muyun at that time. On the one hand, Muyun is too fast, and even if he does, he may not be able to stop it. On the other hand, the elder Hyuga is indeed a good target. As for the pot King Tuanzang, he is only suitable for carrying that kind of small pot. This matter is too big and too special, so it is not suitable for Tuanzang to carry it. If you forcibly dump the blame on Danzo, that Danzo will also die. There is a ready-made scapegoat, and the third generation is not willing to kill Danzo. Baba readers, please move your precious fingers and vote for flowers and comments. This kind of standalone feeling is really uncomfortable. Chapter 40 Apply for Graduation. Sarutobi, I heard that something happened to the Hyuga family. At this moment, Danzang pushed in the door from the outside, and his eyes stopped on Muyun from time to time. Although the 3 generations can hide from everyone, they can't hide from him Danzo. Danzo also has his own eyeliner in the Hyuga family, so he knows everything that happened in the Hyuga family today. Danzo, I know you put eyeliner in the Hyuga clan, but I hope this is the end of today's matter. I don't want something I don't want to hear in the village. I warn you, if there are really bad words in the village, your root will be dissolved. The 3 generations of Hokage also knew the source of Danzo, so he also warned Danzo. Danzo nodded and said, I won't mess around with this kind of big thing, but now that Muyun's strength has reached the level that he can kill Jonin, it's no longer appropriate to stay in the ninja school. I think it's better to let Muyun join our roots. I will definitely train Muyun into a ninja that surpasses you and me. Danzang finally expressed his true thoughts. For such an uncertain factor as Muyun, he couldn't let it go, whether it was for Konoha or himself. As long as he can control Muyun in his hands, it is not impossible for him to become Hokage. Face of the 3 generations of Hokage instantly became serious, and he said, Danzo, this is impossible, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Usually no matter what you do, as long as it does not endanger the village, I will turn a blind eye. But if you attack Muyun's idea, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing anyone. After seeing the value of Muyun clearly, the 3 generations have decided to train Muyun as Hokage, and he also saw the shadow of Chinsho Tobarama from Muyun, and his mind was even more determined. Muyun is not only decisive in killing, but also has an extraordinary mind. Elder Hyuga thinks that Muyun is like Uchiha Madara because he only sees the decisive side of Muyun. And the 3 generations know that Muyun has already harvested the support of most of the civilians in the village. Although the commoners are much weaker than the family, there is a limit. There are many family ninjas in the village, but there are more commoner ninjas. Coupled with Muyun's powerful strength, mind and strength coexist, he is definitely the best candidate to become Hokage. Tsurufi, aren't you afraid that this kid will be out of control in the future? Danzang face. With a change of color, he pointed at Muyun and said sharply. The 3rd generation also stood up abruptly, and a powerful momentum roared out of the old body. Danzo, now the Hokage is me. Hearing this, Danzang instantly became speechless. All his words seemed to be so pale and powerless in front of these words. Taking a deep look at Muyun, Danzang slammed the door and left. At the same time, Danzo felt even more eager for Hokage's position. It's all because I'm not Hokage, otherwise, where would I need to be so embarrassed? Damn Sarutobi, bastard, wait, I will prove that I am right, the position of Hokage will be my possession sooner or later. Danzo's face became extremely ferocious at this moment. Looking at Danzo who left angrily, Muyun said, Lord Hokage, I want to apply for an early graduation. Muyun knew that it was no longer necessary for him to stay in the ninja school now. Besides, if he wanted to quickly improve his strength, leaving the ninja school to perform the mission was the best choice. Was a hint of confusion on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, and then asked, why do you have this idea? You must know that in school is the most leisurely time, you can spend more time with that little girl Ino. But once you graduate and go on a mission, you're running out of time. A trace of unnaturalness flashed on Muyun's face, and he quickly returned to normal, saying, it's good to be able to relax for a while, but now I don't have the capital to relax. My strength is still too weak. I want to protect the things I cherish. My current strength is far from enough. I want to improve my strength quickly. There is no use in staying at the ninja school. The 3rd Hokage heard the words, nodded and said, since you have decided, then I will not stop it, but although your strength has far exceeded the standard of graduation, some processes that should be taken still have to go. Quote. In this way, you can go to school as usual tomorrow, and I will arrange a graduation assessment for you. Muyun had no opinion on the arrangement of the 3 generations of Hokage. After the 2 talked for a while, Muyun left the Hokage office. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the system task and rewarding the technique of Flying Thunder God. Close black lens bracket. On the way home, the system's voice also rang in Muyun's mind. In an instant, Muyun felt that a lot of information appeared in his mind, and he also had a very deep understanding of time and space ninjutsu. Hokage start with a thunder fruit, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 Graduation Exam. Feeling the understanding of the technique of Flying Thunder God and the perception of time and space ninjutsu in his mind, Muyun believes that as long as he is given time, he can learn the technique of Flying Thunder God. And he is about to graduate soon. As long as he becomes a ninja, he will be able to perform tasks, and then he will get a strengthening point. After returning home, Muyun sorted out some understandings and insights about time-space ninjutsu. After completing the necessary daily practice, he went to bed and rested. Early the next morning, Muyun came to the ninja school. As long as he completed the graduation assessment, he could go to perform the task and harvest and strengthen it. Hey, you guys said, Muyun taught Neji Hyuga a lesson yesterday, will the Hyuga family just let it go? Definitely not. I think Muyun is miserable, and the Hyuga family will definitely take revenge on him. Okay, I won't let it go. The Hyuga family had a civil strife last night and suffered heavy losses. I can't protect myself. Where can I take care of Muyun? No way, there was a conflict with Muyun just now, and there was a civil strife that day. Isn't it a coincidence? It's a coincidence that I don't know, but I know curiosity will kill the cat, so shut up. Hearing the chatter coming from his ears, Muyun twitched the corners of his mouth. These little brats are not very strong, but they are very curious. At this moment, a ninja from the Hinata family who came to send Hinata to school happened to collide with Muyun. This scene happened to be seen by a group of little kids, and there was a lot of discussion for a while, and they all felt pity for Muyun. Look, that ninja from the Hyuga family is looking for trouble with Muyun. It's over, it's over. I know that person. It's the shinobi Hyuga Ryosuke of the Hyuga family. He is very strong. Now Muyun is miserable. Hearing these voices, Muyun twitched the corners of his mouth. Obviously it was just a chance encounter, but when they came to their mouths, it became a trouble to find himself. His imagination was really rich. Hyuga Ryosuke looked at Muyun in front of him. His face changed, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. The appearance of Muyun's killing spree last night was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he could not get rid of it. For Muyun, every ninja of the Hyuga clan already had a psychological shadow. Lord Muyun. Hyuga Ryosuke gave a frightened cry and left the ninja school as if he turned around and ran away. Muyun was a little speechless. He hadn't said anything yet. As for being so frightened. You are also a Jonin after all. And just now. The little kids who were still talking about this scene instantly became petrified. Just now, what was the name of the Lord Shanjin of the Hyuga family? Muyun. I can't hear it wrong, right? Lord Muyun. What's the matter? What's going on? For a time, the eyes of the little brats looking at Muyun changed greatly. No matter what happened, they all knew that Muyun was no longer the Muyun that he used to be. Ignoring everyone's shock, Muyun went straight to his classroom. Students, today's class is cancelled. Muyun has applied to Master Huiying for early graduation, and today all the students are going to participate in Muyun's graduation assessment. Uruka's words directly ignited the entire classroom, and everyone looked at Muyun with an incredible look. Mr. Muyun, you applied for early graduation. Why? Regardless of the fact that Ino was still in class, he went directly to Muyun's side to ask. His face was full of anxiety. Muyun smiled and said, with my current strength, it doesn't make sense to stay in school anymore. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only apply for graduation to perform tasks. My current strength is still too weak. To protect you, I must race against time to become stronger. Muyun's words made Ino's face flush red, and he said, I hate it. Who needs your protection? I don't need it. It's dangerous to carry out a mission. Are you really okay? Muyun reached out and rubbed Ino's little head, and said, don't worry, I won't leave you alone. Hinata on the side looked at Ino enviously. Hyuga Hazu was very knowledgeable and blocked the news according to Muyun's words, so Hinata still didn't know that Muyun was the culprit of the Hyuga family. When I came to the training ground, there was already a ninja waiting for Muyun. As long as Muyun defeated this ninja, he would be able to pass the graduation assessment. When he saw the face of this ninja, Muyun's mouth twitched obviously. The ninja who was waiting for Muyun in the field was Konoha Kamijin, Hong Yuhi. That's right, in the mere graduation examination of Shimanen, the third generation actually arranged for him the Shangnin, Yuri Hong, as his opponent. In the whole Konoha, who does not know that Yuri Hong is a top illusion ninja, and although Muyun has shown great strength, he has not shown any talent in illusion. The significance of this move by the three generations of Hokage is self-evident. He is also afraid that Muyun will die in the middle of the mission, so he will try his best to make it difficult for Muyun to pass the assessment. Chapter 42 Liguang Blade, Defeating Yuhi Hong. The third generation is deliberately not letting me pass the test. Is it because I am afraid that I will die outside when I become a ninja and perform a mission? Muyun looked at Yuri Hong with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, what the 3 generations didn't know was that his illusion skills were no worse than others. All in all, he is an all-around powerhouse with no shortcomings. Didn't you say today is Muyun's graduation assessment? What is Yuri Hong Shangjin doing standing in the arena? Is it possible that Muyun's opponent is Hong Yuri? Can't it be tolerated? A lie. Are you sure this is Muyun's graduation assessment, not the scene of his death? For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the entire exercise field. As Konoha Jonin, Hyuga is still a beauty, so her popularity is naturally not low. Hello, Muyunjin, the content of your assessment today is to hold on to my hands for 10 minutes. As long as you can persist for 10 minutes without losing, you will pass the assessment. Saying that, Yuri Hong felt a little disapproving in her heart. A little kid from a ninja school just held a graduation assessment, and the 3rd generation actually sent herself as Muyun's assessment object. The most important thing is that this assessment standard set by the 3rd generation has lasted 10 minutes in her hands. Yuri Hong is almost certain that in his own hands, Muyun can hold on for 1 minute and it is not bad. How come 10 minutes? As for Yuri Hong's thoughts, Muyun also guessed roughly, without any nonsense. He said directly, please advise, Yuri Hong is on the shinobi. Hong Yuhi nodded, showing no politeness at all. Water done, water whip. Yuri Hong quickly formed a seal, and the water whip attacked Muyun, without any humility as a Shang Nin, and shot directly. Muyun didn't have so many bells and whistles, and directly greeted the water whip. With a simple punch, the target was the water whip that attacked him. Because of the fact that there are no shortcomings in the balance of attributes, Muyun's taijutsu strength is also at the level of ninja, and there is no pressure in the face of ninjutsu like the water whip. Yuri Hong's eyes widened, looking at Muyun's movements. She couldn't react for a while. Use your fists and your own ninjutsu to be hard on the front. Matekai wouldn't dare to do that, would he? Is this kid crazy? It was just the next moment that Yuri Hong watched her ninjutsu being blasted by Muyun with 1 punch, and then Muyun charged directly towards him. Not good. Red Yuhi's complexion changed, and her hands quickly formed a seal, water escape, water formation wall. Muyun's fist hit the wall of the water formation and was blocked for a moment, then the wall of the water formation went straight. Then crashed. Taking this opportunity, Hong Yuhi has retreated to a safe distance, and her hands have completed the seal, illusion, tree-bound kill. For a moment, Muyun felt that his body had lost consciousness and stood motionless, while thick trees were entwining towards him. Seeing this situation, Muyun knew that he was caught in an illusion, so the spiritual power of the Shang Nin level burst out, and everything around him was instantly broken like a mirror. What? Yuri Hong looked at Muyun in horror. How could her illusion be broken so quickly and easily? Is this really a ninja school student? Even Hitaki Kakashi wouldn't be able to break his illusion so easily, right? Good chance, shave. Taking advantage of Yuri Hong's stunned moment, Muyun came to Yuri Hong's side like a ghost, thunder fist. The violent thunder and lightning wrapped the entire fist, and Muyun slammed down Yuri Hong with a ruthless punch. Feeling the violent power of this punch, Hong Yuhi shuddered in her heart and instantly woke up, but it was too late to dodge it. Muyun's fist directly hit Yuri Hong's abdomen, and then Yuri Hong turned into a piece of wood and fell to the ground. It's a substitute. Little brother Muyun, don't be distracted in the battle, I won. Holding Kuwuong around Muyun's neck in her hand, Yuri Hong breathed a sigh of relief, and almost capsized in the gutter. There is nothing wrong with the 3 generations of Hokage sending her here, this Muyun is too perverted. Yuhi Kojo Ninja, it's a very fatal thing to let down your guard before confirming your victory. Muyun's voice sounded faintly, and Muyun, who was held by Yuri Hong's Kuwu's neck, turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in an instant. Yuri Hong's pupils shrank, and she said in shock, is it a shadow clone? When? You lost, Yuhiko Jonin. Muyun's voice came from behind Yuri Hong. Yuri Hong suddenly turned her head, and saw Muyun standing behind her at this time. Muyun's index finger and middle finger were raised together, and there were lightning flashes on his hand. A lightning flash extended from his fingers and stopped less than 5 centimeters away from himself. The dazzling lightning was extremely cool. Feeling the power of this move, Hong Yuhi showed a smile on the corner of her mouth and said, "It seems that I lost. It's really amazing. What's the name of this move?" Muyun said lightly, "Lightning Blade." Chapter 43 Fool Sasuke. Muyun slowly dissipated the thunder light from his hand and said, "I've passed the test now, right?" Yuri Hong nodded and said, "Congratulations, Muyun. You are now a Jonin, and as a reward for defeating me, this forehead will be given to you. Originally, your forehead guard will be delivered to you in the afternoon. Wouldn't you mind my old forehead guard?" Yuri Hong took off the forehead guard from her forehead and handed it to Muyun asked with a smile. Muyun took the forehead guard and said, "Although I dislike it, there is nothing I can do. As for my new forehead guard, I will give it to you generously, and I will not take it." Yuhika rolled her eyes when she heard the words. As long as she wanted to, even if she paid a high price, there would be countless people vying for her forehead protection. At least Sarutobi Asma would definitely pay for the forehead protection. This guy still looks disgusted. Look. As a Jonin, Hong Yuhi was still quite busy, and left in a hurry after finishing the assessment, but the practice field at this time was a blast. Hey, did I read it right? Muyun actually defeated Yuhi Kojinin. Am I dreaming? Could this be Muyun's true strength? It's really terrifying. I didn't expect that the students of the same school would have such a big gap. This is too unreasonable, right? All the students and teachers who came to watch Muyun's graduation assessment on the entire training ground were in an uproar. They all know that Muyun is very strong, but they didn't expect to be able to defeat Shingen head-on. This is simply a fantasy. As soon as Muyun walked out of the training ground, Ino, Naruto and others immediately surrounded him. Ino couldn't wait to ask, "Muyun, you actually defeated Shingen, how did you do it?" To Ino's question, Muyun replied indifferently, "It's very simple, if you work hard, you can do it too." Ino pouted, dissatisfied with Muyun's apparently perfunctory answer, but did not continue to ask. Naruto said with excitement on his face, "Muyun, you were so handsome just now, you can beat the ninjutsu with one punch, and more importantly, it's unbelievable that you can defeat Shangnin." Speaking of this, a serious look appeared on Naruto's face. "However, I will never lose to you. Look, one day, I will catch up with you." Muyun shook his head with a smile and said, "Okay, I'm waiting for that day to come." Although he was briefly ahead of Naruto and other protagonists, Muyun was not complacent, he was very clearly, how quickly Naruto's strength has improved in the later stage. It can be said that he has become a powerhouse at the 6th level in just a few years, which is so terrifying. At the same time, Muyun also saw Sasuke standing aside looking at him unwillingly. I saw Sasuke clenched his fists tightly and his face was extremely ugly. Seeing this, Muyun said directly, "Are you confused?" Hearing this, Sasuke raised his head instantly. Why? Why did you become so powerful? How can the gap between you and me be so obvious?" Muyun looked at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "There is no reason, I can be stronger than you, it is just because I work harder than you, no one's strength is obtained for no reason. You are weaker than me, it only means that you are lazy than me." Flickering a handful of Urzu, Muyun left the school directly, leaving Sasuke standing there with a tangled face. "I must have worked hard, right?" Sasuke's heart slowly became doubtful, but at the same time he was determined to double his cultivation and catch up with Muyun's pace as soon as possible. If Muyun knew what Sasuke was thinking, he would definitely say, "Boy, you are still too young." The news that Muyun defeated Shangnin quickly swept through the entire Konoha village like a hurricane. In addition, the 3 generations of Hokage deliberately created momentum, so the name of the first genius in the history of Muyun and Konoha was extremely loud, and almost no one knew about it. The character Muyun. Lord Hokage, the name of the first genius in Konoha's history. You put it on me, right? Except for the 3 generations, Muyun could not have imagined that anyone would be bored and put such a name on his own head. 3 generations of Hokage shook his head helplessly. The reason why I made Yuhika your test subject is to let you spend the past few years at the ninja school with peace of mind, but I didn't expect that Yuhika would lose to you. Just in hand. You brat defeated Shinjin in public, the news cannot be concealed, and since that's the case, it's better to make your reputation even louder. Muyun said speechlessly. But, Mushuyu is in the forest, the wind will destroy it, aren't you bringing hatred to me? 3 generations of Hokage were stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. So you are also afraid sometimes. Don't worry, it's just a false name, there's no threat, and now is not the time of war. By the way, because you graduated early, I can't assign you teammates and guide the Jonin to form a team. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 44 Join Anbu. Muyun spread his hands and said, everything obeys Lord Hokage's orders. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded with satisfaction and said, in view of your strength, I plan to incorporate you into Anbu and let you practice in Anbu for a few years. Although the tasks performed by Anbu are generally more dangerous, it is not a time of war after all, and the strength of Anbu ninjas is relatively strong, and your own strength is not weak, so there is no major problem in safety. Of course, I respect your own choice. Listening to the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, Muyun thought. Becoming an Anbu ninja is actually a good choice. The missions you are exposed to are generally killing missions, which will help you gain reinforcement points to improve your strength. The only downside is that you are not so free, and the time is basically very tight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Close black lens bracket. Task name, Join Anbu. Close black lens bracket. Task introduction. The host has successfully passed the graduation assessment, and now he has received an invitation from the 3 generations of Hokage to join Anbu. Please agree to the invitation of the 3 generations of Hokage. Close black lens bracket. Task completion reward. 100 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. None. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the mission released by the system, Muyun said directly, okay, I agree to join Anbu. Originally, Muyun thought it was a good choice to join Anbu, but now that the system has released tasks, the fool won't join. Although the 100 reinforcement points are a bit small, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. After all, such a simple task can be completed with a simple gesture. How can the task reward be so high? The 3 generations of Hokage showed a gratified smile and said, okay, starting from tomorrow, you will be an Anbu ninja. Tomorrow morning, I will let your captain go to your house to find you and take you to the Anbu base. Today is your last leisurely day. Now, go back and have a good time with Ino and the others. After entering Anbu, there will be no time. After Muyun nodded, he left the Hokage office, and the rewards of the system arrived just after he left. System, use 100 strengthening points to strengthen the technique of Flying Thunder God. In an instant, Muyun felt that there were a lot of insights into the Flying Thunder God technique in his mind. At this time, Muyun had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It's just because it's a preliminary grasp, the distance that can teleport is only 1 kilometer, and there must be a special kunai to do it. For Muyun, there is almost no help, with the ability of the Thundering Fruit, the short distance speed is even faster than the Flying Thunder God technique, and it is more flexible. However, Muyun believes that when the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique improves, it will definitely help him a lot. Although the Thunder Fruit is very fast, it has no advantages in long-distance movement, and it cannot lead people to move, so the technique of Flying Thunder God must be mastered. After returning home, Muyun called Ino, Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata and others to have a meal together. After this time, I don't know when they will be able to get together again, so everyone talked happily. Ino and Hinata even shed tears, unwilling to part with Muyun, and only calmed down with Muyun's comfort. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Muyun's house. Muyun, who was already prepared, wore a fitted black ninja suit and opened the door. To Muyun's surprise, it was Uchiha Itachi who appeared at the door. Uchiha Itachi. Looking at Uchiha Itachi with a smile on his face, Muyun shouted with some doubts. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, I didn't expect it to be me, right? Your team in Anbu is the team I led. In other words, from today onwards, I will be your captain. By the way, thanks to you, Sasuke's daily practice is even harder now. Yesterday, he even practiced until his chakra was exhausted and fainted. Uchiha Itachi's words made Muyun's mouth twitch. He didn't expect Urzuzi to be so ruthlessly provoked by him that he actually fainted from practice. He is also a talent. Muyun frowned and asked, is Sasuke all right? Saying that, Muyun carefully observed Uchiha Itachi's face. This guy is an out-and-out brother-in-law. Sasuke made himself dizzy because of his own words. This guy won't take revenge on him, right? Although I am not afraid, I will definitely be targeted, and it will be troublesome at that time. There was no expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, and he said softly, it's just that the chakra is exhausted. It's no big problem. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Sasuke wouldn't be praised by his father. Muyun felt speechless in his heart. Uchiha Fuyu was too perverted, right? Does his son have to faint in practice to get praise? It's scary. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Come with me, I'll take you to the Anbu base. After that, Uchiha Itachi turned and left, and Muyun followed closely. Chapter 45. You only have 10 seconds. Uchiha Itachi intends to test Muyun's strength, and starts to speed up after leaving the residential area. Although it was no secret in the village that Muyun defeated Yuri Hong, but hearing it was false and seeing it was true, Uchiha Itachi also wanted to see where Muyun's limit was. It was only very soon that he was shocked, because he found that no matter how fast he increased his speed, Muyun could follow him steadily, and his breathing was steady, and it seemed that he still had spare power. Good guy, Muyun's strength is probably comparable to mine, right? Sasuke has little hope of surpassing him. With a sigh in his heart, Itachi Uchiha took the initiative to reduce the speed. Because the purpose of the test has been achieved, there is no need to continue the high-intensity movement. Most importantly, the Anbu base is here. Muyun looked at Anbu's base, and first of all, he felt that it was very hidden. The entrance to the depths of the forest, it is estimated that other than Anbu's own people, it would be difficult for anyone to find it. After entering the base, the darkness that Muyun imagined did not appear. The underground base was brightly lit, and people came and went. It was hard to imagine that this was the base of Anbu. Are you surprised? I had the same expression as you back then. Uchiha Itachi, who observed the change in Muyun's face, couldn't help but speak. Muyun also nodded and said, I am really surprised. I thought Anbu's base would be cold and dark. Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, come with me. Every ninja who joins Anbu needs to receive his own equipment, and at the same time give himself a code name so that he can be called in the mission. Of course, this code name is up to your own mind. You can take it if you want, or you can take it if you don't want to. Muyun said, just call me Yun, it's simple and easy to remember. Uchiha Itachi said, you can do it if you think so, don't ask me. Soon, Muyun followed Uchiha Itachi to receive his own Anbu uniform and a grimace mask. Compared with animal masks, Muyun prefers this grimace mask, and those animal masks are all dogs, cats, foxes, etc. They are ugly. Immediately afterwards, Muyun came to his team's station, where 3 ninjas were already waiting. Captain, you are back. Is this the newcomer that the 3 generations of Hokage arranged for our team? What, it's actually a kid, isn't that a burden? I don't know what the 3 generations of Hokage think. Now our Anbu first team's name will definitely not be preserved. Although Muyun. He was wearing Anbu's uniform with a grimace mask, but from his figure, he could see that he was just a child. As an elite Anbu, these three ninjas will certainly look down on a child, not to mention that Anbu is carrying out some extremely dangerous tasks. They will definitely have complaints if they put their lives in the hands of such a kid. Just imagine, taking such a kid on a mission, wouldn't that add a burden to them? In the event of an accident, the entire team will be in danger. Quiet me all. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Yun was personally assigned to our team by Hokage-sama. He is very strong. Don't underestimate him because of his age. But Muyun walked to a chair indifferently and sat down without speaking. Strong strength. Captain, look at him, he's just a kid, how strong can he be? Could it be an elite endure? With that said, the Anbu ninja looked at Muyun. Little devil, I advise you to quit Anbu. Elite Genin may be a genius on the outside, but in Anbu, Elite Genin is not even a fart. Anbu is not playing a house. I don't have the heart to take care of a child, ha ha ha. His voice was full of disdain, but what he said was right. Elite Genin is really nothing in Anbu. But now he obviously ignores one thing. That is, the minimum standard for entering Anbu is Chunin strength. Uchiha Itachi watched all this with a smile and did not stop it, because in Anbu, if you don't show your strength, you will be targeted everywhere, and there will be hidden dangers when you perform tasks in the future. Let them know Muyun's strength in advance, so that they can perform tasks with confidence in the future and put their lives in the hands of Muyun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Close black lens bracket. Task name, Anbu Fame. Close black lens bracket. Task introduction. The host was provoked in Anbu. How can he swallow his voice? Ask the host to teach this Anbu ninja a lesson, establish his position in the team, and become famous in Anbu. Close black lens bracket. Quest completion reward. 1000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. None. Close black lens bracket. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Muyun slowly got up. As an adult, you need to be responsible for what you said. I will give you a chance to kneel down and apologize and admit your mistakes, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You only have 10 seconds. Chapter 46 Anbu Leeway. The Anbu ninja was stunned for a moment, then sneered, ha ha ha, kid, what did you say? Let me kneel down and apologize. Speaking of this, the face of the Anbu ninja mask turned murderous. Little devil, don't be too arrogant, this is Anbu. Just when the Anbu ninja wanted to say something, Muyun's body appeared directly beside him. Sorry, 10 seconds have passed, and what you said is all nonsense. Thunder Fist. Boom. This Anbu ninja was directly blown away by Muyun's punch, and slammed into the wall behind him, his entire body embedded in the wall, looking very miserable. Firefox. The other two Anbu ninjas exclaimed. They thought that Firefox would give this kid a hard lesson. Who would have thought that he would be kicked away by this kid? It was incredible. Little devil, you've completely angered me, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Firefox is worthy of being an Anbu Jonin, and his fighting ability is really good. After being blasted by Muyun with a punch, he can actually break free from the wall by himself. Okay, if you want to fight, go to the training ground, this place can't stand the toss of the two of you. Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Firefox and stopped him from the seal. The destructive power of the battle between the two Shinjin is very strong. This room is so big. Once the two fight, the whole room will be reduced to ruins. Each team in Anbu has only one lounge. If it is destroyed, where did they go to rest? Hearing this, Firefox stopped the movement of his hands and said to Muyun in a deep voice, Little devil, how about going to the training ground for an upright battle? Up to now, Firefox no longer dared to underestimate Muyun, and it was able to punch him away when he wasn't paying attention. Although he had no defense at the time, it also showed the strength of Muyun. To be able to do this, Muyun is at least an elite Chunin. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Muyun said something without caring. Since the system asked him to take this Firefox leeway, of course he would not refuse. At the Anbu training ground, Muyun and Firefox stood in the field, and many Anbu ninjas came to watch the battle. Yo, isn't that Firefox? He's fighting a kid. Who is this kid? I don't remember that Anbu has such a person. And he dares to fight Firefox. His courage is commendable. Courage is a piece of shit. It's called life and death. I really don't know. How did a kid join Anbu? Hey, this is a good thing. As we all know, Squad Itachi is the #1 squad in Anbu, but with the addition of this kid, it will definitely drag Squad Itachi's back, and the name of Squad 1 will not be able to be kept. We all have a chance. For a while, the eyes of these Anbu ninjas looking at Muyun became extremely kind. The reason is very simple. The Itachi team, as the first team of Anbu, has the highest level of resources and honor in Anbu. Because of Itachi's powerful strength, they usually can only envy them in their hearts. Besides, the other 3 members of Itachi's team are not weak either. It is unrealistic to want to steal their first team's name. But now, the appearance of Muyun gave them hope. How strong can a mere kid be? As long as the overall strength of the Itachi team is dragged down, each of their teams has a chance to become the first. Of course, these comments also reached Muyun's ears. Muyun just smiled, but did not react too much. It's just a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, there is no need to care about them. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. The Firefox on the opposite side has completed the seal, and the huge dragon fire technique roared towards Muyun, with a scale of several meters. The scorching heat wave was blowing towards the face, but Muyun did not change his face. Razor. The razors of the same scale were instantly condensed and formed, and they collided fiercely with the technique of dragon fire. The collision between the snake and the dragon, no matter how you look at it, the dragon will definitely win, but at this moment, Muyun's thunder snake violently tore apart the dragon fire technique when it first came into contact, and then tore at the Firefox. By the way, what a strong lay done, careless. Firefox's complexion changed, and a blinking technique instantly avoided Razor's attack, and then his hands formed a seal, wind done, a big breakthrough. The howling wind spewed out of Firefox's mouth and swept towards Razor. Firefox still understood the truth of Feng Cly. And the result naturally made Firefox quite satisfied, and saw the violent thunder snake collapse in an instant. But before Firefox could be happy, it heard Muyun's voice, Thunder Insect. The next moment, the scattered thunder snakes gathered directly in the air into hundreds of thunder bugs, instantly surrounding Firefox. A trace of violent lightning flashed continuously, and Firefox's clothes were torn by lightning. Snapped. Just as Firefox was about to make a move, a thunder bug landed directly on him, the lightning burst, and a blood hole the size of a thumb appeared on Firefox's body, and the blood was gurgling. Chapter 47 Firefox loses, Royal Sister Civet. Don't act rashly, you've already lost. Muyun's faint voice resounded in Firefox's ears, and the complexion under Firefox's mask changed for a while. A pair of fists clenched and loosened and clenched, and finally said weakly, I lost. Hearing Firefox admit defeat, Muyun dissipated the thunder bugs instantly, turned around and left the training ground. I don't have dazzling eyes. Firefox lost to a kid. This is really surprising. This is really bad. Originally, the strength of the Itachi team was the #1 in Anbu, and now with a terrifying little devil, the combat power is afraid to be even better. What a terrifying kid. This lay done is so hard to guard against. It doesn't need a seal. How did he do it? It's also possible that it's not lay done. Anyway, this kid must not be provoked. Isn't it lay done? Could it be Shuiji boundary? Well, who knows? But our idea of becoming the #1 team of Anbu may not be realized. But is this kid too strong or is Firefox weaker? Still standing under the Firefox mask in the training ground, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a majestic killing intent was instantly released. If anyone thinks that my strength has weakened, even if I can fight. In an instant, the Anbu ninjas who were still talking about died suddenly. Just kidding, Firefox is a famous Anbu ninja, and none of the Anbu ninjas present are his opponents. As for attacking in groups. Stop kidding, I really thought Uchiha Itachi was a decoration. Firefox snorted coldly and left the training ground, but the fear of Muyun in his heart became more and more intense. If he was on the battlefield just now, he is probably dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing the system task. You will be rewarded with 1000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Was a hint of joy on Muyun's face, and he hurriedly said, System, use 1000 strengthening points to strengthen my body. After joining Anbu, the tasks performed are not ordinary tasks, and the risks are generally very high. Although his current strength is not weak, it is still not enough. What's more, the meaning of strengthening points is to make yourself stronger, so what are you saving for? After strengthening, Muyun opened his attribute panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 60. Strength, 60. Speed, 60. Spirit, 60. Chakra, 2005. Strength assessment, Shengnin, close black lens bracket. Look at your properties. Data, Muyun nodded with satisfaction. This feeling of strength growth can really make people addicted. Okay, you have all seen Yun's strength. Now I think you have all relieved your worries. Now let's make an introduction to each of you. Uchiha Itachi said with a smile when he saw that others had no doubts about Muyun's strength. Muyun took the lead in saying, You can call me Yun, the strength of the ninja, the all-round ninja. With the balance of Muyun's attributes, it is no exaggeration to say that he is all-powerful, whether it is illusion or physical skills, they are all elite. As for ninjutsu, with the thunder fruit, he basically can't use ninjutsu, but he is more or less able. My name is Huahu, I am strong in forbearance and good at fire escape. My name is Feng Bird, and I am strong, and I am good at wind escape. My name is Civet Cat, I am strong in ninja, and I am good at perception ninjutsu. After the introduction of the three people, Muyun can be regarded as having a preliminary understanding of his teammates. The strength is all Shengnin, and it can be regarded as a guarantee to perform tasks in the future. Then Uchiha Itachi organized everyone to have a dinner, and it was considered to be familiar with each other. What surprised Muyun was that the civet cat was actually a female ninja, and she was also very beautiful. She was a contestant of the royal sister type. With long curly hair, bright beautiful eyes, a high nose bridge, and most importantly, those red lips, it is very attractive. To be honest, Muyun was amazed. This was the first time he had come into contact with a mature beauty so closely. The charm of the civet cat is much stronger than that of Ino. Civet pursed his lips and smiled, and said to Muyun, Yun, your eyes are very hot. Hee, my sister's name is Koizumi Yumi, remember. Seeing Yumi Koizumi's charming appearance, Muyun felt uncomfortable for a while. If it wasn't for her age, Muyun would definitely tease this royal sister well. It's a pity that the body is still a child now, and it is simply powerless. But Muyun is not without the slightest way. He stretched out his hand and put it on Koizumi Yumi's little hand, and a trace of untraceable lightning was released directly. For a moment, Yumi Koizumi trembled all over. A tingling feeling stimulated her mind and instantly made her feel it. With a blushing face, he slapped Muyun's hand away, and Koizumi gave Muyun a wider look. Firefox and Feng Bird's eyes widened. They had been partnering with Yumi Koizumi for so long, and they didn't even say a word apart from the mission. The most important thing is that they only now know the real name of Yumi Koizumi. In an instant, the expressions of Firefox and Windbird became very exciting. Chapter 48 A-Level Mission. Whether it's Firefox or Fengbird, it's interesting for my sister-in-law and beautiful teammates, but now it seems that the two of them have no chance. For a while, the two showed a look of pity on each other, very helpless. Uchiha Itachi looked at all this with a smile and didn't speak. Most of the time, he was a taciturn person. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, the Anbu base, the Itachi team lounge. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared and said, "There is a new mission. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village have frequently appeared on the border of the Fire Nation recently. Daimyo asked Konoha Village to dispatch ninjas to find out the information, and Naruto-sama handed over this mission to the country. Our team. Everyone, prepare, although this mission is only to detect information, but it does not rule out the possibility of fighting. If you encounter a ninja from Sand Ninja Village on the way to the mission, a battle may break out. Due to the particularity of this mission, the mission level is tentatively set to be A." Saying that, Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun. "Yun, this is your first mission, or is it an A-level mission? Is there any difficulty?" Muyun shook his head and said lightly, "Don't worry, although it is the first time to perform a mission, I am looking forward to it." Uchiha Itachi nodded without saying much, and said directly, "Meet here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and leave on time." After that, Uchiha Itachi disappeared in place, and Firefox and others also left the lounge to prepare the things needed in the mission. But Muyun was a little excited. The choice to join Anbu was indeed right. The first mission was an A-level mission. If it ended normally and led by the guide Shangjin, Dingtian would be a C-level mission. Immediately, Muyun also prepared, and had a meal with Ino and Hinata in the evening, but he didn't mention the task. Ino could feel Hinata's feelings for Muyun, and Muyun didn't seem to refuse. It's a pity that although Ino was a little jealous in his heart, but now he has developed deep feelings for Muyun and can't leave Muyun. Of course, the most important thing is that Muyun's attitude towards Ino has not changed in the slightest, except that there is a young field in the middle. Early the next morning, Muyun and the others left the village and went to the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. On the way, Uchiha Itachi said, "Everyone, the nature of our mission this time is just to listen for information, so it is absolutely not allowed to take the lead until it is necessary to avoid provoking the two countries." War between. Muyun asked curiously, "I can understand that you don't want to start a war, but what if the other side shoots first?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes changed, and he said coldly, "If the other party shoots first or encounters a situation where he has to shoot, kill." The last word was uttered, and a faint murderous aura was released. Itachi Uchiha was never a soft-hearted person, nor was he pedantic. In order to avoid provoking a war, he can do nothing, but that doesn't mean he will kill him. Feeling the faint murderous aura released by Itachi Uchiha, the murderous aura in Muyun couldn't help bursting out, and instantly swept the audience. Muyun killed so many people in the Hyuga family, and the murderous aura on his body was very terrifying. Once released, the other 4 people were shocked. Neither Uchiha Itachi nor the 3 teammates would have thought that Muyun had such a strong murderous aura at such a young age. It was simply terrifying. Uchiha Itachi took a deep look at Muyun, and immediately understood that Muyun, who looked like a child, was not a good person. And Koizumi Yumi looked at Muyun with a splendid look in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Muyun and his party are all powerful, so after 2 days of rushing, they have arrived at the frontier post of Konoha against the Kingdom of Wind. Have the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village appeared again during this time? Uchiha Itachi asked Kaminin, the guard at the forward outpost. Shaking his head, the guard Junin said, "It hasn't appeared, at least I didn't find it. If I hadn't been able to shoot at will, let alone leave the post, how could they be so arrogant?" Uchiha Itachi just politely responded to the guard's words, and seemed to be a little unconvinced, while the other 3 smiled faintly and couldn't deny it. But Muyun's face was very serious, because he recognized this ninja. The resolute face and the scar on the right corner of the mouth all indicate the identity of this ninja, Baiyun Morning. Baiyun is good at wind escape and swordsmanship in the morning, and his strength is enough to rank among the elite Jonin. Even if he is better than Kakashi, he is not weak at all. Of course, this is only the case when Kakashi doesn't turn on the kaleidoscope, but this is already very strong. Baiyun felt the disdain of Uchiha Itachi and others in the morning, and felt a little uncomfortable, but when he observed Muyun's calm appearance, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although Muyun wore a grimace mask, Baiyun could still feel Muyun's emotions in the morning. Chapter 49 Sand Ninja Attack. It's not good. In the morning, the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village have appeared again. At this moment, a ninja rushed to the frontier post and reported. Suddenly, the expressions of Baiyun Morning, Muyun and the others changed, and they hurriedly walked out of the post. When they came outside, seeing the situation outside, everyone took a deep breath, and their faces were full of astonishment. I saw that there were at least hundreds of ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village outside. And the leading ninjas are all Shangnin, and there are 7 people in total. One of them, Muyun, also knew that it was Maki who temporarily took the position of Fengying after the death of the 4th generation of Fengying. Morning Junin, long time no see. Maji took a step forward, looked at Baiyun Morning with a face of iron blue, and said hello, with a touch of disdain on his face. Baiyun said in a deep voice in the morning, Maki Jonin, you brought so many ninjas to my Konoha outpost, do you want to fight my Konoha village? Maki sneered and said, Junin, don't talk big, can you represent Konoha? Or, can these people around you represent Konoha? Besides, I brought so many ninjas this time, can't you see it? As long as you are all dead, there is no proof of death. The most important thing is that with the character of the 3 generations of Hokage, it is impossible to fight with my Sand Ninja Village because of your death. Baiyun's face was ashen in the morning, and he said loudly, Maki Junin, do you think you have settled for us? Once the war starts, we may not survive, but how many of these ninjas you brought will survive? Maki said with a smile, of course the strength of the Morning Junin is very strong. I have no certainty of winning, but because of the existence of the Morning Junin, our Sand Ninja Village suffered heavy losses. More importantly, because of the Morning Junin, our control over this area is extremely weak. So even if we pay a big price this time, we will not hesitate. In fact, there is another sentence Maki didn't say. Because of Baiyun's iron-blooded wrist and tyrannical strength in the morning, their Sand Ninja Village has less and less information about Konoha, and almost all the information lines are cut off. Therefore, if Sand Ninja Village wants to continue to obtain information on Konoha, he must kill Baiyun Morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Close black lens bracket. Task name, Blood Washing Sand Ninja. Close black lens bracket. Task introduction. Konoha was attacked by Sand Ninja on the front position of the Land of Wind. Please kill the Sand Ninja that the host will commit in the future. Solve the conspiracy of the Sand Ninja. Close black lens bracket. Task completion reward. 5,000 enhancement points. Close black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. None. Close black lens bracket. Muyun took a step forward impatiently, and said in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense, since you are here, prepare to be killed. Even if you want to leave now, it's impossible. Facing the temptation of 5,000 reinforcement points, Muyun didn't want to give up. To know that if you kill one Shangnin, you can only get 300 enhancement points. 5,000 enhancement points can only be obtained by killing nearly 20 Shangnin. Now is not the time of war. Where can he find so many Shangnin to kill? Now there are only 7 Jonin on the field, and even if they kill them all, they can only get 2,110 enhancement points. So Muyun made his choice almost instantly. Maki glanced at Muyun, then turned to Baiyun Morning and asked, Morning Shangren, who is this kid? Whoosh. Before Baiyun could answer in the morning, Muyun's figure burst out, and the dazzling thunder light surrounded his body, and instantly came to Maki's side. If you want to fight, fight, how come there is so much nonsense? Thunder kick. The kick that flashed with the dazzling thunder light was kicked out to Maki's chest, and Maki was kicked and flew out before he had time to cross his arms in front of his chest. Under this foot, Maki's arms directly showed irregular bending, the pale bones were pierced and the flesh was exposed, and the bright red blood was flowing. In the process of flying upside down, Maki's body knocked down a lot of sand ninjas, and for a while, a ninja rolled to the ground like a gourd. The first few Chunin who were knocked down by Maki died as a spurt of blood, which shows how terrifying the power of Muyun's kick. Maki. A sand ninja Junin's face instantly became extremely serious, and a teleportation came to Maki's side. Maki, how are you alright? Maki's face was pale, and he said very weakly, I'm fine, I must kill this kid. He has such strength at a young age, and he can't be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, once it grows up, it will be a disaster for our sand ninja village. Although Muyun was wearing an Anbu uniform and a grimace mask, it was not difficult for Maki to judge the age of Muyun. Placing Maki's body flat on the ground, the sand ninja shinobi shouted, one Junin to hold Baiyun morning, and the rest of the Junin and I attack this kid together. Remaining ninjas, take care of the other ninjas in this post. Chapter 50 Last words. Keep it simple. After the sand ninja finished speaking, he directly took the lead in rushing towards Muyun, and the other ninjas rushed towards Muyun. Only one sand ninja Junin stopped Baiyun Morning, who wanted to come forward to support. Morning Junin, you should stay here obediently, don't go up and obstruct our actions. Too done, too long bomb. That sand ninja Junin made a seal with his hands, and a huge earth dragon bullet roared towards Baiyun in the morning with great power. In the morning, Baiyun pulled out the short sword behind him, vacuum sword. With the swing of the short sword, the wind blades instantly cut on top of the earth dragon bullet, and the next moment, the huge earth dragon bullet suddenly collapsed. Konoha Junin, Baiyun Morning, you can't get out of your body today. Baiyun jumped up in an instant in the morning, the dagger in his hand swung so tightly that the dense light of the sword shrouded sand ninja and Junin. Wind escape, 1,000 faces of wind. Sand ninja Junin avoided Baiyun's attack in the morning while forming a seal with his hands. In an instant, thousands of small wind blades collided with the airtight sword light. There was a burst of sparks. Baiyun and sand ninja Junin retreated at the same time in the morning. At the same time, Muyun was also caught in the siege of 5 Shangnin, but Muyun's heart was not disturbed. Wind escape, big breakthrough. A sand ninja Junin spat out a large amount of whirlwind from his mouth and swept away towards Muyun. Shave. Muyun's body disappeared in place in an instant, the big breakthrough suddenly failed, and a pothole of several meters was created on the ground. Razor, coiled. Muyun's body appeared on the side of the sand ninja Junin, his palm rested on the opponent's shoulder, and a thunder snake flew out of Muyun's arm in an instant, wrapping around sand ninja Junin's body. The next moment, the razor broke out instantly, the violent thunder and lightning flickered wildly, and the sand ninja Junin suddenly turned into a charred corpse. Tuden, too long gun. At this time, a dozen hard stone spears glowing with cold light instantly appeared behind Muyun, and stabbed at Muyun's back fiercely. Seeing that the stone spear was about to stab Muyun, but Muyun's body did disappear again at the critical moment. Sand ninja Junin's eyes widened in search of Muyun's figure. Are you looking for me? The faint voice came from behind, and sand ninja Junin's expression suddenly stiffened, and drops of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Thunder kick. This sand ninja Junin only heard these 3 words, and it was completely dark in front of him. In just a few seconds, the 5 Junin. 2 have already died in Muyun's hands. The other 3 sand ninja Junin looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes, but they still dared to bully them. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind escape, tornado. The compound ninjutsu used by the 3 Junin is extremely powerful. The fiery heat wave bakes the earth red, and the air is slightly distorted. Muyun's face changed slightly, and a lot of thunder and lightning gathered in front of him. Thunder leopard. A 10-meter huge leopard took shape in an instant, roaring towards the terrifying flames with its teeth and claws, tearing the flames with ease, and then continuing to charge towards the 3 sand ninja Jonin. The gap in strength is really too big. Compared with Muyun, who has no shortcomings, the strength of these 3 sand ninja Jonin is simply not enough. No, back. The 3 sand ninja Jonin looked at each other, and all pulled back. It's just that Muyun's attack is so easy to dodge. Lei Bao closely chased behind the 3 sand ninja Jonin, and instantly devoured the last sand ninja Jonin. In an instant, the Jonin was turned into a charred corpse by the violent thunder and lightning, and then turned into a piece of flying ashes. Seeing this scene, the other 2 Jonin suddenly felt horrified, and they split their heads and swept to the rear. Naive. Muyun curled his lips in disdain, and with a wave of one hand, the Lei Bao suddenly split into 2, and in an instant he caught up with the 2 Shangnin and devoured them directly. The fate of these 2 Jonin was the same as the previous one, and they all turned into ashes. After dealing with the 5 Jonin, Muyun came to Maji's side. Maji Jonin, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Today, you all stay here. At this time, Baiyun had already killed the Sand Ninja and Shangnin in the morning, and the other ninjas of Sand Ninja were all Chunin. If it was normal, Baiyun was dragged in the morning and could indeed slaughter the frontier post. But it is a pity that the current frontier post has 3 Muyun's Shangin teammates and Uchiha Itachi. The result is naturally self-evident. These sand ninjas were wiped out. Ahem, it's really us who planted it this time. It's a pity that these excellent ninjas in our sand ninja village, you guys should be damned, damn it. But don't be complacent, little brat, we have already notified Mr. Halozang who is nearby to meet us. After so long, it is estimated that Mr. Halozang will arrive soon. By then, you will all have to die, ha ha ha. Puff. A lightning bolt pierced through Maggie's head in an instant. Last words should be simple, don't make this mistake again in your next life. Chapter 51 Crazy Sea Old Tibetan. Is it all resolved? Uchiha Itachi threw off Ku Wusheng's blood and asked Muyun. Muyun nodded, looked at Baiyun Morning and said, Morning Shangnin, let all the other ninjas at the post retreat. It is estimated that soon, the shadow-level powerhouse Hailaozang of Sand Ninja Village will arrive. Although the old guy is already old, the shadow-level powerhouse is a shadow-level powerhouse after all. It's just a loss of life. Baiyun's expression became serious in the morning. What? Shadow-level powerhouse? What is Sand Ninja Village trying to do? Did you really want to go to war with a moving movie-level powerhouse? Muyun's voice sank. In the morning, I don't have time to sigh. If you don't want all these people to die here, then hurry up. The old man is here today, and none of you Konoha ninjas want to leave. Before Muyun's words were finished, an old voice sounded instantly, and at the same time, a huge momentum that belonged to shadow-level powerhouses instantly swept the audience. Everyone's heart froze. The shadow-level powerhouse Hailaozang is here. ... Hailaozang stood in front of Maki's corpse, looking at the slaughtered sand ninja. His body was full of murderous intent, and his body trembled slightly with extreme anger. Originally, with Hailaozang's character, it was difficult to be so angry, but the tragic situation in front of him still made him unable to bear the murderous intent in his heart. Fire escape. Dragon fire technique. The angry Hailaozang didn't have any unnecessary nonsense at all. The powerful flames roared out directly, and the flaming dragon with a scale of several meters exuded a terrifying high temperature and slammed down on Muyun and others. Shadow-level powerhouses are worthy of shadow-level powerhouses. The same ninjutsu, but the power is fundamentally different from the dragon fire technique used by Shangnin. Water escape. The technique of the Great Waterfall. Uchiha Itachi gathered his predecessor's chakra, and a huge water flow suddenly appeared, affecting the flame dragon. Fire Fox, Wind Bird, go all out. Civet, stay away from the battle scene immediately. Yun, play freely, let's go together. Uchiha Itachi grabbed Yumi Koizumi's arm with one hand and threw it hard to the back, and Yumi Koizumi shot back instantly. Since Yumi Koizumi is a perceptual ninja, her combat power is at most an elite Chunin, and she can get the strength rating of the ninja only because of her excellent perceptual ability. Uchiha Itachi took Firefox and Fungbird to fight with Hai Lao Zhang, and Baiyun was covering the retreat of other ninjas in the morning. Muyun looked at Hai Lao Zhang, who went mad, and said in a deep voice, "System, use 5,000 strengthening points to strengthen my body." System tasks. The reward has just arrived. Facing a shadow-level powerhouse like Hai Lao Zhang, Muyun must do everything possible to improve his strength. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 75. Strength, 75. Speed, 75. Spirit, 75. Chakra, 3005. Strength assessment, Shengnan, close black lens bracket. With the use of 5,000 reinforcement points, Muyun's strength suddenly increased a lot, and all the limbs and bones showed an endless power. At this moment, Muyun's gaze towards Hai Lao Zhang was full of fighting intent. Shave. Whoosh. Muyun's body disappeared directly in place, leaving only a few throbbing lightning in the air. Thunder kick. The terrifying kick wrapped in violent thunder and lightning directly kicked Hai Lao Zhang's right arm, and Hai Lao Zhang's body suddenly slammed out like a kite with a broken string. In mid-air, the flesh and blood on Hai Lao Zhang's right arm exploded, and even the entire right arm became charred black, and there was a trace of lightning entrenched on his right arm. Although Hai Lao Zhang is a shadow-level powerhouse, after all, he is already old and his body functions are declining. Facing the terrifying speed of Muyun, he can't react at all. It would be fine if Muyun was just fast. The key point is that this guy is almost omnipotent. There is no way, the thunder fruit is so domineering and unreasonable. Muyun, you. The expression on Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly changed. Muyun's speed was really too fast, almost to the extreme. Just now he just felt a flash in front of him, and Muyun kicked Hai Lao Zhang with one kick. You must know that this is still the result of the help of Sharingan's abnormal dynamic vision. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi may not feel Muyun's movement at all. Although the current Uchiha Itachi has not turned on the kaleidoscope, the speed of Muyun is still terrifying. Just now, Muyun not only used shaving, but also stimulated his leg muscles with lightning, so the speed directly broke through the sky. What Yunyin's Lei Dun Chakra mode can do, of course the Thunder Fruit can do it, and it can do it even better. After all, Raiden would not be obediently at the mercy of Union Ninja, but in Muyun, he was very docile. This is still when Muyun did not use elementalization to move with the speed of thunder and lightning itself. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't even know the location of Muyun. As for why not to use elementalization, it is because the speed of lightning is already equal to the speed of light, and Muyun's mental power and reflex nerves cannot be controlled. Chapter 52 Kill Hai Lao Zhang. If Muyun uses elementalization to move, it will instantly appear thousands of meters or even 10,000 meters away, and it cannot be used for battle at all. Muyun estimated that at least he would have to wait for his mental power to break through 100 points before he could use the speed of elementalization to fight. Rao is so, Muyun's speed is unparalleled. Hai Lao Zhang's body stood up from the ground, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The ninja's body is generally not strong, and after suffering from Muyun's full-strength kick, Hai Lao Zhang's entire right arm has been completely abolished. As a ninja who uses the ninjutsu to fight with the seal, Ai Zhang's combat power has been weakened by more than half. Fire escape, fire dragon fire bomb. Hai Lao Zhang didn't seem to feel the pain from his right arm. He made a difficult seal with one hand, and a large group of fiery fireballs spewed out of his mouth, roaring towards Muyun. The scorching flames made the ground turn red, and the fire dragon bullets that gathered the chakras of Hai Lao Zhang's whole body were extremely powerful. Muyun's body flickered, easily dodging the attack of the fire dragon flame bullet, and his body appeared directly not far from Hai Lao Zhang. Goodbye, the shadow-level powerhouse of Sand Ninja Village, Hai Lao Zhang. Lightning. With a wave of Muyun's palm, a bolt of lightning instantly fell from the air. Although Hai Lao Zhang was aware of the lightning coming, he couldn't do it even if he wanted to avoid it. After all, the speed of lightning is really fast. Boom! The lightning hit Hylaozang's body head-on, and the powerful force blasted the ground out of a pit of several meters, while Hylaozang's charred body was lying quietly in the pit. What a joke, is this really what Lei Dun can do? Koizumi Yumi's eyes widened, unable to accept the information from her perception ninjutsu. With a wave of your hand, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, without the need for a seal. It was almost instant. Is this really a thunderbolt? Or is the blood following the limit? Koizumi Yumi couldn't be sure, but one thing was beyond doubt: with such a fast attack speed, almost no one could escape. Coupled with the terrifying speed of Muyun, that is to say, once an enemy encounters Muyun, he can only be beaten passively, and cannot attack Muyun at all. What an amazing vitality! Muyun came to the side of Hylaozang's body and saw that Hylaozang's chest was still slightly heaving. Although his body was severely injured, he still didn't breathe. Is it the effect of chakra? The ninja's body is not strong. It is impossible to bear his own head on. The only possibility is that chakra has played a protective role. Lightning blade. Muyun's index finger and middle finger were close together, and the dazzling thunder light extended from the end of the finger. Facing Hylaozang's body, Muyun waved his finger. The splendid thunder light swept across, directly splitting Hylaozang's body in two from the middle. Blood spewed out mixed with internal organs, and Hylaozang, who had already reached the end of his force, died instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, beheading the shadow-level powerhouse Hylaozang, rewarding 1000 reinforcement points. Close black lens bracket. Muyun was a little surprised. You can only get 300 reinforcement points by killing one Changnin, but the shadow level actually gives 1000 reinforcement points directly. This is definitely a surprise for Muyun. Yun, well done. Uchiha Itachi came to Muyun's side panting heavily, reached out and patted Muyun's shoulder, sighing in his heart. The child in front of him is the same age as his younger brother, but his strength has already caught up with him, or even surpassed it. If he were to face the shadow-level powerhouse Hylaozang alone, although Hylaozang was already in his twilight years, it would definitely be a tragic victory if he wanted to win. But Muyun killed Hylaozang at almost no cost. This strength is absolutely terrifying. Bai Yun came to Hylaozang's body in the morning and said in a deep voice, "Although this battle ended with our victory, I have to tell you some bad news." Aizang is the younger brother of Chiyo of Sand Ninja Village, and Chiyo is a senior of Sand Ninja Village, and he can even interfere in Feng Ying's decision. The most important thing is that Chiyo is extremely narrow-minded and extremely vengeful. If he learns that Hylaozang died at the hands of our Konoha ninja, he will definitely not give up. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, his face became heavy. If you say that, Chiyo might use this excuse to start a war against Konoha. Bai Yun shook his head in the morning and said, "You are wrong, it is not through this excuse. With Chiyo's character, it is impossible to use the death of his own brother as an excuse. But taking revenge on Konoha is certain, and there will definitely be a war at that time." When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, he suddenly fell silent. War is always a topic that makes people silent. Muyun said indifferently, "Everyone has been killed, is it still useful to say this now? Since this war is unavoidable, it is better to think about how to deal with the crisis at that time." Morning Junin, don't forget, once Sand Ninja starts a war, your forward outpost must be Sand Ninja's first target. Chapter 53 Coming War. In fact, strictly speaking, Muyun's killing of Hylaozang really meant a war. The reason is very simple. If Muyun wants to become stronger, in addition to doing tasks, he must also kill the enemy. Only on the battlefield can Muyun get the most benefit. Bai Yun pondered for a moment in the morning, and said, "You are right, then please go to the village to inform Lord Hokage, tell Mr. Hokage what happened here, and let the village prepare for the war. And I will continue to stay here. The Sand Ninja village will come at any time, and the forward post cannot be lost. As for my life, it's in your hands. If you arrive at the village sooner and the reinforcements arrive at the post sooner, my danger will be reduced by 1 point, and the post will be able to be preserved. So, please. Saying that, Baiyun bowed deeply in the morning. Hearing the words, Muyun said, Itachi, you take the civet cat and the others back to the village, and I'll stay here to help the morning Shinjin guard post. Uchiha Itachi heard the words and said in surprise, why? Yun, you should know that even if we go all out, it will take at least a day and a half to reach the village. In a day and a half, enough sand ninjas will attack, and by then, the forward outpost will become the most dangerous place. Uchiha Itachi didn't understand Muyun's decision very well. At such a critical moment, Muyun actually stayed and took the risk. It was only the first time that Baiyun met him in the morning. There was no need to risk his life for a ninja he just met, right? Koizumi Yumi also hurriedly said, Yun, you have to think about it clearly, this matter is not a joke, if there is a slight error, you will lose your life. Muyun waved his hand, no need to say more, I have already decided, so my life or death is up to you. Yumi Koizumi wanted to say something, but Uchiha Itachi raised his hand to stop her. Yun, I respect your opinion, we will rush back to the village immediately, be careful. From Muyun's eyes, Uchiha Itachi saw firmness. He knew that Muyun's decision would not be changed. Now the most important thing is to rush back to the village as soon as possible to move in reinforcements. Baiyun frowned in the morning and said, although I don't know your true identity, Yun, are you sure you want to do this? With your talent, becoming a shadow-level powerhouse is almost a certainty, there is no need to accompany me to die here. Baiyun didn't want to see a talented ninja fall in the morning. Here, Baiyun had given up hope for survival in the morning. You must know that even if Uchiha Itachi and the others rushed back to the village as quickly as possible, it would take at least 5 days to move in reinforcements. 5 days is enough for a lot to happen. Muyun knew that if he didn't give a reasonable reason, even if Uchiha Itachi promised to let him stay here, Baiyun would definitely not agree in the morning. Although he could ignore Baiyun's opinion in the morning, he didn't want to do it. This, Muyun said, I caused the disaster, and I killed Hailaozang. It's not my character to walk away. Besides, as a ninja, who is not torn between life and death? Baiyun's slightly wrinkled brows in the morning calmed down and said, okay, this is an excellent ninja. From now on, no matter life or death, you will be my Baiyun's best friend in the morning. The corners of Muyun's mouth curled slightly under the mask. The reason why he stayed here was not only to improve his strength, but also to have a good relationship with Baiyun in the morning. You must know that Baiyun Morning is an elite Shangnin, and his strength is extremely powerful. For a person who has no foundation, getting the friendship of an elite Shangnin can be regarded as a help. After Uchiha Itachi instructed Muyun, he took the civet cat and left the frontier post. Before leaving, Koizumi Yumi also volunteered to stay and help Muyun, but she was rejected by Muyun. Muyun stayed here because he had absolute certainty of being alive, but he had no certainty to guarantee Yumi Koizumi's life. Once the battle broke out and the sword had no eyes, Muyun didn't want such a royal sister and beauty Shangxiaoyu who was interested in him to die. After seeing the backs of Uchiha Itachi and others disappearing from sight, Baiyun looked at Muyun in the morning and said, Yun, if the war does break out, please ensure your own life. You are the hope of Konoha village. If there is a crisis, I will cover you to leave safe and sound even if I try my best. Muyun looked at Baiyun Morning seriously, and said, Morning Shangnin, please don't treat me as a child, no matter what time, the real powerhouse will never run away. In fact, Muyun also understood Baiyun's mood in the morning, but if he stayed here to escape, he didn't need to stay at all. Baiyun ignored Muyun's words in the morning and said, I'm going to arrange for the ninjas in the post to take defensive measures, sorry. The war cannot be sloppy, it does need to be prepared in advance. Chapter 54 Chiyo's Killing Intent, Angered 3. Watching Baiyun leave in the morning, Muyun's heart suddenly surged with anticipation, an anticipation for the upcoming war. At the same time, Muyun's whole body's blood began to boil, and he didn't know how his strength would be improved once this war broke out. It may not be able to reach the shadow level, but it is definitely not difficult to get the evaluation of the system elite Jonin. Meanwhile, Sand Ninja Village. Lord Chiyo, according to the news from the forward post, the ninja army led by Maki Junin was stubbornly resisted by the Konoha ninjas, and the entire army has been wiped out. After the incident, Mr. Halo Zhang personally took action, but he was already killed in battle. It is suspected that a powerful thunder ninja came to Konoha's forward outpost, and his strength is temporarily determined to be a shadow-level powerhouse. Chiyo, who was enjoying the leisure time of fishing, suddenly got this news, and her old body suddenly trembled slightly. Before she knew it, the fishing rod in Chiyo's hand slipped directly from her hand and fell into the lake, and the fish that had just been hooked also broke free from the hook. Sad tears flowed from Chiyo's turbid eyes, and he said fiercely, "If I don't take revenge for this, I swear by Chiyo that I will not be a human being. Pass my order." All the high-level officials in the village come to Feng Ying's office for a meeting. Messenger Ninja hesitated slightly and said, "Sir Chiyo, isn't it inappropriate to convene a high-level meeting without first reporting to Lord Feng Ying? After all, the top leader of Sand Ninja Village is Sasuke. Although Chiyo has great power and Yue is still there, this is already a major violation of power." When Chiandai heard the words, a heavy killing intent erupted from his body, and he said fiercely, "There's nothing wrong with it. Now it's my younger brother who died in the battle. I still have this right as an old woman. Besides, my younger brother has made so many contributions to Sand Ninja Village, and he is one of the few shadow-level powerhouses in the village. Now he was killed by Konoha's ninjas. If they don't have an attitude, I believe that most of the ninjas in the village will also won't agree. His own son died at the hands of Konoha White Fang. Chiyo always wanted revenge. Although White Fang was dead, Konoha still existed. Now that his only relative was killed by the Konoha ninja, Chiyo's hatred for Konoha was unprecedentedly high. The messenger ninja froze in his heart, feeling the heavy killing intent on Chiyo, and no longer dared to say more, and directly convey Chiyo's order. After the ninja was ordered to leave, Chiyo's aura instantly disappeared, and he muttered, "Konoha, you kill my son first, and then killing my brother. This hatred for me, Chiyo, if he can bear it, he is not worthy of being a human being." Chiyo soon came to Sasuke's office. At this time, all the high-level officials of Sand Ninja Village gathered in the office. It's just that the face of the fourth generation of Feng Ying is not very good-looking. "Elder Chiyo, I am also very angry about the matter of Elder Halaozang, but it doesn't seem right for you to go directly past me and summon the senior leaders of Sand Ninja." The sharp eyes were instantly fixed on Chiyo, and the aura of the shadow-level powerhouse on the fourth generation Feng Ying suddenly burst out, causing a gust of wind in Feng Ying's office. Chiyo unabashedly released his aura to compete with the 4 generations of Sasuke, and said solemnly, "My old lady, what I did is a little inappropriate, but this matter is no trivial matter. My younger brother has made outstanding contributions to the Sand Ninja Village, and this revenge must be avenged. Besides, Maki and the others have been wiped out, and I have suffered heavy losses, so Kawai-sama won't leave it alone, right? If that's the case, not only me, but also the people present won't agree." As Chiyo's voice fell, most of the ninjas in the entire office nodded in cooperation with Chiyo. Although Chiyo is old, the foundation is still there. This time, she is obviously here to force the palace. Seeing that the effect was almost done, Chiyo said, "After the war with Konoha is over, I will hand over all the rights in my hands, withdraw from the elders, and never ask about any events in Sand Ninja Village." 4 generations of Feng Ying heard the words. A smile appeared on his face. This bargaining chip is not bad. Looking around at the ninjas present, the 4 generations of Sasuke said, "Sand Ninja Village has entered the pre-war preparation stage. Gather the ninjas in the village, led by the elder Chiyo, to launch a war against Konoha." With the issuance of the order, the entire Sand Ninja Village suddenly fell into a boil, and at the same time a large number of ninjas began to gather. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi and others also felt Konoha village and conveyed the news to the 3 generations of Hokage. When the 3 generations of Hokage heard the words, they were immediately furious and held a high-level meeting. At the meeting, they were uncharacteristically and decided against all opinions. Once Sand Ninja Village has the intention of going to war, Konoha will resolutely challenge it. At the same time, the ninja troops led by Hatake Kakashi and Matekai also gathered towards Konoha's outpost against the Country of Wind, and went to support Baiyun Morning and Konoha's first genius, Muyun. Suddenly, the curtain of war slowly opened. Chapter 55. All parties reacted, Sand Ninja attacked. The cloud of war shrouded Konoha village, and it also shrouded Sand Ninja village. Such large-scale preparations could not be concealed, and other ninja villages also received news one after another. Cloudy Village. Konoha and Sand Shinobi have entered a state of preparation. Has the news been confirmed? The 4th Raikage put his hands on the table and confirmed it to the intelligence ninja. Lord Raikage, the news came from the spies we arranged in the 2 shinobi villages. It is absolutely reliable. The intelligence ninja got down on one knee and said respectfully. A smile appeared on the 4th generation Raikage's face. Stay on the sidelines, maybe we, Yun Yin, will also participate in this war. The 4th Raikage is a true militant, and for war, it is exactly what he expects. Rock Hidden Village. Are Konoha and Sand Shinobu going to go to war? The order goes on, everyone is on standby at any time, and once there is a suitable opportunity, we Iwaken will also go in and get a share of the pie. There was a smile of an old fox on the face of the 3 generations of Tukage Onogi. This upcoming war, isn't it an opportunity for their Yenian village? The 5 great ninja villages, the 5 great nations, the Konoha and the Fire Country have the most abundant resources. Why does every ninja war break out? Isn't it caused by uneven distribution of resources? Yenian village is definitely not rich. So Onogi also wants to take advantage of the war to develop Yenian village. Fog Hidden Village. A charming smile on the corner of Terumi Mei's mouth. It's really interesting. Is the 4th ninja war coming soon? Send intelligence ninjas to watch the dynamics of the major ninja villages at any time. We will not participate in the battle unless we have to. Having said this, Terumi Mei's face became serious. But if there is an opportunity to take advantage, we must not miss it. The strength of Wuyin village is weaker than that of other ninja villages. Wuyin, who has experienced the blood fog period, has not a lot of reserves, and the high-end combat power is even more pitiful. However, the situation of the war is changing rapidly, and maybe it is possible to take advantage of this opportunity to make up for the previous losses of Karayan. Don't think that Terumi Mei is a beauty and will be soft-hearted, and no one who can become a Mizukage is a waste. From a certain point of view, Terumi Mei's methods are more ruthless than the shadows of other shinobi villages. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, the cloud of war shrouded the entire forward outpost, and almost all Konoha ninjas have deep worries on their faces. Even the tyrannical Baiyun Morning. In the morning, you don't have to worry too much. What should come will always come. When soldiers come, they will block water and cover with soil. What are you afraid of? Seeing Bai Yun's sad face in the morning, Muyun couldn't help but comfort him. Bai Yun nodded in the morning and said, that's true. In fact, until now, I have already put my life and death aside, but these ninjas who follow me to guard the post are innocent. Once the war broke out, I didn't have time to take care of them at all. Under the attack of the Sand Ninja Army, I don't know how many people will survive. Muyun frowned and said, in the morning, remember, no one is innocent in this world. From the day they become a ninja, no matter who they are, they should expect this day to come. So I believe that they are all ready, and what you are saying now is not an insult to them. In Muyun's view, the ninja world is a place where the weak eat the strong. From the moment they choose to become ninjas, death has long been their final destination. Morning Lord, Yun Lord, Sand Ren's main force is already within 5 kilometers of the outpost, and I believe it will arrive in 10 minutes. After seeing Muyun's formidable strength and sturdy record, the entire post except for Baiyun Morning, without exception, use the honorary title for Muyun. It has nothing to do with age. Baiyun suddenly changed color in the morning. It's really here. What a sand ninja, what a Chiyo. Before that, Baiyun still had a bit of fantasy in the morning. After all, compared to the overall strength, Sand Ninja Village is definitely inferior to Konoha Village, but Sand Ninja Village is going to war. Assemble all the ninjas and prepare to fight. Baiyun gave an order with a dignified face in the morning, and all the ninjas in the entire outpost gathered outside the outpost. Looking at these Konoha ninjas in front of him, Muyun shook his head and said that they were all ninjas, but there were only about 20 people. However, because they are the guardian ninjas of the outpost, none of these ninjas are below the strength of Chunin. Think about it, how could the 3 generations of Hokage send some trash to guard such an important place as the frontier post? Although it is said that there will be no accidents under normal circumstances, but if you are not afraid of 10,000, you will be afraid of what will happen. If Sand Ninja makes a surprise attack, why not stop the food? Although compared to the large army, these ninjas are just a man's arm and a car. Chapter 56 Thousands of Ninjas. Everyone, according to the investigation report, the large army of Sand Ninja Village has appeared 5 kilometers away. This time, war is unavoidable. Maybe all of us here will die here. Tell me, are you afraid? Baiyun stood at the front of the team in the morning and asked loudly with a sullen face. All the ninjas shook their heads and replied, "Don't be afraid." Baiyun nodded gratified in the morning and said with a smile, "This battle is for us to protect Konoha, but also to protect our family, so when the battle breaks out, please do your best to kill Shonin. For Konoha, this battle will be won." As soon as Baiyun's words fell in the morning, the voices of more than 20 ninjas sounded in unison. For Konoha, this battle will be won. For Konoha, this battle will be won. ... Looking at Baiyun who was boosting morale in the morning, Muyun smiled. This guy succeeded in driving the fighting spirit of the ninjas in the audience. In the war, the fighting spirit is very important. Although it is illusory, the side without the fighting spirit will definitely suffer a big loss in the battle. It can be seen from this that Baiyun is not only powerful in the morning, but also his mind is the best choice. With majestic fighting spirit, Muyun and others finally ushered in their own enemy, the Sand Ninja Army. Hi! Seeing the scene in front of them, many ninjas gasped directly. As far as the eye can see, there are all black heads, far from the edge. It is roughly estimated that the number of sand ninjas attacked this time is at least tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of ninjas, how terrifying is that? It's enough to push through any obstacles that stand in your way. Seeing the forefront of the Sand Ninja Army, Chiyo looked at Muyun and the others with a murderous look on his face. Those murderous eyes made Muyun feel a little terrified. Sure enough, this old man is really narrow-minded. Didn't he just kill your brother? A look of bitterness and hatred. Baiyun said heavily in the morning. Chiyo actually led the team. This is trouble. Although Chiyo has entered the dying years, the strength of the shadow-level powerhouse is no joke. Even if Muyun had a record of killing Hai Laozang, he seemed so pale at this moment. Even if Muyun shot and killed Chiandai, but tens of thousands of ninjas attacked, even if Muyun was extremely powerful, it would be useless. The power of individuals is so powerless in the face of such a large-scale war. Looking at the entire ninja world, the ninjas who can quell such a large-scale war by themselves, Baiyun can only think of 2 people in the morning. Ninja Shira Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Minaruto, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Boy, are you Baiyun Morning? Chiyo saw Baiyun Morning standing in front of the Konoha ninja team at a glance. As for Muyun, Chiyo subconsciously ignored it. In Chiyo's eyes, a mere brat, she can be crushed to death with one finger, and she doesn't need to care at all. The only thing Chiyo cares about now is Baiyun Morning and the shadow-level powerhouse that Konoha appeared in the information, who is suspected of using Thunder Dun, that is, the culprit who killed her brother. Corners of Baiyun's mouth twitched slightly in the morning. The name, boy, has not been heard since graduating from the ninja school, and I didn't expect to hear it again today. But looking at Chiyo's old appearance, Baiyun was relieved in the morning. With Chiyo's age, it's not an exaggeration to call him a boy. Are you Chiyo from Sand Ninja Village? I wonder why you would lead such a large-scale ninja army to the border of our country of fire. Although he knew Chiyo's purpose, Baiyun asked as usual in the morning. After all, the process that should be taken still has to go. Baiyun couldn't afford to carry the reputation of starting a war in the morning, and Konoha couldn't afford it either, and he didn't want to. What are you doing? Naturally, he came to avenge my brother. You Konoha ninja brutally killed the top of our Sand Ninja Village. Do you think we are here to celebrate? For Baiyun Morning, Chiyo didn't have a good face, all because Baiyun Morning was good at swordsmanship. As long as he saw the dagger on Baiyun's waist in the morning, Chiyo couldn't help but imagine the appearance of Hatake Tsukumo in his mind. It's strange to have a good face. Vengeance. Baiyun's face sank in the morning. But you brought so many ninjas to the border of the land of fire, clearly wanting to start a war. Seeing that Baiyun started to argue with Chiyo in the morning, Muyun said impatiently, in the morning, what are you talking about? Old man, if you want to fight, you will fight, where is there so much nonsense? You have so much time to waste, I don't. If you don't want to fight, go back to your Sand Ninja Village, don't talk nonsense here. Chiyo's face shook, glaring at Baiyun Morning and said, who is this kid? Baiyun Morning, is that how you educate your subordinates? Hint of helplessness on his face, Baiyun said in the morning, Yun is not my subordinate, but my best friend, and what he says is mine. Chapter 57 Start the war, start the killing ring. Chiyo said with a gloomy face, then can his words also represent the meaning of Konoha? Baiyun was speechless in the morning. Only 3 generations of Hokage can represent Konoha, he can't answer this. Chiyo snorted coldly. HMPH, let's not talk so much nonsense. What about the shadow-level powerhouse who killed my brother? Let him come out and see me. At this moment, Chiyo only has the word revenge in her heart. For her, the death blow of her younger brother is really too big. At her age, it is not bad to have someone who can be with you all day long, not to mention her younger brother. It's too loud, Chiyo, don't forget, this is the Konoha frontier post, not a place for you to roll around. Muyun frowned. Chiandai's attitude made Muyun a little unhappy. How dare he let him get out? If it is true that there are shadow-level powerhouses as Chiyo said, where does Chiyo have the confidence to get people out? What's more, what Chiyo said was him. Muyun was of course very upset. Baiyun was also upset in the morning, and said, there are no shadow-level powerhouses, but it was Yun who killed your brother. Yun is the so-called shadow-level powerhouse you're looking for. Chiyo looked at Muyun with wide eyes. What? He is the murderer of my brother. How is that possible? My younger brother is a real shadow-level powerhouse. Although he is old, he is not something that such a kid can kill. My younger brother can crush him with just one finger. You Konoha don't want to tell the truth. Don't you think I'm old and confused to find such a kid to perfunctory me? Even Sarutobi Hizen would not dare to perfunctory me like this. Muyun frowned and said, old man, whether you believe it or not, I killed your brother. How dare an old sick cat like that dare to fight? It's just vulnerable. Chiyo looked at the reactions of the Konoha ninjas, and a ridiculous thought popped up in her heart. Could it be that her brother was really killed by this kid in front of her? In an instant, Chiyo's eyes became murderous. No matter whether Muyun killed it or not, today Chiyo will let Konoha pay his debts with blood. Give it to me and kill all these Konoha ninjas. Chiyo gave an order loudly with a ferocious look on his face. The next moment, tens of thousands of ninjas immediately started, and one by one ninjutsu came over the sky, and one by one, Kulu occupied the site of Muyun and others. Muyun's figure left the place for the first time. Facing this kind of attack jointly launched by tens of thousands of ninjas, the current Muyun is still unable to be hard-headed. But Muyun believes that only to give him time, one day, he will be able to end a war head-on by himself. Although the attacks launched by tens of thousands of ninjas looked extremely powerful, they actually did not cause too many casualties. Because Konoha's ninjas all avoided the attack in advance, after all, it is not a one-on-one battle, and it is not difficult to avoid it. What a killing intent, old man. Thunder kick. After Muyun's body disappeared in place, he appeared directly in front of the previous generation, and immediately kicked out with a kick wrapped in violent thunder and lightning. Although Chiyo couldn't avoid the speed of lightning, his fighting consciousness was much stronger than that of Hai Lao Zhang, and he directly sacrificed a puppet to block in front of him. Crack, boom. The next moment, Muyun's lightning speed kicked heavily on the puppet's body cracked instantly, and then exploded directly, turning into debris in the sky. Call out. Little devil, you are still too young. At the same time as Chiyo stepped back, a kunai was thrown out of his hand. The dark purple light glowed on the kunai, and at first glance, it was quenched with poison. Shave. Muyun's body disappeared in an instant, and the poisonous kuwu was nailed to the ground. Muyun's body stopped not far away. Looking at the pothole with white smoke, he said lightly, "It's so sinister, old guy. I don't want to play with you anymore, go and harvest the heads first." At this moment, the two ninjas had already collided fiercely. The 20 or so ninjas on Konoha's side seemed very insignificant in front of the tens of thousands of ninjas in Sand Ninja, and 7 or 8 died as soon as they collided. Except for Bai Yun, who was holding a dagger in his hand in the morning and killing the quartet, the others were almost struggling to support it. Muyun's body flashed with dazzling thunder, and instantly rushed into the crowd of Sha Ren. With the flashes of thunder, countless screams suddenly came out, and a large number of stumps and broken arms flew directly into the air. With Muyun's strength, basically one punch can easily blow Chunin's head, not to mention the lower end, even the upper end. Under Muyun's terrifying speed, it doesn't take a long time to struggle. A single thunderbolt can take away the lives of several Chunin or even dozens of Genin, and with a single punch, whether it is Genin or Chunin, it will explode. If you kill a Genin, you can get 50 reinforcement points, a Chunin is 100 reinforcement points, and a Shengnin is 300 reinforcement points. Today, I'm going to start a killing spree. Chapter 58 Thunder Spear. The dazzling thunder light kept flashing on the battlefield, and the terrifying speed made Muyun feel like no one, and a Mingxia endured to die in Muyun's hands. Seeing his strengthening points continue to soar, Muyun's heart is full of excitement, and sure enough, war is the shortcut to become stronger. Damn it, kid. Chiyo's eyes were splitting as he looked at Muyun, who was killing all directions on the battlefield. Blood was dripping in his heart. These are the reserve ninjas of his Sand Ninja village. The ninja reserve in each village is not much, only about 40,000, and most of them are still under the ninja. Most of the ninjas that Chiyo brought this time were Chunin, and there were not many lower tolerances. In other words, Muyun killed all the Chunin of their Sand Ninja village, and they were the backbone. Chiyo intends to stop Muyun's killing, but her speed is like a tortoise compared to Muyun's, and she can't keep up with Muyun's movements at all. Chiyo, who had nowhere to spread the fire, looked at Bai Yunzan. "I can't stop you. Kill Bai Yunzao first, and kill all your Konoha ninjas." Chiyo red eyes, and directly fought with Bai Yun in the morning. The superb puppet technique used, so that Bai Yun's pressure in the morning suddenly increased. Bai Yun's strength is indeed strong in the morning, but Chiyo is a real movie-level powerhouse. It's not bad that Bai Yun can last for a while in the morning. With the passage of time, Bai Yun's morning form also took a turn for the worse, and he was on the verge of dying at the hands of Chiyo. Muyun, who observed this scene from a distance, sighed, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Bai Yun's side in the morning. A thunder and lightning shot out, and immediately forced Chiyo with a ferocious face back. "Leave this old woman to me, you go hunt other ninjas in Sand Ninja village." Looking at the embarrassed Bai Yun morning, Muyun said without looking back. Bai Yun knew in the morning that he wouldn't be able to help him by staying here, so he nodded and wanted to leave. Don't think about it. As soon as Chiyo moved, he wanted to intercept Bai Yun morning. Razor. At this moment, a lightning snake shot towards Chiyo in an instant. If Chiyo was determined to stop Bai Yun morning, she would also be hit by the thunder snake. Faced with this situation, Chiyo had to stop her actions. She didn't dare to use her body to test the power of Razor. Boom. The razor that lost its target directly attacked the ground, and the terrifying thunder and lightning vented out, and a scorched black hole with a radius of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Chiyo's forehead shed a few drops of cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't choose to fight hard, otherwise, even using chakra to protect his body would be enough, and he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Puppet Art. 3 Machine Exercises. Chiyo, with a look of fear on his face, threw out 3 puppets and attacked Muyun at the same time. Muyun's body instantly disappeared in place, and appeared behind a puppet, Thunder Fist. A fist flashing with lightning landed heavily on the puppet's back, but Muyun was a little surprised that his punch only left a few cracks on the puppet's back, not directly. Destroy the puppet. Kid, my puppet is made of top-grade materials, and the only person who can violently destroy it is your Princess Tsunade of Konoha. I have never seen a second person who can do it. A look of disdain appeared on Chiyo's face. If her puppet could be destroyed so easily, then Chiyo would have died 100 times. Listening to Chiyo's boasting, Muyun smiled lightly. Really? Then you will meet today, the second person who can destroy your puppet. Thunder Spear. A trace of thunder and lightning jumped in the air, and with the voice of Muyun, it condensed into 3 spears of thunder, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoosh! With the wave of Muyun's arm, the 3 thunder spears shot out at once, attacking Chiyo's 3 puppets at the same time. Fast, extremely fast, unparalleled fast. I saw a flash of lightning, and with a stab sound, the heads of Chiyo's 3 puppets burst directly at almost the same time, turning into debris in the sky. Immediately after the violent thunder and lightning directly wrapped the body of the puppet, the 3 headless puppets suddenly turned into fly ash under the violent lightning attack, leaving no trace behind. After destroying the puppets, the 3 thunder spears fell into the ninja army of Sand Ninja Village unabated. In an instant, a terrifying thunderbolt exploded and swept the surrounding area of more than 10 meters. Dozens of sand ninjas were directly wiped out under the attack of thunder and lightning and disappeared into this world. Chiyo's face was extremely ugly. She didn't expect Muyun to actually be able to destroy her puppet. Muyun's threat is really too great. A casual attack can take away more than a dozen sand ninjas' lives. Such a terrifying thunder ninja, Chiyo has lived most of his life, and he has never heard of it. Even the group of muscular men in Union Village who are famous in the ninja world for thunder escape can't do it. An absurd thought popped up in Chiyo's mind. Maybe Muyun wasn't using an ordinary lei dun. Chapter 59 Temporarily Retreat. Chiyo knew that he underestimated Muyun, and the lack of intelligence caused him to greatly underestimate Muyun's combat effectiveness. Most importantly, Chiyo didn't have the confidence to win Muyun in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Chiyo gathered up his chakra and shouted loudly, "The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village listen, retreat immediately." As Chiyo's voice fell, tens of thousands of ninjas moved in unison and retreated directly to the rear, and Bai Yun did not order to pursue them in the morning. Muyun didn't block it. Even if he blocked it, it would be useless. Now, he can't kill tens of thousands of ninjas. Soon, the ninja troops of Sand Ninja Village were stationed 10 kilometers away from the forward post. Obviously, this time it was only a temporary retreat. Watching the retreat of the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, Bai Yun looked around in the morning, and suddenly felt a hint of desolation. Of the 20 or so ninjas who originally followed him, there are only 3 left. These 3 are all ninjas with special strength. Needless to say, all the others died in this battle. Seeing Bai Yun's expression in the morning, Muyun stepped forward and said, "In the morning, there is no need to be sad, war is always accompanied by death. Although they all died in battle, they were also in order to protect their homeland, so they deserved to die. Why didn't Muyun understand this in the morning? But these are the brothers he gets along with day and night. Muyun frowned and said, Sand Ninja Village is only retreating temporarily. This time they suffered from the loss of not knowing the information, so they retreated. I don't know when they will come back. I guess Chiyo is now discussing ways to deal with me. Once the countermeasures are discussed, it is estimated that they will launch an attack. We must take this time to take a good rest. Muyun nodded in the morning and said, I think so too. When the next battle comes, you have to be more careful. This old guy Chiyo is ruthless and tricky, don't force it. Muyun nodded, came to the residence that Muyun arranged for him in the morning, and began to count his gains this time. 4,700 reinforcement points. Seeing this, Muyun burst into a foul language in an instant. In less than half an hour, he actually obtained so many reinforcement points. In addition to the 1,000 reinforcement points obtained by beheading Hai Laozang, there are a total of 5,700 reinforcement points. What does 5,700 reinforcement points represent? It means that Muyun must kill at least 57 Chunin. The system, using 2,000 of strengthening points, strengthen the 6 naval styles, use 3,700 strengthening points to strengthen my body. Strengthening points are used to improve strength, and Muyun used these 5,700 strengthening points almost without hesitation. For a moment, Muyun felt that there were a lot of insights and cultivation insights about the 6th naval style in his mind, as if he had been immersed in the 6th naval style for decades. At the same time, Muyun also felt that his body was slowly being strengthened, and a trace of strength flowed out of his limbs and bones, and gathered in his body. Host, Muyun. Age, 6. Physique, 80. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Spirit, 80. Chakra, 6,000. Strength assessment, Shengnan, close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun frowned and said, the further you go, the harder it is to improve your strength. I didn't expect that the 3,700 enhancement points only increased each attribute by 5. However, chakra broke through the shadow level. With Muyun's body getting stronger, chakra can be said to be a latecomer, and now he has thrown away other attributes and has reached the level of shadow. According to Muyun's speculation, I am afraid that chakra is the easiest to improve among these attributes, right? At the same time, in the Sand Ninja Station 10 kilometers away, Chiyo held a meeting in his tent. Everyone, you have all seen that Konoha's little devil who uses Lei Dun is very powerful and very difficult to deal with. The reason why we retreated this time was because of insufficient intelligence. Now we must find a way to deal with this kid. A Sand Ninja Jonin said, Elder Chiyo, I don't think it is Lei Dun. In my ninja career, I have never seen such a powerful and unreasonable Lei Dun. I think it may be a kind of blood inheritance. Limits. Chiyo frowned. Whether it's Lei Dun or Shuiji boundary, the most important thing for us now is to find a way to deal with that kid. I admit that I underestimated him. Being able to become Konoha Anbu is definitely not that simple. You have seen it today. With that kid here, even if we can win, the loss will be very terrifying. For the difficulty level of Muyun, Chiandai also has a headache. The speed of terror almost makes Muyun invincible, and she doesn't have the slightest chance to kill Muyun. Chapter 60 Muyun is trapped. The entire tent was silent, and no one commented. Just kidding, they have all seen Muyun's perverted level. With such a terrifying speed, there is almost no way to check and balance, unless there is a ninja with the same speed to hold the other party. But obviously, their Sand Ninja Village has no contact with speed ninjas at all. Flash of disdain flashed in Chiyo's eyes, and he said, I have a way. Tonight, we are waiting for an opportunity to raid the Konoha frontier outpost, and the 4 Jonin will follow me to find the location of that kid. Then use the 4-sided enchantment technique to trap him, and then I will take care of that kid myself. Originally, during the battle today, Chiyo wanted to use the 10 people of Jinsong to kill Muyun, but after seeing the terrifying speed of Muyun, he gave up this idea. Because Chiyo knew that even a group of 10 people from Jinmatsu would have no way to take Muyun's terrifying speed, so she chose to retreat. A sand ninja Jonin said, "Elder Chiyo, then please. Since Chiyo has their own ideas, they will not arbitrarily refute, regardless of the feasibility. Anyway, if they fail, they do not have to take responsibility." Seeing a NASA ninja nodding like garlic, Chiyo pouted. How could Chiyo not know what was going on in their hearts? But there is no way. Chiyo, who is eager for revenge, cannot give up revenge just because of a shepherd cloud, so he will be a dead horse and a living horse doctor. At the same time, the ninja troops led by Kakashi and Matekai were also rushing on their way tens of kilometers away from the Konoha frontier outpost. "Kai, do you feel it? Chakra's fluctuations are very violent." Kakashi frowned, turned and asked Matekai. Matekai scratched his head and said, "Kakashi, you know, my perception of chakra is not very keen, but since you perceive it, it means that the ninja of Sand Ninja Village has arrived." Kakashi nodded. "I sensed a huge number of scattered chakras. If nothing else, they should be the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village. Looks like the battle has started." Matekai's face instantly turned serious. Youth is not allowed to be wasted, nor is it allowed to travel slowly. Kakashi, speed up. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. "No, we have been traveling with all our strength for 2 days for a long time. Even if we can stand it, others can't stand it." "Well, Asma, you continue on your way with the team, and Kai and I will go first." Step. Asma nodded. "Okay, I hope we can catch up. You and Kai go quickly." As soon as Asma's voice fell, Kakashi and Matekai increased their speed and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Night fell quickly, and Chiyo took a small number of elite ninjas to the frontier post. Muyun, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes instantly and walked out of the room. "As soon as I went out, I saw Baiyun mourning with the same dignified expression." "Mourning? It looks like we can't spend the evening quietly." Looking at each other, Baiyun nodded in the morning and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack." In an instant, the remaining 3 ninjas rushed out of the room. The next moment, the ninjutsu smashed over the sky one by one, breaking the silence of the night. Muyun's body quickly disappeared in the attack range of the number of people, and when he reappeared, he was surrounded by 4 ninjas and Chiyo. Ninja, Safang barrier. The 4 sand ninjas stood on one side, their hands formed a seal, and a formation directly surrounded Muyun and Chiyo. "Little devil, you are still too young, today is your day of death." Chiyo looked at Muyun with a ferocious look on his face. Chiyo's hatred for this murderer who killed his own younger brother was extremely strong. Muyun looked at the enchantment that surrounded him and said, "Old woman, you have become smarter." With that said, Muyun's brows could not help but slowly wrinkle. The spirit formation ninjutsu greatly weakened his speed. In such a small area, his speed can't play much effect. Chiyo said ruthlessly, "Stop talking nonsense, just stay here today." White secret technique, 10 people in Jinsong. Chiyo directly took out the 10 people from Jinsong, and in an instant, 10 puppets directly surrounded Muyun. Muyun's face suddenly became serious, and Muyun, the famous name of the 10 people in Jinsong, has naturally heard of it. This can be said to be the strongest trump card of Chiyo. "I didn't expect this old guy to use a big move as soon as he came up to deal with him, and it's shameless." Turning his head to look outside the barrier, Baiyun was already in a hard fight this morning, not to mention the other 3 ninjas, who were already panting heavily with scars. Muyun sighed. It seems that there is no hope of breaking this barrier from the outside. Chiyo smiled grimly and said, "Don't expect Baiyun in the morning, he can't protect himself now, you are dead today." Hokage start with a thunder fruit, chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 Thunder Guyu, completely destroy the enemy. Looking at his current situation, Muyun sighed, "Hey, it seems that you really want me to die." Speaking of this, Muyun's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Then there is no way. In an instant, destroy the 10 people in Jinsong. Suddenly, countless violent thunderbolts flickered on Muyun's body, and each beating thunderbolt contained unparalleled power, and even Chiyo couldn't help but change color. How is that possible? How can you have such a strong chakra? If you want to explode such a level of thunder and lightning, the chakra that must be consumed is extremely terrifying. Even the 4th generation of Hokage can't do it. How did this kid do it? It's a pity that Chiyo didn't know that Muyun was the person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit, and the Thunder Fruit was so domineering and unreasonable. Soon, Chiyo's face returned to calm. What about the huge chakra? Today, you must die. Oh, is it? At this moment, a voice came in from the outside world, and I saw Hatake Kakashi's palm pierced through the chest of a sand ninja, turning his head to look at Muyun's direction and smiling. From Ling. 8 gates Dunjia, 6th view gate, open. Towards the peacock. Chiyo only saw a green light flashing in front of his eyes, and then one after another flames covered the entire enchantment. Under the attack of the flames, the entire barrier suddenly shook violently, especially the 4 sand ninjas were bleeding from the nose and mouth, and their faces suddenly turned pale. The next moment, the 4 sand ninjas closed their eyes and fell to the ground. Without a sound, the caster died, and the barrier was naturally self-destructed. Matekai's body appeared directly beside Muyun, looked at the thunder and lightning beating on Muyun's body in shock, and said, "Are you alright?" Muyun shook his head, dissipated the thunder and lightning from his body, and said, "Matekai Junin, you came at the right time, you have helped a lot. Please help me hold this old guy down, I'm going to clear all these sand ninjas." Matekai was a little surprised when he heard the words. You must know that the sand ninjas who are attacking now are all elites. No one is weaker than the elite Chunin. Muyun actually said that he would solve them all. Although he thought it was unlikely, he said, "Leave it to me." Muyun nodded and turned to leave. Little devil, don't even try to escape. Chiyo directly manipulated a puppet to stop Muyun, only to be opened 6 times. The doors Matekai punched back. Your opponent is me, Konoha's blue beast, Matekai. Hearing this, Chiyo's face became extremely ugly. For ninjas like them who are good at puppet arts, taijutsu ninjas are the most difficult, and the name of Matekai, Chiyo naturally heard of it. Puppet art, come on. With a loud cry, Matekai fought directly with Chiyo who was controlling the 10 people in Kinmatsu. At this time, Muyun has used the moon step to come to the air. At this time, only Baiyun Morning and Kakashi who just arrived are still fighting, and the other 3 ninjas have already died. Looking at the scene below, Muyun took a deep breath and said loudly, "Morning, Kakashi, step back." Baiyun and Kakashi heard Muyun's voice in the morning, although they were a little puzzled, but out of trust, they immediately pulled away and retreated. Muyun stretched out his palms, facing the sand ninjas, and said slowly, "Thundering Guyu." As Muyun's voice fell, densely formed hooks formed by thunder and lightning appeared, and with the wave of Muyun's palm, they immediately swept away towards the sand ninjas. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a continuous explosion sounded, and countless screams merged into the air, which sounded very miserable. When Chiyo heard the sound, she turned her head and glanced at the source of the sound. It was this look that made her eyes split. No, stop it. Chiyo immediately wanted to step forward to stop Muyun, but was directly intercepted by Matekai. Your opponent is me. Chiyo roared furiously, "Get out of here." Chiyo manipulated the 10 people of Kinmatsu to launch a storm-like attack on Matekai, but for Matekai, it had little effect. Kakashi stood not far from watching this scene, and said dumbfounded, "Just kidding. This is also Lei Dun." He himself is a very outstanding Lei Dun ninja, and he also believes that he has played Lei Dun out of the flower, but seeing Muyun's performance today, he realizes how ordinary his Lei Dun is. The roar continued for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes of indiscriminate attacks, dozens of ninjas who participated in the night attack died directly in Muyun's hands, and the entire army was wiped out. At this moment, Muyun's reinforcement points soared directly to 6,000 points. Ah, kid, damn you, all of you Konoha ninjas. This scene in front of him made Chiyo go crazy. Chapter 62 Chiyo Escape. Manipulating the 10 people of Kinmatsu, Chiyo is frantically outputting, and he doesn't care about the loss of chakra at all, but for a while, Matekai is in a hurry. Rachel. Kakashi saw that his good friend was forced to be in a hurry, and it was too late to shock Muyun's fighting power. His body suddenly turned into a streamer, and his palm covered with thunder and lightning directly penetrated a puppet. But Chiyo didn't seem to see it, and was still outputting frantically, and even Kakashi was included in the attack range. Kakashi, Kai, the old guy Chiyo is crazy, don't fight with him, let him consume his chakra himself. Muyun frowned, looked at Matekai and Kakashi, who were with Chiyo hard steel, and shouted in a deep voice. Kakashi and Matekai heard the words, a flash of inspiration flashed in their eyes at the same time. Chiyo is a shadow-level powerhouse after all, and it is difficult to take advantage of her stubbornness. Thinking of this, the fighting method of the two suddenly turned into a roaming, walking tactic, constantly consuming Chiyo's chakra. You wait, I will definitely avenge this revenge. Who knew that Chiyo was deliberately pretending to be crazy, and kept moving towards the periphery of the battlefield with the battle. After seizing an opportunity, he just slipped away. Kakashi and Matekai wanted to catch up, but were stopped by Muyun. Don't chase after poor thieves. Besides, Chiyo is just a lost dog now. Once she catches up, it will drive her to a dead end and fight for her life. It's not easy to deal with. The 10 members of Kinmatsu have already been destroyed by Kakashi and Matekai together. Chiyo's combat effectiveness has been greatly weakened, but now rushing to catch up will only cause Chiyo's crazy counterattack. The Mad Dog's bite may not pose a threat to Muyun, but it is still very troublesome. In fact, Muyun had already seen Chiyo's intention to retreat, but he still played with Chiyo's trick. The reason is very simple. Muyun is counting on Chiyo to take revenge. If Chiyo dies, with the character of the 4 generations of Kazekage, it is estimated that the possibility of ending the war is very high, and then where can I go to gain reinforcement points? You're right, it's really not the right time to continue the pursuit. Kakashi also understands this truth. It was just a subconscious action just now. After all, Chiyo is a shadow-level powerhouse. Killing her means removing a powerful enemy for Konoha. Taking a deep look at Muyun, Kakashi had actually recognized Muyun's identity. After all, he had secretly protected Muyun for so long, so he still had some eyesight. It's just that Kakashi didn't think that the original. That kid's current strength is actually so terrifying, that one person actually wiped out dozens of elite ninjas, it's just terrifying. At this time, Muyun came over in the morning, with a few scars on his body, and said to Kakashi, "You are Hitachi Kakashi, right? I heard about you, and you, Matekai." Saying that, Muyun's eyes fell on Matekai again in the morning. Konoha's famous physique, Jonin, thanks to you guys today, otherwise we would be in trouble. When Muyun was trapped in the barrier just now, Muyun's heart clenched in the morning, and he was very afraid that Muyun would die in Chiyo's hands. After all, in Muyun's morning view, Muyun's speed is much more brilliant than his combat effectiveness. At that time, the speed was limited. Who knows if Muyun can break out of the situation. Fortunately, Kakashi and Matekai arrived in time, otherwise the result would be unpredictable. The short battle was over. Everyone began to rest in the post to recover chakra, while Muyun went to the forest to hunt. His physical strength was very serious. Although Thunder Guyu is powerful and has a wide range of attacks, it consumes terrifying physical strength. If it weren't for his balanced physical attributes, he really couldn't hold on. 2 hours later, 4 roasted wild boars appeared in front of Muyun and the others, exuding a tempting fragrance. Muyun and Kakashi and others only ate 1 roasted wild boar in the morning, and the other 3 roasted wild boars all entered Muyun's stomach. Just this, Muyun still feels only 60% full. Kakashi looked at Muyun with a look of monsters on his face and said, "Yun, how did your stomach look like? With such a small body, where did all the 3 roasted wild boars go?" Although he recognized Muyun's identity, Kakashi still didn't reveal it. He used to be Anbu's rules very well. From the moment he put on the mask, he could only call him a code name. Muyun pouted and said, "This is only 6 points full, I feel like I can have another one." Kakashi rolled his eyes speechlessly, and Kakashi suddenly understood the reason for Muyun's desperate cultivation. With this amount of food, if you don't have a strong strength, you will be hungry at any time. Metke stood up abruptly and said, "Yo. Youth doesn't allow us to waste time, let's go exercise after we're full, Kakashi." Kakashi glanced at Metke and said, "I'm not interested, go for it yourself. Then I'm off." Metke opened his Zuiba, Shen. Gave a swipe of his thumb, and his white teeth actually flashed a ray of light. Chapter 63 Discuss Countermeasures. Fuck. Muyun directly uttered a foul language. I didn't expect that the skill of shining teeth really existed. Moreover, it seems to be an exclusive talent skill of Metekai. Muyun said in a low voice, "Just now, did his teeth." A flash of light. Some couldn't believe it. Muyun confirmed to Kakashi. Baiyun Morning is also curious. This kind of skill has never been seen before. Even the always calm Baiyun Morning is very curious. Facing the 2 curious eyes, Kakashi nodded helplessly and said, "You read that right, that guy's teeth really shine. I had the same expression as you when I first saw it. I even wondered if this guy used some kind of ninjutsu, but I have confirmed that his teeth really shine without special effects." Muyun and Baiyun looked at each other in the morning, and immediately understood each other's meaning. Is there such an operation? At this moment, the Konoha ninja army led by Asuma finally arrived at the outpost. "How's the situation?" Asuma's first sentence after entering the outpost was to ask Kakashi about the situation. Kakashi motioned for Asuma to sit down, and then said, "The situation is not ideal. There is only one person who survived at the frontier post, that is, Baiyun Morning Jonin, and the others have already died." When Asuma heard the words, an expression of anger suddenly appeared on his face. "Damn Sand Ninja, damn Chiyo, actually dare to do it. You must know that Sand Ninja Village is relatively weak among Wu Ninja Village." Asuma never expected that the opponent would be so decisive and have already started a war. Kakashi waved his hand. "It's useless to say these things now. This time, there are tens of thousands of ninjas sent by Sand Ninja Village. Although a lot has been lost in the previous battle, it is only a drop in the ocean. There are at least 9,000 ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village who can fight, and this time we brought only 5,000 ninjas. Although they are all elites, it is still very difficult to defeat Sand Ninja." Asuma frowned. "This is a little troublesome. Everyone knows that Chiyo is a mad woman, and she will never give up unless she achieves her goals. The advantage of the number of people will definitely make her fight unscrupulously. Although I haven't seen Chiyo, Asuma has heard of Chiyo's name and knows how difficult this old guy is." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Said, "I'm afraid not only that, Chiyo has suffered a big loss in our hands today. Her trump card near Song 10 people have been destroyed by me and Kai 3. The most important thing is that Yun directly shot and killed dozens of their elite ninjas. After suffering such a big loss, it is absolutely impossible for Chiyo to give up." At this time, Muyun interjected, "What are you afraid of? Soldiers will block water and cover with soil. It's pointless to discuss these now. Let's think about how to consume the power of the Sand Ninja." When Kakashi heard the words, he knew that Muyun had his own thoughts and asked, "Yun, what can you do?" Baiyun and others also looked at Muyun in the morning. Muyun said indifferently, "If I guessed correctly, Sand Ren will attack again under the leadership of Chiyo early tomorrow morning. At that time, you will hold Chiyo, and I will go directly into Sand Ren's troops and consume their numbers, close the gap in numbers. As long as you can hold off Chiyo and not affect me, I have the confidence to deal a heavy blow to the Sand Ninja forces." Kakashi frowned and thought for a while, then said, I believe in your strength. It's not a problem for me and Kai to hold back Chiyo, but are you really sure that you will be safe on the battlefield where so many ninjas are fighting? Before leaving, the 3 generations of Hokage had already handed over the command of the troops to Kakashi. As for why he didn't hand it over to his son Asuma, it was because Asuma was impulsive and did not have Kakashi's cool head. Maybe the 3 generations of Hokage will have selfishness in some things, which is understandable, but when it comes to issues related to the village, the 3 generations of Hokage will never be vague. Another reason is that the current Konoha talents are withering. Orochimaru's defection, Tsunade's runaway, and Jiraiya's departure from the village make the huge Konoha. Apart from the 3 generations of Hokage, no one can handle the shadow-level power. This is also the reason why the 3 generations of Hokage have vigorously cultivated Muyun. It is really the current Konoha, and there are too few strong people who can be alone. Looking at Kakashi's worried eyes, Muyun said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I'm a man who can come and go freely in the Sand Ninja group. There will be no problem. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Morning Ninja. Seeing Kakashi turn his gaze to himself, Muyun hesitated a little in the morning, but still said, in the first battle, Muyun really killed the quartet in Sand Ninja's group of ninjas. Even Muyun was able to kill Hai Laozang with his unparalleled speed. I have never seen the speed of Lord Hokage, but Yun's speed is definitely the fastest I have ever seen. Chapter 64 Fight Chiyo again. One night passed in a blink of an eye, and early the next morning, Chiyo took the ninjas from Sand Ninja Village and attacked the forward outpost. Chiyo, you fled like a lost dog yesterday, how dare you come today? As soon as he saw Chiyo, Muyun said directly. Chiyo's face became ugly, and he said in a deep voice, Stop talking nonsense, today, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Muyun curled his lips and said, You said that before, but you didn't do it. Today my Konoha reinforcements have arrived, do you think you can do it? Chiyo's face twitched, and he shouted angrily, Kill me. For a time, Konoha's ninja troop and Sand Ninja's ninja troop collided fiercely, and the whole battlefield was filled with the screaming and killing. Just as Chiyo wanted to kill Muyun, he was stopped by Kakashi and Matekai together. Chiyo, your opponent is us. Looking at Kakashi and Matekai in front of him, Chiyo's eyes twitched and he said fiercely, Very good, today I will kill you two first, and then kill that kid to avenge my brother. And you, Hitaki Kakashi, although your father White Fang is dead, but the hatred is still there, you should pay your father's debt to your son. When the enemy met, they were extremely jealous, and the two sides soon broke out into a war, opening up a huge open space in the entire battlefield. Seeing that Chiyo was blocked, Muyun directly rushed into Sand Ninja's ninja troops. The six-style navy burst out with all his strength, and the powerful physique dashed from left to right in the entire battlefield, killing the quartet. In this case, although the ability of the Thunder Fruit is more lethal, it is easy to be indistinguishable between the enemy and the enemy. After all, the two ninjas have been entangled together. The most important thing is that the physical strength consumed by the Navy's sixth form is more than the ability to activate the Thunder Fruit. Much smaller. The ninjas in Sand Ninja Village are not idiots. Seeing Muyun killing all directions on the entire battlefield, dozens of ninjas were immediately assigned to surround Muyun. Looking at the Sand Ninjas who surrounded him, Muyun's mouth cracked a little, land foot, ran. In an instant, Muyun's body quickly spun around in place, his feet kept kicking out, and the vacuum-slashing waves shot out, sweeping towards the dozens of Sand Ninjas. For a time, the stump and the broken arm kept flying into the air, and the internal organs mixed with blood and water sprinkled all over the ground. When Muyun's body fell to the ground, there was not even a ninja within tens of meters around him, and it was completely a vacuum. The Battle of Muyun suddenly caused the entire battlefield to fall into a brief silence, and the powerful strength made the ninjas on both sides stunned. Tongue out. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he said in shock, "What are you kidding? Is this a taijutsu?" His eyes were about to pop out. This kind of physical technique was unheard of, and the terrifying lethality was even greater than that of ninjutsu. The most important thing is that this body technique actually has the ability to attack from a distance, which is an eye-opener for him. Kakashi turned his head to meet Matekai and asked, "Kei, can you do a physical skill like this?" Hearing this, Matekai nodded solemnly and said, "It can be, but you must open 8 doors, at least 5 doors. If you want to kill dozens of ninjas in an instant, you have to open 6 doors to be completely sure." Matekai's shock is much stronger than Kakashi's. As a taijutsu ninja, he is most touched by this scene in front of him. If he can do this under normal conditions without the help of 8 armors, it is estimated that he has rummaged through the entire ninja. There is no second. Damn it, damn it. After Chiyo was shocked for a while, he suddenly came back to his senses, looking at Muyun's eyes almost spitting fire. Now the tragic deaths are all ninjas from Sand Ninja Village. Chiyo's heart seems to be crushed, and it hurts. Before Kakashi and Matekai came back to their senses, Chiyo rushed towards Muyun with a whoosh. Not good. Kakashi and Matekai suddenly came back to their senses, secretly saying that it was not good. They wanted to go forward and stop Chiyo, but it was too late. In an instant, the remaining 7 puppets from the 10 people in Jinsong directly attacked Muyun. Muyun's expression remained unchanged, and a faint voice came out, "Thunder Fist." This punch not only carries the violent thunder and lightning, but also coincides with the force technique of the finger gun, and the power increases exponentially. Now Muyun has been able to use the force of the pointing gun for any kind of battle, whether it is fists, legs, or feet, it can have the penetrating power of the pointing gun. Of course, not only the pointing gun, but also the other 5 styles can be used freely. The first puppet that approached was directly blown up by Muyun's domineering punch, and Muyun jumped into the air and stood firmly. Thundering Guyu. The indiscriminate attack came again, and the attack range immediately covered the remaining 6 puppets and Chiyo. Boom boom boom. The violent roar resounded through the entire battlefield, and the strong visual impact made the ninjas on both sides involuntarily stop their movements. Chapter 65 Rosa Shot. Cheating, right? This is too exaggerated. Elder Chiyo will be fine, right? Many sand ninjas looked in the direction of Chiyo in shock with worried eyes. Chiyo is the strongest person in their entire ninja army, and also the commander. If Chiyo dies, they will also be leaderless. Unlike Sand Shinobi's reaction, Konoha's side was full of cheers. Although I've seen it once, it's still as shocking as ever. Kakashi shook his head. This level of thunder escape, it is estimated that he can't do it in his entire life. Even Kakashi suspects that Muyun is not a simple thunder escape, but a kind of blood descendant limit. Something. Matekai agreed with it. Yes, this kind of move with a wide range of attacks and amazing lethality is really rare. The most important thing is that due to the exaggerated speed of lightning, it is almost impossible to avoid it. This is a sure kill move. Quote. After Muyun stopped the movements in his hands, he saw Chiyo's face in a state of embarrassment, with scars on his body, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and the 6 remaining puppets of the 10 people in Jinsong disappeared immediately. Under such a terrifying attack, the 6 puppets could not find even a trace of their existence, and the 10 people in Jinsong were all wiped out. Cough, what a terrible kid. Chiyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I guess even your Konoha's first Hokage isn't so powerful at your age, right? It seems that today is the day of my death. I really didn't expect that a poor old woman like me would die on the battlefield one day. What a shame. At this time, Chiyo Chakra was basically exhausted, and her body was seriously injured. The most terrible thing was that her body had fallen into a state of paralysis due to the raging thunder and lightning. In other words, now she can only be slaughtered by others. Muyun looked cold and said, "It's rare that you still have this consciousness. If you have any last words, just say it, I'm in a hurry." There was a trace of sadness on Chiyo's face. When she was about to die, she finally looked away a lot and said, "I can die here, but can I let these sand ninjas go back to the sand ninja village?" I can guarantee that after they return to Sand Ninja Village, they will never be enemies with Konoha again. Most of the people who followed her to take revenge on Konoha were her trusted ninjas. As long as they gave an order before dying, these ninjas would definitely obey her orders. Muyun shook his head. I'm sorry, I didn't have this plan, it's time for you to hit the road. Muyun raised a finger, and between the flashes of lightning, a lightning flashed like a thunderbolt. It shot out and attacked Chiyo's forehead. Fu dun, hand of gold dust. At this moment, a steady voice sounded, and the next moment, a giant hand formed entirely of gold dust directly wrapped Chiyo and quickly took it away from the place. Although the hand of gold dust is very fast, how can the speed of thunder and lightning be so easy to avoid? The thunder light on Muyun's finger still penetrated Chiyo, who was wrapped in gold dust, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the gaps in the gold dust. Nice brat, his strength is really surprising, is it Anbu of Konoha? Luo Sha, the fourth generation of Fengying, came quickly from not far away, and stood opposite Muyun and said. Looking at the grimace mask on Muyun's face and the Anbu uniform, Luo Sha instantly recognized Muyun's identity. With the wave of Luo Sha's palm, the gold dust that wrapped Chiyo spread out, and a blood hole appeared on Chiyo's shoulder, and a stream of blood flowed down. Although Luo Sha's shot saved Chiyo a life, he still suffered a lot of injuries. Fourth generation Fengying, Luo Sha. Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, Muyun's eyes slowly narrowed, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Although the fourth generation of Wind Shadow Luosha has the evaluation of the weakest Wind Shadow in all dynasties, but the strength is still not to be underestimated. At least, Muyun is sure that this guy's strength is several grades stronger than Chiyo. Chiyo is only good at puppet art, which is easy for him to deal with, but a ninja like Shidai Kazekage who can use wide area attack ninjutsu is trickier. Not far away, Kakashi and others also shrank their pupils. I didn't expect that even the fourth generation of Kazekage would go to the battlefield in person. How to deal with this? Little devil, it's a pity, for a ninja as talented as you, I can't bear to shoot, but you are a ninja of Konoha. Konoha, it's really the cradle of genius. If there are such geniuses in our Sand Ninja Village, why can't we be prosperous? Fun escape, gold dust burial. Luo Sha slapped the ground heavily with both hands, and a large amount of gold dust poured out from under the ground, covering a range of tens of meters. Not only did Muyun be included in the attack range, but even hundreds of Konoha ninjas were also in the attack range. Oops. Kakashi's face changed, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Soil ninja, water ninja, defend with me. 2 done, 2 lubi. Water escape, water formation wall. Chapter 66 Restrain the magnetic escape. Under the organization of Kakashi, the Konoha ninja quickly started to defend, but at this moment, the corner of Muyun's mouth was slightly curved. In an instant, the gold dust that had been raised slightly lost its support and fell to the ground. What's the matter? Luo Sha suddenly frowned, looking at this scene with some puzzlement, and waved again, the great burial of gold dust. It's just a pity that the gold dust on the ground just moved a little twice before it stopped moving. Muyun looked at this scene with a smile. He just used the ability of the thunder fruit to change the magnetic field, making Luo Sha's scorpion instantly lose its effect. Lightning can create a magnetic field. As long as a magnetic field opposite to Luo Sha's is created, they can cancel each other out. Although Muyun cannot detect the direction of the magnetic field force caused by Luo Sha's sway, the result of disturbing the magnetic field is similar. All in all, Luo Sha's stun completely lost its power in front of Muyun. Originally, Muyun was still a little worried about how to deal with such a large-scale attack as Luo Sha, but the moment Luo Sha launched his escape, he felt a strange magnetic field. Perhaps this was one of the abilities of the Thunder Fruit. It's a pity, Lord 4 generations of Fengying, your dungeon seems to be useless in front of me. Looking at Luo Sha calmly, the corners of Muyun's mouth under the mask have been slightly raised. This time is also an unexpected harvest, giving Muyun another direction to develop the Thunder Fruit. Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him with a dazed expression, and the organized defensive ninjutsu hardly played any role. Did Shidai Fengyin give up the attack? Kakashi murmured, No, Shidai Fengyin is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Seeing Yun's calm appearance, it seems to have been expected. Could it be Yun Rang? The 4 generations of Kage's escape has lost its effect. Kakashi was secretly shocked. If Muyun really did it, then Muyun is simply the nemesis of the 4 generations of Fengyin. At this moment, Chiyo said softly, Luo Sha, forget it. This time, it was our sand ninja village who miscalculated. I will bear all the losses this time, and end the war. Up to now, Chiyo has also seen it. After experiencing life and death, she has understood. Besides, isn't the ultimate destination of ninjas not death? Compared with other methods of death, it is an honorable thing to die in battle for the village. The most important thing is that she does not have the strength to take revenge. The 10 members of his own Jinsong were all destroyed. After Luo Sha's slaughter was ineffective, the combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. Now that the war continues, it will not benefit Sand Ninja Village at all. Once Sarutobi Hizen went to the front line, their Sand Ninja Village would be finished, and Konoha also had 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Don't watch Tsunade leave the village in anger, but Konoha is her grandfather's hard work after all. Once Makoto is involved in the war, Tsunade can't stand idly by. Luo Sha looked at Chiyo in disbelief, and blurted out, What did you say? It is no wonder that Luo Sha is not shocked. You must know that Chiyo is notoriously narrow-minded and very radical, but to say such a thing now, it simply subverts Luo Sha's 3 views. Chiyo said weakly, As of now, we continue to fight Konoha, there is no sense in the slightest, and your combat effectiveness will not be able to exert 30%. Furthermore, in our war with Konoha, the other 3 shinobi villages are definitely watching in secret, and continuing to fight will only make others cheaper. Chiyo's words made Luo Sha's face change instantly. Needless to say, Union Village, Oyemu of Yinian Village is an old fox. As long as it is beneficial, he can do anything without a lower limit. Luo Sha does not dare to gamble. What's more, the 5 generations of water shadows in Wuyin Village are not fuel-efficient lamps. They can't take down just one Konoha. Once these 3 ninja villages join the war, their Sand Ninja Village will become the weakest one. At that time, there will definitely be great losses, which is a responsibility that Luo Sha cannot bear. Chiyo said again, Don't worry, after returning to the village, I will resign as my elder, and I will no longer be involved in the affairs of the Sand Ninja Village. This sentence made Luo Sha laugh and said directly to Muyun, Little devil, although I don't know what method you used to restrain me, but don't be complacent, if you really fight, you still don't know who will kill the deer. You heard it too, continuing the war won't do any good to Konoha or Sand Shinobu, why don't we just stop the war? Kakashi came to Muyun's side at this time and said, Yun, if we can stop the fight, it will be of great benefit to both sides. Continuing the fight will be very disadvantageous to Konoha. Having said this, Kakashi leaned into Muyun's ear. Also, Konoha is the target of the fire every time in the Ninja World War. If the war with Sand Ninja Village triggered the Ninja World War, there is a 90% chance that he will be targeted again. Chapter 67 The war is over. Muyun frowned and thought for a moment. Because of this war, his harvest can be said to be very rich, and now his reinforcement points have reached a full 40,000 points. Although he can get more reinforcement points if he continues the war, it is likely to trigger the 4th Ninja World War in advance. At present, he does not have the strength to control the direction of the Ninja World War, so once the war starts, even if he can obtain reinforcement points, the situation will become uncontrollable. Muyun doesn't like this feeling of being out of control. The most important thing is that once the situation is out of control, there are too many variables. Thinking of this, Muyun looked up at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I also think a truce is the best choice. After getting this answer, Kakashi laughed immediately. Although he could choose a truce without caring about Muyun at all, After all, the command of the front line belonged to him. But Muyun can no longer be measured by children. How could Kakashi not see the attitude of the 3 generations towards Muyun now, so he asked Muyun's opinion. In any case, Muyun's 80% credit is to make Luo Sha and Chiyo have the idea of a truce. As soon as he thought of this, Kakashi stepped forward and said to Luo Sha solemnly, Lord Kazekage, Konoha has always been a peace-loving village, and it is best to stop the war. However, both of us have already suffered a lot of losses. Our Konoha outpost was destroyed by the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village, and this war was started by Sand Ninja Village. Therefore, in the follow-up series of compensation matters, we also hope that Lord Kazekage can personally go to Konoha village to negotiate with our Lord Naruto. Kakashi's words made Luasha's mouth twitch. That's right, the war was started by their Sand Ninja Village, but their Sand Ninja Village lost thousands of ninjas, and the shadow-level powerhouse Hylaozang died at the hands of Muyun, and even Chiyo was seriously injured. If you really want to talk about losses, their Sand Ninja Village is the worst. However, Luo Sha, who has already analyzed the situation clearly, has no choice at all. He can only nod his head and say, I will personally go to Konoha village to negotiate with the 3rd Hokage on all matters after the war, and the truce agreement will also be signed with the 3rd Hokage in person. Although Kakashi is the frontline commander, it is not enough for Kakashi to say the truce. It must be decided by 3 generations of Hokage. In this regard, Kakashi naturally has no objection. Soon, the ninjas on both sides began to retreat. Front. The information was quickly reported to the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage who read the information were very excited. This time, Konoha won the war between Konoha and Sand Ninja Village. And the one who led to this result was the mere 6-year-old Muyun. I finally didn't see it wrong. Muyun's potential will definitely not be limited to shadow-level powerhouses in the future. Killing Hylaozang, killing dozens of Chunin, seriously injuring Chiyo, confronting Luasha, all these are very dazzling achievements. I originally asked Muyun to join Anbu to hone him, but I didn't expect Muyun to have grown to this point. It seems that the identity of Anbu is no longer suitable for him. 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a long time and said, keep the fire, immediately secretly publicize Muyun's record, try to add all the credit to Muyun, and strive to spread this record to Konoha before Muyun and others come back, and at the same time let Muyun's reputation be well known. Muyun's strength has reached this level, and he no longer needs his protection. Joining Anbu will naturally lose its meaning, and it is time for Muyun to appear on the bright side. 3 days later, the Konoha ninja troops led by Kakashi and Muyun had appeared far away at the entrance of the village. Kakashi frowned from a distance. What's the matter? Why are so many villagers coming to greet us? Also, Lord Hokage actually appeared in person. The scene in the distance made Kakashi very puzzled. Although it is very gratifying to be welcomed back after victory, this kind of thing is always voluntary. Unless it is the case of the Ninja World War, after the victory, the villagers will spontaneously come out to greet them, and Hokage will also appear at the same time. The current situation is not right. At this moment, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in front of Muyun, knelt down on one knee and said, Lord Muyun, Lord Hokage ordered, please take off the uniform of Anbu, take off the mask, and greet you. Honor. While speaking, Anbu ninja handed over a set of clothes, a very handsome short shirt. Muyun frowned, and immediately understood the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage. Without hesitation, he changed into a short shirt and took off his mask on the spot. Anbu ninja looked at Muyun's immature face. Not only did he not despise him, but he was full of respect. He had such strength at such a young age, and he was fully trained by Lord Hokage. In the future, becoming Hokage was almost a sure thing. This Anbu ninja is not stupid and will not offend the future Hokage, not to mention Muyun is a strong person now. Chapter 68 roughly the same. Anbu ninja took over the Anbu uniform and mask in Muyun's hands and left directly. At this time, Kakashi came to Muyun with a smile on his face and said, "Lord Muyun, please welcome your glory." Muyun glared at Kakashi and said speechlessly, "I said Kakashi, you should go to see your intimate paradise." Kakashi's face froze suddenly, and he said angrily, "Muyun, can you stop talking about the intimacy heaven all the time? It's true that he likes to watch intimacy in heaven, but can this kind of thing be said? Is it unethical for a sulky player like him to disclose his secrets? Although most people in Konoha know that he loves to watch intimacy in heaven. Can't." Muyun looked at Kakashi and said lightly. Kakashi's face suddenly collapsed, feeling extremely speechless. At this moment, Matekai shouted, "It turns out that Yun is you, Muyun. I really didn't expect that you have become so powerful." Sure enough, the sweat of youth will not be let down. Muyun used to go to the Konoha training ground every day to practice, and naturally he would meet Matekai, a cultivator who also came to practice physical skills. Regarding Muyun's crazy cultivation, even Matekai slapped his tongue again and again. Now that he has seen Muyun's strength, it is naturally due to Muyun's usual hard training. At the same time, Matekai also decided to strengthen Xiaoli's practice after returning. I don't know if Xiaoli will be excited to find Muyun desperately when he finds out the news. It's terrifying to know that the increase in the amount of practice that Matekai has done is not just talking about it. Bai Yun, who was accompanying him, was very silent in the morning, but he firmly remembered Muyun's face. Soon, the group came to the entrance of the village. "Look, Muyun, the hero of this war, is back. I heard that it was Lord Muyun who turned the tide with his own power. 90% of the credit for the truce in Sandren village is due to Lord Muyun. I didn't expect Mr. Muyun to be so terrifying at such a young age, and he will definitely become a famous powerhouse in the ninja world in the future." The villagers who stood at the entrance of the village to greet them suddenly burst into cheers like a tsunami. "Muyun, welcome back. This war with Sand Ninja Village is thanks to you. Otherwise, Konoha will definitely suffer heavy losses. You are the biggest hero in this war." The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with a look of relief, and unabashedly praised. "Road." Muyun waved his hand and said, "This is not only my credit, but also inseparable from the wise command of Lord Hokage. This kind of open-eyed and nonsense ability, Muyun is not lacking. If you want to mix well, this skill must be mastered." The arrangement of the 3 generations of Hokage is very effective. Under the leadership of the 3 generations of Hokage, whether it is the patriarchs of the major families, ninjas or civilians, they are full of praise for Muyun's record. The most important thing is that after this battle, Muyun directly became the representative of the civilians of Konoha village. The prestige that he usually brushed all exploded at this moment, and all the civilian ninjas were headed by Muyun. Muyun calmly accepted everyone's praise, and then returned to his home with 2 little girls, Ino and Hinata. Originally, Sunshang was a little reluctant, but he didn't forget what Muyun said. The future owner of Sun Jiang's family would be Hinata. If Hinata and Muyun got together, wouldn't he just pack the entire Hyuga family and give it to Muyun? Yet, just thinking about Muyun's strength and that terrifying record, Hyuga Hazu also sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's just let nature take its course. Yamanaka Hai just took a deep look at Muyun and ignored it. His daughter's own choice. He, as a father, is not easy to interfere. Besides, it is a beautiful thing to have such an excellent son-in-law. As for Hinata, Yamanaka Haichi said, "Is it strange that there are many women in the strong? As long as my daughter likes it. The most important thing is, if Ino really identified Muyun, can he stop him? In the end, it's still powerless. Since you can't resist, then enjoy it." Muyun was not interested in some of the post-war wrangling. At this time, he was staying at home with 2 little loli, Ino and Hinata. "Mr. Muyun, did you really end the war with Sandren with your own strength?" Sitting in Muyun's arms, Ino asked with a hint of crimson on his face. Although Hina Tien, who was sitting next to Muyun, looked shy, she also looked at Muyun curiously. The news was really shocking. When the two of them heard the news, they were all stunned. Before going to the battlefield, Muyun was just a graduate of Jonin, and once he came down from the battlefield, he became a hero of the war. It's a little weird to look at. Facing the curious and suspicious eyes of the two girls, Muyun nodded and said lightly, almost. Chapter 69 Talk to Ino. Wow, that's amazing, Muyunjin. After getting a positive answer, Ino and Hinata exclaimed suddenly, looking at Muyun with admiration on their faces. Seeing the two little loli with this expression, Muyun quickly kissed the two little loli on the face. Mr. Muyun, you are too bad. Ino's small face instantly turned red, and his eyes hurriedly moved away from Muyun's face, feeling a little embarrassed. And Hinata's reaction was a bit exaggerated. The whole smiling face suddenly turned blood red, white mist began to rise above his head, and the next moment, he actually fainted in Muyun's arms. Muyun shook his head speechlessly. It was too easy to be shy. It seemed that he had to be enlightened. Even if he couldn't change Hinata's shy personality, it was necessary to make her less prone to fainting. Muyun, a princess, hugged young Tien directly, and gently placed it on his bed. At this moment, Muyun looked at his room. I used to think it was nothing, but now when the three of them are crowded in one room, Muyun has only one feeling: it's too small. Muyun's house was a relief house given to him after his parents died in battle. Not to mention the environment, the area is very small, not too dilapidated, but very old. Looking at his house, Muyun murmured, it's time to change the house in a few days. This house is too small. If you have the ability, you have to live a better life. In Muyun's cognition, it's fine if you don't have the ability, but if you have the ability, you must live comfortably, otherwise, what's the use of having the ability? Ino came to Muyun's side, grabbed Muyun's hand gently, and said, Mr. Muyun, do you like me? Ino's words made Muyun suddenly come back to his senses and said softly, of course I like it, why do you ask that? Without answering Muyun's question, Ino continued to ask, then do you still like Hinata? Muyun frowned and said without concealment, yes, I like you, and I also like Hyuga. No matter which one of you is, I will never give up. If it was in the previous life, a little loli like Ino's age was still playing in the mud, but in this world, she is very precocious and has already begun to discuss this issue. Ino stretched out his hand and hugged Muyun gently. Actually, I've already seen it, but I can't live without you now. Promise me, don't abandon me, okay? Muyun looked stunned for a moment. Is this Nima what the little loli said? Also, why does this sound so weird? It's like he's a man who is always in chaos. Too much. Muyun patted Ino on the back, and said with a laugh and tears, what are you thinking? How could I abandon you? Ino said softly, then you have to keep your word and don't play tricks. Muyun nodded silently. How could this be mature and naive at the same time, and he would switch modes. ... At the same time, in the past 3 days, the news of the truce between Konoha and Sand Ninja Village spread directly to other ninja villages. Cloudy Village. It's over so soon. What an anticlimactic war. The fourth Hokage wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, but I didn't expect this war to end so quickly. At the same time, as a key figure in the end of this war, Muyun also successfully attracted the attention of the 4 generations of Hokage, but now the information is limited. Just know that the other party is a shadow-level powerhouse who is suspected to be good at using Lei Dun. Lei Dun. The 4 generations of Lei Ying's mouth twitched slightly. If we talk about Lei Dun, our Union village is the strongest. The thunder ninja that appeared in Konoha, no matter how strong it is, in the hands of this old man, he will definitely lose miserably. Sand Ninja Village is really a bunch of trash. Luo Sha is, and Chiyo is even more. Speaking of Lei Dun, the 4 generations of Hokage are very confident. Konoha may be better than their Union village in many places, but compared to Lei Dun, it is not because the 4 generations of Hokage look down on Konoha. Konoha gave them Union village. Shoes are not enough. Of course, perhaps the fourth generation of Hokage forgot about the tingling of the scalp that was operated by Minato Ichiban. Foggy Village. Hehe, is it a Thunder Shadow level powerhouse? Terumi May had a charming smile on her face. Very glamorous, it doesn't look like she is very old. Konoha is really the cradle of genius. Fortunately, our Wuin village did not attack rashly, otherwise we will definitely suffer a lot of losses now. Speaking of which, Terumi May's eyes showed a look of anticipation. Speaking of which, I'm really curious about what this little man looks like. Terumi May was still very curious about the information marked, age or less than 10 years old, in the intelligence. Terumi May is not worried that the growth of Muyun will be detrimental to Wuin village. You must know that Wuin village is surrounded by the sea and is foggy all the year round. If Konoha really attacks, it will definitely not be Wuin village that suffers. This kind of fog and sea battle, only the native ninja of Korean village can adapt, which is why Korean village is not worried about being besieged. Because above the sea is the home of their Wuin village. Chapter 70 Want to Marry Me. Rock Hidden Village. This war is over so quickly. Onogi put down the information in his hand with a sigh. Why does Konoha have so many geniuses? If this war continues, the old man will definitely lead Yenian village to defeat Konoha and get huge resources, which is a pity. Oyemu shook his head and looked at a photo in his hand. Is this kid a so-called Thunder Shadow level powerhouse? Hehe, Konoha has fallen too. How strong can this little devil be, no matter how powerful? Seeing the lightning flashing on Muyun's body in the photo, Daemu pouted in disdain. He admitted that Muyun was indeed a genius, but he didn't believe that Muyun was a shadow-level powerhouse. Perhaps, Onogi forgot the fear of being dominated by Madara Uchiha. Aside from the reactions of the major ninja villages, at this moment, there is a high-level meeting going on in the Sand Ninja Village. Lord Fengying, we have sacrificed a total of 20 Jonin, thousands of Chunin and Genin in this war. But since we took the initiative to request a truce, it is estimated that in the process of signing the truce agreement, our Sand Ninja Village will have to pay a considerable price. A Jonin from the Sand Ninja Village said to Luo Sha. Luo Sha waved his hand. These are all small problems, and it's also a big name to have a headache, but now I have an excellent idea. Now that Konoha has that kid around, he will definitely be brilliant again. I think, can Tamari and that kid make a marriage contract? As soon as Luo Sha said this, the executives of Sand Ninja Village who were present were stunned, but soon their faces changed to a look of excitement. If you can sign a marriage contract with Muyun, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Besides, Tamari is Luo Sha's daughter. Luo Sha decides to use her daughter in exchange for benefits. The benefit is to the entire Sand Ninja Village without harming their own interests. What can they object? Seeing the look on the face of a senior of Sand Ninja Village, Luo Sha sneered in her heart. He is not stupid, although he can give up everything he can in exchange for benefits, but it does not mean that he has no feelings for his daughter, he just behaves ruthlessly. As long as his daughter and Muyun sign a marriage contract, then his status in the village will usher in a skyrocket. In the future, when Muyun becomes Konoha's Hokage, his status will not be shaken. In the eyes of these high-level executives, they only have immediate interests, and they cannot see these. At that time, they will slowly. Time to pack them up. After these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Sha immediately made a final decision. That's it, I went to Konoha village this time, not only to sign an armistice agreement, but the most important thing is to let Tamari and that kid sign a marriage contract. 2 days later, the representative team of Sand Ninja Village came to Konoha. After signing a series of truce conditions, Luo Sha finally expressed his inner plan. Third Hokage heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and said, Fourth Fengying, this matter cannot be decided by me alone, I need to ask Muyun's opinion. While speaking, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at the timid little loli standing behind Luo Sha. She looked very cute, and it is not difficult to imagine that she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Seeing the sight of the 3 generations of Hokage staying on his body, Temari suddenly shrank behind Luo Sha, a little timid. The 3 generations of Hokage quickly retracted their sight, and then sent Anbu to ask Muyun to discuss the matter. 10 minutes later, Muyun came to Naruto's office and saw the representative team of Sand Ninja headed by Luo Sha, and Temari with a shy face. After hearing the thoughts of the 4 generations of Fengying, Muyun suddenly said in surprise, "What? Are you going to marry me with Hanju?" No wonder Muyun was so surprised. He had to know that he killed a lot of ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, and now Luo Sha wants to marry his daughter to him. Is it so exciting? But looking at Temari's cute little face, and thinking about Temari's future appearance, Muyun just wanted to say, "Nice job. I just wanted to say sorry to Lu Wan," and he directly cut off his wife in advance, and Muyun still felt a little guilty. "This," Muyun said in a deep voice, "since Lord Fengying of the 4th generation is so kind, I have to accept it, but I already have a girlfriend. I wonder if Princess Temari would mind. As the daughter of the 4 generations of Kazekage, it is reasonable to call the Princess Temari." Looking at Muyun Juni's face, Luo Sha was instantly satisfied. He didn't expect the killing god on the battlefield to be so handsome, and it wasn't like he had wronged his daughter. Although Luo Sha has already decided to exchange the handball for benefits, but after all, she is his own daughter, and he is very satisfied that Muyun can be better. As for the girlfriend in Muyun's mouth, Rosa didn't care at all. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Sha suddenly said, "Temari won't mind. This matter is decided like this. When you both become adults, get married directly and be with your girlfriend." Chapter 71 5 years later. Please order first. Luo Sha stayed in Muya village for a few days. Muyun and Temari developed a relationship these days, but the effect was not very obvious. Temari still resisted him. Small, there will be time to develop feelings in the future. It is worth mentioning that the 3 generations of Hokage arranged an independent courtyard for Muyun as a residence, for which, Muyun naturally did not refuse, just to save a fortune. After the busy work, Muyun started to improve his strength in his new home. System, use 40,000 strengthening points to strengthen my body. As Muyun's voice fell, a huge warm current suddenly rose in Muyun's body, and the intensity of this time was far more violent than the previous few times. Lasted for a full 5 minutes, the feeling of the body getting stronger finally faded, and Muyun hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 6 years old and 6. Constitution, 120. Strength, 120. Speed, 122. Spirit, 120. Chakra, 10,000. Strength rating, shadow rank. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun frowned 30 times. The further back he went, the harder it was to improve his strength. It seems that if you want to improve your strength in the future, you need a lot of reinforcement points. Muyun was a little emotional, smashing the 40,000 strengthening points. The effect was somewhat unsatisfactory to Muyun, but there was no way to do it. If the strength was really so easy to improve, then it would be strange. Time is like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, even after 5 years have passed, Naruto and the others have to graduate. In the past 5 years, Muyun has performed dozens of tasks, large and small, including many tasks, which are considered rich experience. In these 5 years, the Uchiha genocide incident that shocked Konoha still happened, but Muyun didn't pay attention to this matter, nor did he persuade Uchiha Itachi. This matter was driven by various forces, including the shadow of Uchiha Obito. Muyun did not stop all this, and Muyun did not want to do things that could not get benefits. The most important thing is that the things that Uchiha Itachi decided to change, coupled with Shisui's death, hit Uchiha Itachi too much. Unless he kills Uchiha Itachi, it can't be stopped. But for Uchiha Itachi's choice, I have to give a ruthless evaluation. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha family hardly left a living. On this day, the 3 generations of Hokage put Mew in his office. Lord Hokage, do you have anything to do with me? Since his strength has risen to the shadow level, Muyun has begun to use lightning to temper his body. At this moment, although Muyun is only 12 years old, his height has reached 1 meter 7, and he looks like 17 or 18-year-old appearance. Coupled with Muyun's mature character, it is difficult to guess the age of Muyun. Muyun, Naruto, aren't they going to graduate? Isn't this going to be divided into classes? I want to ask your opinion. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with a smile. In addition to age, Muyun was extremely outstanding in terms of strength and resourcefulness. The 3 generations even saw the collection of Chinchozuma and Chinsho Tobarama from Muyun. So for the class assignment, the 3 generations of Hokage still want to ask Muyun. After all, the relationship between Muyun and Naruto in the past 5 years is not bad. Muyun is speechless. Lips and said, "You can decide for yourself about the class assignment. Ask me why." In the past 5 years, the 3 generations of Hokage have been looking for him more and more frequently, and he has to ask his own opinions on trivial matters, which makes Muyun irritable. 3 generations of Hokage smiled. Although he is about to graduate, it is not easy to graduate with Naruto's performance. I can't open the back door for him directly, so I want to ask if you have any good ideas. Muyun pouted and said, "Don't say you can't help yourself. I don't believe it, just let Kakashi lead Naruto." 3 generations of Hokage nodded. I think so too. By the way, Hong Yuhi, do you want to arrange some students for her? Said. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with a mocking look, making Muyun's old face red. The past 5 years, Muyun has not only had an ambiguous relationship with Ino and Hinata, but also had an ambiguous relationship with Yuri Hong. Now that he was pointed out by the 3 generations of Hokage, he was more or less embarrassed. You can do it yourself. It's good to hone it. It's not a war time, and there's no major danger, but I have a request. Hinata must be assigned to Yuhika's class. The past 5 years, the way Muyun and the 3 generations of Hokage get along have become more and more casual. Now they speak directly, never beating around the bush, and the 3 generations don't care about these. Of course, this is only limited to Muyun. Originally Muyun thought of putting Ino and Hinata together, but after thinking about the combination of pig, deer and butterfly, he still dismissed the idea. After all, only when the pigs, deer and butterflies are combined can they exert the greatest fighting power. Once they are separated, it is difficult to adapt in terms of fighting power and fighting habits. Well, you really care about Hinata. However, when you made a fuss about the Hyuga family in the beginning of 157, killed so many ninjas, and now you have to take away Hazu's daughter, I really don't know what it's like in Hazu's heart. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with a smile but not a smile. The scene when Muyun made trouble with the Rixiong family seems to be still there. In front of him, the shock that Muyun gave him at that time was not small. Muyun shook his head. It's all old memories. Now, what do you even mention it? Listening to Muyun's tone, the corners of the 3 generations of Hokage's mouth twitched. The tone of your speech is even more vicissitudes than that of an old man like me. I don't know how old you are. Muyun ignored the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, and said, by the way, don't let him play as a clown like Shuimu, so as not to spoil the atmosphere. 3 generations of Hokage nodded and said, I see, Mizuki betrayed the village, he will not let him continue to live. In fact, the 3 generations of Hokage have long known the identity of Mizuki, but it is ridiculous that Mizuki thought he was well hidden. After leaving the Hokage office, Koizumi Yumi was already waiting for Muyun outside the Hokage building. Since the end of the war with Sand Ninja, Koizumi Yumi voluntarily withdrew from Anbu and has always acted as Muyun's nanny, doing laundry and cooking. Yes, it's all Yumi Koizumi. Of course, this relationship is not limited to babysitters. Chapter 72 The Land of Waves Mission. After 5 years, Koizumi Yumi has become more and more mature and charming, and Muyun has already done what she should do, and the last line of defense has not yet broken through. Yumi, it's been a long wait. Seeing Yumi Koizumi's charming face, Muyun couldn't help but reach out and caress Yumi Koizumi's face. The past 5 years, Yumi Koizumi has cooked and did laundry for him without complaint. It can be said that he has given his entire youth to him. Naturally, Muyun has deep feelings for such a stunner as Yumi Koizumi. It's alright, Muyun, let's go eat barbecue at noon, it's been a long time since we've eaten. Koizumi Yumi said with a smile. Muyun nodded and came to Chudao's barbecue restaurant together. As soon as Muyun came, the entire barbecue restaurant was immediately cleared, and all the ingredients began to be mobilized. Ever since Muyun became rich, he often came to the barbecue restaurant, and they had all experienced Muyun's terrifying appetite. The scene in front of her maid Koizumi Yumi couldn't help but chuckle, and joked, "It is estimated that you will eat up all the ingredients in the barbecue restaurant for a few months." Muyun looked at Yumi Koizumi's charming eyes, and her heart couldn't help but throb. Ino and Hinata were still young and their bodies were not fully developed, but Yumi Koizumi was fully mature and ready to pick at any time. "I will not only eat up their ingredients today. I want to eat you tonight." With a wicked smile on his face, Muyun gently kissed Yumi Koizumi's face. Koizumi Yumi's face suddenly turned red, and she scolded, "I hate it. There are so many people here." Muyun smiled indifferently, and began to eat and drink, and at the same time ate a lot of tofu from Yumi Koizumi, making Yumi Koizumi's face always red as blood. At night, in Muyun's bedroom, Muyun and Koizumi Yumi were lying on the bed together. As the lights went out, Muyun finally broke through the last line of defense. The powerful physique made Muyun's combat effectiveness soar, and he spent the whole night in the battle. At noon the next day, Muyun woke up and looked tired. Koizumi Yumi kissed the other person's face lightly. "When I woke up, Yumi Koizumi opened her eyes gently, and there was still a trace of exhaustion in her eyes. Muyun smiled slightly and said, "I am hungry. I won't cook today, let's go out to eat." Yumi Koizumi nodded, got up and put on her clothes. Although the ninja's physique is not very strong, it is still much better than ordinary people. Although this is the first time, Yumi Koizumi can't see anything abnormal. Half a month has passed since the leisurely days, during which the two little girls, Muyun, Ino and Hinata, were tired and crooked for a few days. The two girls also knew about Koizumi Yumi's affairs, but they were very tacit and did not clarify. Clouds are naturally so happy. Muyun did not participate in the incident of stealing the sealed book, directed and acted by the 3 generations of Hokage, which was also a kind of experience for Naruto. Ding! Congratulations to the host, trigger the system task. Task name, kill and kill again. Task introduction. The plot of the Country of Waves has begun, please do not kill the host, change the plot. Task completion reward, 10,000 strengthening points. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket mission failure penalty, none. Close black lens bracket looking at the one rewarded by the system. 10,000 strengthening points, Muyun is gone. Frowned, the task of beheading and not beheading shouldn't be difficult for me, why is it rewarded with 10,000 enhancement points? Is it because the plot starts and changes the plot? A flash of light flashed in Muyun's mind, it seems that changing the plot is the shortcut to get reinforcement points. Open my attribute panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Physique, 140. Strength, 140. Speed, 140. Spirit, 140. Chakra, 13,000. Strength rating, shadow rank. In the past 5 years, Muyun's strength has increased again, and the current data has increased again. 10,000 reinforcement points, you can't let it go. Muyun immediately set off to the Hokage office, and when he came to the Hokage office, he happened to find the 7th class standing in the office under the leadership of Kakashi. Muyun, what's the matter with you? The 3 generations of Hokage saw Muyun taking the initiative to come, there was a flash of light in his eyes and asked. Muyun nodded and said, this time the 7th class is on a mission, I also want to go there. I've stayed in the village for too long, and my bones will rust. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage subconsciously frowned, but Muyun has performed dozens of tasks, including many tasks, only 1-level tasks. How could Muyun be interested? But the 3 generations of Hokage did not refuse, but said directly, "No problem, with you following along, this mission will definitely be completed beautifully." Kakashi, do you have any opinion? Kakashi glanced at Muyun strangely, and said, "I have no opinion, I can't ask for Muyun to join." Kakashi is not interested in Muyun's purpose. After Muyun joins, it can make him a lot easier. Why not do it? At this time, Dasna, who is standing by the side, said, "I don't know what this ninja is." Strength. Muyun glanced at this very scheming old man lightly, and said indifferently, "Konoha's forbearance." Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed on Daz's face. Looking at the way Muyun and the 3 generations of Hokage get along, he thought Muyun was a strong man, but he didn't expect it to be a ninja. Daz took a look at Muyun, shook his head in his heart. Looking at this figure, it is estimated that he is 17 or 18 years old. He is 17 or 18 years old, and his strength is definitely not very good. Thinking of this, Dasna couldn't help but said, "For one is Li Jiaoran under 44, and the other is Shorty, can this mission really be completed?" Although Dasna's voice was very low, the people present were all ninjas, and these words were clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Naruto jumped and shouted, "Don't look down on people there, it's obviously just a top-level mission. That's it." Sasuke and Sakura were also a little unhappy on their faces, but they didn't express it directly. Kakashi observed Muyun's expression, and after finding nothing unusual, he immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Dasna, it's just a level quest. With me, the elite, there will be no problem." Saying that, Kakashi also glanced at Muyun. With Muyun here, let alone a first-level quest, even if it is a first-level quest, I am afraid there will be no problem. In the past 5 years, Kakashi has experienced profound insights. Muyun's terrifying strength is, well, abused, don't want to abuse it. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read to collect, recommend. Chapter 73 Continue the mission. Even though Kakashi had already said so, Dasna still looked worried, but after seeing the thoughtful appearance of the 3rd Hokage, he quickly retracted this expression. He didn't want to be seen by the 3 generations of Hokage. He had to know that he released the mission because he had no money. If he was found out, it would not only be as simple as the task being cancelled. Although the 3 generations of Hokage felt that something was wrong, he thought of Mu no matter what happens, as long as Muyun is there will be no problem. After Muyun and his party received the task, they set off directly. Along the way, Kakashi and Muyun chatted without a word, and Daz's face was worried. Naruto walked beside Muyun and said, "I said Muyun, why do you want to carry out this level of mission with us? With your strength, isn't this a waste of time?" Naruto is naturally clear about Muyun's strength. It can be said that in Muya village, no one does not know Muyun's strength. Looking at Naruto's curious eyes, Muyun said, "Naruto, don't underestimate it. A level quest, maybe this level quest, there will also be a Jonin level character." Quote. When Dasna next to him heard the words, a panic flashed across his face, but it was well concealed by him. Naruto said in disbelief, "Impossible, it's just a simple escort mission." Muyun didn't explain too much, just glanced at Sasuke. Along the way, Sasuke looked at Muyun with a bitter and hated expression, his eyes were full of strong unwillingness. Muyun knew why Sasuke did this, so he said, "Sasuke, you are thinking why my strength is so much stronger than yours, you seem very unwilling." This made Sasuke agitated and said loudly, "Yes, I am not reconciled, I belong to the Uchiha clan, and even if the gap with that man is so big, why is there such a big gap with you? I want power, and if I want to kill that man, I must have enough power, but now you are so much stronger than me, how can I successfully kill that man?" Muyun's mouth twitched. "What you mean is that I'm weaker than that man. Sasuke, your vision is still too narrow, and you haven't seen the vastness and essence of this world. When you see this world clearly one day, you will find that it is not difficult to kill that man. Sasuke's eyes twitched violently twice. He really wanted to fight with Muyun, but his reason still made him suppress this idea. He knew that fighting with Muyun now is just looking for abuse. At this moment, Muyun-yun's face changed slightly, and there was a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Kakashi, I'll leave it to you." Kakashi said helplessly, "Okay." He still wants to be lazy, but now it seems that he has no hope. Putting the intimacy paradise in his hand into his arms, Kaka's suit walked casually. In fact, Muyun doesn't understand why he likes to watch Intimacy Heaven so much. Because of curiosity, Muyun also read a little, and found that apart from being a little ambiguous, he can't afford the title of Shaorinshu at all. And the relationship between Kakashi and Muyun, Naruto and the others are stunned, they don't even know what happened. At this moment, two figures emerged from the water behind Kakashi, strangling away at Kakashi with chains in their hands. "Get one." He succeeded. The ghost brother had a triumphant smile on his face, as if Kakashi City was left to slaughter the lamb. Whoosh! At this moment, Kakashi turned around suddenly, and the two shurikens suddenly passed from Kakashi's hand, shot out, directly inserted into the ghost brother's throat, and the blood shot out instantly. The two ghost brothers' corpses slammed heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. The mere two Chunin, they dare to be so careless in dealing with Kakashi. They are not dead, or Kakashi is divided into 5 or 5. This kind of garbage, a direct move, not even ninjutsu. Tell me, Mr. Dazna, what is going on with all this, and why are there enemies of the Chunin level in the mission? Or, you concealed the mission level. After Kakashi dealt with the ghost brothers, his sharp eyes looked directly at Dazna. It is absolutely impossible for a Chunin level enemy to appear on a level quest, and the lowest level enemy of the Chunin level can only appear on a level quest. Now there are only 2 Chunin at a time, which makes Kakashi's heart suddenly suspicious. Muyun actually knew that Dazna had lied about the quest level, but he didn't say it. He just quietly waited for Dazna's answer. Dazna hesitated for a long time, but he still told the truth. There was no way. Kakashi threatened to interrupt the mission if he didn't tell the truth, but Dazna could only tell the truth. After listening to Dazna's narration, Kakashi hesitated a little. Cardo is a world-famous rich man. If he continues the mission, there may be enemies at the level of Jonin. You must know that with Cardo's financial resources, please invite some rebels. It's very simple. Although there is Muyun, Kakashi also has to consider his own situation. It is impossible for Muyun to follow him and wait for others every time he performs a task. Mr. Kakashi, please continue the task. Just when Kakashi was thinking about it, Naruto said, since I have already accepted the task, how can I give up easily, and that Uncle Daz is already pitiful enough, so please help him. Sasuke didn't speak at this time. Haruno Sakura said, Mr. Kakashi, I don't agree to continue the mission. Considering the ninja rules, the most sensible thing to do in our current situation is to interrupt the mission. Kakashi suddenly had a headache. Looking at the faces of Naruto and Sasuke, it was clear that he wanted to continue the mission, but he couldn't help but consider Haruno Sakura's thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Kakashi said, okay, then continue. Quests, Sakura, stuff in the ninja code, yes, but sometimes things don't work exactly as formulae. In a way, this is not an experience for you. Besides, there is still Muyun. There is basically no danger. I hope you can understand. Although Haruno Sakura was somewhat dissatisfied with Kakashi's choice, he did not continue to oppose it. In any case, what Kakashi said was reasonable. She also has a sympathy for Dazna, and if she can help Dazna, Haruno Sakura does not resist. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 74. Do you think I'll let you go? The country of waves is a small country, because it is surrounded by the sea, so if you want to open up commerce and trade, it is imperative to build a bridge. However, due to the obstruction of Kado, the bridge has not been built, so Kakashi goes directly from the sea to the country of waves. On the way to Dazna's house, Kakashi said. You guys pay attention to your vigilance. This kind of forest path is the best place to set up an ambush. If there is really an enemy, there is a high possibility that it will be carried out here. Attack. When Naruto and the others heard the words, they instantly became vigilant. They were convinced of Kakashi's words. The enemy has come. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, Muyun said. Shoo. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind sounded, and a stream of light instantly appeared in the sight of Kakashi and others, making them vigilant. Only Muyun knew that it was a knife, a beheading knife. The next moment, the beheading sword was inserted into the ground less than 3 meters away from Kakashi. At the same time, a ninja wrapped in bandages below the eyes appeared on the treetop not far away, watching Kakashi and his party. People. Yo. Technician Konoha. Copy Ninja Sharingan Kakashi. I didn't expect to meet you this time. Can you please give me my mission target? The moment Kakashi saw Kakashi, his face suddenly became serious. Kakashi's reputation is very loud in the ninja world. It can be seen that he can have his own title. You must know the title of ninja and no title. Ninjas are completely different. Having a title means that you are recognized by most of the ninjas in the ninja world, and the meaning is completely different. Kakashi looked at the slash, and solemnly said, the 7 people of the former fog-hidden ninja sword of 7 people. 1. The Ghost Peach Land will not be cut again. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and said, how come we don't have to fight as long as you hand over the old man behind you to me? Kakashi shook his head and said, sorry, Konoha Ninja will never give up on a mission target. Waved his hand, then there is no other way, only fight. Zabuza jumped down from the top of the tree, landed next to the beheading sword, and pulled it out. The beheading sword stuck on the ground, slashed at Kakashi with his backhand. Kakashi instantly took out a kunai, blocking the beheading sword. In an instant, sparks burst out, and a gap appeared in Kakashi's hand. Ignoring the heavy force on his arm, Kakashi said in a deep voice, Naruto, you protect good Mr. Dazna. Be careful, this person is one of the 7 members of the former Kurikan ninja swordsmen, and he is very powerful. Hearing the words again, he smiled disdainfully, and said, Kakashi, you underestimate me too. These little devils can still protect the old man in my hands, so don't look at me again. Naruto and the others, the sight is finally on Yun's body. In an instant, the eyes that are not cut are about to fall out of their sockets, and they cry out, Kopnoi Thunder God Muyun. The past 5 years, Muyun has performed tasks, and of course he has made his name. Because of the ability of the Thunder Fruit, coupled with the powerful strength of Muyun, 100%. He is called the God of Thunder of Konoha. Every time he performs a mission and encounters an enemy, he is almost instantly killed. Even if he is endured in the hands of Muyun, he cannot survive a single move, so Muyun's reputation is very resounding, and he even won recognition of the major ninja villages. I never thought that if I didn't cut it, I would actually meet the famous Konoha Thor when I performed a seemingly simple task, even though Muyun was only 12 years old. Muyun is definitely at the top of the list, because Muyun's enemies have almost no survivors, and even a shadow-level powerhouse who once lived in seclusion was killed by Muyun's thunder. The famous ghost man Teodi will not be cut again, and he will look up to him for a long time. Seeing that Zabuza recognized himself, Muyun suddenly showed a smile on his face. Zabuza trembled all over. Muyun's smile was like a death smile in his eyes, making Zabuza's whole body full of chills. The arm holding the beheading sword trembled slightly. Zabuza said, if I give up voluntarily this mission, and the main messenger of this mission, can you let me go? If you don't cut it, you are ready to betray Kato. As a traitor, if you don't cut it, you don't have so many scruples. When encountering an invincible enemy, you usually focus on protecting your life, otherwise you won't be alive today. Muyun he shook his head and said, do you think I'll let you go? His face froze again. Muyun's way of dealing with things, he has heard of it, and having such a question is just a glimmer of hope. After getting Muyun's answer, he will no longer suppress the fear in his heart. The arm holding the beheading sword also stabilized. He knew that in the face of Muyun's speed, it was impractical to escape, so he had to fight. Retreat quickly, and then don't cut off the seal on both hands, Ninfa Wuinji technique. An instant, the thick fog directly filled the area for thousands of meters, and gradually became invisible. At the same time, a faint murderous aura slowly radiated out, but Muyun didn't feel anything. Zan is much stronger, but the faces of Naruto and others suddenly turned pale in front of this murderous aura, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. Sasuke looked at Muyun, who was not affected at all, his fists clenched tightly. He gripped, clenched his teeth, and wanted to shake that fearful feeling out of his body, but his body was still shaking uncontrollably. Damn, why can't I control my body? Sasuke's eyes were full of unwillingness. He tried hard to make himself look calmer, but his efforts were useless. Muyun was able to make Zafujian jealous just by relying on his own name, but he didn't even dare to take down. I can't bear the murderous aura it emits, it's really ironic. Head, neck, heart, aorta, where do you want to start first? At the same time, a low voice came from the thick fog, attacking the minds of Naruto and others, destroying the psychology and defense of Naruto and others. Kakashi said solemnly, "Be careful. The opponent is an elite Jonin who is proficient in silent assassination, and the attack may come at any time in silence, so it doesn't make much sense." Chapter 75 Gorgeous Funeral. As Kakashi's voice fell, Muyun suddenly whispered, "Come on." At the same time as he spoke, Muyun's right hand was wrapped in violent thunder and lightning, and grabbed behind Naruto. Dang! A fierce golden roar sounded, and Muyun's right hand was tightly grasped on the beheading sword that was slashed by Zaibuzan. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he collapsed onto the ground, sweating all over his body. He was obviously frightened. If Muyun hadn't blocked the knife at the time, he probably would have been separated from his head. Sasuke's face was also pale. Although the killing intent was not aimed at him, he still showed a look of horror on his face. As for Haruno Sakura, he was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and his eyes began to wander. Don't be too arrogant. The ghost will not be cut again. 157. Muyun's right arm was pushed lightly, and the violent power suddenly poured out, along the beheading sword directly past to the arm of Zaibuxian. Under this terrifying force, Zaibuxian and the knife suddenly pushed going out for more than 10 meters, the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. At this moment, Zaibuxian was full of shock. You must know that the weight of the decapitation sword is not light, and you must have strong arm strength to use it. For so many years, the strength on his arm is much stronger than that of a normal ninja, but he was pushed back more than 10 meters by Muyun. What a joke, Lao Su, but the ghost peach land will not be cut again. The beheading sword in his hand suddenly waved, and it slashed towards Muyun like a storm, but he was easily repelled by Muyun. Slowly frowned, Muyun was a little unhappy. This fog concealment technique is really annoying. Originally, if he doesn't want to cut such a character, he can kill him in seconds, but because the surrounding environment is full of dense fog, this time is infinitely stretched. Although it can't cause any damage to him, it is always annoying. Exclamation mark quote. Chidori. GGG. At this moment, Kakashi flashed lightning in his hand and seized the opportunity to attack the back that would not be slashed again. Chidori made a hissing sound and folded 50% of the back that would not be slashed and fell. Feeling the movement behind him, his face changed instantly, and he hurriedly ducked to the side. You lose, don't cut it again. Just when Zabuzian was dodging, a voice sounded faintly from behind him, and Zabuzian's face suddenly solidified. Almost without thinking, the beheading sword in Zabuzian's hand instantly blocked in front of his chest, and the next moment, a glowing Li Guang's feet kicked the beheading sword with terrifying power. Thunder kick. Bang, Kacha, PFF'd. Under the terrifying power, the beheading sword suddenly broke, and the body that did not cut it quickly flew out, smashing 7 or 8, and the sturdy tree stopped. A shallow footprint appeared in the no longer. The beheading chest was surrounded by charred black. If it weren't for the critical moment, the beheading sword would have taken away most of its strength to stop the beheading. His chest would have been pierced by kicks, but even though the beheading sword had removed most of its strength at the critical moment, the ninja's body would have been pierced. He is already weak, and this kick will directly lose half-life. Kakashi, you still have a tacit understanding. Smiled at Kakashi. Just now, he and Kakashi looked at each other and understood their eyes. God's will, there will be the scene of tacit understanding just now. Don't stagger to stand up again. Although the body is very heavy, but chakra is really a magical thing, it still supports him to stand up. Difficult Jaein, then Bujin said in a hoarse voice, water escape water dragon bomb. The huge ferocious water dragon rose from behind the uncut, and roared in the direction of Muyun and the others. Muyun took a step forward, and the dazzling thunder light directly enveloped the whole body. In a flash of light, Muyun's body was already shot with the water dragon. Staggered by. The next moment, a trace of lightning rose from the ferocious water dragon, gradually became violent, and directly swallowed the entire water dragon. In less than a second, under the terrifying thunder and lightning, the water dragon bomb was evaporated directly. Not even a drop of water remained, only a large amount of water vapor rose into the air. Looking at this scene, his face immediately became ugly, and his hands wanted to seal again, but just now his words had already exposed his position. How could Muyun give him the chance again and again? You have no chance, don't cut it again. Farewell, I will arrange a splendid funeral for you. Leopard. Roar. The giant thunder and lightning leopard several meters roared and appeared in front of Muyun in an instant, exuding a terrifying aura. Go. With the wave of Muyun's palm, the huge thunder leopard suddenly turned into a streamer and rushed towards Zabuzaki. Under the fierce light, Muyun seemed to see a figure appearing in front of Zabuzon. Shui Wu, is it Moon White? Muyun frowned slightly. It's a pity, he is a loyal subordinate, but unfortunately he is with the wrong person, and the most unfortunate thing is that he is still a man. Before his consciousness fell into the darkness, he saw Bai, who was standing in front of him, and his lips twitched slightly, but in front of the thunder and lightning's roar, there was no sound. Boom! Leibao devoured to the huge power of the human body caused a huge pothole of 10 meters to appear directly on the spot, and the surroundings were completely charred. In the pothole, 2 intact corpses lay quietly in it. Kakashi saw this. In one scene, he said in surprise, isn't it the only thing that doesn't cut off another person? Why are there 2 corpses? Also, the lightning power contained in your move is 10-5. 7 points of horror. According to common sense, these 2 corpses should be directly turned into fly ash. No matter how bad it is, it will become coke. How can it be intact? Muyun glanced at Kakashi and said, the other corpse belongs to a ninja who appeared at the last moment. He wanted to use his body to protect him from cutting, but unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated me. As for why the 2 corpses are so well preserved, that's because Zabuza is a real ninja, and I left a whole corpse for him. Today's Muyun has perfect control over the thunder fruit. Just now, he controlled the lightning to destroy Zabuza and Bai's internal organs, but from the outside, it doesn't look any different. Only the 2 corpses have charred chests left on their chests. Imprint, but who would take off the clothes and read it? Chapter 76 Chunin Exam. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the system task and rewarding 10,000 reinforcement points. The sound of the system sounded at the right time, and at this moment, Naruto suddenly took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag, and poked it in he touched the palm of his hand, and blood flowed down immediately. Muyun frowned slightly, but did not stop it. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi came to Naruto's side in an instant, and directly took away the kunai from Naruto's hands. Naruto didn't seem to see it, and said in a low voice, from today, my Uzumaki Naruto will never back down, I swear by my pain. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression suddenly froze. He didn't expect Naruto to have such an awakening. Almost at the moment Naruto's voice fell, the wound on his palm caused by kunai instantly healed completely. The corner of Muyun's mouth with a single draw, the 9 tails are really a plug-in. Naruto was originally a Vortex clan, with a very strong vitality, coupled with the power of the 9 tails, this resilience is really terrifying. Sasuke was silent and did not speak, but there is also a deep unwillingness in his eyes. Obviously he is not very satisfied with his performance just now. As for Chunye 30 Sakura, he looked at Naruto in surprise, as if he had reacquainted Naruto. Muyun looked at him with a complicated expression. Kakashi said, bury them if you don't kill them. After all, they are also a powerful ninja, and the corpse wilderness is not very good. Kakashi nodded. Although he was an enemy, Kakashi still admired him for not beheading again. Even if Muyun didn't say anything, Kakashi would be buried and not beheaded again. By the way, bury the beheading sword together. Broken in two, although the beheading sword can absorb blood and repair itself, Muyun has no interest in the beheading sword. Kakashi picked up the beheading sword and nodded. It is undeniable that the beheading sword is a good one, a knife, but it doesn't match Kakashi's fighting style very well, and he has no interest. After being buried, Muyun and others came to Dazna's house, ready to rest for a night before returning to Konoha. Muyun was not interested in the dispute between Naruto and Ina. At this time he was staying in his room. Shadow Clone Technique. Muyun formed the seal, and a shadow clone appeared on the spot. Muyun ordered, since he won't be beheaded, there is no need for that guy Kato to live. You take this storage scroll, kill Kato and put him, bring back all your money. Remember, don't let anyone find out. Kato's wealth is absolutely astronomical. Since he has encountered it, he must not let it go. Muyun is a man who wants to marry Temari, Ino, Hinata and other women. That night, Muyun's shadow avatar came, and at the same time handed over the storage scroll containing all of Kato's wealth to Muyun. At the same time, the news of Kato's death spread all over the country. Kakashi looked at Mew. He had an intuition, as if Muyun did this affair. But Kakashi didn't like this so-called Kato, so he didn't ask. Before going to bed, Muyun used 10,000 to strengthen his body. Now the property panel of Muyun has changed again. Host, Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Physique, 150. Strength, 150. Speed, 150. Spirit, 150. Chakra, 14,000. Strength rating, shadow rank. Close black lens bracket. 3 days later, Kakashi and his party ended their mission and returned to the village. Muyun did not go to the Hokage office to report the task, but found Yumi Koizumi. The two of them ate the marrow and knew the taste, and they were tired and crooked for another night. The next day, Muyun found the two daughters of Hinata and Ino, and stayed with them for a while. Since there is nothing to do, let's develop spiral pills and play. Muyun, who was bored, suddenly remembered Naruto's ballet series in the future, and immediately became interested. Just thought of it, Muyun bought a few balloons and rubber balls, came to the Konoha training ground, and happened to meet Matekai, who was training for Shaoli. Yo, Muyun, as expected, youth will not be let down, you again come to practice. Seeing Muyun, Matekai was obviously a little excited and said, Muyun, why don't we come and run 100 laps around Konoha? Hearing this, Muyun rolled his eyes and said, I said Kai, you are really energetic. But don't come to me for this kind of thing, I'm not interested, go to Kakashibi and try. Hearing Muyun's words, Matekai had a look of disappointment on his face, but when he heard the second half of Muyun's words, he was immediately resurrected with blood. Yoshi, Kakashi, my lifelong friend, we haven't been for a long time. They tried it, I'll go find him. After that, Matekai went to Kakashi in a hurry. Looking at Matekai's back, Muyun suddenly mourned for Kakashi in his heart. He had been entangled in the practice of Matekai for decades. It can be seen that Kakashi's psychological shadow area is huge. Shaoli said hello, and Muyun began to develop helix pills in an upright and bright way, without avoiding any taboos. With the current strength of Muyun, there is no need to be cautious in doing anything. The era of being cautious has passed, and now but no one will trouble him. If you don't do it, you don't know, and only after doing it will you know that the practice of this spiral pill is really not easy. No wonder Naruto took so long, and it is not unreasonable. It is not difficult to gather chakra, it is not difficult to rotate the chakra, but it is difficult to maintain a rotation frequency all the time. If the chakra is fast and slow, the chakra cannot be maintained. If it is too slow, it will not reach the standard of bursting the balloon. It took a full week for Muyun to succeed. He succeeded in training the spiral pill, and its power is not bad. Of course, Muyun did this to pass the time. On this day, Muyun was called to the office by the 3 generations of Hokage, because the Chunin exam is about to start. Muyun, Chunin, the exam is about to start. This time is different from usual. It is the Chunin exam jointly organized by the major shinobi villages, and the location is chosen in our Konoha. Originally, there is no problem in directly conferring the title of Jonin with your strength, but I still want you to take the Chunin exam this time. What do you mean? The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Muyun with satisfaction, and asked Muyun for his opinion softly. If Muyun did not agree, he would not be able to force it. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 77, The Legendary Lower End. Let me take the Chunin exam. Muyun's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. With his current strength, to take the Chunin exam is to abuse vegetables. Today's Muyun is already a genin in Konoha's legend, but not an ordinary genin. The 3 generations of Hokage showed an old fox-like smile on his face, and said, Muyun, you must be clear, this Chunin exam is jointly organized by the major ninja villages. As long as you perform well in the Chunin exam, you can achieve the goal of shocking other shinobi villages. Although the Chunin exam is only a competition between the lower ninjas, but if done well, it can also achieve the effect of showing off muscles. The 3rd generation obviously does not want to give up this opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Task name, Chunin exam. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest introduction. The Chunin exam is about to start. Representatives from all the major shinobi villages are gathered in Konoha. Please invite the host to participate in the Chunin test, show your strength, and achieve the purpose of shocking other shinobi villages. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest completion reward, 50,000 strengthening points. Mission failure penalty, none. Muyun looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, with a happy smile on his face, and said, I agreed. Anyway, I'm just a forbearance now, it's not a violation of the rules. The 2 looked at each other and showed the smiles that belong to the old fox and the little fox. In this way, the 3 generations of Hokage's goal of shocking other ninja villages can be achieved, and they can also get 50,000 reinforcement points. Why not do it? Chunin, the day of the exam came as scheduled. On this day, there were many new faces in Konoha village, and most of these people were ninjas. Needless to say, this is the person who came to Konoha village to take the Chunin exam. Muyun was walking on the streets of Konoha, looking at the ninjas with unfamiliar faces, with a smile on his face. With him in the Chunin exam this time, it is estimated that these candidates will leave a deep psychological shadow. Not far away, Gaara and the others from Sand Ninja Village were standing on the street, while Kankuro was pinching Naruto's neck with one hand and putting the other in his pocket. His face was indescribably arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Kankuro was very unhappy. Looking at Naruto, a burst of anger rose from nowhere. Of course, Kankuro didn't know Naruto's identity, so he would say such a thing. You have to know that Naruto is not only the son of the 4th Hokage, but the 9-tailed person Zuri. How could he let this little Shirinin kill him casually? But precisely because he didn't know Naruto's identity, Kankuro naturally had no scruples. Naruto's face had already turned red because he couldn't breathe, and gradually began to turn purple, but Kankuro still didn't hold back his posture. Hey, kid, this is Konoha, arrogant. Just when Sasuke on the top of the tree was about to make his move, Muyun walked over with a flat face, and gave Kanjuro a light look. To Muyun's indifferent eyes, Kanjuro's body trembled, the strength in his hands unconsciously. Naruto broke free from Kanjuro's hand. Muyun, thank you, I thought I was going to die. Naruto fell to the ground, he began to gasp violently and thanked Muyun. Sasuke on the top of the tree withdrew his hand holding a stone and quietly left here. Joke, as long as Muyun appears, there is no place for him to pretend to stay here again, only. It just adds to the unhappiness. The gap between him and Muyun is too big now, like a moat. Bastard, I will kill you. After Kanjuro was stunned for a while, he immediately reflected that he was actually frightened by a guy about the same age as him. The furious Kanjuro stretched out his hand and wanted to take out his puppet, but Muyun's hand was already one step ahead. It landed on his shoulders. In an instant, Kankuro felt that his shoulders were as heavy as a mountain of ivory, and even moving his arms became extremely difficult. Attacked in midair, the target was Muyun's hand holding Kanjulong's shoulder. It was just that he was split by a bolt of lightning before he approached the 3-meter range of Muyun. Muyun flicked his hand slightly, and Kanjulong immediately stomped. He took a dozen steps back and sat on the ground with his butt. Gaara looked at Muyun excitedly, and said, "Killing you will definitely prove the worth of my existence." Listening to Gaara's morbid words, Muyun suddenly shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, killing me doesn't prove the worth of your existence, and besides, you can't kill me." Gaara didn't pay attention to Muyun's words, and immediately wanted to take action, but at this time a hand stopped in front of Gaara and stopped his behavior. Temari stood between Gaara and Muyun, facing the Muyun said, "You are Muyun." For Muyun, Temari had a certain impression in his heart. After all, the 4 generations of Fengiying made him and Muyun sign a marriage contract, and let her get along with Muyun for a few days, even though the impression was very indifferent. Although the 4 generations of Kazekage are now dead, the marriage contract still exists. Muyun looked at Temari and said, "Why doesn't my fiancé know me yet?" Temaru blushed slightly, gave Muyun a white look, and said to Gaara, "Gaara, he is the first genius of Konoha that my father said before, and he is also the current Konoha Thor, who used to end it almost by himself. The war between us and Konoha village is very powerful. Now you are far from his opponent." Speaking of which, Temari's face turned even redder. At the same time, "He is your brother-in-law." The words brother-in-law were spoken by Li Jiao. Temari's face was instantly red as blood, extremely shy. In fact, Temari is right. Although Gala is very strong now, it is definitely not Muyun's opponent. After all, Gaara is just an ordinary genin, and Muyun is already a legendary genin. Gaara heard the words, the expression on Shang was slightly stunned, then he glanced at Muyun, then turned and left here. Gaara has also heard of Muyun's name, although Gaara is extreme, but he is not stupid. Kanjuro is also. He glanced at Muyun, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and a hint of happiness in his heart. Fortunately, Muyun did not shoot at him, otherwise he would still be alive and wanted to leave with Gaara and others, but was stopped by Muyun. "Why, you don't seem to want to see me, you hate it." "My wife." Muyun looked at Temari with a smile on his face and said in a low voice. Chapter 78 Heart to Heart. Hearing Muyun's words, Teju suddenly felt his face burning hot, especially the words about his wife, which made her extremely shy. "Who is your wife?" Teju Zhao said angrily. Although she didn't like Muyun, she couldn't say she hated it. And feelings can also be cultivated slowly. If there is no accident, she will definitely marry Muyun in the future. Muyun, regardless of the 3721, directly stepped forward and grabbed Shumaru's hand, saying, "Leave my wife, I'll take you to visit Konoha. The last time you came to Konoha was 5 years ago, and now Konoha has changed a lot from before. And, I also want to show you the new home, our new home in the future." The little hand was held by Muyun, and the Hanju wanted to break free, but where would Muyun give her a chance to directly grab the Hanju and came to a clothing store in Konoha. "Come to my wife and see, which of these clothes do you like? Just pick, don't be polite to me, I'll pay for it today." Temari was still a little shy, gave Muyun a white look, and looked at a pale yellow kimono in the clothing store, but he didn't step forward. Muyun saw the light yellow kimono with Shumaru's line of sight at a glance, and said directly, I guess my wife definitely likes light yellow. Boss, take out all the light yellow women's clothes in your clothing store. The size is according to the size. The beauty beside me is the standard. Hearing Muyun's words, Tamari was stunned for a moment, and asked a little puzzled, how do you know that I like light yellow? A smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face, and he said, I guess, you say, are we very close to each other? That's right, there's definitely a connection between a wife and a husband. Tamari rolled his eyes and said, the devil believes in you. That said, but when he saw the clothes handed over by the boss, Tamari took it over involuntarily, walked into the fitting room and started to try it on. Muyun suddenly shook his head, looked at Teju's back, and sighed, the righteous words on the lips, but the body is very honest, really fragrant. In Naruto world, the law of true incense will not fail. After a while, Tamari walked out of the fitting room wearing a light yellow kimono, and Muyun's eyes suddenly burst into surprise. I have to say, Teju is very beautiful, and with this pale yellow kimono is absolutely amazing. Involuntarily, Muyun said, my wife is beautiful, and this dress is just like that, but wearing it on my wife's body immediately raised the height of the dress. Great, good, very good. Hearing Muyun's compliments, Tamari was very happy. Women always like to hear good things. But I was very happy in my heart, and Temaru said on his mouth, you slick your tongue. It's just that the lingering smile on the corner of his mouth betrays Tamari. When we first met, Tamari was still a little unfamiliar with Muyun, but after getting along for a while, Temari's behavior became more casual. After all, Tamari is a relatively bold person with strong adaptability. When he came out of the clothing store, Muyun was suddenly covered with a bag of things. Fortunately, Muyun's physique was strong, otherwise he really couldn't handle so many things. This goes in. Once in a clothing store, Muyun spent tens of thousands of taels of silver notes. The clothes he bought for Tamari were of the highest quality. At the same time, Muyun did not forget to pick some clothes for Hinata and other girls. Of course, Yumi Koizumi also had a share. Of course, Muyun still regrets that he didn't bring a storage scroll when he went out today, otherwise he wouldn't have to be so troublesome. These clothes are not heavy, but they take up too much space. Wife. Let's go see some potted plants now. Muyun remembered that Tamari liked ornamental plants very much, so he said. Tamari's expression suddenly became surprised, and asked suspiciously, how do you know that I like plants? Looking at Tamari's questioning eyes, Muyun said lightly, didn't I say it, I have a good heart. When he got this answer again, Tamari didn't bother to roll his eyes, so he turned around and left the place. Muyun immediately chased after him, took Tamari's hand directly, and led her all the way to a shop that specialized in selling ornamental plants. After Muyun took Teju around the Konoha, it was already noon, and Muyun brought Teju to his home. After finding a place to put everything in his hand, Muyun said, look, this is our future home, do you like it? Tamari said speechlessly, this is your home. Muyun blinked and said, you are my wife, isn't my home your home? By the way, it's already noon, let's go out to eat. I know of a shop that has really authentic tofu soup, you'll love it. Teju glanced at Muyun, and said lightly, it's a consonance again. Hearing Tamari's words, Muyun said directly, yes, it seems that my wife and I still have a good understanding. Lunch with Tamari. Muyun also wanted to play with Tamari to develop a relationship, but Tamari said, I should go back, I'm a little worried about my brother and the others. Hearing this, Muyun suddenly told a story, not to mention Kanjiro, just about Gaara's strength and character. Worrying about the wool, you might as well worry about the person that Gaara is targeting. But Muyun still nodded. Too much is not as good as this, Muyun still understands. Although the current Gaara opponent Ju has no attitude towards her elder sister, she is still very competent. The clothes that Tien and Ino bought were sent to them respectively. The two little girls were very happy, and they couldn't put it down for the clothes that Muyun gave, so that Muyun took advantage of it. Pity that the two little girls are still too young to experience real battles, otherwise Muyun will definitely pass on his combat experience to them, even though his own experience is not rich. I didn't have dinner with the two little girls. Because they had to take the Chunin exam tomorrow, Muyun returned home alone. Back. Koizumi Yumi had already prepared dinner and waited for Muyun. Seeing Muyun's return, she asked with a smile. Muyun nodded and said softly, "Wait." After speaking, he immediately walked to his room and took out the clothes he bought for Yumi Koizumi. Chapter 79 Sexy Stunner. Koizumi Yumi usually doesn't go into her room, so she didn't find the clothes she bought. Muyun bought a dark purple dress similar to a cheongsam for Yumi Koizumi, which is very sexy. I believe that with Yumi Koizumi's figure, wearing this dress will definitely make people bloody. Coming to the dining room, Muyun immediately handed the shopping bag in his hand to Yumi Koizumi and said, "Open it and see, it's a gift for you." Hearing this, Yumi Koizumi's face flashed with joy, and she hurriedly took the shopping bag in Muyun's hand and began to check it. After a while, Koizumi Yumi's face turned red. She glanced at Muyun charmingly, her eyes were full of infinite amorous feelings, making Muyun unable to control the Dinghaishenzen immediately. The small tent has been set up. Resisting the throbbing in his heart, Muyun said, "Try it on." Yumi Koizumi flirted with her long wine red hair and said, "I'll change it later. If I change it now, you'll still have the heart to eat." Muyun smiled embarrassingly, although the dinner prepared by Yumi Koizumi was extremely rich. Considering Muyun's terrifying appetite, it was almost all meat. People move their index fingers. But if Yumi Koizumi really changed into this dress, it is estimated that the whole table of dishes will be left. Muyun couldn't wait to devour the dishes on the table, and soon finished dinner, and then let Yumi Koizumi change it, putting on clothes. Seeing Yumi Koizumi after changing her clothes, Muyun's eyes suddenly changed. It was extremely hot, and her breathing was obviously a little heavier. Too sexy, it's really too sexy. The boundless waves in front of the chest stand proudly, and the hollow area in the middle reveals a deep ravine. The willow waist that is gripped and the beautiful buttocks are presented under the tight clothes. With a perfect curve, her fair legs are very straight, and her skin is extremely smooth. Looking at the charming Koizumi Yumi, Muyun rushed up, hugged Koizumi Yumi and said, "Tonight, I'm afraid can't sleep." Koizumi Yumi kissed Muyun. Muyun immediately hugged Koizumi Yumi with both hands, and went directly to the bedroom. From the bedroom to the living room, from the living room to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the corridor, Muyun and Koizumi Yumi fought for a whole night, and didn't rest until the early morning. The Chunin exam is finally here. The first exam is a written exam, and the exam location is at the ninja school. On the way to the ninja school, Muyun met the 7th class who also took the Chunin exam. Naruto looked at Muyun excitedly and said, "Muyun, Teacher Kakashi will take us to take the Chunin exam. As long as I pass the Chunin exam, I can become a Chunin." "Right, where are you going?" Muyun glanced at Naruto. Naruto was destined to become a Shinin, and he would definitely not pass the Chunin exam this time. "Mind," Muyun replied lightly, "I'm going to participate in the Chunin exam too." Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Kakashi's mouth twitched and said, "Muyun, you go to participate in Chunin exam. Interesting." Although Naruto and the others did not speak, the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Kakashi's. Regarding Muyun's participation in the Chunin exam, they never thought that, with Muyun's strength, taking the Chunin exam is like arm wrestling between adults and babies. Is it interesting? Muyun smiled slightly and said, "Of course it is interesting, and this it means 3 generations, I can't do anything about it." Looking at the smile on Muyun's face, Kakashi pouted and said, "I think this is your bad taste." Chatting with Class 7, they soon arrived at the ninja school. After Kakashi submitted the application, Muyun followed Naruto and others into the examination room. As soon as he entered the classroom, dozens of eyes immediately stared at Muyun. From Yun et al., There was even a faint murderous aura emanating from the classroom, obviously targeting Muyun et al. The expressions of Naruto and the others suddenly changed. Although this murderous aura was very weak to Muyun, it was not something that Naruto and others could bear. Squinting his eyes slightly, Muyun looked at the source of the murderous aura, and found that it was a ninja from an unknown ninja village who didn't know his forehead guard, and he was probably in his 20s. The moment he saw this person, Muyun raised his eyebrows in disdain. He only came to take the Chunin exam when he was in his 20s. If there were no major changes, this person's achievements would be like this. The next moment, Muyun's body directly exuded an incomparably terrifying murderous aura, and the temperature of the entire classroom seemed to drop countless degrees directly under the shroud of this murderous aura. You must know that although Muyun was only 12 years old, he was a killer. There are not many people who have been there at all, not to mention the Hyuga family. Just in the war with Sand Ninja Village, hundreds of ninjas died at the hands of Muyun. Although Muyun's murderous aura was aimed at that unknown, the ninjas scattered away, but other people in the classroom were also more or less affected. Only the 3 girls in the classroom, Ino, Hinata, and Tamari, did not feel any abnormality. The one who was directly targeted by Muyun's terrifying murderous aura, the unknown ninja, broke out in cold sweat, and immediately soaked his clothes. After only 3 seconds, he rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fell to the ground. Trash. Muyun withdrew his murderous aura and sat directly between Hinata and Ino. Shuju, who was sitting behind Muyun, stretched out his hand and hit Muyun, and said, "You can't hold back a little, my brother is scared by you." Hearing Tamari's words, Muyun turned his head and glanced behind him, and found that Gaara was nothing. Cold sweat broke out on Konkuro's forehead, and his face was extremely pale. He was obviously frightened. Muyun spread out his hands and said, "I have taken special care of me, but your younger brother is just a little timid. Look at Gaara, isn't it all right?" Tamari was speechless. "Can Konkuro love Robbie with me? Mr. Muyun is really honest." At this moment, a ninja wearing glasses and looking harmless to humans and animals came to Muyun and said. Muyun frowned slightly, looking at the ninja. Judging from the other party's dress and the tone of his speech, this should be it. Only, dare to come over and talk to himself in this situation. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download Philo novel. Chapter 80, A Mere Jerk. Although he recognized his identity, Muyun did not expose it, but asked, "Who are you?" Hearing Muyun's question, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I'm also Konoha. My name is, I'm a lot older than you, but because of my weak strength, I still haven't been able to. I didn't become a Chunin." Listening to the fabricated bullshit, Muyun nodded and said, "It can be seen that you are much older than us, but being a Chunin doesn't depend on your age. If you are not strong enough, there is nothing you can do. Just keep trying." The corners of his mouth twitched, and there was a thought of wanting to be mad. Muyun, but after thinking about Muyun's terrifying strength and his own purpose, he endured it. Take a deep breath of 157. After a few breaths, he said, "Among the ninjas present, the most terrifying one should be Lord Muyun. With the strength of Muyunjin today, it really surprised me to take the Chunin exam. I was very optimistic about the Sandstorm Gaara in Sand Ren Village, but now it seems that Muyunjin is the strongest. Man." Muyun said indifferently, "Isn't this normal? I'm just a mere shinobi. There's nothing unusual about taking the Chunin exam, it's the most normal thing." Hearing this, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and his heart was about to go crazy. A mere ninja who goes to Nima, who can kill Shangnin in seconds, and who can get the title of Konoha Thor, says that he is just a ninja. You dare to believe that if you continue to chat with Muyun, you will probably be pissed off and laugh embarrassingly. He smiled and walked aside to share his intelligence with others, showing his powerful intelligence ability. There was a quarrel in the place where he was, and there were even hands-on sounds. Muyun turned his head to look and found that the ninjas from Yinyan village were arguing with him. He kept apologizing, his face there was a deep panic on his face, as if he had been frightened. Muyun looked at the play they directed and acted, and shook his head. It's such a boring trick. Said, Muyun's voice suddenly spread throughout the classroom. Quiet down for me. I have to get out of trouble and make trouble outside. The noisy people are annoying. A stiff expression. The ninja in Yinyan village was also angry, but the moment he saw Muyun, he instantly extinguished his anger. When they left the village, Orochimaru warned them time and time again that they can provoke anyone, but not Muyun. That's not a joke. It's enough to make adults so jealous. It's enough to see Muyun's strength. Quiet me, you bastards. At this moment, the examiners, Isani Ibixi, entered the classroom and said aloud with a grim expression on their faces. A sudden, the classroom became the sound of birds and birds. It was really a bit too scary for Ibiki Mori, with a fierce look on his face, and the fact that he had just entered the classroom and spoke, made these candidates all silent. Handen. At this moment, Muyun glanced at Sene Abizi lightly, and the eyes that Morinai Abizi projected met together. Sene's face changed, and an embarrassed expression hung on his face. Everyone in Konoha village knew about Muyun's strength. When Sene Bixi entered the classroom just now included Muyun. At this moment, Sene Bixi was not only a little embarrassed, but also a little scared. If Muyun asked him to settle accounts, he would still really can't stand it. Fortunately, Muyun just glanced at him lightly, and didn't pursue it, which made Sene Ibushi suddenly relieved. Cough cough. After coughing to ease his embarrassment, Mori Ibiki said, I am the examiner for this exam. You don't need to know my identity, but once I catch someone cheating, I will not be merciful. To be said that the words of Morinai Bixi caused enormous pressure to all the candidates present. Only Muyun's face didn't matter. Test papers were sent out quickly, and all the candidates picked up their pens and began to write in a rustling manner. Among them, there were many cheaters. Some of the cheaters were very clumsy. They were directly caught by Ibiki Mori, and they were directly disqualified from the test. The whole classroom suddenly fell into a heavy atmosphere. Of course, there are also many test takers with very good methods, who think they are cheating flawlessly, such as the white eyes of the Hinata family, Sasuke's writing wheel eyes, etc. Only Muyun sat in the seat bored, did not pick up the pen on the table, bored and enjoyed the farce, because Muyun knew that this written test was actually just a pretense. Even if the blank paper was handed in, there was no problem at all. The final purpose of the written test is to select those candidates who are mentally strong enough. Sene looked at Muyun and said silently in her heart, could it be that Muyun has seen the real purpose of this exam, or that Lord Hokage told him the truth? Makes Sene Bishi very puzzled. Although Muyun's strength is very strong, the written test does not seem to have a direct relationship with strength. Come. Okay, stop the pens in your hands. Now is the last question. As long as you answer correctly, you can pass the test. Of course, if you answer incorrectly, you will lose the opportunity to take the exam, and you will also lose 5. 7. The opportunity to become a Chunin. Pay attention, not this time, but the inability to become a Chunin in a lifetime. Even if your strength reaches Shangnin or Shadow rank in the future, you will not be able to take the Chunin exam to improve your ninja rank. You must consider it carefully. A sinister smile appeared on Ishimori's face. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, the 10th question is very difficult, and now the choice is in your hands. If someone wants to abstain, they can leave the exam room now. Although they will miss this opportunity to be promoted to Chunin, they will still have a chance in the future. I have to say that the remarks of Ibiki Mori really arouse the minds of these candidates. Almost all the candidates are wandering between abstaining and continuing the exam, and they are uncertain. Hokage start with a thunder fruit. Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 Koizumi Yumi couldn't take it anymore. If you abstain, you will lose this chance to be promoted to Chunin, but if you continue to take the test, if you answer the wrong question, you will lose the chance to become Chunin for life. This choice is really a psychological torture. After a while, a candidate said, report to the examiner, I choose to abstain. After speaking, the named Jonin left the classroom with a tear in his eyes. He didn't want to give up, but he didn't want to lose the chance to be promoted to Chunin for life. With the first examinee taking the lead, more and more people abstained. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left in the huge classroom. If one person abstains, the whole team will be eliminated. Ibe Mori looked at the candidates who abstained with disdain, and was very contemptuous in his heart. He didn't even have the mental ability to bear it. In his opinion, he didn't deserve to be a ninja. It's just an exam, what is there to fear? To become a good ninja, can't even this setback be unbearable? Last 30, after Naruto's generous remarks, the remaining candidates all regained their confidence and chose to continue the exam at the same time. Muyun glanced at Naruto. As expected of the reincarnated person of Asura, this emotional rendering power is really not covered. Okay, congratulations, you made the right choice. In fact, there is no 10th question at all. This is just a test of your psychological quality. I am honored that you have all passed. A smile finally appeared on Ibiki Mori's face and announced the result. They got this result. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then they all felt fortunate that they didn't abstain from the vote, otherwise they would have regretted their bowels. After leaving the examination room, Ino's little girls came to Muyun's side, and Ino asked, I said, Muyun, you must have known the real purpose of this exam long ago, right? Otherwise, why didn't you answer any of the previous questions, and you were so calm during the whole test? Muyun suddenly gave Ino a weird look and said, how could I know that I'm calm? That's because no matter what, it's impossible for me to fail the exam. Even if I don't want to be promoted, Lord Hokage will not agree. Ino was speechless for a moment. Muyun's words were very reasonable, but it sounded like he wanted to beat someone so much. Tamari looked at Muyun and said, it turns out to be the case, but it's different if you have a backstage. Regarding Tamari's ridicule, Muyun immediately raised his eyebrows and said, yes, it's different if you have a backstage. If you want, I can also be your backstage. After speaking, Muyun looked at Ino and Hinata again, and said, of course, if you want, I can also be your backstage. Tamari's face flushed, and he said, who needs you to be a scoundrel? Ino also echoed, yes, Yun is really a rogue. Only Hinata didn't speak, just looked at Muyun tenderly, and there seemed to be only Muyun in her big white eyes. Muyun grabbed Tamari's small hand, pulled it into his arms, and put it on Tamari's face. A kiss. Of course, Muyun didn't favor one over another, didn't fall into the three little girls that Ino got. His face turned red, and he ran away. Shook his head and watched the three little girls leave. Muyun also walked towards his house. To be honest, he missed Yumi Koizumi a little bit. Although it was only a while, Yumi Koizumi's sexy appearance lingered in his mind. Go. After returning home, Muyun and Koizumi Yumi went crazy for a whole day. There was no way, her physique was too strong. To be honest, Koizumi Yumi couldn't bear it anymore. Time passed quickly. At noon the next day, the entrance to the Death Forest. Many genin who passed the written test all gathered here. Muyun also saw Kakashi, Yuhihong and others waiting here, and even Iruka was there. After all, they are their own students. Both Iruka and Kakashi have deep expectations for their own students. At the same time, Muyun also saw the disguised Orochimaru. Seemingly aware of Muyun's gaze, Orochimaru followed Muyun's line of sight and looked over, and when he saw Muyun, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Soon, the surprise in Orochimaru's eyes faded. He smiled friendly at Muyun, and stretched out his long tongue to lick his lips. There was a touch of charm on his face. Yes, it was charming. Orochimaru actually there was a charming expression in front of Muyun. Muyun suddenly felt nauseated. If he didn't know that this ninja was disguised by Orochimaru, it is estimated that Muyun would really look at this ninja more, but now he quickly turned his head and looked away. Orochimaru was startled. Did he find out my identity? Was just the next moment. Orochimaru laughed and found out how Muyun is strong, but Orochimaru is not muddy. Really fight, whoever wins I still don't know if I lose. Uruka-sensei. He came to Aluka's side. Muyun took the initiative to say hello. Although his strength is far superior to Aluka now, when Aluka took care of him in 157, Muyun is not the kind of ungrateful people. Besides, Uruka may not be a strong ninja, but he is definitely a qualified teacher. Hearing Muyun's name, Uruka was shocked and a little overwhelmed, and said embarrassingly, "Muyun, I have already it's not your teacher anymore, and I haven't taught you anything." Muyun's face instantly became serious, and he said, "Mr. Uruka, no matter what, you are my teacher, and I will always remember your help to me." Uruka immediately smiled gratified, and after chatting a few words with Muyun and encouraging others, he left. Kakashi and others also left one after another. After all, the exam is about to start, and it is useless for them to stay here. After a while, the examiner of this exam, Midori Red Bean, came here, and a conflict broke out with Naruto as soon as he came, and he taught Naruto a lesson. Orochimaru in the crowd looked at his former apprentice calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. Midori Red Bean would never know that his teacher, Orochimaru, would actually look at him in the middle of this group of people. Even if he knew, it would be useless. Chapter 82 Too Much Force. This test is a practical test. The content of your test is to collect the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth, and then pass through the Death Forest to reach the central tower. Each group will issue a scroll before entering the Death Forest. As for the other scroll, it depends on your ability. If you want to take this exam, you need to sign a death agreement, because this exam will definitely kill someone. This is the rule. Saying that, Midori Anko took out a stack of paper, the so-called death agreement. What death agreement? Hearing these words, all the candidates panicked immediately. The meaning of Maiden washing Red Bean was very obvious. After signing this death agreement, no one would care about it even if he died. The candidates reluctantly signed their names under the death agreement. Muyun looked at the so-called death agreement in his hand, curled his lips, and directly signed his name. This death agreement was of no use to him. With his strength, if he really died in the forest of death, it's better to eat shit to kill yourself. After entering the forest of death, Muyun took Hinata and Ino, and of course, inevitably brought the 8th class and the other 4 of the pig, deer and butterfly combination. It was impossible to bring them by himself. Let Hinata and Ino pass this exam. If the 8th class and the pig deer butterfly combination are eliminated, then Hinata and Ino will not be able to pass. On the way, Inuzuka asked, "Muyun, what should we do now? Compete with other teams for scrolls or go to the central tower first?" Inuzuka-ya's words made everyone's eyes focus on Muyun. Obviously, now everyone is focusing on Muyun. There is no way, Muyun's strength is the strongest. Looking at Inuzuka-ya lightly, Muyun said, "There is no need to snatch the scroll, go to the central tower first. As for the scroll, when we arrive at the central tower, someone will naturally send it for us." When everyone heard this, they all rolled their eyes. This test method is really easy enough. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Muyun said, "Since there is an easier way, why bother to grab the scroll? And the scrolls of each group are different. Maybe we snatch 7 or 8, and each group will only get the scroll of the sky or the scroll of the earth. But staying in the central tower is different. Each group will definitely collect all the scrolls before coming to the central tower. Someone will collect the scrolls for us, and then pick up the ready-made ones. Isn't it beautiful?" Everyone rolled their eyes in unison, but there was no objection. After all, it is human nature to be lazy, and it is naturally the best to pass this exam without any effort. You must know that this exam is full of time. 120 hours, that is, 5 days, repeating the life of robbing the scrolls every day for 5 days, it is undoubtedly extremely boring. Hee, we are so lucky to meet this Wu, and their scrolls are ours. Little devil, hand in your scrolls, we can spare your lives. At this moment, 3 ninjas who were about 20 years old appeared in front of Muyun and others, and said with a grin. Looking at the 3 ninjas, Muyun shook his head speechlessly. "I don't want to go to you, why did you come here?" Muyun really doesn't want to fight with Jonin. Even if he wins the fight and kills him, he won't get much reinforcement points. Not to mention the fact that these 3 Jonin don't seem to be very powerful. Muyun is even less interested. Yo, the little devil is quite crazy. Our brothers have been on the battlefield, and we are sensible. I advise you not to make senseless resistance. The 3 ninjas looked at each other with a look of disdain in their eyes. In their opinion, the ninjas who have been on the battlefield are the real ninjas. If they have not been on the battlefield, they are not shit. He said, ha ha ha, if you have been on the battlefield, you probably don't know what a terrifying existence is standing in front of you. It really made me laugh to death. Although Muyun used murderous intent to intimidate everyone during the written test, it was obvious that none of the 3 ninjas remembered Muyun, so they were so arrogant. Damn, how dare you look down on our brothers and seek death. 3 ninjas immediately felt that they were insulted, and they were furious, and directly threw the shuriken and kunai in their hands to Muyun and others. Lanjiao. Muyun lifted his foot instantly, rolled up a vacuum slashing wave of about 5 meters, and directly knocked the flying kunwu into the air, and then attacked the 3 ninjas unabated. The pupils of the 3 ninjas shrank suddenly. Looking at the vacuum slashing wave coming from the sky, there is deep panic in his eyes, but it is useless. The vacuum slashing wave slashed directly from their necks, and then cut off 5 people behind them. The hug tree gradually disappeared. The next moment, a bloodline appeared on the necks of the 3 ninjas, and the 3 heads fell directly to the ground. When they were dying, they couldn't even dodge. Muyun sighed. I thought you could do it next, and no matter how bad it was, you could escape, but I didn't expect. Hey, Tooth, go and put away their scrolls. Inazukaya glanced at Muyun, who had an expert and lonely face, couldn't help but covered his forehead, stepped forward and picked up the scrolls of the 3 ninjas. It's the scroll of the sky. Hearing Inazukaya's answer, Muyun nodded. His own is the scroll of the earth, so now he has collected 2 scrolls. And Zuludi in the 8th class have not been collected. The 8th class is assigned to the scroll of the sky, and the combination of pigs, deer and butterflies is assigned to the scroll of the earth. Only 2 scrolls can be ordered. At this moment, the sound of the system rang. Ding! The host kills 3 Jonin, and rewards 30 reinforcement points. Muyun. It seems that I still overestimated these 3 Jonin. Each of them only rewarded 10 reinforcement points. You must know that the reward standard for Jonin is 50 reinforcement points. In other words, these 3 people are the lowest in the strength stage of Jonin. That batch. It is estimated that the system can't stand it anymore. You must know that there is no prompt to kill ninjas. You dare to snatch the scroll even if you have broken your strength. I don't know if you are ignorant or courageous. Tukao, Muyun and others continued to go to the central tower. Chapter 83 Flying Thunder God Technique. 2 days passed without incident. Muyun and others walked leisurely on the road. At this moment, Muyun frowned suddenly, looked in one direction. There was a shadow-level chakra not far away. Is it Orochimaru? In this Chunin exam, the shadow-level powerhouses who appeared in the Forest of Death, except for Orochimaru, Muyun couldn't think of anyone else. It is estimated that Orochimaru has already shot at Sasuke and the others at this time, but I don't know if there is any. Plant a spell on Sasuke. Muyun has no interest in taking care of Orochimaru's affairs. But at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Muyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Trigger the system task. Task name. Defeat Orochimaru. Task introduction. Orochimaru took advantage of the opportunity of the Chunin exam to plant a curse on Sasuke. Since the host encountered this, there is absolutely no reason to ignore this matter. Please take action by the host and repel Orochimaru. Quest completion reward. Domineering. Punishment for mission failure. None. Hey, Orochimaru, it seems that you can only blame yourself for your own life. Not good. Muyun took a deep breath and originally wanted to ignore this matter. But it was obvious that since the system had released a task, it would be okay if he didn't want to. Moreover, Muyun is also very jealous of the reward after the completion of the task. After all, the domineering of the knowledge is very helpful to him. With the domineering of the knowledge, he can completely control the speed brought by the elementalization of the thunder fruit. He has an unparalleled increase in his combat power. Hina, do you believe me? Hearing this sentence, Hinata was stunned subconsciously, and then said firmly, of course I believe in Lord Muyun. Muyun looked at Ino again, and Ino nodded hurriedly, although he didn't know what happened, but Muyun would never aimlessly, saying this sentence, obviously something happened. After receiving the answers from the two little girls, Muyun said, wait a minute, a war will break out here, and it may affect you, so I want to send you to my house, but this may cancel the Chunin exam. Qualified. Hinata and Ino's faces suddenly became bright, and the two little girls looked at each other and said in unison, Mr. Muyun, we will listen to you. Muyun turned to look at Inazukaya and the others again. They seemed a little hesitant. Listen to Muyun, you may be disqualified from the exam. Don't listen. In case what Muyun said is really obvious. A few people who hesitated. Muyun said, I don't force you. If you are willing to listen to me, put your hand on me. If you don't want to, it's nothing. Waiting for a few seconds, Inazukaya and the others hesitated. Muyun immediately grabbed the small hands of Ino and Hinata, and disappeared directly in place. Shoo! Hinata and Ino, two little girls, felt a flower in front of their eyes, and they came back to their senses. He had already appeared in Muyun's house at the time. Mr. Muyun, what's going on? Asked in unison when they saw the scene in front of them. Muyun smiled slightly and said, this is the technique of Flying Thunder God. The expressions of the two little girls suddenly changed. How could they have never heard of the name of the Flying Thunder God? It was the famed skill of the fourth Hokage. It was because of the Flying Thunder God that the fourth Hokage was named. The title of Golden Glitter has become the representative of the speed of the ninja world. It can be said that the reason why Namikaze Minato can become Naruto is due to the skill of Flying Thunder God. After Muyun moved to a new home, he carved Flying Thunder God in his home. The technique was used in case of emergency, but I didn't expect it to actually be used. Seeing the surprised faces of the two little girls, Muyun said gently, you stay at my house, don't go anywhere until I come back, I'll deal with some things. Hearing this, the two little girls immediately hugged Muyun and said, no matter what. Whatever you do, we will support you, but you must be careful, Muyunjin. What Muyun was going to do, the two little girls did not ask in a tacit understanding, but only warned with some worry. Muyun showed a smile on his face and said, don't worry, you still don't know my strength. Besides, if there is danger, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Seeing that the two little girls were relieved, Muyun immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared into the room. After Muyun disappeared, the two little girls looked at each other tacitly, and Hinata said, Ino, I feel I'm so useless, I can't help Muyunjin, so from now on, I must cultivate hard and try not to drag Muyunjin's hind legs. Ino also nodded and said, Muyun's life will never be ordinary, even if we can't help, we must not hold back. At this moment, the two little girls made up their minds, and their hearts were extremely firm. On the other hand, Muyun had returned to the Forest of Death, and I had to say that the technique of Flying Thunder Gods did a lot for them. After all, you can't take people away, and the technique of Flying Thunder God can just do it. And this time, after Muyun used the technique of Flying Thunder God, he had a different feeling in his heart. Based on the technique of Flying Thunder God, he developed his own moves. Seeing Muyun suddenly disappearing and reappearing, Inazukaya and the others widened their eyes, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. There was a strong disbelief. But Muyun obviously didn't pay attention to their intentions, and he has to hurry up to clean up Orochimaru. Moreover, maybe this task can be completed together with the previous Chunin exam task. Muyun's heart suddenly had an idea, and his body radiated with the fierce thunder light. He rushed towards the location of Orochimaru. Looking at Muyun who disappeared in front of him, Inazukaya swallowed his saliva and said, I have a bad premonition, seeing Muyun's expression. It seems serious, did something happen? Shikamaru said solemnly. I have never seen Muyun show this kind of expression, plus the actions of sending Hinata and Ino away before, it must be something extraordinary. Moreover, in this incredible event, Muyun did not have absolute certainty to protect the safety of Hinata and Ino, so he would send them away. Chapter 84 versus Orochimaru. If we analyze it like this, we seem to have made a wrong choice just now. Hint of helplessness in Lu Wan's eyes, and she had already heard from Muyun, but now that she can't do it, it's definitely not a good thing to see Muyun's posture. The other people also looked at each other and said to Lu Wan they were still convinced, so they all felt a little regret. What a container. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, who had opened his eyes and licked his lips. As long as I can get your body, I can become stronger. As for the power of Sharingan, Orochimaru has seen it in Uchiha Itachi long ago. As Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke's Sharingan ability will definitely not be too bad. The art of Fireball. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the very strange ninja in front of him. His face showed a dignified look, and a fireball of about 2 meters suddenly bombarded Orochimaru. From Orochimaru, Sasuke felt unprecedented pressure, but Sasuke simply I didn't want to lose to a ninja myself, so I still shot. He, it's so irritable, Sasuke. Before the fireball came in front of Orochimaru, Orochimaru had already disappeared in place with a flash, and reappeared behind Sasuke. Grabbing Sasuke, Orochimaru said, "Take the gift I gave you well. Come on, Sasuke, you'll thank me later." Saying that, Orochimaru opened his mouth directly and bit Sasuke's neck. Damn, let go, Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke was in danger, Naruto's eyes suddenly turned red, and a trace of tyrannical pale red chakra slowly covered the surface of the body, and the eyes also turned into vertical pupils, rushing towards Orochimaru. At this moment, Naruto's speed became extremely fast. Orochimaru, who was unprepared at the beginning, was almost hit by Naruto's punch. After taking Sasuke to a big tree, Orochimaru's original position was already standing. A big pit appeared. Naruto instantly looked at Orochimaru above the treetops, and said hoarsely, "Let go. Sasuke." Orochimaru's eyes, and he murmured, "As the nine-tailed man of Konoha village Zuli, that person's son has been reduced to such a level, this Konoha is really ironic." Seeing that Orochimaru didn't let go, Sasuke's meaning, the light red chakra on Naruto's body is getting thicker and thicker, and it is about to turn dark red. When the tailed beast coat appears, not to mention Orochimaru, Naruto I feel good too. Swish. At this moment, a figure accompanied by Li Guang came directly to Naruto's side at a speed, and pressed a hand on Naruto's stomach. He has gradually lost his mind. After Naruto was stunned for a while, he was about to take action against Muyun, and at this moment, Muyun whispered, "Sealing technique Bagua seal." Muyun knew that the sealing technique itself was a threat, so he studied the sealing technique specially, and also obtained all the sealing technique scrolls of Konoha from the 3rd generation, so Muyun also learned the sealing technique, and just sent it now. Useful. As Muyun's voice fell, the pale red chakra on Naruto's body quickly faded until it disappeared, and Naruto also passed out. Before fainting, Naruto looked at Muyun and said with difficulty. "Muyun, rescue Sasuke, please." Putting Naruto aside, Muyun looked up at Orochimaru on the top of the tree and said, "Orochimaru, did you let Sasuke go by yourself? Or should I ask you to let go?" Hearing Muyun's words, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "What Orochimaru seems to be very confident in Muyun-jun, are you so sure of winning?" Muyun pouted and said, "Dashi-wan, don't use this kind of shameful trick. Don't think that you can hide from everyone by changing your face. You should know that in my hands, it's impossible to attack Sasuke." For Sasuke, Muyun didn't have a good impression of him, but since he agreed to Naruto, he couldn't break his promise, saying that saving Sasuke was to do it. As expected of Mr. Muyun, he's really amazing. Orochimaru slowly knocked Sasuke out of his hand and put it aside. "It seems that I can't hide it, but is Muyunjin really going to fight with me? I didn't show up this time to fight, and I don't want to fight against Muyunjin. and once we fight, it's hard to tell the outcome. Muyun glanced at Orochimaru and said, otherwise do you think I'm here to see your honor? Orochimaru, you appear in Konoha, I'm afraid the purpose is not so simple. Speaking of which, Muyun glanced at Orochimaru strangely. Also, Yinyan village is a village that has never been heard of before, so it shouldn't be able to recruit shadow-level powerhouses like you. Unless, you are the leader of Yinyan village. Hearing this, Orochimaru subconsciously touched the forehead guard on his forehead, returned to his original appearance, and said coldly, what a keen observation, to be so powerful at such a young age, what a formidable future. At this point, even Orochimaru has extinguished the idea of leaving. Judging from Muyun's expression, the other party seems to know something, so he can't let him leave. Feel the murderous aura slowly released from Orochimaru. Muyun immediately shouted. Lan's feet cut into the air. Right leg rolled, and a 7-8 meter long vacuum slashing wave suddenly swept out, and roared towards the Orochimaru above the treetop. The speed of the vacuum slashing wave was so fast that Orochimaru thought about it. It was too late to dodge, and Orochimaru didn't expect Muyun to make such a decisive move. The next moment, Orochimaru's body was split in two and fell from the top of the tree. Muyun's expression was nothing, relaxing in the slightest. He said lightly, come out, Orochimaru, how could someone like you die so easily, don't play boring tricks. He, what a keen insight. The mouth of the corpse that was broken on the ground suddenly opened wide, showing a strange angle, and Orochimaru's body came out of that mouth with disgusting mucus. You are really disgusting. Muyun frowned, looking at Orochimaru, who said speechlessly. Chapter 85 This is elementalization. As for the substitute technique researched by Orochimaru, Muyun really disagreed, it was too disgusting. Muyunjin, it doesn't matter if you are disgusting or not, what matters is that it is easy to use and the effect is powerful. The Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru swiftly approached Muyun with a body-bending technique, and at the same time stretched out his hands. A few pythons sprang out from his sleeves, entangling and biting towards Muyun. Crackle! A burst of thunder and lightning flashed on Muyun's body. Several pythons were directly split into fly ash by lightning before they approached. I've said it all, don't play boring tricks anymore, I don't have so much time to spend with you. Thunder Fist. The fist flashing with thunder and lightning slammed into Orochimaru's face with unparalleled power, directly knocking Orochimaru, 157. Head exploded, and for a while, the blood mixed with the brains splashed everywhere. It is a very uncomfortable thing to face a strong man like Muyun, who is known for his speed. You can't hit him, but the opponent can attack at will. When it comes to you, you can't even dodge. Now, Orochimaru has deeply felt this feeling of suffocation, not to mention Muyun's attack power is not weak. The next moment, the abdomen of the corpse whose head was blown by Muyun a big hole was made, and Orochimaru appeared again in the same way. Breaking through the wind. Orochimaru gathered chakra, and a gust of wind swept towards Muyun. Although the big breakthrough was only a ninjutsu, but it was used from the shadow-level powerhouse of Orochimaru, and the power was very terrifying. Swish! Before the arrival, Muyun's body flashed to the side, and at this moment, Orochimaru's voice came instantly, ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Voice fell, and the dense shuriken immediately shrouded Muyun, with a range of more than 10 meters, and it was unavoidable. It's really dangerous, speed ninja. Orochimaru looked at Muyun, licked his lips, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. But what should you do with this move, Mr. Muyun? Looking at the dense shuriken attacking him, Muyun frowned. Did you deliberately use ninjutsu to force me to leave the place, and then use your rich combat experience to predict my position? I have to say that no one who can become a shadow-level powerhouse is to eat dry rice, Orochimaru. It's a pity that you met me. A faint smile on the corner of Muyun's mouth. He was defensive and did not evade, so he just looked at the dense shuriken stabbing his body. Success. Orochimaru's snake crossed a bit of doubt. No, it shouldn't be so easy to solve. The next moment, Orochimaru stared directly, and an incredible voice came out of his mouth. It's impossible what went through. Orochimaru watched helplessly as the densely packed shuriken passed through the animal body without causing any damage, while the place where Muyun was attacked by the shuriken was flickering with a faint light of lightning, and soon it was as good as ever. See this? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, is it similar to the hydration technique of the ghost lamp family? This is the lightning technique. No, it should. Not that simple. Thunder and water are different. Water is relatively mild, but thunder and lightning are very violent, and it is simply a fantasy to transform one's body into thunder and lightning. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a frenzy. Could it be that it is the limit of blood? You have such strength at such a young age, and he even won the title of Konoha Thunder God, and only Shueiji Boundary can explain it. If this is the case, then Muyun's Shueiji Boundary is even more powerful than Muyun. Because the first Hokage is not so powerful at this age, in any case, this is a more suitable container than Sasuke. For a time, many thoughts flashed in Orochimaru's heart, but there was no expression on his face, but he pretended to be horrified and asked, what kind of trick is this? Although Orochimaru is well hidden, Muyun still sees a little clue from the fleeting frenzy in Orochimaru's eyes. It is estimated that Orochimaru is making up his own mind. This is elementalization. Orochimaru, I know what you're thinking, but you'd better put out the thoughts in your heart. Otherwise, I think I'll kill you to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, Orochimaru spread out his hands and said hoarsely, how do you know if you don't try? Seeing the potential of Muyun, Orochimaru suddenly lost interest in Sasuke. As long as he occupies Muyun's body, then everything that Muyun has will be his. Array of Wanshi Luo. Orochimaru leaned over slightly, and the eldest with his mouth open showed an exaggerated arc. Countless dense poisonous snakes rushed out of Orochimaru's mouth in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of 1 kilometer. After seeing Orochimaru, when using this trick, Muyun instantly took away Naruto Sasuke and Haruno Sakura with Shadow Clones 3. At the same time, Shikamaru and others who were waiting for Muyun thousands of meters away saw countless densely packed objects. The poisonous snake appeared in a radius of 1,000 meters, and they all shuddered. Shikamaru's face was pale, and there was a deep solemnity in his eyes, and he said, I remember my father told me that using this kind of ninjutsu, the entire ninja world there is only one person, and that is the Konoha level rebellion, Lingjun Orochimaru. As soon as the name Orochimaru came out, the faces of Inazukaya and the others became even paler. Inazukaya said with a trembling voice, I knew I had left with Muyun, what should I do now? Shikamaru glanced at Inazukaya and said 5-7 road. What else can we do? With our strength, staying here can only be the food for these poisonous snakes, hurry up and escape. At the same time, the 3 generations of Hokage who were chatting and laughing with representatives of the major shinobi villages in the Naruto Office Zero stood up instantly, and their face changed color. Is this chakra, Orochimaru? For the chakra of Orochimaru, the 3 generations of Hokage are too familiar with the 3 generations of Hokage. For this once favored disciple, the 3 generations of Hokage can be said to be very familiar. Closing his eyes and feeling it, the 3 generations of Hokage said, there is another chakra, it's Muyun. Kakashi, take someone to the Forest of Death immediately, and transfer all the candidates as much as possible, the Chunin exam is temporarily suspended. Chapter 86 The Art of 8 Differences. Kakashi's expression flashed, and he heard another meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage, that is to give priority to the rescue of Konoha's ninjas. Kakashi immediately took the lead, and after the 3 generations of Hokage ordered the specific matters, he immediately went to the Forest of Death. He rushed over. He was afraid that Muyun would suffer in the hands of Orochimaru. Muyun watched countless poisonous snakes rush towards him. His expression remained unchanged. He stretched out one hand and said indifferently, Thunder Snake Giant Wave. Rumbling. The huge thunder sounded, and countless thunder and lightning suddenly gathered in the void, forming countless snakes of thunder and lightning, and then like a huge wave, they slammed against the countless poisonous snakes. The two of them, the duel between them directly covered a radius of several thousand meters. In the entire forest of death, countless flashes of lightning and the twisting of poisonous snakes could be seen. It looked very shocking. They were all just forbearance. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? 30 Dashuan had a solemn look on his face and said, "What a huge chakra, it's just a human-shaped tailed beast." The reason why Orochimaru himself can burst out such a large-scale attack of ninjutsu is because he only needs to transfer countless poisonous snakes here, but Muyun completely uses this trick condensed by lightning. What a huge need for this! The chakra of Muyun can be imagined. The more you think about it, the greed in Orochimaru's eyes becomes more and more intense. As long as he can obtain Muyun's body, then all this is his. Muyun's thunder snake waves and Orochimaru's countless the poisonous snake finally slammed into each other fiercely. Needless to say, under the attack of the thunder snake, the poisonous snake summoned by Orochimaru couldn't even resist and turned into fly ashes. Then, the thunder snake wave the castration swept away at Orochimaru, with an extremely powerful momentum. Orochimaru's face changed, spirituality triple Rashomon. The next moment, 3 very huge portals with hideous faces rose up from the ground and blocked directly in front of Orochimaru. The thunder snake slammed into the Rasho gate, the first one. The Rashomon was destroyed without even holding on for one breath. The second Rashomon was destroyed directly after only holding on for a short 3 breaths. Just after destroying 2 Rashomons in a row, the Rashomon was destroyed. The power of the waves has been greatly weakened, and finally dissipated after destroying the third Rashomon. Orochimaru breathed a deep sigh of relief. The triple Rashomon is his strongest defensive ninjutsu. No one has ever been able to break the 2, but now they are all destroyed in Muyun's hands, which shows the horror of Muyun's strength. Orochimaru, you came to Konoha this time, and how Ren village came very close, shouldn't you? Maybe he's planning something in Wasa Ninja village. Hearing Muyun's words, Orochimaru's eyes flashed suddenly, and he said, Mr. Muyun seems to know a lot. Fire escape, fire dragon, fire bomb. The great breakthrough of wind escape. A huge fireball with a scale of more than 10 meters was suddenly spit out from the mouth of Orochimaru, and then directly expanded to dozens of meters under the increase of the violent wind, and the power was also terrifyingly improved. Leopard. Muyun immediately waved one hand, and the huge thunder leopard of the same tens of meters was instantly formed, and slammed into the huge fireball. Boom. For a time, lightning flashed, fire splashed, and the huge power directly pushed the trees within a radius of several thousand meters were leveled, and even the ground was full of ravines and smoke. Coincidentally, within this range, there were just 2 groups of candidates from other villages who were directly affected, and there were no bones left in an instant. He didn't even react. Kakashi, who was rushing towards this side, watched this scene with solemn eyes. Kakashi also knew about Orochimaru. As one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's strength is definitely very strong. Powerful, it can be seen from the damage caused by this battle. At the same time, the representatives of the major ninja villages rushed towards the forest of death like crazy. This time, they brought most of them to show their muscles are genius ninjas. If all died in the forest of death, the loss would be huge. Seeing his attack being easily resolved by Muyun, Orochimaru's face suddenly became ugly. Until now, Orochimaru knew that if he didn't use that trick, if so, he probably won't be able to win Muyun. There are indeed a lot of ninjutsu he knows, but the powerful ones have already been used. Except for the ninjutsu that he regards as his trump card, he really has no way to deal with Muyun. Cloud. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly thought of retreating. At this moment, Muyun's body appeared in front of him with a swish, and the lightning blade extended from the fingertips and inserted into the ground. Zhang. Orochimaru, in front of me, isn't it unrealistic for you to leave so safe and sound? As Muyun's voice fell, the original Orochimaru directly turned into a pile of dirt, and the real Orochimaru drilled out from under the ground. I didn't expect my soil stand-in to be seen by you. Desperate insight. Orochimaru touched a slightly charred wound on his neck, and looked at Muyun with lingering fears. If he didn't react quickly and deflected his body on the ground, it is estimated that he would have taken half of it. Fate. Looks like Muyun didn't plan to let me go so easily today. Why didn't you make a deal? Until the last moment, Orochimaru still didn't want to reveal his trump card, so he wanted to make a deal with Muyun, so that he could get out of his body. Unfortunately, Muyun didn't care about the deal he said at all. Muyun shook his head and said, "I'm not interested, you'll be unlucky today." Soon as Muyun's voice fell, Orochimaru's body suddenly jumped out behind him, and at the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, the secret art of Yaki. As Orochimaru's voice fell, his body suddenly swelled up, and soon, a giant snake with eight-headed tens of meters appeared directly on the spot, and Orochimaru's body was standing in it on top of a head. The eight-hearted Orochi not only attracted the attention of Muyun, but also attracted the attention of the representatives of the major ninja villages. The scale of the eight-hearted technique is really too large. People can't help but have a kind of fear. They don't even have the courage to take action. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 87 Defeat Orochimaru. Mr. Muyun, what a powerful ninjutsu. Even if it was me, it took a whole month to complete this ninjutsu. This is the strongest of all my ninjutsu, so how should you face it? The confidence of Orochimaru who used the technique of the 8-chi was extremely inflated, and there was even a trace of contempt in his eyes when he looked at Muyun. The technique of the 8-chi actually had a magnifying effect on the negative emotions in his heart, but Orochimaru was already dark in his heart. After the 8-tori technique, the darkness became even more terrifying. Looking at the huge Orochi, Muyun narrowed his eyes and said, "Thunder Dragon." Instant, endless thunder and lightning condensed in front of Muyun, and in a moment, a giant thunder and lightning dragon was formed that was several tens of meters long, while Muyun was standing on the dragon's head, faintly staring at the big snake pill. The giant dragon is hovering, even one head taller than the 8-headed snake, and Muyun above the dragon's head has attracted the attention of all parties. Isn't that Konoha Thor? That's right, I didn't expect Konoha Thor's true strength to be so terrifying. I heard that up to now, he's just a shinobi, my god. It's scary just thinking about it. The other ninjas who came to Konoha from the ninja village looked at Muyun standing on the dragon head with a cold face, and a strong fear instantly formed in their hearts. It is really too shocking for the scene in front of them. Compared with the big snake, the visual impact caused by Maru's Baki technique and Muyun's Thunder Dragon is obviously greater. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the huge Thunder Dragon and Baki Orochi, and his eyes changed. He didn't expect Orochimaru to have such pressure. The tricks at the bottom of the box didn't even think that Muyun's current strength has become so terrifying. Orochimaru looked at Muyun a little sluggishly, and said, "Thunder and lightning of this scale can be controlled freely, this is really not ordinary." Lay done, but Shuijijanji, Muyun rolled his eyes. He didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence over the years. Although he did not deny it, he never admitted it. Thought. Before the scorching heat in his eyes became stronger, Orochimaru immediately manipulated the 8-headed snake to kill Muyun. 8 heads at the same time biting towards Muyun, and 5 of the 55 heads were still activating ninjutsu. Of course Muyun would not give Orochimaru a chance to attack. The thunder dragon under his feet roared suddenly, and went around directly behind the Orochi Baki at an incredible speed, and the huge dragon tail slammed into the Orochi Baki's body. The violent thunder and lightning suddenly rose, and the attacked part of the Orochimaru became directly charred black. The flesh turned out, it looked very terrifying. Under the control of Orochimaru, the Orochi quickly turned its head and faced Muyun. The attack went away, but Muyun disappeared in place again, and appeared behind the Yaki Orochi again. The Spear of Thunder. Muyun raised his hand, the thunder dragon under his feet suddenly opened his huge mouth, and lightning flashed. The 8 lightning spears took shape in an instant, with a length of 10 meters. The next moment, the 8 lightning spears seemed to pierce the space, turned into a streamer and shot out directly, landing directly on the 8 spears of the 8-headed snake. Above the head, pain. A bitter neigh sounded, and under the exaggerated penetrating power of the thunder and lightning's terrifying power spear, the 8 heads of the 8-headed snake were blown up in the blink of an eye. For a time, blood mixed with brains like a rain of blood. It was splashing wildly, and after the lightning spear blasted the head of the Orochi, it galloped away into the distance, until it hit a hill and leveled the hill before it gradually dissipated. It was not restored to the Orochi. Chance, the thunder dragon at the foot of Muyun turned into hundreds of thunder and lightning, and slashed towards the Orochi. When the thunder and lightning slowly dissipated, only a huge sky of several hundred meters remained in place. The pit is more than 10 meters deep, and Orochimaru has long since disappeared. As expected of the life-saving expert Orochimaru, it runs really fast. Muyun didn't bother about Orochimaru's escape. In short, his mission has been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the task. Chunin exam, reward the host with 50,000 reinforcement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the task. Hit retire Orochimaru, reward the host for seeing and be domineering. For a moment, Muyun only felt that a very mysterious feeling appeared in his mind, and all the troubles within 10 kilometers appeared in his mind. At this moment, the voice of the wind is clearer in Muyun's ears, and even the size of the ants walking on the ground, Muyun can clearly perceive it. And after getting the domineering look, the one in Muyun's heart, the perception about the technique of flying thunder god has become more profound. I believe that it will not be long before he can develop a brand new move. Muyun, what about Orochimaru? At this moment, the 3 generations of Hokage arrived late, and asked Muyun, who had a tasteful look on his face, with a very anxious tone. Muyun waved his hand and said, "Your own apprentice knows for himself, although I won the battle. But his life-saving means are too numerous and endless, let him escape." For this result, the 3 generations had long expected and said, "Thank you for this test, otherwise, it is estimated that all the candidates who participated in the Chunin test this time will be killed by Orochimaru." At this moment, the 3 generations of Hokage are full of fear. If there is no Muyun, if Orochimaru shoots against Naruto, it will be a disaster for the village. Fortunately, Muyun stopped all the orders that might have been issued to Li Jiaosheng in time. After dealing with the follow-up matters, after the negotiation and decision of the major ninja villages, the Chunin exam will continue after 3 days. This exam, due to an accident, is considered to be passed by everyone, and it is also considered to be undecided for most of them. A consolation from the examinee. After Orochimaru left the Forest of Death, he disguised himself as the 4th generation of Kazuki Luasha of Sand Ninja Village, and returned to Sand Ninja Village's station in Konoha. "Lord Kazuyage, you are back." The ninja of Sand Ninja Village saw Luo Sha disguised by Orochimaru and said respectfully. Orochimaru just nodded and returned to his room. After closing the door, Orochimaru's face suddenly gloomy. "Damn, because of the battle with Muyun, I have already exposed it in advance, and now I can only activate Konoha in advance. The crash plan is over, I hope there will be no more accidents." Chapter 88 Don't Save Me. In the evening, after returning home, Muyun used 50,000 strengthening points to strengthen his body. At this time, Muyun's strength has improved a lot. Host, Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Physique, 180. Strength, 180. Speed, 18. Spirit, 188. Chakra, 20,000. Strength rating, Shadow rank. Close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, each attribute has a not a small improvement, especially since the chakra attribute has reached the standard of the super shadow level. Muyun is very satisfied. Although the strength of the strength is not judged by the amount of chakra, but the amount of chakra is not a bad thing. Time has passed so fast, 2 days are gone in the blink of an eye. That night, the 3 generations of Hokage called Muyun to Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage, do you have anything to do with me?" As soon as he entered the office, Muyun asked directly. He was fighting fiercely with Koizumi Yumi when he was called by the 3rd Hokage, which made him very unhappy. The 3rd Hokage's face was very solemn, and he said, "Muyun, in fact, the moment Orochimaru appeared, I would guess what, my disciple is very likely to come after me. Now after my investigation, I can be sure that his purpose is me. I guess he wants me to have a decent way to die. As for Orochimaru, I know him too well. Speaking of this, a trace of disdain flashed on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage. After all, it is still my disciple, and it is not enough to see in front of me. He thinks that his disguised 4 generations of Kazekage are very perfect, but I have already seen through him. True identity. I called you this time to tell you that once I fight with Orochimaru, don't save me. At this moment, the expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage became extremely serious, not like a joke at all. Muyun frowned and said, why do you know that with your current physical condition, fighting with Orochimaru is a disadvantage? Too big, very likely. Although Muyun didn't finish speaking, Hokage already understood what Muyun meant. Fighting Orochimaru, he will die. The 3 generations of Hokage said, it is because of this that I don't want to let it go. I am old, even if without Orochimaru, I wouldn't be able to live for a few years. It's better to die in the battle of Bao Konoha than to die in a vain bed. It is my duty to give my life for the village, and it is also the result I hope for. From the day the 2nd generation of adults handed over the position of Hokage to me, I have been ready. I just want to ask you, after my death, the situation in Yi village, don't let Konoha village have civil strife. Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage. I have already informed Jiraiya that he did not want to come back, but my teacher was about to die, so he set foot on the road back to the village as soon as possible. I have already told Jiraiya, when he comes back, you and Jiraiya go to Tsunade together, let Tsunade succeed the position of the 5th Hokage, and at the same time bring Naruto. After I die, Naruto's situation will be changed. Will become dangerous. I owe Watergate too much. When Tsunade succeeds and the situation stabilizes, Jiraiya will also teach you the cultivation of the immortal mode. Don't you have a great interest in the immortal mode? This is the last thing I can do for you. Muyun was silent, originally thought that the 3 generations did not notice the Konoha collapse plan of Orochimaru at all, but it turns out that the teacher is still the teacher, and the disciple is still the disciple. Before, he had inadvertently said that he was interested in the immortal model, but he did not expect the 3 generations he still remembers it even now. Okay, don't worry, with me, Konoha village can't be messed up. This is also a promise of himself, and the battle between the 3rd generation and Orochimaru directly caused Orochimaru's hands to be abolished, and there are almost no people who can wrestle with him. After leaving the Hokage office, Muyun's face was full of emotion. Sure enough, Zhang is still old and spicy. Orochimaru thinks that the seamless plan was directly seen by the 3 generations of Hokage. It is estimated that if Orochimaru knows the truth, I am afraid that he will vomit blood from chi and the night will soon pass. Early in the morning, the candidates entered the Konoha exercise field one after another. This test is a battle test, and opponents will be randomly selected, and the test will be conducted in a promotion mode. It is just that the candidates and the ninjas in the village have just entered. On the field, I saw the 4 generations of Fengying who were sitting next to the 3 generations of Hokage instantly stood up, holding a kunai on the neck of the 3 generations of Hokage. Looking at the Orochimaru holding the kunai, Muyun's mouth showed a hint of mockery. It is estimated that in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, the Orochimaru at this time is no different from a monkey. At the same time, a voice suddenly came, the magic of illusion and nirvana. Voice fell, and the white feathers fell from the sky in an instant, and each ninja fell to the ground and fell asleep in an instant. For this illusion, Muyun did not have the slightest feeling. With his current spiritual attributes, unless it is a kaleidoscope, only the illusions motivated by Sharingan can have a little effect on him. If you want to have an effect on him, only the illusions of this level can only be done. When the ninjas at the scene all fell asleep, Yin-Nin the group of 4 immediately rushed towards the direction of Orochimaru, standing in 4 different positions of 44. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation. A purple enchantment rose up in an instant, surrounding Orochimaru and the 3 generations of Hokage, and isolated from the outside world. And Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu reacted quickly and quickly came to the outside of the enchantment, watching as he was trapped in the enchantment. In the third generation of the world, an Anbu tentatively put his hand toward the barrier. In an instant, with the sound of chi-chi, half of the Anbu ninja's fingers disappeared. This time, the Anbu ninja disappeared. The only way is to look worriedly at the 3 generations of Hokage who are trapped in the barrier, and they are in a hurry. The third Hokage was very calm, and said, "Orochimaru, you really did it ahead of time." Hearing this, Orochimaru's face changed, and he said, "Ms. Sarutoi is worthy of being a teacher of Sarutoi. He has already seen through my identity, but in the face of the current situation, how do you deal with it? Don't expect someone to rescue you, that's impossible." Chapter 89 Konoha Crash Plan Ahead. Orochimaru, the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village should have already started their actions by now. You should know that you may be able to kill me, but it is impossible to destroy Konoha. The 3 generations of Hokage already had a touch of determination on their face, and said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru flashed a resolute look on his face, and said, "Even if this is the case, I have to make a move. Mr. Sarubi, stop talking nonsense, let's start." Shimmering snake hands. Orochimaru immediately stretched out his arm, and there were a lot of pythons in his 2 sleeves, biting at the 3 generations of Hokage. Fire escape fire dragon flame bullet. A group of red fireballs with a scale of more than 10 meters directly shrouded a large number of pythons, and instantly swept away at the position of Orochimaru. The large number of pythons instantly turned into flying ashes in front of the fireball. 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru. The battle between the two was very fierce, and soon fell into a white-hot stage. Both of them are shadow-level powerhouses, or master and apprentice. A large number of Sand Ninja Village ninjas attacked Konoha, although they still have a great psychological shadow on Muyun, but Orochimaru disguised as the 4th generation of Wind Shadows to give them orders. They dare not openly disobey. What's the matter? Is it an illusion? Kakashi was the first to wake up from the illusion, and looked around. The sleeping ninjas directly solved the illusion, and most of the Konoha ninjas who were present suddenly woke up. Watching a large wave of attacking Konoha Sand Ninja Village ninja, Kakashi said suddenly, "Although I don't know what happened, but according to the current situation analysis, it should be Sand Ninja Village that attacked Konoha through this Chunin exam. It's really unimaginable. Have they forgotten the scars Muyun left them back then?" While fighting back against the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, Kakashi spit out. "Kakashi, look there, Hokage-sama is trapped, and that seems to be Orochimaru." Hong Yuhi was also one of the first group of ninjas to wake up. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the battle between Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage out of the corner of his eye, and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as Hong Yuhi finished speaking, Asuma rushed in the direction of the 3rd Hokage. He passed by, but was stopped by Kakashi. "Asuma, calm down, didn't you see Orochimaru using the spirit ninjutsu? Even Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu can't do anything, you can only watch it in the past. The most important thing now is to clear the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, first eliminate the enemies inside Konoha, and stabilize the situation." Kakashi's words made Asuma clench his fists tightly, glanced at the direction of the 3rd Hokage worriedly, and turned to kill the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village. Fire escapes ashes and burns. As soon as the angry Asuma came up, a large-scale ninjutsu shrouded a large number of ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village, and killed a lot of Chunin and lower ninja at once. Roar! At this moment, a huge roar sounded. Then a monster with a size of tens of meters appeared directly in the Konoha. One-tailed Shuhei. No, the tailed beast of Sand Ninja Village has unlocked the seal, damn it. Use a tailed beast. Kakashi's face is ugly, facing the tailed beast, even the weakest one, the ninja's strength is still insignificant, at least for them. Except for a limited number of ninjas, other ninjas face the tailed beast. Basically, there is no chance of winning. Besides, the horror of the tailed beast is not its combat power, but its destructive power. You must know that the tailed beast is called a war killer. If a tailed beast goes down, it is at least an attack of more than 10 kilometers. Scope. Where has Muyun gone? Facing this almost unsolvable situation, Kakashi's mind immediately thought of Muyun, and now Konoha, if anyone can fight against Yue, Kakashi can only think of Muyun. At this moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up next to Shuhei, and countless thunder and lightning directly enveloped Shuhei's body. Ha 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 ha, this uncle has finally come out, what the hell is this time? Shuhei just got out of trouble, and before he could say his lines, he was enveloped by Muyun's thunder and lightning, and his whole body was directly scorched black by the electricity. It's too arrogant, just one tail. Muyun's voice came from behind Shohei. The first time Shohei appeared, Muyun had already come to Shohei's back, but because of the speed, no one noticed. Shohei's consciousness of being electrocuted after a momentary pause. Muyun's Thunder Fruit ability is fundamentally different from Thunder Dun. Lei Dun is just a thunderbolt created by chakra, and the thunderbolt erupted by the Thunder Fruit is not much different from natural thunder. Damn, how dare you look down on Uncle Ben and die for me? Wind Dun practice empty bombs. The huge air cannon spit out from Shuhei's mouth in an instant, and blasted towards Muyun fiercely. With a swipe, Muyun's body only left an afterimage with thunder and lightning on the spot, and it has disappeared. Practice Kong. The bullet directly hit the afterimage of Muyun, and the huge power directly tore the earth, and the radius of several hundred meters suddenly became a mess. Shuhei's pupils shrank suddenly, and in its sight and perception, Muyun didn't seem to move. It's too ordinary. You must know that its perception is much stronger than that of a ninja. What a terrifying speed. At the next moment, Shuhei turned around abruptly, and the air that was torn by the tail behind him slapped the Muyun who had just appeared. Ha! The whistling wind sounded in the ear. Shuhei's attack speed was very fast, but Muyun's speed was even faster. After elementalization, Muyun's speed was almost equal to that of thunder and lightning. Elementalization is moving. You bastard, don't run away if you can. Shohei felt very aggrieved in his heart. There was a feeling that he had punched cotton, and a huge anger was in his heart. Hearing Shohei's roar, Muyun said, I didn't expect you to be a tailed beast. After living for so many years, still so stupid, I have the advantage of speed, why not use it? You really are a silly cute civet cat. Hearing this, Shuhei went berserk in an instant. He hates others to call it a silly civet cat. This is the name it hates the most. The furious Shuhei directly opened his bloody mouth, and the terrifying chakra condensed in his mouth. The terrifying power of people's trembling radiates from Shuhei's body, which is very infiltrating. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 90 Tailed Beast Jade. You like to hide and hide, then hide. You are Konoha's ninja. Let me see how you block it. This thought flashed through Shuhei's mind, and when he turned his head, a one-tailed beast jade slammed directly towards the Hokage rock. The trail of the tailed beast jade was in a mess, and a deep ravine appeared on the ground. He was fighting against Orochimaru. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly turned gloomy, looking at the tailed beast jade and muttering, a tail-guarding crane, Orochimaru. As far as I know, although the sealing technique of Sand Ninja Village is not as good as Konoha, it is not bad. It's impossible for the one-tailed guardian crane to escape the seal so easily. If I'm not mistaken, this is what you did, Orochimaru. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, with a strange smile on his face. Mr. Sarutobi is indeed a teacher of Sarutobi, I guessed too accurately, or, 157. Maybe I should say, you are the one who knows me best. He, I don't know if Sarutobi-sensei likes this gift. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Orochimaru with an extremely ugly face, and said, if I knew today, I should have killed you in the first place to avoid future troubles, and I shouldn't be merciful. You must know that when he discovered that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments, although he was very angry, out of his love for this disciple, he did not directly kill him. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru survive until now? To tell the truth, until today, 3 generations of Hokage regretted it, but now he is no longer at his peak, and it is easier to kill Orochimaru. Actually, I also think that Mr. Sarutobi did something wrong at the beginning, so there is a price to be paid for doing wrong things. Flash of nostalgia flashed on Orochimaru's face, and the next moment he resumed his cold expression. 3 generations of Hokage heard the words and said, "In this case, even if I die today, the old man must make up for the mistakes he made in the past." Fire escape fire dragon fire bomb. 2 done 2 long bomb. The huge fireball combined with the huge earth dragon, the power increased exponentially, and slammed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Even though Mr. Sarubi is old, his strength is still terrifying. Compared with the combat experience, the 3 generations of Naruto are much richer than the Orochimaru. This time the attack was released by the 3 generations of Naruto at the right time. No matter how much Orochimaru avoided, he would be hit in the end. Orochimaru quickly bit his finger and summoned a huge python with a length of more than 10 meters, which blocked the blow for him. It was beaten into countless blackened pieces of meat. At the same time, the tailed beast Jade was about to bombard Hokage Rock. Once the tailed beast Jade explodes, it is estimated that the entire Hokage Rock, including the Hokage building, will disappear, and even cause countless civilians to die. Jade was thrown away. The 3 generations of Hokage just saw Muyun's actions, and murmured doubtfully, "What is Muyun doing?" Also confused are Kakashi and others, who are very puzzled by this move, and even Orochimaru is looking at Muyun with interest, not knowing what Muyun wants to do. Muyun, on the other hand, looked at the kunai flying in the air. The special kunai that cost so much money to build must be powerful. I saw that there were a series of spells engraved on the kuwu thrown out by Muyun, because everyone was far away, so they didn't see it. Muyun watched the distance between kuwu and the tailed beast Jade getting closer and closer, his hands tied together. After stamping a seal, he said softly, "Flying Thunder God guides thunder." As Muyun's voice fell, I saw countless black runes extending out of the front end of kunai, directly wrapping the turbulent tail beast Jade in it, and disappearing in the next moment. Boom! Distance from Konoha village in the forest dozens of kilometers away, a violent roar sounded, accompanied by the fire, and the tailed beast Jade transferred by Muyun exploded directly, bursting with incomparably violent power. 3 generations of Hokage showed a touch of shock in the eyes. Where did Muyun learn the art of flying thunder gods from? Kakashi, on the other hand, was horrified, and exclaimed directly, "This is the master's technique of flying thunder gods. I didn't expect Muyun to learn it." Kurenai Yuhi came to Kakashi's side and asked in a low voice, "Kakashi, you read that right, it's really the technique of flying thunder god of 4 generations of Hokage." Kakashi nodded with great certainty and said, "I can't read it wrong, this is definitely the technique of flying thunder god, only the technique of flying thunder god can instantly transfer a 1-tailed beast Jade." Red, have you forgotten that on the night of the 9 tails, the teacher used the flying thunder god technique to deflect the attack of the 9-tailed beast Jade and directly transfer the 9 tails? Hong Yuhi shook his head and looked at Muyun who was standing on the Hokage rock with a flat face. A strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Shuhei looked at the failure, opened his mouth again, and started. Condensed-tailed beast Jade. Soon, a 1-tailed beast Jade was formed again, but this time, before Shuhei could launch the tailed beast Jade, Muyun's voice had already come out. "The same trick, do you think'll make you succeed twice? It's naive. Taste the tailed beast Jade that you have condensed. God's punishment." As Muyun waved his hand, a thick lazu suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly on Shuhei's tail beast Jade, and even shattered several of Shuhei's teeth. The next moment, under Leiju's attack, the tailed beast Jade was directly detonated, bursting above Shuhei's head, terrifying power and sky-high fire 5.7 light directly drowned Shuhei's head. At this moment, no matter what S.A. Konoha ninja or a ninja from other ninja villages, they are all dumbfounded watching this scene. The ninja that can make the tailed beast devoured again and again, this is the first time they have seen it. Wait until the fire is gone. Go! I saw countless sand wrapping Shuhei's head together, forming a layer of defense, but now the defense formed by this layer of sand has been directly torn apart, and there has been a hideous wound on Shuhei's face. The sand of silk slipped from the air, revealing Shohei's scarred head. At the same time, Shohei looked at Muyun with a strong killing intent and hatred. Boy, you have completely angered me. This uncle is going to take it today. Let you die without a burial. Chapter 91. This is a great gift. The violent chakra was running wildly, and the surrounding of Shuhei suddenly became sand and stone. The chakra of the tailed beast is really terrifying, and this is why people fear the tailed beast. Muyun came to the sky above Shuhei instantly, his hands lift up, Thunder Guyu. The terrifying thunder and lightning directly occupied several meters of space in front of Muyun, forming a dense number of thunder and lightning hooks, which slammed down Shuhei fiercely. Be honest with me, Yue, don't be too arrogant. Although Muyun's words made Shuhei furious, the terrifying range attack directly enveloped him, the huge size directly became a target, and the huge power made it impossible to make a sound, let alone refute Muyun's words. A terrifying attack. It lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the dazzling thunder and Guyu finally dissipated. At this time, Shohei collapsed to the ground with scars all over his body, very embarrassed. Fortunately, the tailed beast is a collection of chakras, and there is no entity. Otherwise, if they were attacked like this, it is estimated that they would have died a long time ago. Due to the huge chakra, although Shuhei was seriously injured by 30, it has begun to recover slowly. Got up. Muyun came to Shuhei's head in an instant, put a hand on Shuhei's forehead, and said, Sealing Technique Bagua Seal. A series of sealing techniques appeared directly, covering Shuhei's whole body in an instant, and then the huge chakra dissipated quickly, and Shuhei's body also shrank, and after a while, he returned to Gaara's body. Orochimaru is really cruel. After sealing Shuhei again, Muyun naturally sensed the chakra that belonged to Orochimaru on the seal of Gaara, and suddenly sighed. You actually defeated that monster. Gaara opened his eyes, looked at Muyun and said with some horror. Although he fell into a deep sleep after Shuhei got out of trouble, his consciousness was still awake, and he could clearly see what Muyun had done, so he was so shocked. In Gaara's heart, Shuhei was almost the most powerful. Yes, now Muyun can even defeat Shohei. How could he not be shocked looking at Ga Luo's incredible expression? Muyun sighed indistinctly. After all, he is his brother-in-law, and he can't let it go. Ah, thinking of this, Muyun suddenly said, monsters in this world, no matter what they are, have weaknesses. Even the monsters in your mouth will be defeated by me. Don't think that your life is very miserable and meaningless. In fact, there are many people who are like you, and even some people are more miserable than you, but they can live well without giving up on themselves. In fact, you don't need to rely on others to prove the meaning of your existence at all. You are still alive, this is the meaning. Gaara was in a trance, and asked with some restlessness, Impossible, no one is more miserable than me, who else has such a terrifying monster in their body? You can't understand my situation, being seen as a monster, being feared, having no friends, or even having no meaning to live, all of which you can understand. Muyun sighed and said, Is that so? You just came to Konoha that day, do you remember the kid who was caught by Kankuro? Gaara's eyes show a touch of doubt. You Naruto. Muyun nodded, yes, in fact, there is also a monster in his body, and that monster is even more terrifying and more evil than the one in your body. But Naruto Uzumaki can face life with optimism and know the meaning of his existence. This is the difference between you and him. Besides, you still have a sister and a brother, and Naruto Uzumaki has nothing. That's all I have to say, you can do it yourself. Gaara heard the words and whispered in disbelief, Impossible, it's impossible. Muyun ignored Gaara's self-talk, turned around and left. Orochimaru watched Shuhei being sealed again, with a look of disappointment on his face, and said, It's really powerful, Konoha 4. There was relief in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and said, Orochimaru, you see, your reliance is nothing more than a Shuhei, but now that Shuhei has been sealed again, your plan has failed. Orochimaru showed a strange look in his eyes, and said, Teacher Tsurugi, you should know me well. Do you really think that I only have this reliance to attack Konoha? The 3 generations of Hokage heard this. His face changed instantly, and he had a bad premonition. Both hands slapped on the ground, the 3 coffins suddenly rose slowly. The words 1, 2, 2, and 4 were engraved on the coffins. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When seeing the 3 coffins, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly changed color, and the dense shuriken flew towards the 3 coffins in an instant. Teacher Tsurugi, it's too late. Orochimaru laughed, and in the end, only the coffin with the engraved 4 was stopped, and the other 2 coffins still rose from the ground. Bang! 157. The coffin lid fell directly to the ground, exposing the coffins the situation within. Orochimaru, how dare you blaspheme the dead? Looking at the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in the coffin, the face of the third Hokage became extremely ugly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sarutobi, this is the great gift I arranged for you. Orochimaru didn't care about the anger of the 3 generations of Hokage, and said indifferently. In the coffin, Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobima stepped out, and Senpa Tobima looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and said, Yo, monkey, it's you. How did you become so old? Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage were speechless. It's been so many years. Isn't this a normal thing? Chinsho Hashirama ignored the speechless expression of the 3 generations of Hokage, and continued to ask, by the way, after we die, there will be wars. No, end the ninja world and restore peace. Chinsho Tobirama glanced at his unresponsive elder brother speechlessly, and said, Brother, please look around. Konoha was obviously attacked, and it looks like he is a ninja from Sand Ninja Village. As for us, we were summoned by the art of reincarnation, and it looks like we are going to fight monkeys. Chapter 92 versus Chinsho Two Brothers. Is it? Chinshojuma looked around, and his expression suddenly became heavy. It seems that the war has not been suppressed after our death, and even intensified, and even the interior of Konoha was attacked. Monkey, don't you think you should explain it to us? Orochimaru took a step forward and said, I'm sorry to disturb the 2 Hokage lords to reminisce about the old, but I didn't reincarnate 2D2 Hokage-sama from the dirty earth. To reminisce the old, offended. Orochimaru Yuyin instantly seized the body control of Chinsho Hasuma and Chinsho Tobirama, and in an instant, the expressions of the 2 of them changed directly, becoming killing intent. Domineering sensed the appearance of the 2 of them, but he didn't care much. In Muyun's eyes, the most direct benefit that Konoha's collapse plan can bring to him is strengthening points. In such a short time, Muyun has obtained more than 20,000 strengthening points. Simply defeating Shohadu with 10,000 reinforcement points, Muyun now wants to single out the big-tailed beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host, trigger the system task. Task name. Duel 2 brothers with 1,000 hands. Task introduction. In order to complete the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru used the technique of reincarnation to control the 3 generations of Hokage and launched an attack on the 3 generations of Hokage. All series of ninjutsu. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket mission failure penalty, none. Close black lens bracket, yes, I want to ignore it now. No way, it's really troublesome. Looking at the system task, Muyun was slightly speechless. Originally, he did not want to interfere, but Muyun was still interested in Muyun. After all, he had too many skills, so what else could he do? Make a choice in your heart. After that, Muyun rushed towards the position of the 3rd generation Hokage, and instantly appeared outside the 4 purple flame formation. The 3 generations of Hokage noticed the arrival of Muyun, frowned directly, and said to Muyun outside the enchantment, Muyun, leave now, don't worry about me. Muyun rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for Muyun, you would think that Lao Su would be willing to get involved in this shit. Although the 3 generations of Hokage took great care of Muyun, Muyun quite agreed with Orochimaru's idea. Instead of letting the 3 generations die on the hospital bed, it is better to die on the battlefield and still have a good reputation. Ignoring the 3 generations of Hokage, Muyun directly punched the 4 purple flame formation. Thunder Fist. The punch that contained the power of the finger gun, without any bells and whistles, directly blasted the Cesian array out of a big hole. The figure flashed, and Muyun suddenly appeared beside the 3 generations of Hokage. Anbu ninjas saw Muyun Kai. The big hole that came out was within the barrier, but unfortunately, the barrier healed so quickly that they didn't have this chance. The 3rd Hokage looked at the person standing beside him and said helplessly, "Muyun, I told you all about it. Leave me alone, why are you still coming in? Go out while I'm still fighting." Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Since you're in, don't leave." After speaking, a flying thunder god who directly controlled Shinsho Tobirama appeared directly beside Muyun, and bombarded away with 1 punch. Muyun kicked out, directly kicking Shinsho Tobirama out a dozen meters. Yuan said, "The 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage leave it to me to deal with, you go and kill Orochimaru." Muyun didn't have the slightest surprise about kicking the 2nd Hokage with 1 kick. The Shinsho brothers who are now reincarnated from the dirty soil don't even have half the strength, otherwise the 3rd generation will directly receive the lunch. The 3rd Hokage frowned. "No, you go. To deal with Orochimaru, I'll hold down the 2 Hokage-sama." He was still a little worried. What would he do if Muyun was killed by Shinsho Zujian or Shinsho Tobirama? Knowing that reincarnation in filth is almost equal to immortality, he can still deal with them and finally use ghouls to seal them off, but Muyun no way. Muyun said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, I also really want to compete with the legendary god of ninjas and see where the gap is between us." Hearing this, although the 3 generations of Hokage were still a little worried, they didn't stop it after all. In his opinion, although Muyun's strength is strong, he is still a little proud, and it would be good to let the 1st generation of Hokage hone it. Big deal, when Muyun was in danger, he was desperate to save Muyun. As soon as he thought of this, the 3 generations of Hokage rushed towards Orochimaru, while Muyun confronted the Shinsho 2 brothers. Konoha, the new generation of ninjas. Although Senju Tobirama's body is controlled, his mind still exists, very young. Feeling the chakra in Muyun's body, Shinsho Tobirama's face changed. "What a huge chakra. I don't think chakra is so scary at this age, eldest brother." Shinsho Hakuma looked at his younger brother and said, "Ha ha ha, don't always use me to measure young people, isn't it a good thing to be able to surpass me?" After speaking, Shinsho Zujian's face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Young man, be careful. Wooden tree world is born." Rumble. Numerous thick trees penetrated the ground immediately and swept towards Muyun. Their power was unparalleled for a while. Thundering Guyu. Muyun also stretched out his hands, and countless thunder hooks condensed in an instant, bombarding many trees, and for a while, thunderlight and broken wood splashed together, which looked extremely shocking. Shinsho Tobirama's eyes were full of admiration. If Li Zhao's level of thunder escape ninjutsu is achieved, it seems that he doesn't need a seal, and this talent is even higher than mine. The art of illusion darkness. The moment when the voice of Shinsho Tobirama fell, Muyun only felt that his eyes were darkened. After breaking the illusion, several thick trees had already bound him. Looking at the thick trees bound to his body, he felt with the tightening force of the restraint, Muyun suddenly burst into countless violent thunderbolts, directly tearing the trees that bound him into pieces. Just as Muyun broke free, a high-pressure water column shot directly at him, and the powerful cutting ability cut off all the trees along the way. The high-pressure water column cut through Muyun's body, but left nothing behind. Injury, but there are some flickering arcs in the place where it was cut. Phyllu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, recommendation. Chapter 93 Textbook Combat. Sure enough, can the attack of the water escape be endured? Was a hint of clarity on Muyun's face. During the previous mission, in order to identify where the defense limit of elementalization was, Muyun had endured different ninjutsu attacks. In the end, it was found that fire ninjutsu, wind ninja jutsu can bring damage to oneself, earth escape ninjutsu can be completely defended, Thunder Escape Ninjutsu can not only completely defend, but can also help restore one's physical strength and chakra. Until today, after trying Water Escape Ninjutsu, he came to a conclusion: all physical tricks can't cause damage to yourself, and no entity tricks can cause damage to yourself. Is the whole body lightning similar to the hydration of the ghost lamp family, or is it the limit of blood? Chinsho Tobarama is very puzzled. He has never seen this kind of move before. Maybe it is a brand new kind of blood continuation limit. Although he is puzzled in his heart, his body is an uncontrollable seal, flying thunder god slash. Whoosh! Chinsho Tobarama suddenly disappeared on the spot, a sword light flashed, and directly divided Muyun's body in two. 157. Unfortunately, it still did not cause any damage to Muyun. Chinsho Tobarama suddenly understood. With the speed of the flying thunder god, it is almost impossible to reflect, that is to say, there is no time to convert the body into lightning. Then it can be shown that this whole body lightning does not need active control. In this way, it is not the hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp clan that was cultivated in the day after tomorrow, but the limit of blood. The current Konoha is really full of talents, and this kind of blood following the limit has great potential. Although Senju Tobarama doesn't know about the Thunder Fruit, but based on the points that have been analyzed, it can be concluded that this ability is powerful. It can passively transform the whole body into a thunder and lightning defense attack, and can use the powerful Muji instant thunder ninjutsu as simply a desperate ability. Wooden cutting technique. At this moment, the voice of Chinshuju came, and wood thorns suddenly appeared on the trees surrounding Muyun, and then densely attacked Muyun. The wood thorns it passed through Muyun's body and directly inserted into the ground behind Muyun, bringing up a large piece of dust. There was a smile on Muyun's face. Before, he was a little afraid of Muyun, but now he finally has no problem at all. With this concern, Muyun's attacks on himself are almost completely ineffective. Unless the attack strength exceeds his own limit, Muyun will not cause damage to himself. As for the attack that exceeds the endurance limit, Muyun estimates that only immortals the wooden dungeons in the bottom thousands of hands can be turned into Buddhas on the top, but the Chinsho Zujian in the current state of reincarnation in the dirt cannot be modeled at all. Even because of the limitations of reincarnation in the filth, even the more powerful Mudden can't use it, or use a wooden man technique directly, and the entire Konoha will be destroyed. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. At this moment, a ferocious fire dragon with a size of several tens of meters spit out from Chinshu's mouth, directly swept the surrounding trees, and instantly ignited a radius of hundreds of meters. Although Chinsho Tobarama is good at water escape, but it's not that he can't do other ninjutsu, it's just that the water escape ninjutsu has been brought into full play by him. Muyun's body left the place in an instant. The attack of the flames can cause damage to him. Muyun doesn't want to scorched. Very tacit cooperation, as expected of two brothers. Muyun looked at Chinsho Tobarama with a cold face, and felt a little emotional. First, he used the wooden dungeon to cover the trees around him, and then he used the fire to ignite the trees and attacked himself. It can be said to be a seamless cooperation. Young man, you hide beautifully too. Although Chinsho Tobarama's face is cold, he is very satisfied with Muyun, his junior. Chinsho Tobarama is different from his elder brother. He never believes that peace will last forever. As long as the 5 major countries still exist, all parties, the existence of forces will inevitably lead to uneven distribution of interests, and this situation will inevitably lead to wars. In the past several wars in the ninja world, which one is not the other 444 ninja villages teaming up to plunder the resources of Konoha, just because the Woodyi's strength is strong, so it's all unsuccessful. Chinsho Tobarama is very clear that animal husbandry is extremely favorable both in terms of its geographical location and its own environment, especially because Chinshozuma is made of wood. The existence of the forest makes Konoha in an evergreen environment, which is bound to attract the coveting of various forces. Take a look at Yinian village. The environment is very bad, the weather is dry and hot. And then look at Sand Ninja Village, it is directly in the desert, the environment is even worse. In the attack on Konoha this time, isn't Sand Ninja Village on the list? Because of these reasons, the stronger Muyun's strength, the happier Chinsho Tobarama is. However, Chinsho Tobarama deeply knows a truth, that is, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want Muyun to give up on Konoha, you must give him enough benefits. Thinking of this, Chinsho Tobarama said, "Young man, you should know that as the second Hokage, I have created a lot of ninjutsu, most of which are banned and sealed in the sealed book. From now on, you can learn the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals at will, and all Konoha ninjas are not allowed to stop them. This is the order of my second Hokage Senju Tobarama." And, Senju Tobarama's voice became very loud. Almost all the ninjas present heard this sentence, especially Konoha's Jonin, who heard it clearly. Senju Tobarama did. There is a reason for this decision. There are a lot of ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, and it is very difficult to learn. Even if Muyun is a genius, it will take decades to learn all of them. Then you can pass the Book of Seals. Tie Muyun firmly to Konoha's big boat. If you want to learn the powerful ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, you must protect Konoha. Of course, Muyun can also leave Konoha with the Book of Seals, but Chien Tobarama can only bet that Muyun will not do this, because even with Muyun's current strength, no one can stop him from taking Konoha's sealed book. Konoha also has a perverted body jutsu ninja named Matekai. If you know, there will be no such worries. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Fei Lu novel. Chapter 94. 3 generations died in battle. The door. Senju Hashima's voice came, and Senju Tobarama immediately understood the meaning of the elder brother, and his hands formed a seal, the art of water escape and water dragon bullet. Chinsho Tobarama's water dragon bullets are extremely terrifying. Even if he is only half of his strength at this time, the ferocious water dragon has reached a scale of tens of meters. Muyun was about to dodge. The huge palm formed by 555 wood dung directly surrounded himself. Can you only carry it hard? You really deserve to be two brothers. God's punishment. The thick lightning beam was 5 meters in diameter, and it fell from the sky and hit the water dragon's head. The heat emitted by the powerful thunder and lightning instantly evaporated the huge water dragon bomb. On the ground, Muyun said again, "Thunder strike." The lightning beam that hit the ground instantly dissipated into countless lightning bolts, and rushed directly to the 5 huge wooden palms, which disintegrated in an instant. A huge piece of wood emitting a metallic color suddenly shot out from the ground, and hit Muyun's body with unparalleled strength. Muyun didn't dodge at all, and let the wood pass through his body directly, and then shouted, "Thunder spear." Whoosh! The 2 lightning spears took shape immediately and shot out towards the Chinsho two brothers, piercing the chests of the 2 in an instant. A barb formed by the condensation of thunder and lightning appeared, and flew towards the 3 generations of Hokage with the 2 brothers of Chinsho. When they came to the front of the 3 generations of Hokage, the thunder and lightning spear suddenly exploded, and the terrifying thunder instantly tore the bodies of the 2 brothers of Chinsho into pieces. Fragments. Orochimaru looked at Muyun in surprise. "I didn't expect that Muyun-jun could face the 2 Hokage so easily, it really surprised me." And a kind of ninja on the outside of the 4 purple flame formation murmured in surprise, "Muyun can actually defeat the 1st generation adults and the 2nd generation adults." In the hearts of Konoha ninjas, Chinsho Zujian is invincible, and now they are defeated by Muyun. Their shock is indescribable. They don't know that the side effects of the reincarnation of the dirty earth make the strength of the Chinsho two brothers unable to exert their strength. Therefore, Muyun is a 5-body cast to the ground with admiration. Of course, even if it is a 1,000-handed and 2-level shadow level strength that cannot exert its full strength, Muyun can fight 2 people alone, and there are not many people in the current ninja world. 3 generations of Hokage looking at the slowly recovering bodies of Chinsho Hakuma and Chinsho Tobarama, he instantly understood Muyun's intentions. His hands quickly formed a seal, and Hokage said in a deep voice, "I am sorry, Hasama-sama, Tobarama-sama." Sealing Ghoul Seal. Muyun squinted at the back of the 3 generations of Hokage. Muyun has always been curious about the so-called death god, and at the same time, he is also a little doubtful what kind of existence the other party is. In the Naruto world, Even the old man Ludao and Kagaya have appeared, but there is no clear description of this so-called death. As the voices of the three generations fell, Muyun felt a gloomy feeling all around him, but his eyes didn't see anything. The existence of the so-called death. Doubtful Muyun suddenly opened the domineering, and finally sensed a clue. It was a feeling of heart palpitations. Even the current Muyun, there is a trace of fear for this feeling. This kind of feeling fear does not mean fear, but a kind of puzzlement in the face of unknown existence. The feeling of seeing and hearing domineering to Muyun is too weak, only a faint sense of crisis. At this moment, the god of death seemed to have noticed it, and gave Muyun a meaningful look, and it was this look that made Muyun stand upright, and the terrifying aura burst out almost uncontrollably. The god of death just glanced at Muyun. Yun started his work, and quickly sealed the souls of the Chinsho brothers who had not recovered into his stomach. Muyun felt the breath of the Chinsho brothers disappear, pressing the kind of uneasy in his heart feeling. I instantly appeared next to Orochimaru, and kicked Orochimaru to the third Hokage with one kick. Orochimaru, as a punishment for blaspheming the dead, just accompany this old man for a ride. Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror, and the moment he was caught by the god of death, Orochimaru instantly felt a terrifying sense of crisis, and a strong premonition of death directly occupied his mind. At this moment, Orochimaru almost clearly seeing his soul being pulled out of his body, he knew that if his soul was completely separated from the body, he would be dead, and even if he had countless ways to save his life, it would be useless. Teacher Sarutobi, I am here. I'll give you a ride. I'm still young, but I don't want to die. Orochimaru opened his mouth, showing an exaggerated arc, and the grass pheasant sword also slowly stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru shook his head in an instant, and directly cut off the hands of the three generations of Hokage holding his own hands. Get out! After being restrained, Orochimaru instantly pulled back and his face was covered in cold sweat. Although Orochimaru responded quickly, his hands were still abolished, showing a grayish-white color, and Orochimaru couldn't feel the existence of his hands at all. Hukai, Sarutobi teacher really deserves to be a ninjutsu doctor, even if it's old, and I still lose my hands. Unfortunately, Mr. Sarutobi, you are still old after all. It seems that I won this battle, ha 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 ha. Orochimaru's already pale complexion became even paler due to the loss of his hands, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Hearing this hoarse and smug smile, three generations of Hokage's vision became more and more blurred, and the intermittent laughter of Orochimaru came from his ears. Three generations of Hokage also showed a smile and looked at Hokage Rock not far away. Is this what it feels like to die? I didn't expect that I would also be honored to die on the road to protect the village. Minato, you at that time also had this idea in your heart. I hope you can forgive me. Thinking of this, Muyun finally appeared in the mind of the three generations of Hokage, and murmured, as long as there is a place where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new shoots will sprout. Voice fell, and the body of the third generation fell heavily on the ground. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, recommendation. Chapter 95 The war is over, leaving and returning. Cough cough. Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood and said, then, Muyunjin, are you going to kill me or catch me? The 4 purple flame formation has been lifted and their identities have been exposed. Although they are all standing by their side now, Orochimaru knows that if Muyun really wants to keep him, they can't stop Muyun at all. This time, Orochimaru for the first time, felt that he was wrong. It was outrageously wrong, because he estimated the strength of Muyun wrong. According to normal logic, it is really difficult to understand the strength of Muyun. But Muyun shook his head and said, go away. When Orochimaru heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, and he was a little stern, but Muyun actually let him go. Why do you really want to die here? In Muyun's plan, the big 157. Shiwan can't die yet. It's very simple. If there is no Orochimaru, you can't grow up, and you can't reincarnate many strong men in the 4 battles, So where to get reinforcement points? You need to know what you can get by defeating those strong men. There are a lot of enhancement points, and there are none. Whoever reincarnates Uchiha Madara is a great gift package for walking enhancement points. Muyun doesn't want to miss it. Orochimaru has an interesting look on his face. His face was very strange, and he asked Muyun in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Muyun, can I know why?" Orochimaru is really curious. Now his hands are crippled, almost like fish meat on a sticky board. He can be crushed to death at will. Why is Muyun so merciful? If you don't leave, I can only leave you there forever. Here it is. Orochimaru smiled strangely. Ha 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 ha, then, goodbye, Muyunjin. After speaking, Orochimaru left with the others directly. When Kakashi and other elites saw this, they immediately wanted to catch up, but were stopped by Muyun. Asuma looked at Muyun angrily and said, "Why did he stop me and he killed Lord Hokage? Now that his hands are crippled, we can definitely kill him." She said that. A sad expression appeared on Asuma's face, and tears flowed from her eyes almost uncontrollably. Muyun said indifferently, "You guys underestimate Orochimaru too much. As one of the former Sannin, how could it be so easy to kill? I'm making him anxious. Who knows what will happen? The 3 generations of Hokage have been killed. Can Konoha withstand this loss?" Asuma looked startled. He couldn't refute Mu's words. After Orochimaru escaped, the chaotic situation in Konoha was greatly eased. The most important thing is that when the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village knew that their Kage was disguised as Orochimaru, they were also in love and knew that they were being used. In addition, Muyun asked Temari to come forward to appease. As the daughter of the 4th generation of Kage, Temari's words still have some weight, and they are now in Konoha. There is no obvious advantage, so the battle is very difficult. It calmed down soon. Don't be too sad, the deceased is gone. Adjust. You are the daughter of the 4 generations of Kage, and the elder sister of Gaara and Kankuro. The burden on your body is not light. After learning that his father had died, although Temari had a lot of resentment towards Luo Sha, he was unavoidably sad. The cloud can only do its best to enlighten. Temari heard the words, adjusted his mood, and smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do, but now Konoha's 3 generations of Hokage are dead. What are you going to do? Muyun raised his eyebrows and said, what else can be done? Just do it like that. It's still the same sentence. The dead are gone, the living still have to live. I can't go with him. Handmaru covered his forehead and said, you know I don't mean that. Forget it, do whatever you want. Muyun said, be careful on the way back, you can take this kunwu. If you encounter a danger that cannot be solved, cover it with chakra, and I will be there when the time comes. Temari accepted the kunai handed over by Muyun and said, thank you, there must be a lot of things to do after I go back this time, and then I have to trouble you Konoha for more support. Muyun said with a smile, I don't know if Konohaji doesn't support you, but I will definitely support you. Even if you want to be fungying, I can send you up. Temari rolled his eyes. I know you're amazing. Okay, I'm leaving. Teju gently kissed Muyun's face, leaving only Muyun's back 0 inches. Where's Orochimaru? At this moment, a huge toad descended from the sky, and a person stood on the back of the toad, with a forehead guard written in oil on his forehead, showing the identity of this person. One of the 3 endures, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya finally came too late. Kakashi, who was cleaning the battlefield, saw Jiraiya, and said in a low voice, Lord Jiraiya, you are late, the 3 generations have been killed, and Orochimaru has escaped. Zillai also looked stiff, and his eyes gradually showed disbelief, and then he asked a little dull, what did you say the old man died? Jiraiya also knew Kakashi, but at this moment, Jiraiya who got the news was obviously not in the mood to catch up with Kakashi, and just asked again in a trance. After getting Kakashi's answer again, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, how is Konoha's loss now? Although he left because he was very dissatisfied with Konoha, he is still a little concerned about Konoha's loss. I learned these 5, from Kakashi. 7 After all the ins and outs, Zilai finally turned his attention to Muyun. You did a great job. Muyun ignored Jiraiya's praise, but said, now is not the time to talk about these. 3 generations of Hokage died in battle, and the top priority now is to elect a new Hokage. Zilai also nodded and said, do you have any good candidates? Muyun shook his head and said, no, but the 3 generations of Hokage had already anticipated all this before the war, so they told me that the 5 generations of Hokage were the best candidates. Zilai also frowned and asked, oh, I don't know who the old man recommended. Muyun looked around and said, now is not the time to talk about this. After the battlefield is cleaned and the funeral of the 3 generations of Hokage is finished, let's convene the Konoha high-level meeting. Chapter 96 You are not fit to be Hokage. The next day, it was drizzling in the sky, and in front of the Konoha Memorial Monument, all the Konoha ninjas stood in front of the memorial tablet with sadness on their faces. The funeral of the 3 generations of Hokage has ended. Today is a sad day for the Konoha ninja. The passing of the 3 generations of Hokage who has been in charge of Konoha for decades has cast a haze on the hearts of Konoha, including the commoners. Muyun, you said that one day, will we also die on the battlefield? With tears in his eyes, Ino asked Muyun. Muyun reached out and touched Ino's head, and said, no, I will protect you. As long as I live, I will not let you die. Ino and Hinata immediately hugged Muyun's arm and said, Mr. Muyun, I hope we can continue like this, and no one will be in trouble. Exclamation mark quote. The girl's mind is more sensitive, and she burst into tears as she talked, and after Muyun comforted her, the 2 little girls' emotions gradually eased. After the funeral, Jiraiya and Konoha's group of Jonin gathered in the Hokage office, and Muyun was also in the line. Jiraiya also scanned the crowd in the office and said, although the old man's death it makes me very sad, and it also makes Konoha fall into a heavy atmosphere, but as one of the 5 major ninja villages, we cannot do without a leader. Today we will elect a new Hokage, and I hope everyone can speak up. Jiraiya's voice fell. Everyone immediately started talking, and Tuanzang stood up and said, I think I can take up the position of Hokage. Under my leadership, Konoha will definitely prosper and become stronger. Words made Jiraiya frown and said, I don't agree, you are not suitable for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya's voice fell. Danzo's face darkened instantly, and he asked, why would you have a better candidate if this old man hadn't become the new Hokage? Jiraiya didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, if you agree to Elder Danzo to succeed Hokage, please raise your hand. In the office didn't move at all. Joke, it's hard to say whether making Danzo as Hokage can make Konoha stronger, but they will never get better. How dark Danzo's methods are, and as Jonin, they are still very clear. Elder Danzo, you have also seen, this is not my disagreement, but everyone's opinion. If everyone agrees, I will raise my hands in favor of you becoming Hokage. Jiraiya's words were neither salty nor light, making Danzo shiver with anger, and his vicious gaze swept across all the ninjas present, but it was of no use. Perhaps Danzo's love for Konoha is deep, but the hand is suitable for being Hokage. Yeah Danzo, you really are not suitable for Shadow. Danzo, let's forget it, we don't feel right about this matter. Even Kaharu and Mito Kazuto hid together, which made Danzo instantly angry and said, then do you have a better candidate? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, and said, originally, the 3 generations of adults planned to train Muyun to become Hokage. Yun's current strength is also enough to carry the burden of Hokage, but now the incident happened suddenly. Muyun is still too young, so you might as well ask Muyun's opinion. Danzang's face became even more gloomy, and he said, Muyun is just a stubborn man. It is already against the rules to appear in this office. How can you ask him about such a big matter? Zilai also said immediately, I suggest making Muyun a Sharingan immediately, whether in terms of strength or contribution, Muyun is enough. Everyone in the office also agreed, they have seen Muyun's strength, and even the 2nd generation Hokage recognized Muyun. It is not a bad idea to become a Sharingan. Zilai also laughed, okay, since everyone agrees, then from now on, Muyun is the Jonin of Konoha village, and he can express his opinion. Tell me, Muyun, what you think. Muyun didn't care much about the identity of this Shang-nin, but he didn't refuse, but said, actually, the 3 generations of Hokage have already told me the most suitable candidate for Hokage. The best candidate for the 5 generations of Hokage is Jiraiya or Tsunade, and this is also the last wish of the 3 generations of Hokage. Danzang's words of objection just choked in his throat. He thought Muyun would recommend him, but who knew that Jiraiya and Tsunade were actually brought out? No matter who these 2 people are, they are absolutely qualified to become Hokage, and they can also convince the public. Danzo can't find a reason to object. Jiraiya shook his head and said, I have no interest in becoming a Hokage, so only Tsunade can take on the heavy responsibility. Nito Menyon said, Jiraiya is right, Tsunade is the orphan of the Thousand Hands clan, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage-sama. Whether it is strength or prestige, she can take on a great responsibility. Seeing that there was no objection, Jiraiya immediately made a decision. Then it's decided, the candidate for the 5th Hokage is Tsunade 157. Turning to bed, Xiaochun frowned and said, it's just that I don't know where Tsunade is going. Who should I ask to find Tsunade? Zilai also got up and said, leave the matter of finding Tsunade to me. I will go with Muyun to find Tsunade. By the way, this time, I want to take Naruto with me. As soon as these words came out, Danzo immediately opened his mouth and said, no, the Nine-Tails Renjuli can't leave Konoha, and no one can take the Renjuli away. Once there is a mishap, Konoha's war power will be reduced by most of it. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately said with a gloomy expression, Naruto is the child of Minato, the orphan of the 4th Hokage. Minato died in battle for Konoha, and no one is qualified to restrict Naruto's freedom. And I believe in my own strength. This matter is just decided, there is no room for negotiation. Danzo's words really touched Jiraiya's bottom line. Minato Namikaze was his beloved disciple. He lost his life in order to protect Konoha. Naruto didn't talk about enjoying the leftovers, but he still had to have the treatment he deserved. Restricting freedom is absolutely intolerable. Danzo moved his lips, but in the end he didn't speak again. He had already felt Jiraiya's anger, and if he insisted on going his own way, the angry Jiraiya might also attack him. Philo remind you, 3 things to read and collect, recommend. Chapter 97 Your journey is over. After leaving Naruto's office, Muyun brought Zilai to Naruto. You are Naruto Uzumaki, are you interested in practicing with me? The first time I saw Naruto, I thought of Minato, the iconic blonde hair and blue pupils, it was so similar to Minato. Ah uncle, who are you and why are you so different? I already have Kakashi-sensei when I meet you and say something like that. Naruto didn't know Jiraiya, and it was hard for him to convince people he met for the first time. To put it simply, Naruto is a little suspicious of Jiraiya's strength. In fact, Muyun still complains about Kakashi a little bit. After the meeting, Kakashi went to Sasuke to teach Chidori to Sasuke. But for Naruto, Kakashi didn't teach anything. I am the immortal known as Miaomu Mountain, one of the 3 ninjas, the mad ghost Jiraiya, the toad immortal. Jiraiya immediately summoned a large toad with a psychic technique, standing on the back of the toad and introducing himself with a sullen face. It was also a means of anesthetizing his inner sadness. A trace of doubt appeared on Naruto's face, and he said, Immortal, that means you are very powerful, uncle. Muyun, is this uncle really strong? Compared to Jiraiya who just met, Naruto obviously believes in Muyun more. Muyun nodded and said, don't worry, Naruto, Jiraiya's strength is stronger than Kakashi, and you don't have to worry about anything, just worship Jiraiya as your teacher. After listening to Muyun's words, Naruto immediately had no scruples. After a simple apprenticeship ceremony, Zilai also proposed to invite Muyun and Naruto to dinner. Of course, the most important thing was to invite Naruto to dinner. Muyun was just an incidental. Hearing that Zilai also invited Muyun to dinner, and also brought Muyun, Naruto's face suddenly changed. very strange, and said, "Uncle, you are really sure to invite Muyun to dinner." Zilai also looked puzzled and said, "Yes, is there any problem with this?" Seeing Naruto's reaction, "I don't know why, but Jirai also had an ominous premonition." Naruto immediately replied, "Nothing, uncle, you are so generous." Naruto's words made Jirai also feel inexplicable. As a movie-level powerhouse, he still has a lot of money. Although he always drinks wine and spends a lot of money, he is confident that he can still get the money for dinner. It was only after arriving at the restaurant that Zilai also knew the meaning of Naruto's words. Seeing Muyun's terrifying appetite, Zilai also looked at his bloated wallet, and wanted to cry without tears. Muyun, can you eat a little less? I may not have enough money." Saying these words, Jirai also felt his face. A dignified shadow-level powerhouse would actually say that he had no money. It is estimated that he was also the first one. Fortunately, Naruto pulled them over, otherwise if the meat is removed, Zilai will definitely feel distressed. Muyun looked at the empty rice bowl several meters high in front of him and nodded. After eating so much, he was almost done. When paying the money, Jiraiya's money went away in an instant, making Jiraiya's heart dripping with blood, but it was all because he was fortunately saved from the task. Come down, he paid back the money to collect materials with the young lady, and now it seems that it is going to waste. Next morning, Jiraiya and Naruto appeared at the entrance of the village, and after waiting for a while, Muyun's figure also appeared in sight. "Muyun, don't be late next time, this habit is very bad." Walking on the road, Zilai did not forget to remind Muyun. Muyun raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm late, am I late? It's because you guys are early." Jiraiya. Ignoring Muyun's words, in the evening, after Zilai and others came to a small town, they found a hotel to prepare for a night's rest. After Naruto and Muyun were settled, Jirai disappeared, and it was estimated that he went to the young lady to collect materials. At the same time, on the road to the town, two ninjas wearing black robes with red clouds appeared here. "Mr. Itachi, let's go catch the nine-tailed man Zuri now. Jirai is not here, it's a perfect time." The dried persimmon shark looked at Uchiha Itachi and said hoarsely. Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, "Don't be careless, that Muyun is not easy to mess with. Konoha Thor is not blown out, maybe it is even more difficult than Jirai." For Muyun's impression, Uchiha Itachi is still above the genius, but he is very clear that the current Muyun is no longer a genius, but a real powerhouse. The dried persimmon ghost shark immediately curled his lips in disdain and said, "Mr. Itachi, you have emphasized this Muyun several times along the way. Even if he is very strong, how can the two of us take action? Who can be our opponent in the entire ninja world?" The dried persimmon ghost shark is definitely not bragging. He is known as the tailless beast, and his strength is unquestionable. Coupled with the Uchiha Itachi who has opened a kaleidoscope, no matter who they are, they will dare to come forward and just have a go. Even if it is let the dried persimmon ghost shark go to Konoha to make a scene now, he is not afraid, not to mention that it is just a mere cloud. Taking a shot, in the eyes of the dried persimmon ghost, now Jirai is also leaving, which is the best time to take action. Although Uchiha Itachi felt a little wrong, he didn't say anything, and he was confident in his own strength. Although he went to Xiao to organize the undercover must also act like Li Jiao. No one is a fool. It is not easy to deceive those guys in the Xiao organization. Muyun, who was lying on the bed, immediately felt the second with the breath of a man. He suddenly got up from the bed. Boom! The wall of the hotel was directly damaged by violence. I saw the dried persimmon ghost holding the shark muscle in his hand, and a single blow broke a big hole in the wall of the hotel, and stood side by side with Uchiha Itachi. Naruto was awakened by the huge movement, opened the door, and saw Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost shark standing not far away. "Is this brat Jori, the nine-tailed man? Your vigilance is too poor." The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at Naruto, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, not even the simplest vigilance, which really disappointed the dried persimmon ghost. "Little devil, your journey is over. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, the dried persimmon ghost shark showed a cruel smile. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Filu Novel. Chapter 98. This is the impermanence of it. A faint murderous aura was released, and looking at Naruto's pale face, the ghoul shark's heart became even more disdainful, and he couldn't help but even disdain Muyun. On Naruto's neck, he said, "Little devil, come with us, don't try to resist." Just as the dry persimmon ghost shark was talking, a fist flashing with lightning landed on his face, directly blasting him out, knocking out a big hole in the wall of the hotel again, and falling on the outside. On the street, too arrogant, dried persimmon ghost. Muyun's body appeared in the position where the dried persimmon ghost shark stood before, looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, long time no see, I didn't expect to meet again, this will be the scene." A flash of reminiscence appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The scene of confronting Sand Ninja Village in the past seems to be still there. In front of him, Uchiha Itachi said, "I didn't expect, Muyun, your strength has reached this level." Uchiha Itachi is still very clear about the strength of the dry persimmon ghost shark. He can knock the dry city ghost shark flying with one punch. Although it takes advantage of the speed, this strength is definitely already very strong. At this moment, the dry persimmon ghost shark came with a hint of anger, and then a large amount of water rushed directly, and Uchiha Itachi jumped to the top of the tree. Muyun grabbed Naruto, who was a little stunned, and a dodging appeared out of the attack range of the water flow. I saw that the huge water flow directly completely destroyed this 3-story small hotel and turned it into a ruin. It's a huge chakra, which releases this chakra in a place where there is no water source. This level of water escape is worthy of the name of the tailless beast. Looking at the huge water flow, Muyun was slightly amazed. It was the first time he played against this kind of opponent, and Muyun's heart began to get excited. The most important thing is Muyun, so Muyun's strength has been significantly improved. For this battle, Muyun is looking forward to it. The pedestrians around directly shouted and fled here. If they couldn't escape, then it was directly washed away by the current and drowned. Including all the guests in the hotel, almost no one reacted. This is the essence of this world. Life is not even an ant, this is a real world where human life is like a mustard. When he was in Konoha village, Muyun didn't see this too clearly, but at this moment, Muyun finally realized it deeply. When it comes to the cruelty of this world, what is shown in the anime is just the tip of the iceberg. Until this time, Naruto reacted. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt very powerless and angry, and glared at the dried persimmon ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name: The First Time with Akatsuki. Task introduction: Uchiha Itachi and Kazuki Onishi want to capture the column force Uzumaki Naruto. Ask the host to fight with the two, and sabotage their plans. Quest completion reward: 60,000 reinforcement points. Mission failure penalty: none. Looking at the system task, Muyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you so much, dried persimmon. Ghost shark, your water escape really helped a lot. When the dried persimmon ghost shark heard the words, he was still a little confused, but Uchiha Itachi's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly shouted, "Ghost shark, go back. It's too late." Muyun stomped at his feet, and lightning bolts rushed out from Muyun's legs, and quickly rushed to the dried persimmon ghost shark along the water. The whole body of the dried persimmon ghost shark was charred to black. If the dried persimmon ghost shark had a strong vitality and an amazing amount of chakra, this would have killed him. Uchiha Itachi came to the side of the dried persimmon ghost with a flash, and asked worriedly, "I'm fine, Mr. Itachi." The dried persimmon ghost shark only felt a little dizzy in his head. Other than that, there was no serious problem. His fighting ability was still very strong. A man who can face a peacock is not. Just kidding. Even Muyun was a little surprised. There is no one with this level of defense. If it is someone else, even a shadow-level powerhouse, don't think about being safe and sound. Dried persimmon ghost shark quickly distanced himself from Muyun, and at the same time with both hands Yuyun said, Mr. Itachi, stay away. After watching Uchiha Itachi leave a sufficient distance, the dried persimmon ghost shark suddenly said solemnly, "The water escape is bursting with water." Rumbling. The chakra volume of the tailless beast broke out immediately, and the water waves covering a radius of several kilometers directly hit Muyun fiercely. Muyun stepped on the moon and rushed into the air to avoid this, but the range of a few kilometers under your feet has turned into a lake. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's attack also arrived, and more than a dozen fireballs exuding scorching temperature surrounded Muyun from all directions. Muyun instantly turned on the domineering, and directly avoided the attacks of these fireballs. At the same time, I quickly kicked Uchiha Itachi. Urashi. 7 or 8 vacuum chopping waves shot out at Uchiha Itachi in an instant, and the speed was extremely fast. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel opened instantly, staring closely at the vacuum chopping wave, and analyzed the vacuum chopper. The trajectory of the shock wave directly avoided the attack. Itachi, I remember that I said that there must be a battle between you and me. Today, the time has come. God's punishment. Muyun waved his hand, and a beam of lightning fell from the sky with lightning speed and hit Uchiha Itachi. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly turned into a dozen crows and disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already standing in the air. On the treetops in the distance. Yeah, I didn't expect this day to come in this way. I always thought we would fight in a sparring way, but I didn't expect a real battle of life and death. Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun, and his eyes suddenly showed emotion. Once upon a time, he and Muyun had experienced the battle with Sand Ninja Village together, almost life and death, but now they are facing each other with swords, which is really an incomprehensible fate. This is the impermanence of things. Chapter 99 Fierce Battle. Water Escape Water Dragon Ball Technique. Just when Muyun and Uchiha Itachi were talking, the dried persimmon ghost shark standing on the ground water made a mark on his hands, and a huge water dragon roared and rushed towards Muyun. Muyun instantly left the attack range of the water dragon, pointed at the dried persimmon ghost shark with one finger, "Let's fall." A thick lightning fell from the sky in an instant. The ghost shark quickly raised the shark muscle over the top and blocked it above his head. The lightning suddenly hit the shark muscle, and the shark muscle made a painful hissing sound. Feeling the numbness in his hands, the dried persimmon ghost shark narrowed his eyes. If he had not reacted to the lightning earlier, he would have been hit. Although it was not fatal, the injury was certain. Dried persimmon ghost shark no longer underestimates Muyun. This is an opponent worthy of his serious consideration. Gui shark, don't be careless. This guy is Konoha Thunder God, and is recognized as a strong man in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi stood on the top of the tree and instructed the dried persimmon ghost shark. He knew the dried persimmon ghost shark's character, so he must pay attention to it. Don't worry, Mr. Itachi, I can still judge the strength. Water Escape 5 Food Sharks. As the voice of the ghost shark fell, 5 shark-shaped water bombs suddenly rushed out from around Muyun's body, biting fiercely at Muyun. Muyun's eyes narrowed, and the violent thunder and lightning suddenly surged towards him. Repelled from all directions, instantly annihilated 5 shark-shaped water bombs, and then turned into lightning spears and blasted away at the ghost shark. Thunder Spear. Ghost shark's face changed, and he hurriedly used the shark's muscle across his chest again as a defense. The lightning spear stabbed directly on the shark's muscle, and the violent force made the dried persimmon shark's eyes widen, and he was instantly struck by the huge shark. The power belt flew dozens of meters away, knocking and breaking a lot of big trees along the way. After flying upside down for tens of meters, the violent thunder and lightning on the lightning spear suddenly erupted, directly covering the distance of 10 meters. Between the blue lightning flashes, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. It's a powerful ability. The amount of chakra in this attack should be very terrifying. Why can't the shark muscle absorb chakra from the attack? At the moment when it sensed that something was wrong, the ghost shark instantly used the stand-in technique to leave the attack range of the lightning spear, and now looking at the power of the lightning spear, the dried persimmon ghost shark had lingering fears for a while. But at the same time, he still has deeper doubts in his heart. He once tried to use the shark muscle to absorb the chakra from the lightning spear, but he found nothing. You dare to be distracted in battle, you really underestimate me. Hearing the sound, the dried persimmon ghost shark looked like could react. I saw a flash of lightning and a foot out of the corner of my eye. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Thunder kick. The lightning flashing foot nodded on the ghost shark's chest. In an instant, the dried persimmon ghost shark spurted a lot of blood from its mouth, and the body instantly flew upside down like a rag sack. Uchiha Itachi appeared in the ghost shark with a flash behind him. He caught the other party and said, "Ghost shark, don't be careless, Muyun is not as easy to deal with as you think, maybe the two of us who met him. The mission has failed." Dry persimmon ghost shark's consciousness was dizzy for a while, and finally recovered. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, he nodded. In the short period of time he fought with Muyun, he suffered a lot of losses, which was enough to make him feel good about it. Muyun's vigilance has been raised to the highest level. Fire escape heroic dragon fire technique. Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun, spit out a huge fire dragon with a scale of more than 10 meters, and blasted towards Muyun. Moved his body at will, Muyun moved a distance of more than 10 meters, and directly fired more fire dragon attacks. Uchiha Itachi's right eye slowly shed a trace of blood, and whispered, "Amaterasu." An instant, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in Muyun's heart. Muyun increased his speed almost instantly, and then, a black flame centered on Uchiha Itachi's line of sight, like a Tarsus maggot. Usually follow Muyun closely. The speed of the line of sight is very fast, and even the speed of Muyun may not be able to completely avoid it. Thinking of this, Muyun suddenly turned his direction and rushed towards the position of Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi saw this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Muyun's response method was very correct. In this way, if he wanted to die together, he would continue to attack, otherwise he would have to take back Amaterasu. Thunderbird. While Muyun moved, he condensed a lightning bird several meters in size in his hand, and attacked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi retracted Amaterasu, grabbed the dried persimmon ghost shark with one hand, and held the other hand in front of him. Leaving blood stains on his eyes at the same time, he shouted, "Susanoo!" The huge chakra roared out, forming a fiery red skeleton around Uchiha Itachi's body, protecting Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon shark inside. The huge thunderbird of several meters hit Susanoo directly on top of it, and then turned into countless tiny thunderbolts and wandered on top of Susanoo, and a tiny crack appeared on top of Susanoo under the attack of thunder and lightning. But Susanoo deserves to be called it as the strongest defense, although there is a trace of cracks, but it is harmless. Ninja psychic art. At this moment, a voice sounded, accompanied by a huge frog falling directly from the sky, and instantly crushed Susanoo under him. Jiraiya also came. Konoha level rebellion, Uchiha Itachi and Karigakushi village level rebellion, tailless beast, dried persimmon ghost shark. Jiraiya also looked solemn. Neither of these two people is easy to deal with, let alone now that the two seem to be together, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Jiraiya, you bastard, you are so tough. Man, you just threw me down. Toad Wenta complained, and at the same time, a huge fiery red arm stretched out from under Toad Wentai, and pushed him a few meters away. "Ah, I am sorry, wasn't it an emergency just now? Just be embarrassed." Jiraiya also scratched his head embarrassedly, but he forgot that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo is the strongest defense in Legends, and must be very hard. It is estimated that Wentai was slightly hurt. See the underlined version novel. Chapter 108 Foot Chongu Jade. One of the three ninjas, the Mad Ghost Zillai, is also in trouble. After pushing away the Toad Bunta who was pressing on Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiraiya. His tone was a little dignified. As one of the three ninjas, it is definitely not easy to deal with. Orochimaru is only because of its weak resistance to illusion, so it will be painful to read, but Jiraiya is definitely not easy to deal with. Whether it is from ninjutsu, physical in any aspect, Uchiha Itachi couldn't find any obvious weakness in this man, so he was an extremely difficult character to deal with. Uchiha Itachi, the strongest genius in the Uchiha clan, is really a tricky man. Jiraiya's impression of Uchiha Itachi is similar. This is a man with no obvious weaknesses. Mr. Itachi, let's go all out. 157. After the dried persimmon ghost shark recovered, he looked at Jiraiya and Muyun in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Itachi didn't answer, but quickly formed a seal with both hands, and at the same time took out a few lily swords, and instantly let go and threw them at Jiraiya and Muyun. Fire escape impatience flower claw red. The shuriken flying in the air was directly wrapped in a small fireball, and flew towards Jiraiya and Muyun at an extremely fast speed. The shuriken was scorched red by the flames, and its power must not be weak. Escape the earth and flow the wall. Jiraiya patted the ground with both hands, and an earth wall instantly extended from the ground, blocking him and Muyun. At this time, the flame shuriken that was about to be nailed to the earth wall directly changed its forward trajectory, bypassing the earth wall and attacking Jiraiya and Muyun. The essence of this move is that it can control its forward trajectory, and it is not easy to be defended, so this response method is not correct. Uchiha Itachi stared at the forward line of the flame shuriken, and said so. Muyun narrowed his eyes. It really is a powerful move, but if you give up your defense, how should you deal with it, Itachi? Thunderworm. With the formation of thunder and lightning, the same number of thunder and lightning bugs rushed out quickly and directly collided with the flame shuriken. Bang bang bang. The attacks of both sides were directly offset in midair, and Muyun stretched out his hands. Out, leopard. Charged directly at Uchiha Itachi within Susanoo, passing over the water surface created by the dried persimmon ghost shark along the way. Dodge. Thunder Leopard's attack speed is extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to dodge. Uchiha Itachi knows that this move can only be taken hard. Oh, can your body withstand it, Itachi? The arrogance of seeing and hearing, Muyun noticed that the chakra in Bowie's body was running wildly, and at the same time, Susanoo's body size was also increasing, and he instantly became a mature body with flesh and blood, Susanoo. The two thunder leopards attacked from left and right, biting directly on Susanoo, and the violent thunder and lightning exploded in an instant, and the dazzling thunder light directly occupied the entire line of sight. Jiraiya also raised his eyes slightly. Is it solved? Muyun. With Jiraiya's eyesight, he can naturally. It is enough to see that the power of this move has reached the level of first-class ninjutsu, and it is also the first-class ninjutsu with the top attack power, and Raiden is famous for its damage attack power. Although Jiraiya is also well informed, he has never really fought against Susanoo. Muyun frowned slightly and said, "It's not that simple, go back." Grabbing Jiraiya's arm with one hand and lifting Naruto with the other hand, Muyun's body instantly pulled away and retreated. The ultimate physical speed suddenly erupted, and within a second, Muyun brought Jiraiya and Naruto retreated hundreds of meters away. Bachi Changu Yu. Jiraiya is still there. In doubt, I heard Uchiha Itachi's flat voice, and then several fiery red hook jade directly tore the water mist caused by the contact between lightning and water, and fell heavily on Muyun and others. The position where the person was standing just now. Boom! A fierce explosion sounded, and the fiery red energy wave spread out in all directions, directly destroying everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, and everything that was seen was annihilated. Lai Yi's eyes widened in an instant, his pupils became the size of a needle tip, and he said incredulously, "How is this possible?" Not only was it not resolved by the terrifying thunder and lightning, but also freed up to fight back, which is too exaggerated. Muyun said lightly, "Don't underestimate Uchiha, let alone Uchiha Itachi, a talented man. The power of kaleidoscope to write round eyes is difficult to describe in words." As the thick fog dissipated, a fiery red energy giant with a height of more than 10 meters appeared directly in the eyes of Jiraiya and Muyun. Even if only the upper body, the power exuded was very terrifying. Mature body Susanoo. Although it's only the upper body, this visual shock is really terrifying. It's really gorgeous ninjutsu. Looking at the fiery red Susanoo's upper body, Muyun had to sigh with emotion. This Uchiha clan is really the darling of God, as long as it belongs to the trick of Sharingan, none of them are not crazy and cool. Crazy, right? This is the legendary Susanoo. Jirai was also shocked even more. Although I heard many rumors about the Uchiha clan Susanoo, but compared with those rumors, I felt even more shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. Be careful, the attack is coming. After reminding Jiraiya, Muyun's right hand immediately used a lot of thunder and lightning, condensed into a small thunder bird, and threw it fiercely behind him. Thunders 5. 7 The sound sounded, and it collided fiercely with the big sword of the shark muscle that was slashed by the dried persimmon ghost. The dried persimmon ghost shark backed up immediately, and shouted with a seal on his hands, the technique of water escape. The large-scale shark water bomb several meters in size devoured the Muyuner people fiercely. The fangs in the shark's water bomb's mouth exuded a cold light, although it was only condensed with water, it looked very real. Huo Dunda fire bomb. Jiraiya responded quickly, his hands were imprinted, and the huge fireball, which was also several meters long, rushed towards the shark-shaped water bomb with scorching high temperature. Along the way, it swept across the water and brought a lot of water vapor.